In the year 2025, the nightmare descended. The god-forsaken realm emerged from the void. Merely closing your eyes to sleep was enough to drag a soul into this hellscape, where the only currency that mattered was your very lifespan. Death in this realm meant losing years of your life in the real world, while slaughtering monsters was the only way to steal time back and extend your existence. Players could burn their lifespan to synchronize their powers with reality. A ranker tearing apart a tank with bare hands, slicing a jet in half, or tanking a nuclear warhead with their physical body was no longer a fantasy, it was the New World Order. From the very first day this awakening Manhwa reality began, Qinfeng carried a massive burden on his back. He dragged his talentless, ungrateful adopted sister through hell, overcoming impossible odds to become one of the top 100 strongest rankers on Earth. But fate is cruel. During the final boss raid, just as Qinfeng successfully cleared the ancient god's ruins, just as he obtained the legendary artifact, the Eye of Judgment, he was stabbed in the back. Betrayed by the one person he had protected with his life. He never imagined the blade piercing his heart would belong to his adopted sister, the very girl he had broken his back to carry to the top. And the reason was even more pathetic. She murdered him just to steal the Eye of Judgment for her idol, a man she obsessively simped for. Qinfeng died with eyes wide open, his soul screaming in grievance. But the moment the blade fell and the game ended, darkness consumed him. Only for Qinfeng to snap his eyes open, waking up exactly 9 years in the past. Speak of the devil. The door was kicked open, and there stood that ungrateful burden, looking annoyed. Qinfeng, you are home. Why didn't you pick up my calls? Are you trying to ghost me? You have no idea how important it is for me to go support my beloved Song Fei right now. Qinfeng ignored her tantrums, his mind racing. It was just as he remembered. On the launch day of the god-forsaken realm, he and Qin Xiaoyu had a massive fight over that trash celebrity Song Fei. Before the system descended, Song Fei was just a popular underground idol, and Qin Xiaoyu was his brainless fanatic. On the surface, Song Fei looked glamorous, but beneath the mask he was human garbage who scammed fans out of their money and innocence. To protect Qin Xiaoyu from being used, Qinfeng had forbidden her from interacting with that scumbag in his past life. He never expected his protection would be twisted into an accusation of controlling her life. Hey, are you deaf? I am talking to you. Don't pretend you can't hear me. It is all your fault his ranking dropped this month. Before Qin Xiaoyu could finish her sentence, a heavy slap echoed through the room. She clutched her swollen cheek, staring at Qinfeng in utter disbelief. The shock in her eyes was palpable. You dare... Qin Xiaoyu, I have neither the time nor the patience to waste on you today. But if you dare cause a scene again, I will shatter your jaw. Qinfeng tossed a bank card at her feet. This is the inheritance Mom and Dad left behind. All these years, no matter how hard life got, I never touched a cent. Today, I am giving it all to you. Consider it my final act of mercy for the sake of our parents. But listen closely. From this moment on, I Qinfeng have no sister. With those cold words, he turned his back on her and walked into his room without a shred of hesitation. In his past life, Qinfeng missed countless opportunities trying to protect her. There were so many hidden dungeons and secret treasures he was too afraid to risk his life for. But not this time. Without a dead weight dragging him down, how high could he fly? This time, he would use his future knowledge of the god-forsaken realm to dominate everything and everyone. As for Qin Xiaoyu, let her rot, and Song Fei. I will personally handle that trash, Qinfeng vowed. Whispering his resolve, Qinfeng climbed into bed. Moments later, his consciousness drifted into the void. He stood once again in the Great Hall of Awakening. The nostalgia was overwhelming. He remembered his first time here, panicked, confused, wasting hours just to pick a class. But in this Manhwa recap of his life, he needed to be faster than anyone else. In his previous life, he chose the warrior class to be a meat shield for Qin Xiaoyu. Warriors weren't weak, but that path didn't suit his true style. Without a burden to protect, his solo leveling speed would be god tier. Mobility was king. After a brief thought, Qinfeng locked in his choice, the assassin class. Suddenly, a system notification flashed gold. The artifact Eye of Judgment has completed binding. Eye of Judgment activated. Unique attribute Authority of Judgment. Passive authority. When entering the God-forsaken realm, you will automatically receive the highest tier hidden class and talents available. The Eye of Judgment. It actually bound to his soul and traveled back in time with him. Once a god tool recognizes a master, not even death can sever the bond. Perhaps this artifact was the very reason he was reborn. Suddenly, dark energy exploded around Qinfeng. Congratulations. You have obtained a hidden class. Class transfer in progress. Transfer complete. You have become the Qinfeng. The Qinfeng was the legendary supreme hidden class for assassins. It was completely different from the crude warrior class of his past. To possess such power right from the start, The chances of rolling a hidden class during character creation were normally close to zero, yet the authority of judgment granted it with 100% certainty. This was the power of primal authority, the oldest and most absolute rule in the universe. Authority that overrode the system's logic. You lack divinity and cannot actively trigger the authority yet, but the passive effects are now eternal. Qinfeng read the notifications, all rising in his chest. A primal authority that stood above the laws of the world. In his past life, it took 7 years before a powerhouse finally escaped the god-forsaken realm and reached the land of order. Only then did humanity learn about the existence of the power of order. But even after all those years, no one had ever touched the power of authority. Yet here he was on day one, wielding a primal authority that transcended both order and rules. If he could just escape this beginner realm and reach the land of order to gain divinity, he could fully unleash this god-slaying power. It seemed he had a new ultimate goal for this life. Class selection complete. Please enter your designation for this world. Since his class was born from the darkness itself, the choice was obvious. Qinfeng. Name confirmed, Qinfeng. Entering the god-forsaken realm, he materialized in a desolate wasteland where countless demons roamed, creatures ready to tear players to shreds and feast on their remaining time. Leaving the safety of the town meant risking everything. Killing monsters granted tradable lifespan. But dying here meant losing half your life, both tradable and soulbound. He stood in Shelltown, the only safe zone in this region. Here players could not attack each other, and the drain on their lifespan was slowed. But Qinfeng didn't come here to be safe. When Qinfeng arrived at Shelltown, he found a scene of absolute chaos. Countless people had been dragged into the nightmare known as the God-forsaken land. Panic spread like a virus. Where the hell are we? What's a class? What's a codename? I just got off the night shift. Is this a hallucination? I don't understand. I was eating dinner and fell asleep. Why am I here? One man pinched his arm until it bled. Ugh, it hurts. This isn't a dream. The realization hit them cold. They were trapped in a twisted game. But amidst the hysteria, Qinfeng stood calm, instantly drawing every eye. Check out his class. Why does he look so distinct? Look at that dagger. He must be an assassin. Hey, I'm an assassin too. Why do I look like trash compared to him? Look, he's even got special particle effects surrounding him. Qinfeng ignored the chatter, striding forward with the confidence of a king. Soon the top rankers from every nation will emerge to rewrite the world order. If I want to stay ahead of the pack, I need to move now. Time is the one luxury I don't have. Suddenly, a flash of light, A group respawned right in front of him. Damn it. Dying sends you back to town. Those monsters are insane. One bite took half my HP bar. How are we supposed to fight that? It was just a level 1 creep, 3 of us couldn't even scratch it. My lifespan. Half of it is just gone. Desperate, the men turned to the only woman in their squad. Lizi, what do we do now? Qinfeng's sharp eyes analyzed her instantly. Standard archers use short bows. She's wielding a longbow. Another hidden class, interesting. Lizi looked up, locking eyes with him. Seeing his elite gear, she put on her best smile. Hey handsome, looks like you've got a hidden class too. Wanna party up? The monsters out there are brutal. You can't solo them. We already got wiped once, so we have experience. Your experience is dying. No thanks. Qinfeng didn't even slow down, rejecting them with cold silence. One of her lackeys snapped. Hey, you think you're some pro player, 5 of us couldn't handle it, and you think you can solo it? Don't make me laugh. It's a slaughterhouse out there. You go alone, you die alone. The bald guy sneered. Let him go. He's a noble hidden class assassin. If he can't fight, I'm sure he's great at running away like a coward. Lizi checked his status window. Name Qinfeng, ugh, so edgy. She closed the panel eyes, narrowing. Let's tail him. I want to see his skills in action. We might learn a thing or two about the mobs. And hey, if he dies, we get a front row seat. As they stalked him, Lizi's mind raced. God-forsaken land. This place is too twisted, too lethal. I've played MMOs for years. I built a squad instantly. But that first monster, it wiped us out like we were nothing. That wasn't an enemy a level 1 player can beat. But this Qinfeng guy, his aura is completely different. Following him might be our only ticket to survival. Hiding behind a tree, her teammate peeked out, voice trembling with envy. His starter weapon isn't a dagger. It's a short blade. And his movement speed. He's way faster than me. My assassin agility build should be top tier, even his gear looks premium. The bald guy grit his teeth in jealousy. Suddenly, Qinfeng turned his head. Lizi ducked back instantly, heart-pounding, terrified of being spotted. Silence. Seconds passed. She peeked out again. And froze. He's gone. He just vanished into thin air. Is that stealth? His starter skill is actual invisibility. What kind of broken class is that? Dumbfounded, the squad looked around the empty forest. Defeated, Lizi made the call. Let's move. Back to town. We need a safer way to level up. We can't risk another wipe. Our lifespans are already cut in half. Maybe there are hidden chests in the safe zone, or a quest-giving NPC. Anything is better than dying out here. They had no idea. Qinfeng hadn't moved an inch. He was right there, cloaked by Qinfeng Walk. This is the absolute advantage of a leveling Manhwa protagonist. Breaking stealth guarantees a critical strike on the first hit. That's how he shook them off. Stealth mastery duration doubled. Movement speed, +1. They looked right through me. The Qinfeng class is in a league of its own. A normal assassin's stealth at this level is garbage easy to spot. But with stealth mastery, neither players nor monsters can sense my presence. I am a ghost. Recalling their desperate plan, Qinfeng felt a twinge of pity. Naive fools. The starter town has nothing for you. It's just a cage to keep you safe at night. In this game, players are nothing more than food for the demons. Slowly, Qinfeng materialized back into reality. Stealth duration ended. It doesn't last long yet. Luckily, the cooldown starts on activation. A few seconds and I can vanish again. He pulled up his attribute panel. Base stats for everyone start at 10. Class modifiers add on top of that. In my past life, my warrior class only gave strength and physique +3. But Qinfeng, it buffs everything. Agility is up by a massive 8 points. 5 free attribute points. Most rookies dump them into strength or spirit for raw damage. That is a fatal mistake. In this hell, speed is king. Early game monsters hit like trucks, you can't tank them. The only way to survive is to be too fast to hit. Qinfeng dumped all his attribute points into agility. Suddenly, a chilling sound snapped his attention to the side. A level 1 common creep was there, feasting on stolen time to force an evolution. That beast must have wiped out the 5-man squad. Qinfeng analyzed the situation. Done with its meal, the monster shrieked and lunged straight for him. He scanned its body for weaknesses. Judging by the fresh wounds, the fallen squad didn't die in vain. They managed to chip away a significant chunk of its health. The rules of this awakening Manhwa world were simple but cruel. Kill a player, devour their lifespan, and evolve into a nightmare. Qinfeng backstepped, dodging the swipe. He activated Qinfeng Cloak, vanishing into thin air. While the beast was confused, he soared high. Qinfeng Break Strike. He brought death down from above. A red number exploded. 174 damage. Level 1 creep eliminated. 10 experience points gained. He actually one-shot the monster. Sure, hitting the nape triggers a critical hit, but that damage output was absolutely broken. A system window popped up, solving the mystery. Passive effect Backstab. Attacking from outside the enemy's vision doubles the damage. So that's how it works. The Backstab mechanic, multiple class skills stacking together, created a catastrophic level of damage. He remembered the warrior class criticals only dealt 40 damage back then. It took ages to grind a single creep and you'd still get battered. In his past life, he bled for every scrap of loot. Yet he handed every second of lifespan he earned to Qin Xiaoyu without hesitation. But this time the script has flipped. Loot 3 days of tradable lifespan, and over 54 years of untradable life force. Those 5 players lost decades of their lives. Combined, the beast had harvested over a century of time. After the creep processed it, only 54 years remained. Whatever. Untradable time is useless currency for now anyway. Suddenly, a divine notification: Judgment Authority activated. Congratulations. You have awakened the original talent Infinite Evolution. An original grade talent. Unbelievable. Killing monsters in solo mode grants evolution points, plus a passive income of 5 points every 24 hours. Solo killing a boss monster guarantees a 100% drop rate for points. Current balance: 5 points. This system Manhwa ability even allows skill evolution. In his previous life, this was unheard of. Gear and skill books were static. Once they dropped, their stats were set in stone. This power, it transcends the very laws of the system. Alright then. Let's test the limits of this god-tier ability. Without hesitation, Qinfeng dumped 4 points into Qinfeng Cloak and Backstab. Evolution successful. Qinfeng Cloak upgraded to bronze tier. Invisibility duration extended from 12 to 16 seconds. The bonus damage for breaking stealth, it skyrocketed from 60 to 90. Cooldown reduced from 28 to 26 seconds. Next, the passive skill Backstab evolved from low grade to normal grade. The passive effect was amplified. Rear attack damage boosted from 10% to 15%. 16 seconds of stealth is a massive advantage. Combine that with stealth mastery, and he was looking at 32 seconds of invisibility. That's basically perma-stealth. With these upgrades, even a full health mob would be instantly deleted from existence. Just then, voices intruded on his thoughts. Look at that skinny kid, killing a mob all by himself. See, I told you this game was easy. Qiang, you're amazing. With your build, you could take on 10 guys. Qiang laughed arrogantly. Don't worry, babe. I'll protect you. Qin Feng glanced back at the couple flirting in the middle of a war zone. But then he saw it. Looming directly above them. He instantly triggered Qin Feng's cloak and faded into the background. The couple looked confused by his sudden disappearance. Then, a massive shadow eclipsed the sun. By the time they looked up, it was too late. A giant arachnid nightmare and its swarm. The Broodmother. Bronze rank, level 1. The Broodmother, surrounded by her level 1 hatchlings. Qin Feng watched from the safety of the shadows. A newbie zone boss with 1,600 health. For normal players, this was an impossible raid, especially with that army of minions protecting it. But for Qin Feng, perfect. I needed a test dummy for my new powers. He burst from his hiding spot. Charging the boss, he unleashed a Qin Feng break strike right on its weak point. Critical hit, 338 damage. But his stealth flickered off. The boss screeched in agony, its razor-sharp legs slashed down aiming to skewer him. He reactivated Qin Feng's cloak just in time. Thanks to his agility, Stat's death only grazed him. With his current 130 health, a direct hit would have been game over. Losing sight of its target, the boss went berserk. It wasn't stupid. It knew he was there. It began thrashing blindly to crush him. It was destroying the terrain, trying to flush out the rat in the walls. The hatchlings formed a defensive perimeter. But Qin Feng had a plan. He hurled a rock from the darkness. It struck a weak point. 299 damage. His damage didn't come from the weapon. It came from the multiplier's stealth break plus class skills. With these stats, even a pebble hits like a cannonball. It was a cheese strategy. Wait for cooldowns, throw a rock, trigger, backstab. Repeat. Moments later, a server-wide announcement shook Shelltown. Player Qin Feng has slain the Bronze Broodmother. Congratulations on being the first player to reach level 2. He shot straight to the top of the Manhwa recap leaderboard. The global chat exploded in disbelief. What the hell, I died twice just fighting a slime. We haven't even figured out the mechanics yet and someone already soloed the boss. If that guy is handsome, you better introduce me to him right now. A solo clear impossible. Look at the leaderboard, there's only one name on it. Lizi's squad stared at the notification in sheer disbelief. Lizi, that player Qin Feng is the one who just walked out of here. It really is him. But how did he hit level 2 so fast that breaks every rule of this leveling Manhwa logic, and he took down a boss on top of it? Our entire squad couldn't even scratch a normal mob, yet this guy single-handedly slaughtered a bronze rank boss. Is this some kind of sick joke? Could the system be bugged? The couple with Chang just respawned and their jaws dropped reading the announcement. That giant spider, someone actually killed it, but there was an army of spiderlings surrounding it. Who exactly is this Qin Feng? The girl beside Chang trembled. Could it be that invisible assassin from earlier? Meanwhile, deep in the forest. System alert. You have slain the Bronze Broodmother. Gained 300 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 2. Reward 2 evolution points. You have unlocked the Shelltown leaderboard. You have gained 1 reputation point. Global announcement sent to the entire town. Loot obtained 46 days of tradable lifespan. Skill book Greedy Hand bronze rank. Stats attack plus 35 agility plus 4. Requirement level 1. Evolution points. Infinite current 2. Item Greedy Hand. Skill book bronze. Assassin class skill. Effect. When used on a monster, there is a 20% chance to trigger an additional loot drop. Requirement level 1. As soon as the boss collapsed, the minions scattered in panic. I got careless. I should have wiped out the spiderlings first to maximize my experience gain. Rookie mistake. But I never expected a bronze boss to drop a god-tier assassin skill. This ability is going to revolutionize my gear farming speed. In the late game when I'm taking down mythic bosses, having a 20% chance for double loot is absolutely broken. I remember from my past life. In the Godslayer guild there was a guy with mediocre stats. But he became a legend, the most sought-after player solely because of this skill. He never left the safe zone without bodyguards. Qin Feng smirked. That skill only had a base 20% chance. But if I combine it with my infinite evolution talent, the drop rate could become infinite. The next morning, Qin Xiaoyu headed to school as if the world hadn't changed. On the way, a friend asked worriedly, Qin Xiaoyu, didn't you call to apologize to your brother? We skipped exams to support Song Fei yesterday. He must be furious. At the mention of Qin Feng, Qin Xiaoyu's face darkened. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? If it wasn't for him, we would have missed the entrance time. He's the one who should be apologizing to me, but he's really good to you. Honestly, sometimes I'm jealous you have a brother like that. Good. Give me a break. He just wants to control my life. Besides, he's not even my blood brother. I have brother Song Fei and that's all I need. Seeing she couldn't get through to her, the friend changed the subject. By the way, what happened to your face? I fell. As they arrived, a massive crowd had gathered around their classroom door. Qin Xiaoyu's friend squeezed through the students and gasped in horror. What in the world is happening to Jiang Wei? Why is he turning transparent? A male student nearby whispered, shivering. I don't know. He said he wanted to catch up on sleep, and the next thing we knew he started fading away. The school was buzzing with panic. Jiang Wei's condition wasn't an isolated incident. It was trending all over the internet. It seemed people across the globe were suffering from this phenomenon. Experts claimed that falling asleep was triggering this ghostly transparent state, but the cause remained a mystery. Qin Xiaoyu's friend pulled out her phone, hands trembling. I need to call my parents and warn them. Qin Xiaoyu, you should call your brother too. Tell him to be careful. Qin Xiaoyu scoffed cold-heartedly. I'm not calling him. It would be better for everyone if someone like him just disappeared. Back in the game, after an intense grinding session, Qin Feng had achieved a new breakthrough. Retribution Complete Greedy Hand has evolved from bronze to gold rank assassin skill. Effect probability increased from 20% to 70% chance of additional loot. You have learned Greedy Hand +2. Skill Judgment Success. You received 2 evolution points and 46 days of tradable lifespan. Haha, Lady Luck is smiling on me. I actually gained evolution points back. I need 3 points to push Greedy Hand to +3. Perfect. Soon, I'll have a 100% guarantee for double drops. Come to think of it, the governments of the world must have realized the crisis by now. More people are flooding into this system Manhwa world every second. I need to speed up. First, let's equip the usable gear. Qin Feng immediately equipped the corrosive dagger, boosting his attack by 35 and agility by 4. It won't be long before humanity realizes that skills and items from this game can be brought back to reality. That's when the real bloodbath begins. To materialize power, 2 conditions must be met: reach level 10 and have enough tradable lifespan. Grinding small mobs is too slow to meet those demands. I need to hunt stronger bosses. As Qin Feng moved, the sound of combat echoed ahead. Someone screamed, "Run, get out of here!" Qin Feng activated stealth and approached the noise. He saw a group struggling desperately against a swift runner mob. Level 2. Bronze rank. Just when I needed a pillow, someone passes me one. Wait. That's Wang Meng. I didn't expect to run into him here. The rumors were true. Legend has it, Wang Meng formed a squad the moment the game started. A full party of 6, and every single one of them has a hidden class. Wang Meng's hidden class is Shield Saint. His base attributes are double that of a standard warrior. He even comes with an invincibility skill. Qin Feng shifted his gaze to the rest of the team. The Prophet Mage deals double the magic damage of a normal mage armed with prophetic fireballs. The hidden class, Hawkeye Archer, has stats twice as high as a regular archer, featuring a rapid fire barrage skill. And their support, the Divine Roaming Priest, has double the healing output of a normal healer and starts with an AoE group heal. A true dream team. At the start of the engagement, the party barely held their own against the speedster. But as the battle dragged on, the monster's superior agility turned the tide, leaving the archer and mage panic-stricken as their attacks missed the mark. Even Wang Meng's holy shield began to fracture under the pressure. He roared, "Healer, keep me up. Everyone else focus fire, chip away at the boss." Hidden in the shadows, Qin Feng scoffed at the command. Wang Meng was far too optimistic. He had forgotten the first rule of the wilderness. A prolonged battle is a death sentence, it attracts predators. And right on cue, a new nightmare emerged from the darkness behind Wang Meng. The polluters had arrived. Level 2 common monsters draped in filth and specializing in deadly ranged attacks. One of the team shouted, "Boss, watch your 6." The swordsman rushed to defend his leader, slashing deep into the creature's muck-covered hide. But disaster struck, his blade jammed within the dense sludge, refusing to budge. The polluter didn't hesitate. It retaliated with a torrent of toxic filth, drenching Wang Meng's squad. Ugh, the stench is unbearable, damn it. We're in trouble. It's a debuff field. My movement speed is crippled. The monsters closed in on the terrified mage. She screamed, "Someone save me." In a blur of motion, Qin Feng activated Qin Feng Step. He surged forward, a phantom in the night, and severed the polluter's life force in a single strike, saving the mage and leaving the party stunned. One hit. Did he just insta-kill a polluter? Is someone helping us? It takes us 10 seconds just to surround and kill a level 1 creeper. Yet this level 2 beast was annihilated instantly. How is that even possible? While the swordsman stood gaping, death crept up behind him. But Qin Feng's blade was faster. Another instant kill saved the fool's life. An insta-kill. Again. The mage cried out, "Delizy. Did you see who that was?" "No, I saw nothing." "Whoever it is, they're on our side. Don't get distracted," Wang Meng bellowed. "Focus. It's just the speedster left. Maintain the formation." Perched high on a branch, Qin Feng reaped his rewards. System. You have slain 2 level 2 polluters. Reward. 40 experience points. 1 evolution point. Item acquired, Toxic Dart Skillbook. Usually this would trade for 8 days of lifespan. but this skill deals continuous damage at mid-range. It's perfect for a leveling Manhwa protagonist like me. Good. System evolved immediately. Skill upgraded, Toxic Dart. +2, Silver rank. Assassin-type skill. Maximum range 14 meters. On impact inflicts 120 bonus damage and applies severe poison status. Cooldown. 5 seconds. Passive effect. Level 2 toxicity deals 50% continuous damage per second. Adds weakness state for 5 seconds. Non-stackable. Meanwhile, the battle on the ground turned grim. Wang Meng blocked a blow, but the speedster's second claw pierced his defense, skewering his body. I can't hold it. The healer panicked from a distance. My healing can't keep up with the bleed. Wang Meng coughed blood. Run. Everyone run. Just as hope faded, a dark projectile tore through the air. It struck the speedster's cranial weak point with surgical precision. Critical hit, 845 damage, instantly shaving off half the monster's health bar. The potent toxin ravaged the beast's system. Its health plummeted until the creature dissolved into data. System damage contribution over 90%. Loot assigned to player. System slain bronze tier speedster. Reward 600 experience. Level up. You are now level 3. Congratulations. 2 evolution points and 55 days of tradable lifespan acquired. Qin Feng grinned in the shadows. Incredible. The continuous damage from Toxic Dart actually triggers my passive class ability. Combined with Qin Feng's step, I can remain invisible and rain down infinite darts. In the early to mid-game of this system, Manhwa world, no monster can stand against me. With this damage output, am I even human anymore? Wang Meng watched the loot light vanish, proof that a high-level player was watching. He struggled to his feet, bowing to the empty air. Brother, I don't know which deity sent you, but thank you for saving our lives. Still cloaked in invisibility, Qin Feng's voice floated down. Thank me, huh? In the wild, you shouldn't trust strangers so easily. Wang Meng paused, absorbing the lesson. I understand. Thank you for the advice, Great Master. We won't disturb you while you check your loot. My name is Wang Meng. If you ever need a favor, find me. The mage, however, had other ideas. Hey, Great Master, I'm Breakbloom. Can I get a friend request? Shut up and move. The male healer clamped a hand over her mouth and dragged her away. Qin Feng watched them fade into the distance. Wang Meng, decent character. Trustworthy. And with the Great Xia government backing him, he has deep pockets. He's the perfect stable buyer for the high-tier trash I don't need. Qin Feng crushed the loot orb and the system chimed. System acquired 3 evolution points, 55 days tradable lifespan. Item bronze sprinting leather pants. He equipped them immediately. Assassin-type gear. Physical defense +9. Elemental resistance +5. Cooldown reduction +15%. Requirement level 2. Not a bad haul. My inventory is loaded with skill books and gear for other classes. Once the bag is full, I'll head back to the starter town and convert this loot into lifespan. My current growth speed is 100 times faster than my previous life. Songfei, just you wait. I'm coming for you. Scene shift. Elsewhere, a party struggled desperately against a horde of polluters and speedsters. Just as they attempted to flee, a massive shadow eclipsed them. A giant monster descended, sending the entire squad back to the novice village in a single blow. Back at the spawn point, chaos reigned. This is impossible. The monsters pack together, and the moment they get low on health, they run. We need to hit level 3 just to log out of this Manhwa recap nightmare. But how do we reach level 3? We need an army. If a 3-man cell fails, we need 6, maybe 10. A gloomy veteran shook his head. It won't work. I saw a 10-man squad get wiped. Large groups just act as bait for the bosses. Just now, a 40-man raid attracted a cursed one. One hit, 30 people dead instantly. Dead silence fell over the square. Moments later, Li Zi's squad materialized, respawning in the village. If we can't reach level 3, are we trapped here forever? We all just went to sleep and woke up in this awakening Manhwa reality. To put it bluntly, their consciousness was trapped inside the abyss. If they failed to log out, their physical bodies would rot away in the real world. Panic began to set in among the group. Li Zi ground her teeth in frustration. Why was this system Manhwa survival game so punishing? Real or fake, they couldn't afford to die here. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto the leaderboard. A player named Qin Feng had reached level 3. How was he leveling up with such godlike speed? He must have found an exploit or a hidden quest. They needed him to carry them to level 3 immediately. Escaping this hell was the only priority. Desperate, Li Zi barked orders to her lackeys. Tell Qin Feng if he boosts us to level 3, I'll wire him 10 million in cash the moment we wake up. She was confident that money could buy anything, even a top ranker. Meanwhile, our protagonist Qin Feng was busy grinding. His looting skill, Greedy Hand, had just evolved. It was now the Jade Greedy Hand. an assassin-class skill that skyrocketed loot drop rates from monster corpses to a staggering 160%. Even better, there was now a 20% chance for any extra loot to automatically upgrade by one tier. This passive effect was absolutely broken. If he kept evolving this skill, could he reach a 100 or even 200% guarantee? Suddenly, Qinfeng froze. A cursed bronze boss was prowling nearby, devouring blue spirit orbs. It was feasting on lifespan to evolve into a silver-tier nightmare. That monster had likely slaughtered a 40-man raid team to get that strong. Unfortunately, Qinfeng's inventory was completely full. Killing it now would be a waste of precious loot. He marked the coordinates on his map. The boss needed time to evolve anyway. Qinfeng decided to head back to the starter village, dump his trash, and return for the kill. Back in the safe zone, he set up a street stall. High-tier gear and skill books for sale. 10 minutes only. First come, first served. The crowd went wild, a high-level vendor appearing out of nowhere. This was a rare event. He was already wearing 2 pieces of bronze gear and selling 2 more. Did this guy solo a bronze boss? The players checked his ID and gasped. Qinfeng. It was the #1 player on the leaderboard. Someone tried to get a look at his face, but it was just a blur. A bystander explained he maxed out his privacy settings to hide his identity. A true ghost in the machine. While the crowd gossiped, a female player approached the stall. She scanned the goods and pointed at a book. The Ice Spike skill. What's your price? Qinfeng recognized her instantly. It was Grey Rose, currently rank 11 in Shelltown. Despite her disguise, he knew her value. 1 day of tradable lifespan. Grey Rose flinched. A full day of life. That's extortion. Can't you go lower? For a grinding skill that boosts mage efficiency, 1 day is a charity price in this leveling Manhwa economy. Grey Rose tried another angle. Can I pay you in real-world currency? Qinfeng scoffed. If you have money by lifespan from other players, then come talk to me. If nobody outbids you, I'll hold it. Wait here, Grey Rose said, turning to consult her party chat. Her team didn't hesitate. They knew their survival depended entirely on her carrying them. Do it, they messaged. Get the skill. If we hit level 3 faster, we might actually survive to spend our money. Agreed. Transfer your tradable lifespan to me. I'll reimburse everyone with cash when we get back to reality. After pooling the necessary time from her teammates, Grey Rose turned back to complete the trade with Qinfeng. A level 2 party would have farmed at least 40 creepers by now. They had plenty of spare hours to burn. The transaction was instant. Qinfeng's tradable lifespan balance jumped from 268 to 368 days. Suddenly, a haughty voice cut through the noise. Finally found you. It was Lizzie. She looked down her nose at him. Qinfeng, I'm giving you an opportunity. Carry me to level 3, and I'll pay you 10 million cash in the real world. My father is the chairman of Dajiang Industries. Check my background if you want. I'm good for the money. Qinfeng stared at her. In his past life, this woman was a warlord. She used her wealth to buy lifespan, using it as bait to enslave desperate players. She would kidnap people for labor and assassinate anyone who defied her in the real world. A true monster in human skin. She was scum. Without hesitation, Qinfeng replied, I refuse. Lizzie stood there, stunned. Her brain couldn't process the rejection. Qinfeng, you might be strong in this game, but you clearly don't understand how the world works. Follow me and I'll give you everything. Cars, houses, women. Qinfeng cut her off. Get out of the way. You're blocking my paying customers. To him, paper money was trash. In this apocalypse, tradable lifespan was the only currency that mattered. Realizing her money had no power here, Lizzie's attitude turned ugly. I spit on your offer. I was trying to do you a favor, you peasant. If we were outside, I'd have you destroyed. Qinfeng's eyes went cold. Say one more word and I'll drain your lifespan into the negative. The murderous intent radiating from him was suffocating. Terrified, Lizzie and her group scrambled away like rats. Qinfeng went back to business. Inventory cleared, he headed back to the wilderness. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, Lizzie was fuming. That bastard Qinfeng, she hissed. He thinks he can threaten me. When I get out of this awakening Manhwa, I'll hunt him down and ruin him. Suddenly, a figure stepped out of the shadows. Greetings, Miss Jiang. The group tensed up. I'm Mao Lijun, but you can call me Old Mao. I'm level 2, and I know a certain trick to leveling up fast. That 10 million offer still stand? Litsu raised an eyebrow. What kind of trick? Old Mao grinned. I wouldn't tell a normal person. But for you, I'll make a special exception. Listen closely. In a situation like this, if you want to survive, there is only one play. You need to dump all 5 of your starter attribute points straight into agility. That is the only way we can outrun these monsters. With maxed speed, we'll be just a fraction faster than those trash mobs. Do you understand the meta now? Lizzie's face lit up with sudden realization. So, that's how it works. This isn't just a game. It's a test of strategy. Damn it, I already wasted my initial 5 points on strength like a rookie whatever. At least someone here knows how to play this system, Manhwa. Having resigned herself to the situation, she flashed a charming smile at Mao Lijun and said, "You're actually quite interesting. Fine, then carry me while I power level. Since you aren't as strong as that guy Qin Feng, I'll offer you 5 million. Do you accept the deal? Get me to level 3, and the moment we return to the real world, the money is yours." Mao Lijun's eyes lit up with greed as he agreed instantly. No problem at all that Qin Feng guy might be a powerhouse, but his brain is clearly broken. Who in their right mind turns down 10 million? What a complete moron. While these two struck their little bargain, Qin Feng had already raced back to the lair of the cursed boss. Just as he suspected, the monster had already evolved into a silver-tier nightmare. Gray mist swirled around its grotesque body, signaling it was still trying to ascend further. But going from silver to gold tier would take at least 7 or 8 hours. Qin Feng didn't have the patience to wait that long. "Time to die," he muttered. Qin Feng unleashed a deadly combo, hurling a highly toxic shuriken combined with his stealth strike right at the cursed one, before instantly vanishing back into the shadows with his concealment skill. A massive string of damage numbers exploded above the cursed one's head. The beast roared in fury, unleashing a devastating area of effect attack that bombarded the surroundings in a frenzy of destruction. Qin Feng moved like a phantom, circling the boss while calculating his next move. A silver boss has 2 to 3 times the HP of a bronze one. I'm going to need at least 2 or 3 more toxic shurikens to finish this. This cursed one was a mage-type boss. Almost all its skills were wide-range nukes, and the damage output was absolutely terrifying. The strategy is simple, but risky. Throw the poison dart, then retreat instantly to get out of its attack range before it casts. If I take even a single hit with my current health and defense, it's game over. I have to wait for the cooldown on my concealment to reset. Furthermore, the boss's defense dropped slightly right before it launched an attack. He had to strike in that split-second window, then vanish again before the counter-attack landed. Not long after, the cursed one suddenly stopped its rampage, its body trembling as it hunched over. "Now!" Qin Feng cried out in his mind, repeating his deadly combo and shaving off a massive chunk of the boss's HP bar. But this time the cursed one didn't fight back. It picked a direction and bolted. The boss realized its health was critical and was actually trying to flee the battle. Perfect, a fleeing enemy is much easier to handle than a berserk one. With those words, Qin Feng chased it down, landing one final stealth strike into the monster's back, draining the last drop of its life force. The system notification rang out like a choir of angels. "You have slain the silver-tier cursed one. 1,800 experience points gained. Congratulations, you have reached level 5. Congratulations, you have received 4 evolution points. You have obtained 124 days of tradable lifespan." Ha! This single kill boosted him up 2 whole levels in this brutal leveling manhwa. And I even snagged 4 evolution points. This is a jackpot. Grinning from ear to ear, Qin Feng activated his special skill, Greedy Hand, on the boss's corpse. The system chimed, "Skill Greedy Hand Judgment successful. You have received 4 evolution points. You have received 4 evolution points. You have received 124 days of tradable lifespan. You have received 124 days of tradable lifespan." He actually triggered the double reward bonus. This single silver boss had gifted him a staggering 12 evolution points and 372 days of life. Suddenly, another alert popped up. System notification: Greedy Hand bonus effect activated. One of your loot items will be upgraded from silver to gold tier. Is this actual gold tier gear? No wonder this is a Jade rank skill. The Greedy Hand is absolutely broken. There was a 20% chance for extra loot to ascend a tier, and it actually happened. 7 or 8 items dropped in total. But his inventory was the problem. With only 10 slots, he couldn't keep running back to town every time he killed a boss. What a waste of time. I really hope this cursed one dropped a spatial ring or something similar so I can expand my inventory slots. As he spoke, Qin Feng crouched down to inspect the glowing orbs of loot scattered on the ground. The moment his fingers brushed against a golden orb, his eyes went wide with shock. Meanwhile, back at Shelltown, Wang Ming and his squad members had just teleported in. They collapsed exhausted, but relieved. They had finally made it back alive. Thank God for Boss Wang Meng. If it weren't for him, we never would have hit level 3 and made it back to the safety of the town. Exactly. Big Bro Wang is a beast. This is the result of all our blood, sweat, and tears. Boo-hoo. It's just a pity I didn't get a chance to add that high-level player as a friend. I bet he rejected me because I was covered in mud and monster guts. Sab, maybe if you were wearing that flashy new gear back then, he might have said yes. Just as the team was bantering, the global leaderboard refreshed before their eyes. Leaderboard update: Rank 1, Qin Feng level 5. Rank 2, Wang Meng level 3. Rank 3, Luo level 3. The crowd of players stared at the screen, their jaws hitting the floor. Qin Feng is already level 5. What? He jumped from level 3 straight to 5. What kind of god-tier boss did he take down to get that much XP? I saw him selling gear just 10 minutes ago. How does someone level up that fast? My sister is a huge fan of Qin Feng. It would be amazing if they could meet. I'd be the happiest person if he joined our family. Give it a rest. The guy didn't even blink at 10 million cash. You think he cares about your sister? Damn it, I just hit level 3 and felt good, but he's already level 5. Does he want us all to die of jealousy? Off to the side, Wang Meng cleared his throat, looking at his squad members with a serious expression. Stop speculating. We have more important things to do. Everyone return to reality immediately. Inform your families and friends about this apocalyptic god game. The world is about to plunge into chaos. We need to prepare our loved ones while we still can. Understood. We're logging off now. One by one, they vanished from the game world. Back in the real world, Wang Meng was lying in a hospital bed when he suddenly clutched his head. Let out a groan and bolted upright. His colleagues who had been keeping watch rushed to his side. Look, Captain Wang is awake. Inform the Chief Wang is back with us, Captain. Are you okay? What happened? You scared the hell out of us. Do you have any idea what you looked like? Your body literally turned transparent. Don't scare me like that. Captain, I told you to rest yesterday. I said I'd handle the suspect for you. By now, Wang Meng had fully regained his senses, the memories of the game flooding back. He immediately shouted, "Call everyone emergency assembly right now. Something massive has happened." Within minutes, an emergency meeting was convened at the police station where Wang Meng served. After listening to Wang Meng recount every detail of his experience, the middle-aged officer sitting at the head of the table leaned forward and asked, "So, you're reporting that you formed a squad of hidden classes, nearly got wiped out, and were saved by a mysterious player?" Wang Meng nodded, his expression grave as he recalled the encounter. "That is correct. His code name is Qin Feng. When he pulled us from the jaws of death, that man was merely level 3. However, by the time we barely scraped our way to level 3, he had already ascended to level 5. Wang Meng's voice trembled slightly. He skipped 2 entire stages in the blink of an eye. A male officer gasped in disbelief. He jumped 2 levels instantly. If he has already reached level 5 in this brutal leveling Manhwa reality, doesn't that make him the #1 player in the world? The officer's mind raced. How did he achieve such power? Wang Meng, do you think he soloed a dungeon boss? Another officer raised a critical point. According to your report, Qin Feng reached level 3 over an hour ago. So why hasn't he returned to the real world yet? Does he have no family waiting for him? No loved ones to warn about the apocalypse? Wang Meng shook his head helplessly. I cannot say for sure, but it is highly possible he is a lone wolf with nothing to lose. The atmosphere in the conference room was suffocating. Suddenly, a female officer named An Yu broke the silence. Sir, is it possible that this Qin Feng is a transmigrator? In those stories, isn't it always the orphan with no ties who awakens the strongest powers? The entire room froze, turning their gazes toward her. An Yu shrank back, her face flushing with embarrassment under the spotlight. Did I say something wrong? The middle-aged chief sighed, rubbing his temples. And you, didn't you promise to cut back on reading those web novels? We are facing a national crisis. This is no time for fantasies. The chief's expression then darkened as he addressed the room. However, Wang Meng's report on this disposable Divine Dominion game aligns perfectly with the top-secret intel from the system Manhwa files above. New research confirms a terrifying trend. Several elderly citizens have suffered cardiac arrest immediately after falling asleep. We cross-referenced the data with survivors who returned to reality. It is confirmed those victims died multiple times inside the game world. In other words, if your lifespan reaches 0 within the Divine Dominion system, you are erased from existence in the real world. An officer whispered, terror creeping into his voice. This is supernatural. It is completely beyond our understanding of science. The chief nodded grimly. Precisely. We are likely facing an extraterrestrial or interdimensional invasion via this system. He slammed his hand on the table. Higher Command has issued an emergency decree. We are to form vanguard squads in every district to explore this awakening Manhwa phenomenon and share intel. We must assemble a professional army of awakened ones immediately. This event will reshape the entire geopolitical landscape. Every nation on Earth is scrambling to conquer the Divine Dominion. If we fall behind in this arms race, we lose our standing on the global stage forever. We must secure information at any cost. And I am appointing you as the captain of Unit 1. An Yu snapped to attention, saluting sharply. Sir, yes, sir. The chief turned his gaze to the survivor. Wang Meng, you will serve as vice captain. You two have full authority to select your squad members. Wang Meng stood tall and accepted the order. According to your description, this Qin Feng seems to have a righteous moral compass. Try to recruit him, or at least befriend him. And I chose you as captain because your intuition, and perhaps your knowledge of these scenarios, makes you the best fit to investigate Qin Feng. I expect you to uncover Qin Feng's true identity immediately. Represent the government, establish an alliance, and extract whatever secrets he holds about the system. As for the rest of you, your priority is maintaining social order while the world turns upside down. Is that clear? The room erupted in a thunderous shout. Sir? Yes, sir. The chief dismissed them with a nod. Meanwhile, in the female dormitory of the university, Qin Xiaoyu and her roommates were gossiping about the very same phenomenon. Zhang Wei said that people from the same area spawn in the same novice village, one girl said. Is that really true? I don't care about that, I just want to go home to my parents, another cried out. They've never played a game in their lives. They won't survive 5 minutes in there. Don't be a burden, her friend scolded. We need to get strong first if we want to protect anyone. But in the corner, Qin Xiaoyu stared at her phone, lost in her own selfish world. Something this huge is happening. And yet Qin Feng hasn't sent a single message. Her eyes narrowed in anger. Why hasn't he come to beg for forgiveness? Since when did he become so arrogant? In the past, whenever I threw a tantrum, he would crawl back to comfort me. She clenched her fists. But today, not only did he ignore me, he actually slapped me. Even my own parents have never dared to touch me. I only skipped a few classes to go to Oppa Songfei's concert. It wasn't even a big deal. Qin Feng, you are absolutely despicable. If you don't apologize 1,000 times, I will never forgive you, she huffed, tossing her hair. At least I got to see Songfei yesterday. With this Manhwa recap-worthy disaster unfolding, who knows when I'll see him again. We were so close to each other at the concert. Oh, Songfei, I miss you already. A thought suddenly struck her. Wait. If everyone enters the game when they sleep, then Songfei must be in the game too. If I enter the system, I can find him. It's destiny. Zhang Wei reached level 3 so fast. He must be a pro gamer. A scheming smile appeared on her face. I should use him. She quickly typed a message to her orbiter. Brother Zhang Wei, you're such a pro. Do you have any secret strategies for me? On the other side of town, Zhang Wei saw the message and grinned like a fool. Oh, Qin Xiaoyu, he chuckled to himself. Even the icy high-maintenance goddess comes crawling to me for a walkthrough. This is a gift from the heavens. If I play my cards right, she's mine. He typed back rapidly. Qin Xiaoyu, you asked the right person. Let me tell you a secret pro tip. When you create your character, dump all your stat points into agility. If you aren't fast enough, the monsters will tear you apart before you can blink. Qin Xiaoyu frowned and replied, Even if I pick the mage class, do I really need agility? Zhang Wei replied with confidence. Trust me. Agility isn't useless for mages. It increases casting speed, which is critical in the early game. Qin Xiaoyu hesitated. But what if I still can't beat the monsters even with high speed? Don't worry. Qin Xiaoyu. Zhang Wei sent a reassuring emoji. Once someone hits level 5, the town teleporter activates. Then I'll come find you and power level you myself. That was exactly what Qin Xiaoyu wanted to hear. She lay back on her bed, a satisfied smirk on her lips. Perfect. These simps are actually useful for once. I found myself a meat shield. Humph, Qin Feng. I'm done with you. She closed her eyes, preparing to enter the system. You can keep playing hard to get in the real world. By the time you finally enter the game, I'll be light years ahead of you. Her arrogance knew no bounds. Don't expect me to carry a loser like you when I'm a high-level player. Rewinding time by a few hours. The moment Qin Feng touched the golden sphere of light, the system interface materialized before his eyes. Item: Cursed Golden Ring. Class requirement: None. All attributes +8. Dark element resistance +26. Weakness strike. Multiplier +0.1. Level requirement 4. Qin Feng's eyes widened. +8 to every single stat, that is equivalent to 32 free attribute points. This ring was a masterpiece, granting stats that normally required reaching level 3 plus a rare resistance to dark elemental attacks. It was the ultimate counter to demon-type monsters. His weak point damage multiplier jumped from 1.5 to 1.6, a massive buff for a leveling Manhwa protagonist like him. But that wasn't all. Qin Feng shifted his gaze to the next system panel, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Silver tier skill Qin Feng Shield Slash. An assassin class art. Dash 15 meters, vanish into stealth for 5 seconds, and unleash 3 devastating strikes on everything in his path. 12-second cooldown reduced to 10.43 with his current stats. Requires level 4 mastery. 2.1 meter/radius. Each hit adds 100 attack power and guarantees a backstab crit, though weak point damage is excluded. Qin Feng analyzed the data. High AoE, damage, mobility, and invisibility all in one. This is broken. Time to learn it immediately. But first, let's burn some evolution points on the passive. He selected the Greedy Hand skill. System alert: 8 evolution points consumed. 4 remaining. Diamond tier skill. Hand of Avarice unlocked. Assassin exclusive. Looting corpses now grants a 220% chance for bonus drops, and a 40% chance for those drops to upgrade in tier. Qin Feng whispered, realizing the economy-breaking potential. Just as planned. Killing 1 monster would now yield the loot of 3. His grinding efficiency was about to skyrocket past every other player. Still have 4 points left. Let's max out the offensive skill. System alert: 3 points consumed. Platinum tier skill, Qin Feng Shield / acquired. The stats evolved instantly. Dash range increased to 21 meters. Stealth duration extended to 7 seconds. 5 slashes instead of 3. Cooldown remained at 10.43 seconds. Slash radius expanded to 3.1 meters. Bonus attack power doubled to 200 per hit. No cooldown reduction? A pity. But then the math clicked in his head. Wait. With a 7-second stealth, I can basically loop invisibility forever. The rest of the drops were trash. However, the silver tier warrior skill book Warcry that was going to fetch a fortune on the market. Suddenly his ears twitched. The sound of skittering claws echoed nearby. Qin Feng looked up, spotting monsters rushing toward him. Level 4 4-limbed crawlers. Perfect timing, he smirked. Let's see what this platinum skill can really do. In a heartbeat, Qin Feng vanished from reality. Sword lights flashed in a deadly dance, slicing the beasts into ribbons before they even reacted. System alert: level 4, crawler defeated. 80 experience points gained. You obtained 5 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng materialized from the shadows, nodding in satisfaction. The kill speed is on another level. With toxic darts, I'd waste 2 per kill. This is cleaner. The faster the battle, the lower the risk of accidents. Current tradable lifespan: 618 days. He checked his balance. To materialize my gear into the real world, I need 900 days. 2.5 years of life. Time to head back and liquidate my inventory. That should push me over the minimum threshold for extraction. Once I hit level 10, the barrier between game and reality shatters. I'll be able to bring this power into the real world. On the road back to Shelltown, fate threw a nuisance in his path. Li Zi and Mao Lijun were scheming nearby. Congratulations on level 3, young miss. About our agreement, Li Zi scoffed. Relax. The Jiang Corporation never reneges on a debt. Let's handle this in the real world. Here's my number. Call me. Her eyes narrowed greedily. And remember, sell me all your tradable lifespan. I'll pay 10,000 credits per day of life. Done, Mao Lijun replied eagerly. Then he sneered. See, I told you that Qin Feng guy was a blind fool, ignoring a VIP like you. We'll wait for you offline. As he logged out, Mao Lijun smirked internally. Let the game affect my lifespan. Who cares? I can earn lifespan anytime. Turning game hours into cold hard cash, that's what smart people do. Little did he know he was trading away his future. Shortly after Qin Feng arrived in town, he made a beeline for the teleportation plaza, placing his hand on the dormant array. System alert. Congratulations! You have activated the Shelltown teleportation array. Reward 1, free daily teleport. Subsequent warps will consume tradable lifespan. Error. No other active arrays found in Zhanghai City region. Just as I thought. It's a two-way street. Lighting up one end was useless if the destination remained in darkness. Until players in other starter towns reached level 5 and activated their arrays, he was stuck here. No shortcuts yet. If memory serves, Song Fei started in Firefly Town. Qin Feng set a system alert. The moment Firefly Town goes online, I need to be the first to know. Not that town hopping mattered much right now. The early game resources were all the same. My true target is level 10. His eyes turned cold. The godforsaken continent. That is where the real nightmare begins. Lost in thought, he walked to the plaza and opened a stall. The sign was simple but arrogant. Selling skills and gear. 10 minutes only. Speed kills. The players nearby froze, then erupted. Holy crap, it's him. The legendary player Qin Feng is back. I've been saving up lifespan for this moment. Last time he sold the Ice Spike Tome, the Grey Rose Guild leader shot to rank 2 instantly. Please let there be a mage book. Look, it's a skill book. Damn, it's Warcry. Warrior class only. Silver tier. I'll take it. A shout cut through the noise. System alert: transaction complete. 300 days of tradable lifespan acquired. The crowd gasped. 300 days for one book. Is he crazy? No, you're short-sighted. The buyer smirked. With this, a warrior's grinding speed doubles. I'll earn that 300 days back in 48 hours. I want the cloak. Gimme those boots. Frenzy took over and Qin Feng's stall was stripped bare in seconds. He stood up, closing the empty interface. Sold out in under a minute. A faint smile touched his lips. Total profit: 650 days of life. Easy money. My tradable lifespan had finally hit 2,174 days. It was a decent hoard, but honestly, it wasn't nearly enough. If I wanted to extract my level stats, class gear, and skills from this godforsaken game into the real world, I was still miles away. This was the harsh reality of an awakening manhwa. Those who couldn't pay the price were left screaming in the dust. Boo-hoo. I missed the sale twice in a row. Me too, man. Hey, big boss, will you be selling here next time? Please, just a few more transactions, we're begging you. Just then, a girl named Black Bloom came sprinting through the crowd, shouting at the top of her lungs. Boss! Hey, boss! I've got a treasure here, do you want it? She shoved a ring forward, her eyes sparkling with hope. A subspace ring with 12 extra inventory slots, and it didn't even occupy an equipment slot or backpack space. Qin Feng's eyes widened in silent shock. A subspace ring. This is a special storage artifact. Its value was astronomical precisely because it bypassed the system's limit. Every player was strictly capped at 3 storage backpacks, making this ring a game-changer. Even though it could technically drop from any monster, the drop rate was abysmal. For this oracle to get her hands on one so early, that was insane luck. Back in the day, a 12-slot ring like this would easily sell for over 3,600 days of lifespan. Regaining his composure, he asked, "How do you plan to sell this?" Black Bloom beamed a bright smile. "I don't want your lifespan points, boss. I just want to be friends with you. Oh, and if you could conveniently carry our team to kill a boss, that would be great." Without hesitation, Qin Feng sent her a friend request. Done. The system chimed instantly. Player Black Bloom has accepted your friend request. Qin Feng got straight to business. "What kind of boss are we talking about?" Black Bloom replied casually. "Oh, just a gold-tier boss." Qin Feng pressed on. "What's its name?" It was too far to see clearly, she admitted. "But it's in the swamp area. There was this really old broken-down boat." A jolt of electricity ran through Qin Feng. He looked at her, mind racing. A broken boat. Could it be the golden ghost ship that was a unique boss, a rare spawn that could manifest at any level? The spawn rate for that thing was practically non-existent in this system manhwa world, but the special items it dropped, they were absolutely god-tier. Whenever a golden ghost ship appeared, it usually triggered a massive war between the top guilds. If it spawned in a newbie town, it was likely only level 5. At that level, it was practically a free kill. To encounter a golden ghost ship in a starter town and loot a rare storage ring this early. And she was part of Wang Meng's team. Could she be the legendary Koi of Luck I heard about in my past life? Keeping his face distinctively neutral, Qin Feng asked, "How did you even find this golden boss?" Black Bloom shrugged. "Well, after I logged out to eat dinner, I wanted to log back in fast to level up with the captain and the others. But who knew they would be so slow? I had nothing to do, so I just wandered around looking at the scenery. Then boom. I found the golden boss under a cliff." Qin Feng's inner thoughts swirled. In my previous life, rumors said Wang Meng's team had a member with heaven-defying luck. She could trip over treasure chests, stumble into hidden dungeons, and find rare temples just by walking around. At first, I thought it was just government propaganda to hide their intelligence network. I never expected it to be real. It has to be her. Black Bloom blushed under his intense gaze. Boss, why are you staring at me like that?" "It's nothing," Qin Feng said, turning away. "Let's go." The two of them headed toward the town gates, ready to hunt, but from the shadows, a pair of greedy eyes watched them leave. The spy immediately bolted in the opposite direction. Moments later, in a secluded spot, a thug leader was bragging to his goons. "Back in the day, I led my brothers to conquer the overlords of Sand City. Just follow me, and I guarantee you'll be eating steak and wearing silk." The spy rushed in panting. "Boss, that kid just let a chick out of town." The thug leader smirked, a cruel glint in his eyes. "Ha, I knew that brat couldn't hold back. Taking a girl out for a date already. Perfect. Brothers, follow me." Meanwhile, Qin Feng and Black Bloom were discussing tactics as they walked. "I'll be the main DPS," Qin Feng stated. "If the boss drops equipment or skill books you can use, I'll give them to you. The rest is mine." "How does that sound?" Black Bloom blinked. "Huh. What about Captain Wang Meng and the others? Our team has all kinds of classes. If an assassin item drops, wouldn't I be working for nothing?" She paused, then sighed. "All right, we'll do it your way. But can I make one small request?" "Speak." "If you sell gear to Captain Wang Meng and the team, can you give them a little discount?" "No problem." "Yay. Okay, we'll head out once the captain gets online." "Actually," Qin Feng interrupted. "Where are we going right now?" "We're on our way to kill the golden boss, obviously." Black Bloom suddenly turned pale. Wait, big boss. You're an assassin. I'm a mage. You can use stealth, but what about me? I can't take a hit." Qin Feng didn't break stride. "I'm enough on my own. You just need to watch from a safe distance." Black Bloom gasped in disbelief. Is he crazy, she thought? Soloing a golden boss? I know he's a pro. But isn't that a little too arrogant for a Manhwa recap hero? Suddenly, Qinfeng's figure blurred and vanished into thin air. Black Bloom panicked, spinning around. Boss, where did you go? Hiding in the forest behind them, the stalkers saw Qinfeng disappear and whispered among themselves. Boss, the shadowy guy is gone. Haha. He definitely ditched the girl to save his own skin. Come on, let's go grab that little lady and have some fun. The leader grinned. See, I told you. Follow me and life is good. Look at that, she's all alone just waiting for us. Boss, you're a genius. But before they could take a single step, Qinfeng materialized right in front of them like a reaper. With a Qinfeng slash, he sent them all straight back to the respawn point. System notification. You have eliminated 5 players, obtained a total of 12 days of tradable lifespan. Pathetic, Qinfeng scoffed. Barely worth 2 small mobs. With a whisper of wind, Qinfeng vanished again and reappeared instantly beside Black Bloom. She jumped. Boss, where did you go just now? Some rats were following us, he replied calmly. I just sent them back to town. Black Bloom blinked. Oh, I thought you went to find a bush to pee. Hey, actually, now that you have stealth bathroom breaks, must be super convenient, right? You can just go anytime, anywhere, and nobody would see you. Wait, but if the... leaves your body, does it stay invisible, or does it? Qinfeng cut her off sharply. Take me to the boss, now. Back in the starter town, a new player spawned in a flash of light. If Qinfeng were here, his blood would boil. He would recognize her instantly, the good sister who had stabbed him in the back in his past life, Qin Xiaoyu. This is incredible, I can actually feel the energy coursing through me. Yes, fate has blessed me with the hidden class life priest. I'm going to be absolutely legendary. With this kind of power, I'm finally worthy of standing beside Songfei. I wonder how Songfei is doing right now. Does he know the secret to allocating early stat points? Who knows where that scumbag Qinfeng ran off to? He spends all day trying to control me, but when it actually matters, he's completely useless. Whatever, it's for the best. Now that I have a hidden class plus Zhang Wei promised to power level me. Qinfeng, you're on your own. I'm done wasting my time on you. Just then, Qin Xiaoyu scanned her surroundings and noticed the ranking board floating in the sky. Her jaw dropped as she whispered, Whoa! The player named Qinfeng is ranked number 1 and is already level 6. Zhang Wei is only level 3, yet he still has time to brag about his skills. It looks like this Qinfeng character is the real heavy hitter here. If I had Qinfeng helping me, I'd level up even faster than with Zhang Wei. But where in this massive world do I find a top-tier player like Qinfeng? Suddenly, Qin Xiaoyu overheard Wang Meng's group arguing nearby. Damn it, I can't get in touch with Xiaoyu at all. We don't have time to wait for her. Does anyone have a plan? We can't grind monsters without a dedicated healer. We aren't overpowered like that guy Qinfeng. We can't just solo everything. I suggest we find a new healer to team up with immediately. Hearing them mention Qinfeng, Qin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with opportunity. She rushed over and called out, Excuse me. Are you guys looking for a support? I've awakened the hidden class life priest. Meanwhile, Qinfeng and Black Bloom had reached the boss territory. Looking down from the cliff at the monstrosity in the swamp, Qinfeng confirmed, just as I thought, it's the golden ghost ship. You stay here and hide. Watch your back for ambushers while I handle the boss. Black Bloom nodded. Understood, big boss. You be careful down there. Qinfeng nodded and leaped straight into the abyss. The system announced warning. Due to the ghost ship's influence, this area has become a berserk zone. The lifespan drain in this zone is accelerated by 100 times. 100 times faster. In a high-stakes leveling manhwa like this, staying here for 15 minutes costs an entire day of life. But for a temporary zone, it's manageable. Muttering to himself, Qinfeng landed softly and sprinted toward the center of the swamp. Boss info: Golden Ghost Ship, level 5, special gold rank. Countdown 45 minutes and 25 seconds. This special boss has a strict time limit. Luckily, I still have 45 minutes on the clock. More than enough time to send it to hell. Qinfeng opened with shield Qinfeng slash and instantly vanished into stealth. The boss was struck 5 times in rapid succession, each hit dealing 549 damage. Suddenly, Qinfeng materialized. He unleashed toxic darts, combined with a stealth break critical strike right on the boss's weak point. Massive damage numbers exploded. He immediately used Qinfeng dive to re-enter stealth and retreat. He backed off instantly, knowing exactly what was coming next. The boss was about to counterattack. The ghost ship swung the massive oar in its hand, summoning towering pillars of water like tornadoes that swept across the swamp. But Qinfeng, invisible and agile, weaved through the destruction with godlike reflexes. But it wasn't over. As the water pillars faded, rotting mummies began to crawl out of the swamp mud. A quick count showed at least a dozen of them rising from the depths. There are a few reasons why this golden ghost ship is a nightmare to kill. First, most players have no clue where its actual weak point is. Its weakness isn't the skeleton crew, and it isn't the hull. It's the accursed ghost bell hanging at the bow of the ship. Second, when its weak point is struck, it loses control of the surrounding water and unleashes a massive area of effect attack. The damage from those water pillars is catastrophic. At this early stage, only a warrior in a full silver set could barely tank it. Fortunately, the base agility of my Qinfeng class is high enough. Otherwise, dodging that would have been impossible. Third, after the ranged attack ends, the boss summons 12 rotting water ghouls to the battlefield. Every single one of them has the stats of a silver rank boss. These 12 ghouls attack in a frenzy. Most parties would instantly panic and get wiped out the moment these things spawn. To make matters worse, every 3 minutes the golden ghost ship summons another ghoul. If you don't clear them fast enough, you'll be overrun by an army of elites, leading to a total party wipe. However, I am perpetually invisible. They can't find me. As long as I find the perfect angle, I can wipe them all out in a single strike. At that moment, Qinfeng decloaked. He unleashed a devastating shield, Qinfeng's Slash, obliterating the rotting water ghouls instantly and carving a massive chunk of health out of the boss. Up on the cliff, Black Bloom's mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg. Is this the power of the #1 player, Qinfeng? This is absolutely insane. He appears, strikes, and vanishes like a ghost. The boss has already lost a third of its HP, and it can't even fight back. Just as she was marveling at the spectacle, she received a message from Qinfeng. "Little Black, I'm about to die." Black Bloom jumped in panic and typed back what Qinfeng replied. "Don't do anything. Just wait for me to respawn." Black Bloom typed, "Why, big boss? Aren't you completely dominating the fight? And wait." "What the hell is Little Black?" Qinfeng replied. "Aren't you Little Black?" Black Bloom replied indignantly. "Big boss, my name is Black Bloom. Why call me Little Black? It sounds like a dog's name." Qinfeng replied, "Got it, Little Black." Meanwhile, the squad Qinfeng had wiped out earlier had just respawned. They returned cursing and swearing, hunting for Qinfeng and his companion. The leader roared in anger. "Damn it! We got careless. I used to dominate server wars and win championship after championship back in the day. I won't be humiliated by some brat." Just then, a minion ran up to report. "Boss, we found the girl. She's on the edge of the cliff ahead, and that bastard Qinfeng is fighting a boss solo at the bottom of the canyon." The leader sneered. "Let's go. I've called all the boys. I don't believe we can't take him down this time." Back to the battle between Qinfeng and the boss. The fourth mechanic, and the deadliest one. The Golden Ghost ship is about to unleash a massive soul riot blast. It forces a 5-second stun on anyone in range. Right now, there is no way for me to dodge this. As Qinfeng calculated, the boss's ultimate skill expanded, engulfing him completely. System notification. You have died. You have lost 326 years of non-tradable lifespan. You have lost 1,087 days of tradable lifespan. The ambushers arrived just in time to witness his death. Ha 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 ha. That was satisfying to watch. That idiot let the title of Rank 1 go to his head, thinking he could solo a gold boss. Look at all that loot, though. That Qinfeng dog is filthy rich. That massive orb of light. That's worth at least several hundred days of lifespan, guys. The boss is down to 50% health. Let's rush it and steal the kill. That jackpot is ours. That's only half the lifespan we lost, but it's a start. That big monster deserves to die. Today, the underdogs are going to feast on the alpha's corpse. The mob leader roared in excitement, leading his minions off the cliff edge. But the instant they breached the swamp's perimeter, reality warped around them. The gloomy, oppressive atmosphere vanished instantly. It was replaced by a mocking, crystal-clear blue sky. The group froze for a few seconds, their brains trying to process the scene. When they saw the familiar town buildings, the truth hit them like a truck. Resurrection. Rage exploded among them. Son of a... How is that boss so overpowered? And how did that guy Qinfeng get its health down to half? Is he a ghost? It makes absolutely no sense. We stepped 1 foot in the swamp and got obliterated by a water pillar. Not to mention the mobs. How are we supposed to fight that? Damn it, we lost way too much lifespan. Come on. Let's go back. I refuse to believe it's that broken. A moment later, Qinfeng returned to the swamp only to find a graveyard of glowing lifespan orbs scattered on the ground. Surprised, he messaged his companion. "I'm back, Little Black. Why is there so much free loot lying around?" Black Bloom replied. "A pack of idiots rushed in. The water pillars wiped them out instantly." Qinfeng smirked as he typed back, "Is that so, ha? They really didn't know their place." His gaze shifted to the boss. Memories of his past life flooded back the agony and struggle this Golden Ghost ship had caused him in the previous timeline. The Golden Ghost ship only casts its root skill once. The second phase should be manageable. Usually at 50% health, there is an RNG chance it teleports away, making it a nightmare for casual players to finish. But in this leveling, Manhwa knowledge is power. I mastered its movement patterns long ago. Too easy. Qin Feng activated his speed and lunged, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Meanwhile, on the cliff, the nuisances had returned, their voices echoing. Boss, look, that brat is engaging the monster again. Perfect. We wait for the right moment to ambush him. But nearby Black Bloom had already spotted the vultures from her vantage point. Those morons are back, annoying pests. Big Brother is about to clear the stage. I won't let you interfere with his hunt. She cast a lightning spell, striking the leader directly. Divine judgment. Today's forecast calls for thunder. The mob screamed in confusion. Damn it, who attacked us? Boss, a mage over there. That witch has a death wish. Get her. Seeing the angry mob charge, Black Bloom squeaked and bolted for her life. Stop, you're dead meat. They chased her relentlessly, unaware that another predator was watching from the shadows of this system. Manhwa. Deep in the swamp, the raid was finally reaching its climax. Phew. It's finally crumbling. As expected of a golden ghost ship. Even at level 5, soloing it is a grind. My damage output is still too low, dragging this out and attracting unwanted attention. A group on the cliff, probably the ones who just died, and another guild lurking by the swamp edge. They are waiting for me to do the heavy lifting so they can player kill me and steal the loot. Classic. Qin Feng remained calm. His cooldowns reset. He unleashed the final blow. System alert. You have slain the golden ghost ship, gold rank. Experience gained 4,800. Congratulations, you have reached level 8. Rewards. 7 evolution points and 216 days of tradable lifespan. Nice plan, guys. Too bad your math is off. Whispering the command, Qin Feng activated Qin Feng Veil, vanishing instantly. He left the mountain of loot untouched on the ground. Simultaneously, a server-wide notification shattered the silence for all players. Player Qin Feng in Shelltown is the first on the server to slay a gold rank boss. Reputation increased by 3. The world chat exploded. First clear of a golden boss. Holy cow, is this Qin Feng guy a demon? How is he so strong? Which country owns Shelltown originally? The first player to slay a golden boss must be a powerhouse from our great nation. In Shelltown, Wang Meng gasped. The notification said Qin Feng soloed a bronze boss just a while ago, and now he's soloed a golden boss in the blink of an eye. Why is the gap between players so massive? Standing behind him, Qin Xiaoyu frowned, deep in thought. This Qin Feng character is terrifyingly capable. If I can get him to power level me, I'll catch up to Song Fei in no time. Back at the swamp, the mob leader chuckled darkly after Qin Feng disappeared. Look at all that loot. That coward fled without taking a single coin. He definitely feared us. Aguang, use your detection skill. Find that rat. We kill him and claim the golden boss drops for ourselves, sole ownership. Roger that. The player named Aguang drew his bowcasting soul eagle eye across the misty terrain. Hidden in the void, Qin Feng observed them. Soul eagle eye. A hunter with anti-stealth this early in an awakening Manhwa. No wonder they're so cocky. Too bad for them. My class has stealth +1 and my anti-detection is passive. No one can see through my camouflage. Just as predicted, Aguang shook his head. Boss, I see nothing. The brat must have wet himself and logged off. Smart choice. Come on, let's secure the goods. Stay sharp. The loot ownership protection lasts 5 minutes. After that, it's ours. The leader signaled and the greedy mob rushed toward the treasure. Suddenly, cold steel flashed in the mist. Slash. Bodies fell apart before they hit the ground. Qin Feng materialized, sheathing his blade. Much quieter now, but where did that girl Little Black run off to? Forget it, I'll find her later. With the remaining points and the boss drop, I can finally evolve the greedy hand again. First, evolve the skill, then loot the corpses. A golden light enveloped him. Evolution successful. System alert. The epic tier skill. Hand of Greed grants a massive 300% boost to loot drop rates for the assassin class. Furthermore, any extra loot obtained has a 100% guarantee of ascending to a higher tier. A 100% upgrade chance. Qin Feng's eyes widened. This isn't just a buff. It is a game-breaking transformation. This is the kind of power fantasy you only see in a leveling manhwa. I won't stop until every single one of these orbs of light explodes. Qin Feng unleashed the Hand of Greed, his fingers dancing as he collected the spoils. The notification chime rang out like a slot machine hitting the jackpot. System alert. You have activated the Hand of Greed. You have received 21 evolution points. You have acquired 648 days of tradable lifespan. You have obtained the special item Ghostfire Bell. You have obtained the special item Ghostfire Bell. 2 of them, Qin Feng gasped in pure shock. I never expected to land 2 legendary Ghostfire Bells in a single run. He pulled the twin bells from the inventory, examining their ominous glow. Ghostfire Bell. Classification special item. Passive effect. While this item is in your possession, you will suffer no loss of lifespan upon death. This death-defying effect has a cooldown of 1,565 seconds. Passive ability Soul Absorption. Killing a monster increases the lifespan drop rate by 20% doubled, and if you hold 2 bells, the effect stacks. Active skill Soul Shock. Shaking the Ghostfire Bell unleashes a shockwave stunning all enemies within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds. Cooldown is 521 seconds. Qinfeng calculated rapidly. Best of all, these aren't equipment. They are props. They don't take up an armor slot, just a single space in my backpack. Incredibly convenient. Just as he was admiring his loot, a frantic distress signal flashed across his vision. It was from Breakbroom. Boss, big boss, save me. What are you guys doing? Stay back. Qinfeng frowned, his fingers flying across the interface. Little Black, give me your coordinates. Suddenly a terrified scream pierced the air from the distance. Get away from me. Don't come any closer. It was Leedsy, cornered at the edge of a precipice by a pack of lecherous thugs. The gang closed in, grinning maliciously. You damn little witch, still trying to fight back? You have nowhere left to run. Be a good girl and come here. We promise to show you a good time until your eyes roll back. Leedsy glanced at the dizzying drop behind her. As the filthy hands reached out, she didn't say a word. She chose dignity over dishonor, hurling herself off the cliff into the abyss. Lisa clutched her wooden staff, squeezing her eyes shut as gravity took hold. She crashed into the earth below her health bar, instantly vanishing. One of the thugs rushed to the edge, peering down in disbelief. She jumped. Seriously, that girl has a backbone of steel. But Leedsy was already gone, her spirit respawning as she opened a private channel to Qinfeng. Boss, don't worry about saving me. I died and respawned back in the novice village. It hurts like hell, though. Luckily, all our team's loot was stored with Captain Wang Ming. Hearing this, the tension left Qinfeng's shoulders. Good. Stay in the town and wait for me. I will distribute the equipment when I return. Lisa's voice brightened. Thank you, boss. You worked hard. Qinfeng closed the chat, a smirk playing on his lips. This haul was massive. My tradable lifespan has hit 3,115 days, and I'm swimming in evolution points. Time to evolve the Hand of Greed. A golden light flashed. The skill had broken through its limits, reaching the epic tier. To evolve this further, I need 10 times the points. Do you wish to spend 27 evolution points to upgrade this skill? Qinfeng stared at the holographic prompt, stunned. 200 evolution points for the next level. The cost scales too aggressively. The higher the tier, the steeper the price. Forget it. I'll invest in raw damage instead. In this world, offense is the best defense. The faster I kill, the more loot I get. The system panel shimmered as he poured points into his offensive kit. You have consumed 8 evolution points. Remaining balance 13 points. Qinfeng / evolved Platinum Jade. Then Diamond tier dash range increased to 21-24, then 27 meters, instantly enters stealth upon activation. Duration extended to 7-8, then 9 seconds. It now unleashes 5-6, then 7 rapid slashes on all enemies in the path. Cooldown reduced to 12, then 10.43 seconds. Slash radius expanded significantly with damage, boosting by hundreds per hit. You have consumed 2, 3, and 5 evolution points. Remaining balance 3 points. Next, the starter skill, Reinforced Backstab. Bronze, Silver, then Gold tier. Passive effect attacks from behind, now deal 15, 20, 25, then 30% increased damage. Qinfeng felt the surge of power coursing through his veins. After evolving Qinfeng / twice the damage output has doubled. Even without the stealth break bonus, a single skill rotation can deal 3,000 damage. But if I land a backstab critical from stealth using Qinfeng break, that is a total burst of 6,000 or 7,000 damage, I'm a walking nuke. Normally, a gold tier boss drops 2 to 4 silver items with a tiny chance for gold. But thanks to the Hand of Greed, I walked away with 11 gold items and skill books. Plus 2 platinum equipment pieces and a platinum skill book. Not bad. Not bad at all. And 3 of these are usable by the assassin class. The stats materialized before him. Ghost Ship Twin Blades, Platinum tier, attack plus 136, agility plus 22, attack speed plus 24%, armor penetration plus 17, requires level 5, unique effect. Every basic attack deals double damage. Qinfeng weighed the blades in his hands, analyzing them critically. The double damage on basic attacks isn't a game changer for me. I rely on skill bursts to one-shot enemies. However, the base attack power is incredibly high, and that 22-point agility boost is sweet. The attack speed will also speed up my animation frames, reducing lag after casting. Plus, the armor penetration. Okay, the benefits are actually massive. As he equipped the blades, another notification popped up showcasing the defensive gear. Qin Feng could feel his stats skyrocketing. I haven't put a single point into Constitution, so my base HP is only 350. But this armor, it instantly boosts my health to 419. Once I equip this set, most players at this stage won't even be able to scratch my defense. I'll be a tank in assassin's clothing. Alright, toggle visual settings. Hide equipment. I'll stick to the starter dark assassin rags. Let them underestimate me. They won't know I'm a god until they check my profile. That leaves one final item. A skill book. He tapped on the mysterious tome he had looted. Blurry Ghost Qin Feng. Gold tier. Passive assassin skill. Increases dodge rate by 15%. Successfully dodging an attack grants temporary damage immunity. Qin Feng stared at the description, a frown creasing his brow. Finally, a class-specific defensive skill. But if I remember correctly, this skill is trash. Evasion is the hardest stat to stack in this game. And if I focus on dodge, my other stats will suffer. Is it really worth it? One wrong move back then, and it would have been game over. Suddenly he shouted, "Learn." His voice was bold, but his mind was already calculating the next 10 steps of this deadly chess game. However, I am built differently from the rest. With my infinite evolution skill, I possess a cheat code that defines this system Manhwa. Increasing my evasion without sacrificing other stats, that is what I call pure profit. Qin Feng turned his head, muttering to himself as he walked away from the scene of the battle. It was time to head back. The leftover gear for the warrior, priest, and archer classes could be sold to Wang Meng at a 10% discount. Even if they could not afford it now, Wang Meng's honor was solid enough to sell on credit. This massive haul was all thanks to Little Black. Without that human lucky charm, I never would have found the level 5 golden ghost ship, let alone destroyed it. I really need to thank her properly. After walking a short distance, he stumbled upon the same group of thugs who had cornered Lizzie earlier. Qin Feng saw them, but his expression remained as cold as a frozen lake. The thugs, however, looked like they had just seen a ghost, their faces drained of all color instantly. The mob scrambled, tripping over themselves to escape, screaming in terror. It is darkness, run. Do not block me, you idiot. Do not leave me behind. Damn it, do not come over here. Stay away. Help me. Qin Feng watched them with eyes devoid of mercy, then moved like a phantom to slaughter the stragglers. In the end, only the leader remained. The faster he ran, the closer Qin Feng seemed to get. As Qin Feng closed the distance, the man trembled so violently that tears streamed down his face. I was wrong. I dare not do it again. Please spare me, Big Boss. Great Godfather. Please do not kill me. My lifespan only has 1 year left, but Qin Feng remained unmoved, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. Did you think about the consequences when you were harming others? Without waiting for an answer, he ended him and walked away, leaving only the echoes of a dying scream. At that moment, the system interface materialized before his eyes. Alert. Player has actively killed too many humans. Status obtained Slaughterer. With the current level of Slaughterer, death will result in a drop of 75% of current lifespan. A suffocating crimson aura of bloodlust now radiated from Qin Feng. He pondered calmly as he walked. It does not matter. With the Ghostfire Spirit Pill in my inventory, even if I accidentally die, I will not lose a single second of my lifespan. Qin Feng strode back into the small town. As soon as the players saw him, whispers erupted like wildfire. Look at his darkness. That is insane. He really killed the Golden Boss and came back alive. But why do I not see any high-tier equipment on him? In this manhwa recap, guys like him usually rely on a system glitch to solo a boss. That is why nothing dropped. It is hilarious. You go find a bug and fight it. Then suddenly a figure stepped out, blocking his path. Big Boss Darkness. Please wait. Fang Xian held up a skill book, his posture submissive. Big Boss. What happened earlier was our mistake. This is an assassin class skill book we bought with our own lifespan. Please accept it as an apology for our earlier offense. The system window popped up instantly to analyze the offering. Surprise attack. Rank normal. Assassin skill. Single target attacks gain 20 attack points and inflict stun for 2 seconds. Cooldown, 22 seconds. Seeing Qin Feng's silence, Feng Xian quickly added, "This is a rare crowd control skill." After a pause, Qin Feng finally responded, "Fine." With just that one word, he turned and left, leaving Feng Xian's lackeys fuming with indignation. Young Master Xian, he killed us, yet we gave him a skill book. Is that not too cowardly? If we use our real-world connections and gather everyone, mere spit would be enough to drown him. Why should we fear him? Exactly. Since when do we have to swallow such humiliation? Feng Xian snapped back, his voice low and dangerous. You idiots understand nothing. Darkness is leveling up at a monstrous speed alone. He definitely holds a massive secret regarding this leveling manhwa world. We just need to find his identity in the real world and imprison him. Not only will we learn his secret, but we can also turn him into a slave to farm lifespan for us. Hearing this, a lackey immediately changed his tune to flattery. So, That is the plan. As expected of young Master Xian, truly a brilliant strategist. Feng Xin looked up, a sneer twisting his face. I will ask the family to send a woman. We will find a way to extract his information. Darkness's voice sounded strange, definitely not someone from our social circle. That proves he is just a poor nobody. If I deliver a stunning beauty right to his door, I do not believe he will not bite the hook. Meanwhile, Qin Feng found Li Zi to settle their deal. Hey little black, accept the trade. I am sending you some gear. She beamed with joy instantly. Thank you, big boss, but I am not little black, I am Li Zi. As she equipped the staff, her body began to float. Whoa, this is real flight. I am about to take off. This skill and this necklace increases my damage multiplier several times over. Even my mana regeneration has doubled. Big boss, I seriously thank you so much. Qin Feng cut straight to the chase. No need for formalities. According to our promise, hand over the spatial ring. Li Zi quickly produced the item he requested. Right here it is. By the way, big boss, when I was running for my life in the forest, I found a cave. It looked like the entrance to a hidden ruin. Are you interested? Qin Feng remained silent, but his mind was racing. First the golden ghost ship, now a hidden ruin entrance. Befriending this girl was the right move. Fate truly works in mysterious ways. If I had not given her 2 pieces of golden tier equipment, she probably would not have shared this intel with me. With this spatial ring, my inventory finally expands to 27 slots. After calculating his next move, he spoke. Where is Wang Ming? After I sell my loot, I will go with you to those ruins. Lisa replied quickly. Okay, but the captain and the others went to recruit a new priest. They will not be back for another hour and a half. I already marked the ruins entrance on your map. There is a large stone slab behind some bushes. I moved the slab and hid inside to escape earlier. But I only took a few steps before I heard demonic screams echoing from the depths. I was so terrified I ran away immediately. If not for that, those thugs never would have caught me. Hearing the details, Qin Feng vanished into thin air, his voice trailing behind him. Understood. I am heading to the ruins now. When I return, I will trade with Wang Ming and the others. He moved so fast that Li Zi stood there in shock. Big boss, you are leaving already. He was already wrapped in shadows. Qin Feng weaved through the forest canopy like a phantom. I originally planned to find a spot to grind to level 10, but now that a ruin has appeared, there is no need to search anymore. In the starter town, 3 specific types of dungeon ruins will manifest: the ancient tomb, the cursed ruins, and the shrine of faith. It doesn't matter which one appears. Whether the mobs are bronze or silver rank in this system Manhwa reality, they are nothing but a massive buffet of lifespan and evolution points waiting for me to devour. After a brief search, Qin Feng finally located the hidden entrance to the ruins. As he stepped into the darkness, his mind raced with analysis. Tombs are usually empty of good loot. Cursed ruins are annoying with their debuffs. But shrines? This place is crawling with monsters. Clearing it is a pain, and there's usually a golden rank boss guarding the end. The cursed ruins are filled with creatures twisted by the old gods. They might have been human once. Some went mad, others died and rose again as ghouls. A tragic fate. But the Faith Shrine. These monsters are fanatics, cultists of the ancient evil gods. The map layout is a nightmare maze. However, if you can clear the shrine or cursed ruins, the drop rates for special artifacts and skill books are insane. He examined the murals on the damp walls. This art style, definitely a shrine of judgment. The carvings looked eerily familiar. This was a shrine dedicated to the judgment of the old gods. The Eye of Judgment in his inventory hummed in resonance with the dungeon. As he ventured deeper, the eerie groans of the undead grew louder. Meanwhile, in a gloomy corner of the forest, Wang Meng was struggling to hold the line with his shield. The beast before him roared, jaws snapping as if to swallow him whole. Capitalizing on a split second of distraction, the monster slammed into Wang Meng, sending him flying backward. A teammate screamed in panic, "Sister, heal him, pump the heals now, what are you staring at?" Xiao Yu trembled, her legs giving out as tears welled in her eyes. I don't know what to do." The creep lunged again, forcing the other swordsman to raise his blade in desperation. "Damn it, it's a growd again, use your skill." But the healer had completely collapsed. She curled up on the ground, sobbing into her hands. "I'm so scared." Xiao Yu's ear-piercing scream sent birds scattering from the trees. A long while later, Wang Meng's party trudged back to the starter town, their faces dark with frustration. Li Zi, oblivious to the disaster, ran up to them. "Captain, why are you back so soon? That Qin Feng expert hasn't returned yet, so we can't buy the gear anyway." Suddenly, a teammate pointed a furious finger at the healer. "Screw this. I have never seen a player as stupid as you. You can't dodge attacks. You don't know how to use skills. Tell me, what exactly are you good for?" Li Zi quickly stepped in to mediate. "Hey, calm down. Why so aggressive? Just look at her. She's clearly a newbie. Everyone dies their first time playing. It's normal." But the teammate wasn't having it. "Li Zi, move aside. I'm going to flame this girl until she quits. Another member chimed in. It's not just one death, Lizzie. We wiped 3 times in less than 1 hour because of her. Lisa froze for a second, realizing the severity. She quickly pivoted. Okay, look. How about I join your party this time? I just bought 2 powerful items from that Qin Feng expert. My stats are crazy now. If I carry you guys, no one will die. Wang Meng, who had been silent, finally spoke up. All right, knock it off. Lizzie's offer is solid. With her DPS, this run should be a breeze. Who knows, if we clear it fast, we might make it back in time to catch the Qin Feng expert, Xiao Yu whispered, looking down. I'm sorry, I'll try harder. But while her mouth apologized, her mind was venomous. Useless trash. Blaming me for your own incompetence. If you idiots weren't my only connection to that Qin Feng player, I wouldn't waste a second with you. Die, you morons. Back in the ruins, Qin Feng had finally found the main chamber. He stepped through the massive archway. The bone-chilling sounds were deafening now. Deep inside, bald monstrosities were kneeling on the stone floor in prayer. Loyal believers of the old god, the judged ones, level 10, silver rank. Qin Feng analyzed them for a moment. Then with a burst of speed, he unleashed a Qin Feng slash. He struck like the wind. But even after the critical hit, their health bar barely moved. He frowned, calculating. I even used backstab for extra damage. And they only lost half HP. No wonder they are level 10 silver bosses. The combined health of these 2 fanatics is higher than the Golden Emperor boss. Suddenly, Qin Feng noticed something strange. The monsters were prostrating themselves with absolute reverence. He paused, confused. Why are they kneeling like that and they are facing my direction? Even though I'm in stealth mode. Could it be? Are they sensing the Eye of Judgment artifact in my inventory? Is that why they aren't attacking? Qin Feng, still invisible, decided to test it. You know the path. Take me to it. The monsters snapped their heads up instantly. The answer clicked in his mind. They are too far gone. Corruption has rotted their minds. They are nothing but beasts now driven only to slaughter and steal the lifespan of humans. Suddenly, the 2 loyal believers went berserk. They roared, sensing fresh prey nearby. In a split second, their reverence vanished, replaced by bloodlust as they charged. It turned out another group had just entered the chamber. Seeing the beasts, they panicked. Watch out, monsters incoming. 2 silver bosses, we can't even handle one. There's 2 of them. Run, get out of here. It was Grey Rose's party. Realizing this was a death trap typical of a brutal Manhwa recap scenario, she instantly cast a spell to vanish. As they fled, glowing orbs of lifespan dropped from their bodies. Qin Feng stepped out of the shadows. Wait, that group. That was the girl who bought my Ice Cone skill book. Grey Rose. I think I didn't expect them to find this dungeon. But with current player gear, venturing this deep is basically suicide. He dropped his stealth, revealing his form in the empty hall. He walked over to the glowing loot. They dropped over 100 tradable lifespan years. She really is a rich little whale. Qin Feng stored the loot and scanned the room. Strange. No traps, no treasure chests. Just these 2 silver mini-bosses. He shook his head. Whatever. Time to clean up. With cold efficiency, Qin Feng drew his weapon to slaughter the remaining beasts. The system window flashed open. System notification. You have slain the silver tier faithful believer of the ancient god. You have gained 4,000 experience points. Congratulations. You have reached level 9. 4 evolution points have been awarded, but the rewards didn't stop there. 188 days of tradable lifespan were added to his inventory. Without missing a beat, he instantly activated his skill Greedy Hand. The sheer aura erupting from the skill left Qin Feng in awe. This epic rank Greedy Hand was no joke, its power was undeniably real. The loot haul was magnificent. 32 evolution points, 154 days of tradable lifespan, 4 gold tier items, 10 silver tier items, and even gold tier equipment specifically for the assassin class. As he picked up the believer's necklace, the status window shimmered into existence. Qin Feng gripped the artifact, his eyes gleaming. This necklace possessed an incredible attribute, a massive 20% reduction in cooldown times. The moment he equipped it, the numbers shifted. His stealth skill's cooldown dropped from 22.6 seconds to a mere 19.2. The toxic dart cooldown was shaved down from 4.3 seconds to 3.7. Even his Qin Feng slash was optimized, dropping from 10.4 seconds to 8.8. With this, his monster farming efficiency would skyrocket. As for the other equipment, it was all too high level. In this current stage, no one but him could even dream of equipping such gear. He decided to hoard it for now and sell it for a fortune later. Suddenly, the ground trembled. A strange circle behind him vibrated violently, a hidden mechanism. A mysterious pillar rose from the earth, revealing a mechanical activation button. Qin Feng recognized it instantly. Clearing the monsters in this area was the key to unlocking the puzzle. He approached the pillar, his mind racing. It was definitely a hidden mechanism. Before he could even lift a finger, the button depressed on its own with a sharp mechanical click. The floor beneath Qin Feng's feet began to quake. The center of the room detached and started to descend. He stood firm, realizing this was an elevator. Above him, the opening was rapidly being sealed shut by another heavy stone door. After a tense descent, the platform ground to a halt. Qin Feng broke the silence, estimating he had dropped at least 300 or 400 meters underground. He scanned the darkness, his voice echoing. This was a hidden maze beneath the divine temple. In these ruins, there was always a tiny probability of a secret dungeon spawning. In his previous life, he had hunted these down relentlessly. These mazes were filled with deadly traps. But as long as you had cannon fodder to lead the way, it was just a time-consuming grind, a classic trope of a leveling manhwa. However, with his current stats, triggering a trap meant instant death. One wrong step, and it would be game over. Luckily, fate was on his side. He had just looted the perfect tool for this situation. He summoned the Believer's Necklace, bringing up its interface. He immediately activated the summon skill. A silver-tier faithful believer materialized from the necklace. Qin Feng pointed into the darkness, commanding his new puppet to scout the path ahead. Having a minion to clear the way was a relief, but the danger was still palpable. To play it safe, he decided to prioritize evolving his passive evasion skill first. The upgrade window popped up as energy swirled around him. 11 evolution points consumed. 24 points remaining. Skill unlocked Blur Qin Feng. It was a platinum-grade, arguably epic-tier passive for assassins. It granted a massive 15 to 75% evasion rate. And in this system, a successful dodge meant complete immunity to damage. As Qin Feng ventured deeper, he calculated his odds. A 75% dodge rate was God tier. He still had points to spare, just enough to evolve Qin Feng's Slash to the epic tier. The resource consumption panel flashed, making him hesitate. To evolve a skill from epic to legendary would require 10 times the points. However, the system had a loophole. The higher the initial quality of the skill, the more evolution points he could save in the long run. For instance, if a skill started at epic and evolved into legendary, that counted as its first evolution. The base cost would only be 1 point. But if he tried to brute force it later, the cost would multiply tenfold. 1 point would become 10 would become 100. In other words, if he secured epic skills now, he could rapidly evolve them to legendary, mythic, ancient, and eventually the immortal rank. Conversely, taking a normal skill to epic would require 7 painful evolutions. By the time it reached a high tier, he'd be burning hundreds of points due to the multiplier. His advantage was absolute. He could upgrade any skill at any level to epic tier for a dirt cheap cost right now. From this moment on, every skill in his arsenal would be at least epic rank. With only 11 points left, his only option now was to evolve his starting skill Stealth. Even with the 35% cooldown reduction, the final cooldown for Stealth was 16.3 seconds. It was still too long, and the bonus damage for breaking Stealth was underwhelming. He resolved to replace it as soon as he returned to the city. While he was deep in thought, strategizing his build, the system window popped up again. But fate is a cruel mistress. The energy consumption alert flashed. His loyal minion ahead had stepped right into a death trap. Qin Feng snapped out of his thoughts, looking up to see a massive boulder crushing the monster into paste. He didn't flinch. The summon was dead, but he just had to wait for the cooldown to spawn another meat shield. This maze was complex and crawling with danger. He had no choice but to explore at a snail's pace, hoping the eventual loot would be worth the trouble. Meanwhile, on the upper floor of the Divine Temple, a heavy silence hung in the air. The Grey Rose squad hadn't left yet. They were huddled behind a door peeking into the boss room. One of the scouts turned back, his face pale. He confirmed the impossible. Both silver-tier bosses had completely vanished. The female captain gasped in disbelief. Their lifespan timers were ticking down, but the monsters were gone. Someone else had killed the bosses and stolen the lifespan rewards. But who could it be? Whoever it was had already ventured deep into the ruins. The scout answered with a trembling voice. At this stage of the game, the only person capable of insta-killing 2 silver bosses was the legendary figure known as Qin Feng. Another teammate chimed in. If Qin Feng was really here, he must have taken their lifespan loot. It was a loss, but honestly, it was better than running into the bosses and dying again. Grey Rose nodded, trying to make sense of it. When they first arrived, she had glimpsed a silhouette. It looked like the stranger was actually communicating with the monsters. Was that Qin Feng? Did he possess a skill to charm boss monsters? His strength was bottomless, an unfathomable abyss that terrified her to her core. Back in the depths, Qin Feng watched as another faithful believer was skewered by a sudden eruption of spikes, letting out a blood-curdling scream. He analyzed the spear trap rising from the floor. After 3 grueling hours, this had to be the end of the maze. Based on his past life's experience without a guide, this place would have become a graveyard for hundreds of players. Qin Feng called forth another loyal minion from the shadows. The beast took point while he followed. The path was treacherous, a jagged spine suspended over an infinite abyss. At the end stood a colossal gate sealed shut. Qin Feng commanded, "Open it." But no matter how the beast struggled, the gate refused to yield. Qin Feng frowned, his mind racing. It won't budge. How strange. He stepped forward, placing a hand on the cold surface. Instantly, the massive doors groaned open. Qin Feng leaped back, his senses screaming danger, adrenaline flooding his veins. Beyond the threshold lay a surreal pocket dimension. There, a treasure chest sat bound by vicious, thorny vines. As he entered, he analyzed the situation. A thorn-bound chest locked tight, and an NPC guarding it. He checked the system interface, but the data was all question marks. A complete enigma. Qin Feng stared at the figure, bewildered. All stats hidden. This is the first time I've encountered such a mysterious NPC in this leveling manhwa world. Suddenly, the figure began chanting an arcane incantation. As the chant ended, the NPC dissolved into particles of light. Qin Feng gasped. Just like that. Gone. The deadly thorns wrapping the chest vanished with the stranger. The vines faded into nothingness. Qin Feng was puzzled, but his gamer instincts kicked in. I couldn't read that mysterious woman's stats, but my gut tells me this is linked to the Eye of Judgment. The chest erupted with a blinding golden aura that meant epic tier loot. But he remained cautious. Mimics and traps were common in this awakening manhwa. He pointed forward. You. Open it. The loyal minion lifted the lid. Pure radiant light exploded from within, flooding the chamber. Qin Feng's eyes widened. A skill book, and it's for the assassin class. It has both active and passive effects. As he grasped the item, the system windows popped up. Grace of Release. Rank Epic. Class Assassin. Passive effect. Weak point precision increased by 100%. Critical damage to weak points doubled. Effect Decapitation. Active skill. To trigger the decapitation effect on your next strike, you must inflict 100% physical damage per second. Duration 3 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Qin Feng analyzed the data. The passive alone doubles my ability to exploit enemy weaknesses. But this active decapitation skill, it's absolutely broken. Once activated, if my next hit deals 300 damage, the decapitation effect triggers. The enemy then takes an additional 300 bleed damage every second for 3 seconds. That's a total of 1,200 damage. It literally triples my output. Unlike Qin Feng's slash, which is multi-hit, this counts as a single devastating strike. Best of all, it's an epic skill. With just 10 evolution points, I can ascend it to legendary rank. xianxia. What a massive haul. My burst damage just skyrocketed. I owe this luck to Little Black. He grinned. Time to sell the leftovers to their team and head back. After securing the loot, Qin Feng messaged Lizzie. Little Black, tell Wang Meng to return to the town. I have gear to sell him. She responded instantly. Big boss. You cleared the ruins already. We're heading back right now. Leaving the dark void, he returned to the starter town to meet Lizzie's squad. But the atmosphere was heavy. Qin Feng sighed. What is this? A massive crowd had him surrounded. They clamored over each other. Qin Feng is here. Qin Feng Oppa. Can we be friends? Big boss Qin Feng. Do you need underlings? I'm level 666. Are you Qin Feng? I'm the chairman of Landing Group in Zhanghai City. Join our guild. Bdots, big boss. We're from Firefly Town. This is my sister. She's your biggest fan. I don't have any other intentions. I just want you two to get to know each other, big boss. We're from Shorts Town. Take us with you. I'll even give you my wife. Big boss. We're from Emerald Peach Town. I'm from... Qin Feng tuned out the noise. He only cared about one detail. It seems the teleportation gates to other towns have finally opened. Now I can reach Firefly Town and hunt down that bastard Song Fei. Without a word, he vanished into thin air. The crowd erupted in chaos. He disappeared. Damn it. Who told you to crowd him? You did the same thing. Your sister is that ugly, and you tried to introduce her to the big boss. Screw you. I'll beat you to death. You think I'm scared of you? While the mob brawled, Qin Feng used stealth to slip away, reappearing beside Lizzie. Little Black. She looked up, startled. Big boss? Li Tzu waved to the group in the distance. Captain, the big boss is here. Qin Feng followed her gaze, and his eyes narrowed. Standing amidst Wang Meng's team was Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, why is she with them? Wang Meng's squad is going to be destroyed if they keep that snake around. I need to be careful. The whole world knows the name Qin Feng, but I cannot let my true identity leak. I haven't synchronized my powers with reality yet. I'm vulnerable. Right now, a simple knife could end my life. Xiao Yu stared at Qin Feng with greedy eyes. Is that Qin Feng? He looks incredibly powerful. Compared to him, Wang Meng and the others are just trash. If he power levels me, I could meet brother Song Fei in just a few days. Pushing aside his suspicion, Qin Feng initiated the trade. These equipment pieces perfectly match your team's classes. These basic skill books will also boost your combat efficiency. The total price comes to 2,200 days of lifespan. Wang Meng turned pale. That much, these are gold and silver rank items. I can't afford that. Qin Feng replied calmly, no problem. Put it on a tab. Wang Meng's voice trembled with gratitude. Thank you. You've helped us so much, I don't know how we'll ever repay this debt. If you ever need us in the future, just say the word. We'll put our lives on the line. A teammate cheered. Oh my god, Boss Qin Feng is a legend. I can actually use gold equipment this early. Wang Meng lost his serious composure, grinning like a child. A gold tier skill. This is incredible. Holy crap. In just a blink, my stats tripled and the boss even let us pay on credit. That proves he really trusts us. Suddenly, a realization hit him. Panic rose in his voice. Wait. Where's the priest gear? Si Chen Wuming scoffed in disgust. Who cares if she gets gear? That girl should be grateful just leeching XP off us. Xiao Yu timidly approached Qin Feng, her voice trembling. Hello, boss. I'm the team's priest. Did you not find any equipment for me? Just then, a classic system Manhwa notification popped up. Player Xiao Yu has sent a friend request. Her eyes sparkled with hope, but Qin Feng, his expression was ice cold. Without a word, he vanished into thin air. Xiao Yu gasped. He's gone. Wang Meng sighed, trying to smooth things over. Looks like the boss didn't find priest gear this time. Don't worry, you'll get yours eventually. Si Chen Wuming sneered. I think he just ignored you. But Li Zi was starstruck. That's our Qin Feng boss, like a divine dragon. You see the head but never the tail. So damn cool. Back in the shadows, Qin Feng slipped into a shop. He paused, remembering the golden tier priest staff sitting in his inventory. He even had a golden tier skill book. But give these priceless treasures to Xiao Yu, not in a million years. As his power skyrocketed, his inventory would flood with high-level loot. Selling it piece by piece was a waste of time. The government backers behind Wang Meng were the perfect bulk buyers. He wasn't about to jeopardize that lucrative partnership over a random girl like Xiao Yu. I need a real healer for Wang Meng's squad so I can dump the dead weight. His mind flashed to a legendary name, Little Xiaoxue. Gu Yixiu, a future manager of the Deity Slayer Guild, possessor of the hidden class White Bird Divine Cleric. Her healing and buffs were god tier. In his past life, she was the only priest who could stand on the front lines. She once soloed an epic-grade boss. That's the kind of monster teammate he needed. Compared to her, Xiao Yu was nothing but trash. If I remember correctly, she's in Firefly Town right now. Same as that clown Song Fei. Perfect. He stepped into the portal. Destination: Firefly Town. The teleportation light faded. The atmosphere here was heavy, the wind whistling overhead like a warning of the violence to come. Voices drifted from the path ahead. Hurry up, the silver boss is under 50% HP, we can't let them hog it all. If we miss this, we're dead. Damn that bastard Song Fei and his harem of fangirls. Who the hell actually fights him? I don't get it. He's just a C-list celebrity. Why are his fans so brain dead? I'm not taking this. Today Pretty Boy dies. Qin Feng smirked from the shadows. Found Song Fei already, that was fast. He moved silently toward the desolate ruins ahead. He scanned the terrain. Level 5 Zone Morning Valley. The area was crawling with burning armor zombies and chain ghouls. Screams and explosions echoed from the depths. Charge. You dare hit me, die. Players were frantically trying to bring down a massive burning armor zombie. From his hiding spot, Qin Feng analyzed the battlefield. A two-headed silver boss. But the players were too busy slaughtering each other to focus on the monster. Suddenly a wall of players blocked the path. It was them. Song Fei's entourage of brainwashed followers. The other players saw red. Song Fei, you scumbag. You stole my lifespan last time. Today you pay with your life. You think hiding behind women makes you safe. I learned the throat lock skill just for you, mage scum. Die. Before the attacker could even get close, a fanatical follower jumped in. Don't you dare touch Brother Song. The attacker paused in shock. What the? Qin Feng watched the circus memories resurfacing. Song Fei. IGN Heavenly Defying Mage. In the previous timeline, this guy brainwashed his fans into picking mage classes, then stripping naked to give him all their gear to fuel his rise. But one mage wasn't enough. So his fan club came up with a brilliant strategy to support their idol. Some dumped all points into intelligence, becoming glass cannon mages. Others went full agility to become harassment mages. Some even pumped everything into constitution to become meat shield mages. Qin Feng shook his head at the absurdity. Eat my staff. And the craziest ones full-strength builds. Battle mages who just whacked people with sticks. Early on, this Zerg rush strategy was unstoppable, stealing lifespan left and right. But obviously, as the game progressed, these cannon fodder fans were wiped out. On the battlefield, Song Fei put on a performance. Oh my dear sisters. Seeing you suffer breaks my heart. If only the boss would die so you could rest. I wish for a world of love, not violence. His crocodile tears sent the fans into a frenzy. One girl, Song Fei Meow Meow, screamed with burning passion. It's not hard, Brother Fei. You work the hardest, you shouldn't have to see this filth. Sisters charge, kill that ugly monster, don't let it scratch our appa. The crowd roared like a cult. Storms may rage, but Song Fei is king. We will follow Brother Fei to the heavens. The boss lunged at Song Fei, but a fan threw herself in front of the claws, taking the fatal blow to protect her idol. Song Fei dropped to one knee, clutching her fading avatar. No, not you. She looked up with teary eyes. Brother Fei. I'm happy to die for you. Meow Meow shouted, Focus sisters, kill the ugly thing, and Brother Fei hits rank 1. We have to beat that Qinfeng guy. Break the heavens, rule the wind. We stand with Brother Fei. The spell barrage intensified. Safe behind his wall of meat shields, Song Fei's face twisted into a dark grin. Finally. The boss is almost dead. If a silver rank beast is this much of a nightmare to kill, how in the world could a single player solo a gold rank boss? That mysterious figure Qinfeng. He has to be using cheats. I have an entire raid party backing me up, and I have barely scraped my way to level 7. What kind of broken mechanic is that mutt Qinfeng abusing to power level like that? Once I slay this silver boss, I will finally ascend to level 8. Qinfeng has been stuck at level 9 for ages. This is my chance to surpass him, claim the title of number 1, and become a true god of this game. But just as arrogance swelled within his chest, a hand materialized from the void, clamping onto his face with the grip of death itself. Faster than the wind itself, Song Fei's head was severed from his shoulders before he even processed the pain. Qinfeng had unleashed the devastating phantom slash his grip, so terrifying that the severed head spewed a fountain of gruesome black blood. The execution was so swift that his fanatical followers stood frozen in shock. By the time they screamed, Big Brother, in horror, it was already too late. Qinfeng had already turned his blade upon them. The system interface flashed instantly, as if anticipating the slaughter. You have slain the twin-headed pyromancer. 1,500 experience points acquired. The kill log scrolled endlessly. You have slain player heaven-defying mage. You have slain player Song Fei Meow Meow. You have slain player forever with Phi. You have slain player little Phi Yua. Like a streak of black lightning, he did not stop there. He immediately unleashed a torrent of attacks on the remaining monsters. Damage values cascaded down the screen like a waterfall of destruction. The surrounding players could only stare, jaws dropped in disbelief. Trembling voices whispered, Did he just one-shot the boss? Thousands of damage points from a single skill that is not just strong, that is game-breaking. My ultimate barely scratches 100, yet this monster is dealing damage in the thousands. His output is 10 times higher than ours, and that area of effect attack, it wiped out Song Fei and his entire fan club instantly. Who is this legendary assassin? Could it be Qinfeng? It has to be the Great Lord. Qinfeng, the first player to ever solo a gold boss. Who else possesses such god-tier power in this awakening Manhwa world? Everyone back off. Do not touch the loot. It belongs to the Great Lord. Qinfeng did not just kill the boss. He purged Song Fei's toxic guild, doing us all a massive favor. Exactly. The Great Lord is supreme. We love you, Great Lord. But Qinfeng ignored their adoration, disappearing into the shadows as he analyzed their sudden change in attitude. They only cower because they fear my blade. If this were my previous life before my regression, this pack of hyenas would have torn me apart without hesitation. Leaving the beginner zone of Firefly Town, the scene shifted to the bustling hub of the small town. Meanwhile, at the resurrection point, a system notification greeted a furious Song Fei. You were slain by Qinfeng. Penalty incurred: 1,106 days of tradable lifespan lost. 18 years and 113 days of non-tradable lifespan erased. He stared at the screen, his mind unable to process the reality. I died. The Qinfeng, he actually killed me. Why would a high-tier player like Qinfeng be in a starter zone like Firefly Town? There are hundreds of primordial towns in Jianghai City. Why did he come here specifically to steal my boss? One by one, his fanatical followers materialized at the spawn point, confusion written all over their faces. We died. Why is Big Brother dead too? It was Qinfeng. Why would Qinfeng target us? He must have been desperate for the silver boss loot. That despicable coward ambushed Big Brother when he was not looking. Absolutely shameless trash. While the mob raged, a girl named Cat Fi Bao approached timidly from the crowd. Big Brother Song Fei, may I please join your party? I am an archer class. I have the Hawkeye skill to detect invisible enemies. But another fangirl, little Phi Meow Meow, shoved her aside. Get lost. Big Brother Song Fei already said he only needs mages. Another follower sneered, looking her up and down. Your damage output is pathetic. You will only drag down Big Brother's leveling speed on the leaderboards. Song Fei silenced them with a raised hand, putting on his best virtuous facade. Now, family. Do not be so harsh. I believe that true love can conquer any obstacle. I can feel your passionate devotion. Even if you are a lowly archer, it does not matter. Come join us. Let us grow stronger together. Cat Phi Bao dissolved into tears of gratitude. Big brother, I love you. Witnessing this benevolence, the other girls felt a surge of motivation and swarmed forward. Big brother Song Fei, I am an assassin with stealth capabilities. I can give that guy a taste of his own medicine. Big brother, I have learned an area of effect crowd control spell. I can freeze him in place for you. Song Fei spread his arms wide, basking in the attention. My dear family, we are one big circle of love. Anyone who wishes to join is welcome. Let our hearts beat as one forever. His manipulative words struck a chord, sending the fan club into a frenzy of screams. He is so warm and kind. We will follow Big Brother Song Fei to the ends of the earth. That bastard Qin Feng only knows how to hide in the dark. He has no honor daring to touch our big brother. He must pay the ultimate price. That is right. Once we lock Qin Feng down with crowd control, we will let Big Brother deliver the final blow. We will show that trash the consequences of offending our idol. Revenge. We demand blood. Kill the Qin Feng dog. For Big Brother, we will slaughter him. Passers-by watched the commotion with raised eyebrows. What is this? What is that little celebrity clown up to now? A bystander leaned in, grinning. You have not heard. That guy just got wiped out by someone from the outside. It was glorious. The other player blinked. Seriously. How did he die with that army of fangirls guarding him? The killer was Qin Feng. The listener's eyes went wide. Qin Feng, the high-ranking legend. Does Qin Feng really want to provoke a mob like that? Those girls are mentally unstable. Meanwhile, Song Fei looked at his growing army, a sinister satisfaction blooming in his chest. Excellent. The more witnesses, the better. When I publicly execute Qin Feng, everyone will see my true power. No matter how strong he is, a lone wolf cannot survive a pack. He is just a filthy assassin. How could he possibly compare to a noble high-class mage like me? Oblivious to the plotting, Qin Feng was busy reaping his rewards, activating the Hand of Avarice to collect the lifespan orbs. This typical system Manhwa interface flashed into view. You have received 16 evolution points. 217 days of tradable lifespan acquired. Silver tier loot multiplied by 6. Gold tier loot multiplied by 11. Seeing his evolution points stack up, he decided to upgrade his arsenal immediately. He channeled the points into the skill, Mark of Deliverance. The screen flickered with a new update. You have consumed 10 evolution points. Remaining balance 9. Mark of Deliverance has evolved from epic to legendary rank. Passive effect. Weak point damage increased by 100 to 200%. Weak point accuracy doubled. Active ability. The next attack carries a severance effect, instantly decapitating the target. Additionally, it inflicts 100 to 150% bleed damage per second, lasting for 3 agonizing seconds. Cooldown reduced from 32.2 to 25.5 seconds. He analyzed the data flashing before his eyes. And the weakness targeting probability amplified from 100 to 200%. That effectively doubles the critical damage on any vital spot. It applies to original weaknesses, pre-evolution states, and post-evolution forms alike. If I push this stat any further, half the enemy's body will practically be considered a lethal weak point. Even my Qin Feng slash will trigger that devastating weakness multiplier now. Base damage has spiked, and the cooldown has dropped from 30 to a mere 25 seconds. I feel like I could instant kill a gold rank boss. My epic skill started with 0 evolution points, but in this leveling Manhwa, it's ready to evolve into a legendary tier ability. However, the cost to ascend from legendary to mythic rank, it demands 100 times more evolution points. From legendary to mythic requires 200 points. By that logic, the epic greedy hand needs 210, and then 3,400 for the next tier. Insane. I have 9 points remaining. What to do with them? Might as well dump them into the backstab enhancement. As he spoke, the system window flashed. Qin Feng grinned at the notification. A silver boss plus those players netted me over 1,400 years of tradable lifespan. Time to head back to the city. But before he could even close the interface, a hostile presence lunged from the shadows behind him. She struck with the speed of a gale, swinging her blade and screaming, "Di Qin Feng!" The blade was inches from his face, but an invisible force yanked it off course. It missed Qin Feng completely. The assassin gasped. What just happened? She hit the ground hard. Realizing she was outmatched, she panicked. Damn it, stealth. High above on the cliff, Song Fei's crazed fans raised their torches. You're finished, Qin Feng, we have you surrounded. One screamed with fanatical zeal. We're here to avenge brother Song Fei. Qin Feng instantly dissolved into Qin Feng stealth. A fan named Fei Bao drew her bow, shouting, Useless, we can track your stealth. The arrow screamed into the sky. She spotted a shimmer. Great, you're exposed. Little cat, meow meow roared. Sisters, unleash your ultimate skills, crush him. Where the fan army marches, no grass grows. The assassin girl from before looked up in horror at the incoming barrage targeted at her. Wait, stop, it's me! It was too late. The attacks collided in a massive explosion. Smoke and debris swallowed her whole. Little cat, meow meow, scoffed. No matter. She wasn't a mage, which proves she wasn't a true follower of Fei Fei. She deserved that punishment. Release the eagle Fen Qin Feng. Yes, ma'am. Fei Bao obeyed. Suddenly a chilling bell tolled from the void, freezing the very air. A system Manhwa interface popped up. Ghostfire Bell. Special item. Active skill Soul Shock. Paralyzes all enemies within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds. Cooldown 521 seconds. The fan army didn't even have time to react. They froze in place. Fei Bao stammered. I can't move. Suddenly an invisible force yanked them all backward. Their jaws dropped in sheer terror. Qin Feng materialized like a phantom, unleashing Qin Feng Slash. He cut through the fans like a gale, then approached Song Fei's hiding spot. The idol peeked out confused. What is going on? Why did they all just drop dead? Is it Qin Feng impossible? If he attacked, he would have broken stealth. Qin Feng leaned in his face inches from the idols and faded into view. Song Fei, you're dead. The idol panicked. Bastard magic shield. But the barrier was pathetic. It shattered into light particles in less than a second. Qin Feng struck. Before Song Fei could blink, he was on the ground, blood spraying like a fountain. His body vanished, leaving only a glowing lifespan orb. Qin Feng scoffed. Loaded as expected. This guy had over 2,000 years of tradable lifespan. He frowned. But why didn't those fangirls drop anything tradable? Did they seriously donate every single point of their lifespan to Song Fei? We've been trapped here for so long, yet they still treat this death game like a regular RPG. Brainless fans are truly terrifying. What a waste. Their lifespan is untradeable. I can only use it to farm the local monsters. The scene shifted back to the bustling starter town. Song Fei respawned, shaking with rage. Damn it, my 2,000 tradable days dropped to just 500. That cursed Qin Feng, why didn't you scout him? Fei Bao whimpered. I used the skill, I only detected our own assassins. Little cat meow meow checked her interface. I see my stealth level stats. Perhaps Qin Feng's concealment technique is a higher tier. Oh right, I have the eagle eye skill equipped, but my anti-stealth is only level 1. If the opponent is level 2 or higher, he remains invisible to me. Song Fei grimaced. That Qin Feng comes and goes like a ghost. How can I defend against that? His arrogance crumbled into the fear of being logged out permanently. But I didn't offend him too badly. Just stole a boss. He won't come back to kill me again, right? No, wait. What if he's jealous of my breathtaking beauty? The fans swooned at his narcissism. For everyone's safety, let's grind somewhere else. Wherever Fei Fei goes, we follow. Not long after, at Firefly Town, Qin Feng prowled through the streets in stealth. He scanned the area, puzzled. Strange. Song Fei's crew is nowhere to be found. Did they switch towns or log off? He deactivated stealth and grabbed a passerby. Hey, where did Song Fei go? The man jumped. Holy, you scared me to death. Lord Qin Feng, big boss. They went that way. Please kill him. But I have one request. When you take Song Fei down, can you spare my girlfriend? She's a hunter class. Qin Feng's voice was ice cold as he dropped a harsh truth on the stranger. Take my advice. Find yourself a new girlfriend. The man froze, his mind racing to process the warning. Wait, does he mean she's the type of hunter who can detect stealth? Desperation filled the man's voice as he realized his chance was slipping away. Big boss, please have mercy. Do you know how hard it is to find a girl in this apocalypse? But before he could even finish begging, Qin Feng had already vanished into thin air. Cloaked in shadows, Qin Feng moved like a phantom through the forest. I know their general direction, but without an exact location, this is like finding a needle in a haystack. If only I could find Yi Shui right now. She's the key. Behind him, the man's pathetic pleas faded into the distance. Big boss, come back. Suddenly a silhouette flashed past Qin Feng's vision. Recognition struck him like lightning. That figure, it was her. Yi Shui. Qin Feng deactivated his stealth, stepping out of the void. Hey beauty, I need a favor. Yi Shui spun around, eyes widening in shock. Are you Qin Feng? Ignoring the question, Qin Feng summoned a glowing staff from his inventory. I heard your class allows you to track targets over a massive range. Is that true? He cut straight to the chase. Find Song Fei's location for me. Do that and I'll sell you this gold tier staff for dirt cheap. Consider it a reward. Gold tier. Her eyes sparkled with greed as she initiated the trade. Deal. But wait. How do you know about my wide-range search ability? I haven't told a soul. Where did you even get that intel? I kept my skills a complete secret. Qin Feng smirked, dodging the question entirely. Don't worry about the details. Do you want the weapon or not? Blinding greed took over. I want it. I definitely want it. But I can't afford a gold item. Qin Feng cut her off coldly. You don't even have 500 days of lifespan. The market price is at least 700. I'm practically giving it away. Realization dawned on her face. Oh wait, I actually do have that much. Without a second of hesitation, she confirmed the payment in this leveling Manhwa system. Ding. The interface flashed, transaction successful. Yishu cradled the staff like a newborn baby, giggling foolishly. My precious gold tier. Bong Qin Feng flicked her forehead, snapping her out of the fantasy. Stop drooling and get to work. As she began chanting her tracking spell, a thought crossed her mind. This is my first time meeting Qin Feng. So why does his presence feel so incredibly nostalgic? Despite her inner confusion, she flashed a mischievous grin. Aren't you afraid I'll just take the loot and run, big boss? Qin Feng didn't even flinch. You wouldn't. You hate Song Fei just as much as I do. Yishu froze. You even know my personal grudges. Who are you? Are we friends in the real world? She squinted at him. But your voice doesn't match anyone I know. Qin Feng gave a cryptic smile. Take a guess. Yishu pouted. I'm too lazy for guessing games. She turned to her summon the white bird soaring above. Let's go. The playfulness vanished, replaced by the sharp gaze of a master tracker. The white bird screeched, slicing through the air away from the safe zone. It soared towards the crimson peaks, the red rock mountains towering into the clouds. Far away, hidden in a jagged crevice, a large group was gathered. Yishu's voice turned serious. Target acquired. I found Song Fei. Coordinates 3869527. But be warned. I can't promise they'll stay put. By the time you get there, the birds might have already flown the coop. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed with intensity. Send me a friend request. Keep watching them. Update me immediately if they move an inch. Yishu hesitated. How long do I have to keep this up? If it takes too low, it won't. Qin Feng launched himself forward like a gale force wind, but suddenly his instinct screamed. He slammed on the brakes, sliding behind a massive ancient tree. Watching via the system link, Yishu was confused. Big boss, why did you stop? Qin Feng stared intensely at a glowing rune etched into the bark. Yishu, use your vision. Scan the area. Are there any other trees with this specific marking nearby? She responded instantly. On it. Give me a sec. Okay, big boss. There's one about 100 meters ahead. And another one 100 meters to your left. Qin Feng pressed his hand against the glowing rune. Activate. What kind of symbol is that? She asked, dying of curiosity. Take a guess, came the annoying reply. Rumble suddenly. Energy erupted from the 3 trees, forming a massive triangle of light. A pillar of pure mana shot into the sky. Through the blinding light, an object materialized. Yishu screamed over the voice chat. No way, that's an emerald tier treasure chest. Qin Feng approached the chest, suppressing his excitement. I never expected to find an ancient god's blessing in the novice village. My luck is actually terrifying today. In this awakening Manhwa world, the blessing of the ancient gods is a rare event that can spawn anywhere in the Forsaken Lands. It usually starts with strange symbols hidden in a specific zone. Once the runes are triggered in the correct sequence, the blessing unlocks. Sometimes it summons a hellish boss. Sometimes a horde of elite mobs. But if you're lucky, a treasure chest with unique rewards. Yishu was losing her mind. Big boss, you're a god. That chest must have at least 1,000 days of lifespan inside, right? That's worth millions of yuan in the real world. Qin Feng smirked. Her appraisal is spot on. In my past life, the exchange rate right now was 1 lifespan day for 10,000 yuan. But by tomorrow, that rate skyrockets to 1 for 50,000. Meanwhile, Yishu was furiously studying the rune patterns through her bird's eyes. I saw exactly where he touched. I need to memorize this pattern. With my scout class, I could find these hidden treasures everywhere. Qin Feng threw open the heavy lid. Flash, the system notification popped up. You have opened the emerald treasure chest. Obtained emerald skill book. Curse of the blooming flower. Qin Feng paused. Curse of the blooming flower. What kind of skill is this? The description unrolled before him. Skill: Curse of the blooming flower, emerald effect cast on a target. Upon death, cursed flowers bloom on the corpse within 15 seconds. The flowers will drain all tradable lifespan from the target until it hits 0. Cooldown none. Qin Feng stared at the screen, his eyes turning cold. This is absolutely broken. I heard rumors about this skill in my previous life. Curse of the blooming flower. The name is poetic, but the effect is demonic. He learned the skill instantly. A dark plan began to form in his mind. With this, every time I kill a player, I just have to guard the corpse. The flowers will do the rest, sucking them dry of every single second of lifespan. A cruel smile twisted his lips. Song Fei, your nightmare has just begun. I will kill you over and over until you're forced offline. Then I'll hit level 10, extract my powers to the real world. His killing intent exploded, and I will erase you from existence in reality once and for all. The scene shifts to a different location where a wolf beast howls in agonizing defeat. Under the relentless assault of Song Fei's party, the beast finally collapsed. Song Fei smirked, his ego inflating as he thought, I've run this far. Surely that monster Qin Feng wouldn't chase me all the way here, right? He muttered to himself, You stole my silver rank boss and killed me twice. That debt is paid. There is no need for him to hunt me down to the ends of the earth. Just wait until I reach a higher level. I will settle the score with you. Qin Feng, suddenly his fan little flying cat, shouted, Brother, look! Someone is raiding a boss over there. Song Fei's eyes narrowed as he recognized the players. They looked familiar. Too familiar. They were fans of his rival Niu Jiaqi. His blood boiled instantly. What did you say? The toxic fans reacted as if someone had poked a raw nerve. It's Niu Jiaqi's fans again. Those disgusting cockroaches are just trying to help her rank up to number 1. Little Flying Cat led the charge, screaming, Sisters, let's go kill them. We cannot let these scumbags ruin our idol's climb on the leaderboard. The innocent group, thinking reinforcements had arrived, waved happily. Great helpers are here. Hello everyone, the boss is almost out of health, let's take it down together. But their hope was met with a brutal reality, as a staff moving as fast as lightning smashed directly into the speaker's face. Little Flying Cat's expression was dark and twisted as she slammed her weapon into the ground. A teammate panicked, shouting along beside him. Misa couldn't contain her anger. What are you people doing? Have you all gone crazy? Little Flying Cat stepped forward, declaring arrogantly, This is the end for Niu Jiaqi's trash fans. Misa, confused by the strange name, stammered, Niu Jiaqi. Who is that? What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. But before Misa could finish, 2 arrows pierced through her left eye and mouth, simultaneously silencing her forever in a spray of crimson. Her teammates screamed in horror, Misa. Meanwhile, the fanatic Little Flying Cat chanted with terrifying enthusiasm. Clad in gold, our king ascends, we fly with Fei, sweeping the 8 wastelands clean of the Niu clan. The vast universe belongs to him alone. Our hearts are islands, loving Fei until old age, everything for him. The crazed fans could no longer distinguish between players and monsters. They slaughtered everything in sight with a blind frenzy. After a while, only the ruins of the battlefield remained. Song Fei looked at the carnage and feigned tears. Oh my God, thank you, my loves. He continued his act. I was almost harmed by Niu Jiaqi's evil fans. I never expected them to be so sinister and cruel. The toxic fans, moved by his crocodile tears, responded in unison. No need to thank us, brother. We will follow you south and north. While they celebrated below, they failed to notice the cliff above. A predator had been watching their every move. Qin Feng stared down at them with eyes full of murderous intent, before vanishing into thin air. Back on the ground, the fans suddenly turned pale, staring at something behind their idol. They screamed. Brother Fei Song Fei seemed to sense the looming death as well. A voice as cold as the grave whispered, You are dead. A flash of steel sliced through the air and Song Fei's head was severed from his neck. The fans wailed in despair. Brother, but Qin Feng was not finished. Still in stealth mode, he pressed close to Song Fei's headless corpse. With calm precision, he activated the skill-cursed flower bloom. Suddenly, a blood-red flower sprouted from the severed neck. The surrounding players gasped in horror. What is that thing? Song Fei finally respawned in the starter town after the execution. He roared in fury. Qin Feng, are you sick in the head? Why do you keep targeting me without letting go? Is it because I have so many girls around me? Are you jealous? Damn it, he even followed me to Firefly Town. He is definitely obsessed with me. Is the woman he likes a fan of mine? If so, what the hell does that have to do with me? But as he raged, a system panel suddenly appeared before him. His tradable lifespan was plummeting rapidly. 400, 390, 380, 370. Song Fei panicked. Why is my lifespan dropping below 400 days? It won't stop. What kind of leveling manhwa curse is this? Is this a penalty for dying too much? After a moment, his toxic fans also respawned in the town plaza. Seeing him, they rushed over frantically. Brother. It's bad that Qin Fungi used a skill on your body. A cluster of red flowers is growing on your corpse, and it looks like they are sucking something out of you. Song Fei froze, his mind racing. He stuttered. What flowers blooming on my body? So those flowers are draining my lifespan. The system panel continued to tick down relentlessly. 350, 340, 330. He finally understood Qin Feng's vicious plan. That damned Qin Feng, he is truly venomous. He actually wants my life. If I log off and get killed again later, my lifespan will be completely wiped out. Song Fei made a snap decision and shouted, "Everyone, we need to log off immediately. I will return to the real world and buy some lifespan with cash. We'll exchange it for high-tier equipment. Once we are fully geared up, we will come back and crush him." The fans, seemingly revitalized by his promise, responded loudly. "We will fly wherever your heart desires." Song Fei cursed internally. "Qin Feng, just you wait. This isn't over. I practiced for 2.5 years to get where I am today. I refuse to believe I can't crush a broke player with the power of money." Back at the canyon, crimson spider lilies bloomed across the battlefield, painting a corner of the sky red. Qin Feng had finished dealing with Song Fei's fan club, and the flowers grew vigorously on their remains. The system interface popped up. Since the player has killed too many innocents, the current murderer is on the 4th tier of penalty. Upon death, they will lose 96.875% of their current lifespan. Qin Feng ignored the technical details and smirked. Another 1,000 days of lifespan added to the bank. The number of monsters and players Song Fei's group slaughtered was truly massive. However, the absorption had stopped. It seemed Song Fei and his minions had finally logged off. Yishu, who had been watching from the sky the entire time, was trembling. She stared from a distance, amazed. So this is the true power of the #1 player on the leaderboard. It's terrifying. Qin Feng suddenly called out, "Little Shui, did Song Fei log off?" Hearing her name, she responded instantly. Yes, he and all his fans have gone offline. Qin Feng wasn't surprised and spoke calmly. Keep an eye out. The moment he logs back in, notify me immediately." Yishu replied hastily. "Yes, sir, great boss. So does this mean I can leave now?" But Qin Feng wasn't done with her yet. "Wait. I have a gold-tier Saint Sword skill book for the priest class. Do you want it?" Yishu's eyes went wide. "I want it. I want it," he replied simply. "Wait for me in the small town." She agreed with excitement. Yes. After a short while, Qin Feng returned to the small town. He met Yishu and pulled out the item. "This skill book is worth 500 days of lifespan. But provided you agree to one condition, I can sell it to you for half price." Hearing this, she instinctively covered her chest and stammered. "What kind of condition, boss?" "I am absolutely not selling my body," the young man protested helplessly. "What kind of nonsense is going through your head? I just need you to agree to join a team and be their dedicated healer." Yishu quickly composed herself, her expression turning serious. "Fine, I will do it. But I am warning you, if they are total trash, I am reporting them straight to the big boss." Qin Feng offered a confident assurance. "It won't come to that. Their strength is decent. I will contact them right now." The scene shifts from the safety of the town to a chaotic battlefield where rain poured down like a waterfall, and a massive monster let out its final roar. Wang Meng landed the killing blow, and the entire squad erupted in cheers. "Nice, we finally took this beast down." He turned his head, shouting urgently, "Hurry up, Xiao, you purify this poison off me." The girl heard her name and looked confused. "Purify, you mean detox?" Wang Meng's voice grew desperate. "Yes, all priests have purification skills. Hurry up, I can't hold on much longer." After fumbling around Xiao, Yu finally nodded. "Right, that skill. Watch this." She raised her staff and fired the purification spell with confidence. However, the light completely missed the dying tank and slammed uselessly into a nearby tree. That blunder made Li Zi turn pale with terror, while Wang Meng's condition became critical. Xiao Yu laughed awkwardly. "Oops. Sorry about that. I missed." As soon as the words left her mouth, Wang Meng collapsed to the muddy ground. A teammate screamed in horror. "Captain!" After that disastrous raid, the team dragged themselves back to the starter town. Wang Meng's face was dark with frustration. He thought to himself, "I have to replace her immediately. But where on earth can I find a hidden class healer right now? Any capable player has already been snatched up by other squads." Meanwhile, Xiao Yu seemed completely unbothered. She scrolled through her status window thinking, today wasn't hard at all. See, I leveled up to level 4 effortlessly. Perfect. If I just keep this up, I will be able to meet Big Brother Song Fei in no time. As if reading someone's mind, Qin Feng chose that exact moment to send a message. "Wang Meng, I have someone for you. She possesses the hidden class Whitebird Cleric. Her skills are solid. Does your team need her?" It was like he had struck gold. Wang Meng replied instantly, "Boss, if you say her skills are solid, then she must be amazing. Since you are the one recommending her, of course, there is no problem. Send me the coordinates. She is currently at Chonghuo Town. There are fewer people farming mobs there, so you guys should head over directly. Your whole team can power level together." Wang Meng replied with pure joy. "No problem. We are heading there immediately. There are way too many players crowding Shelltown anyway. We were actually thinking about changing our grinding spot. Having made up his mind, he walked over to the incompetent healer, his expression a bit awkward. Ahem, look Xiao Yu. Shelltown is too crowded now. We are planning to move to a higher level zone to grind. With your current level, it would be extremely dangerous for you, so we can't take you with us anymore. She froze stunned. But I feel like I am doing just fine. Not letting Xiao Yu finish her sentence, Wang Ming's team sprinted toward the teleportation gate, as if their lives depended on it, shouting back over their shoulders. No time to argue, we have to go, hurry, take care of yourself. Xiao Yu. Left behind, she cursed under her breath in rage. You bastards, if you wanted to kick me out, just say it. Why make up such lame excuses? Whatever, I was sick of you guys anyway. I am going to find the dark boss to carry me. Sometime later, Wang Meng's team finally met up with Qin Feng. From a distance, the tank waved and shouted, Boss! Suddenly a system notification popped up. You have obtained 800 days of lifespan. Wang Meng began to explain. This covers the lifespan equipment I bought last time, plus the 500 days I still owed you. Captain An will be here shortly to give it to you. Lifespan in this game is seriously hard to farm. Hearing that name, Qin Feng's thoughts raced. Captain An, it couldn't be and you could it. Keeping his suspicions internal, he introduced the new member. All right, this is Yi Shui, and this guy is Wang Meng. You two get to know each other. Suddenly a voice echoed from nearby. Wang Meng, I have arrived. A player with the ID enforcing justice walked toward them. Seeing the newcomer, Qin Feng confirmed it in his mind. It really was in you. Her ID was enforcing justice. She held the unique hidden class Dragon Swordsman. In his past life, she was a top 20 global powerhouse, a pillar of the great Xia nation, and a nightmare for hostile foreign forces. She approached and shook his hand. Dark Boss, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Anyu. I have heard so much about you. Qin Feng responded politely. Hello? As they exchanged greetings, he analyzed the situation. This is the first time in this Manhwa recap that I have met a powerhouse who ranked higher than me in the previous timeline of the Forsaken God's domain. And you didn't beat around the bush. Dark Boss, your growth speed is simply abnormal. Do you have a secret? I was joking earlier, but are you perhaps a transmigrator? Or maybe someone who returned from the future? Qin Feng remained silent. His face unreadable, but his mind was sharp. In my past life, she wasn't on Wang Meng's team. It seems Anyu has been buying up a massive amount of tradable lifespan on behalf of the Jianghai city officials. The Dragon Swordsman class has immense survivability. Entrusting the lifespan stockpile to her means the government trusts her completely. Anyu continued without hesitation. Boss, if you have any equipment in the future, please sell it to us. We will buy everything. Also, since I am carrying the lifespan of Jianghai city's officials, surely the Dark Boss wouldn't try to kill me, right? Qin Feng finally spoke, his voice calm. No. I am not that short-sighted. Only through cooperation can we achieve victory. Hearing his answer, she smiled brightly. I knew the boss was a smart man. Qin Feng understood the dance perfectly. Every word she spoke was a test probing his depth. She was exactly as the rumors described in his past life, innocent on the surface, but incredibly sharp and decisive underneath. She was the liaison between the great Xia officials and himself, saving him a lot of trouble. But as the scene shifts away from the game world, reality strikes back in the modern world. A player named Forever Following You screamed into her phone in pure panic. Oh my God, sisters! Did you see the official government announcement? The lifespan in the Forsaken God's domain game is real. If it hits 0, you actually die in the real world. Another player, Flying Treasure Cat, shrieked in terror. What, isn't this just a game? I gave all my tradable lifespan to Big Brother Song Fei. A player named Little Flying Ghost wailed, tears streaming down her face. I only have a few days left. A confused bystander shouted, That can't be right. We have 3 lives, right? Why would you lose so much? Little Flying Ghost replied frantically. I killed a bunch of other players. I have the murderer status. If I die once, now the penalty is double the lifespan loss. The bystander gasped, realizing the horror of the system Manhwa. If that's true, then I only have a few years left to live. The player, Little Flying Meow, gripped her phone, trembling in fear. Damn it all, I picked a mage class, yet I'm being used as a meat shield in every raid. I've died so many times that my death counter is screaming. I only have 1 single day of life left. If my lifespan hits 0, it's game over permanently. No, this can't be happening. I refuse to accept this cruel fate. Suddenly a realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. Song Fei is buying lifespan. Thank the heavens, I need to find him immediately. He's the only one who can save me. Time to gear up. I'll wear the full Song Fei limited edition set from head to toe. Oh right, I can't forget the ultra-thin latest generation Song Fei merchandise. After a frantic transformation, she emerged looking like a walking billboard for the idol. Even a blind person could see her obsession. Song Fei meow meow sprinted off screaming, "Brother Song Fei! Your #1 fan is coming." Meanwhile, in a quiet apartment complex, Xiao Yu woke up with a start. Am I back? The transition to reality always leaves my head spinning. She checked her system interface on her phone. The current exchange rate was insane. 1 day of lifespan could be sold for 15,000 credits. I have 200 tradable days. That makes me a multimillionaire instantly. But then a news headline made her eyes widen in horror. She screamed, "What, the player Qin Feng assassinated Song Fei, and he killed him 3 times. Xiao Yu trembled violently, heartbreak crashing over her as tears gushed like a broken dam. She couldn't stop the sobbing. The despair was overwhelming. That idiot warned me. If your lifespan hits 0 in the system, Manhwa, you die in the real world too. Even though we start with 100 non-tradable years, dying 3 times wipes out a massive chunk. He barely has 12 years left. Oh brother Song Fei, why would this Qin Feng monster target you?" According to the guild chat, Qin Feng slaughtered him 3 times while Song Fei was surrounded by dozens of bodyguards. That's terrifying. How can one player possess such godlike power? Suddenly her phone chimed with a priority alert from the user, Song Fei meow meow. Sisters assemble, brother Song Fei is in critical condition. Anyone in Shanghai City with tradable lifespan, we need you now. He is at the Great River Plaza. Buying rate is 1 day for 10,000 credits. Sisters, this is our chance to get rich and save our idol. Xiao, you didn't hesitate scrambling to change clothes. He's at the Great River Plaza. That's close. I can't just sit here and watch his life force drain away. I have to save him. Thanks to those idiots I partied with, I farmed over 200 days. It's just enough to make a difference in this Manhwa recap. Without wasting a second, she dashed out the door. Meanwhile, back in the digital world, a shrimp monster was sliced into oblivion. On a pristine beach with azure waters, Qin Feng stood amidst a sea of corpses. The system interface flashed gold. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. Attributes increased intelligence, etiquette, and integrity +2. You have received 5 free attribute points. Class advancement unlocked. Vol. Server announcement. You are the first player in Shanghai City to reach level 10. Awarded 7 reputation points. You are the first player in the Great River Kingdom to reach level 10. Awarded 14 reputation points. You are the first player in the world to reach level 10. Awarded 21 reputation points. Once 7 players reach level 10 in the city, the portal to the Forsaken Continent of the Gods will open. The announcement echoed across every starter town, shocking the entire player base of this leveling Manhwa. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Qin Feng for becoming the world's first level 10 player. The global chat exploded with chaos. It's Qin Feng again. He got the first kill on the gold boss and now he's the first to level 10. This Qin Feng guy is too overpowered. I heard he just camped a celebrity player and killed him multiple times. You mean Song Fei? He deserved it. Wait. Qin Feng is from the Great Xia region. I have a unique hidden class, yet I'm only level 8. How is he so fast? Who is this monster? We have 1.5 billion people in India and not a single one of us can catch up to him. Notifications continued to cascade around Qin Feng. Consumed 13 evolution points. Remaining 0. Initial skill. Backstab evolved to Platinum rank Emerald Strike. Passive effect unlocked. When attacking from behind, damage is increased by 40 to 50%. Qin Feng looked out at the ocean calculating. Tradable lifespan is only 7,000 days. It's still not enough. The system didn't show skill data this time. Qin Feng muttered to himself. To leave the starter village, I need 7 people to hit level 10. But the highest level besides me is only 7. Opening the portal to the Forsaken Continent will take time. I can't just wait around. This is the perfect opportunity to return to reality and solve a pressing issue. His avatar dissolved into particles of light vanishing from the beach. In the real world, Qin Feng opened his eyes, a gaze that was murky, yet pierced with sharp intensity. The awakening Manhwa system interface appeared in his retina. Do you wish to use tradable lifespan to extract abilities into reality? Qin Feng selected yes instantly. The menu expanded with options: 1 extract class and level, 2 extract equipment, 3 extract skills, 4 bloodline currently unavailable, 5 divinity currently unavailable. He scanned the list calmly before giving his command. Extract class. The system responded, consumed 1,000 days of tradable lifespan. Extracted unique hidden class Qin Feng. You have obtained the power of the Qin Feng. Class passives active. Strength +3, Constitution +3, Agility +8, Spirit +5. Qin Feng didn't stop there. Information flooded his mind as he prepared for the next step. Time to bring my skills into the real world. Suddenly he realized a critical loophole. Logically, higher-level skills should cost more life to extract, maybe even growing exponentially. But the lifespan cost is based on the skill's original rank, not its evolved rank. It completely ignores my evolution upgrades. My stealth skill only costs the base 900 days. But what I'm extracting is the platinum tier version from the game. This is a massive advantage. As he spoke, the confirmation appeared. Consumed 900 days. Extracted platinum rank skill, stealth. Consumed 2,262 days. Extracted silver rank skill, highly toxic dart. Qin Feng felt the dormant power surging within him as he spoke. He still had 1,292 days of lifespan remaining. He couldn't extract other skills just yet, but he had secured this specific extraction for an incredibly cheap price. To think he actually pulled a platinum rank hidden potential skill, what an absolute steal. A gloomy, ominous energy began to swirl around Qin Feng's hand. That dark aura instantly enveloped his entire body. His physical strength had now doubled that of a normal human, and his agility attribute had skyrocketed to 32 points. He had completely transcended human limits. With the addition of infinite stealth and toxic darts with a 14-meter range, finding an opening to assassinate Song Fei was now a guarantee. Qin Feng grabbed his phone and scrolled through the latest updates, his eyes narrowing. Was Song Fei frantically buying up lifespan like a madman? Was he trying to whale his way through the game to come back and settle the score? Dajing Square was only 7 or 8 kilometers away. At his current speed, he'd be there in just over 10 minutes. Suddenly the phone vibrated with a new message. He glanced at the sender's name and muttered, Hu Qibin. Just a manager relying on the company's influence to bully others. He opened the message. Qin Feng, think your wings are hard enough to fly now, ignoring my calls? The young miss taking a fancy to you is a blessing you don't deserve. And you dare ignore it, call me back immediately or I will... Reading that trash made his blood boil. Idiot! He spat, tossing the guy onto the blacklist. Qin Feng strode forward, his aura pulsing relentlessly. He tossed the phone aside and activated his stealth skill. Before fading completely into the void, Qin Feng emphasized every word. These people will soon realize the brutal truth of this God's forsaken game. Meanwhile, at the outdoor venue, the stage was magnificent, and the atmosphere was absolutely electric. The crowd roared one name in unison, Song Fei. Below the stage, fangirls with flushed faces screamed his name until their throats were raw. Song Fei. Looking up, 2 figures, a man and a woman, sat on the stage like royalty amidst the chanting. As Qin Feng drew closer, he identified the man basking in the adoration as Song Fei, and sitting right next to him was the schemer Li Zi. She glanced over and asked softly, Brother, I heard you were killed by the Qin Feng 3 times inside the game. Rest assured, I've already sent people to investigate this Qin Feng's real-world identity. Song Fei frowned slightly, his voice cold. Oh, and how is the investigation going? In front of the crowd, she kept her perfect smile plastered on. I've sent agents to Firefly Town to make contact. We'll offer him a number he simply cannot refuse. And when he returns to reality to collect the money, she lowered her head, a vicious, cunning look taking over. Haha, we'll capture him. Then I'll invite you, brother Song Fei, to vent all your anger on him personally. Song Fei smirked, a despicable expression crossing his face. Make sure you tell me when that happens. I heard your Dejiang Corporation uses this method to control players in this leveling Manhwa world and forces them to work for free, right? She covered her mouth and giggled. They're just trash with no brains and barely any lifespan. You're the best brother. So many women willingly give their lifespan to you. Some are even ready to die for you. Hearing Li Zi's praise, he chuckled with satisfaction, arrogance radiating from every pore. Suddenly a loud voice erupted from the crowd, cutting through the cheers. Hey, you people need to get a grip. Stop selling your own lifespan to others like that. An ordinary-looking man raised his voice, desperate to be heard. Don't you read the government news? If your lifespan hits 0 in the game, you die in reality. This isn't just a game, it's a brutal awakening Manhwa reality. Song Fei froze, unsure how to respond to the sudden interruption. Seeing the silence, the man pushed harder. And you, Song Fei, you clearly know that lifespan is tied to life and death, yet you're still brainwashing fans to harvest their time. You are literally murdering people. We're going to sue you. Song Fei held his head for a moment, thinking, of course, a troublemaker showed up. In a flash, Song Fei stood up, microphone in hand, his voice smooth as silk. Ahem. Ladies and gentlemen, hello everyone. I am Song Fei. I've noticed the debates circulating. My purchase of lifespan has consumed public resources and caused trouble for everyone. For that, I am deeply regretful and sorry. The crowd below instantly erupted in defense. No, you don't need to apologize. You did nothing wrong. He maintained his guilty facade, expertly manipulating the narrative. I am incredibly grateful for the support and love from my fans. I sincerely call for all love to be positive and progressive. I hope everyone can chase stars rationally during this special phase of the God's forsaken game. While protecting yourselves, we can work together to support things that bring positive energy to society. Song Fei's words seeped into the hearts of the crowd, moving many girls to tears. While the country suffers from this game, I am actively cooperating with officials and working hard within the system. That is why I used my personal assets to buy lifespan. I hope to become a top-tier idol in the game, someone worthy of your love. He lowered his head, sobbing, his voice choked with emotion. I do this to repay my fans, hoping everyone can gain something beyond the game. Please live a happy, peaceful life, and let us strive for a brighter tomorrow together. But I never expected to cause so much trouble. If my actions have burdened you, then I sincerely apologize. The girls below were on the verge of tears, whispering, "No." That was the final straw. His emotional speech caused the entire crowd to explode. They screamed, "You don't need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. How can you be so warm and kind?" "What, brother." The girls turned on the man who had shouted earlier, their eyes filled with rage. "You savages, get the hell out of here. We volunteered to help him, don't you dare insult his sincerity." The man could only stammer, "You people." A fan named Song Fei Meow Meow pouted and screamed, "Don't believe those messy rumors, you dare doubt him. You pig-brained idiots will believe anything. How could in-game lifespan affect reality?" The crowd murmured, looking at her. When did she get up there? Song Fei Meow. Meow was lost in her own delusion, patting her chest. "I've died for him so many times. When I went offline, I had less than a day of life left. But look, I'm still standing here. Stop talking about what-ifs. Even if it were true, if you lack the resolve to die for him, you are utterly unworthy of claiming to love Song Fei." The brainwashed horde below erupted into tears, chanting in unison like a cult. "You are right. Absolutely right. Song Fei, we worship you." Then, like falling dominoes, they began screaming their sacrifices. "I have 20 days of life left. Take it all. I have 17 days. I only have 3. But they are yours." He stood on the stage, basking in the twisted harvest he had cultivated, his voice dripping with false sweetness. "Oh heavens, I can truly feel your love washing over me. I love you all." As the words left his lips, the crowd shrieked in ecstasy. Song Fei turned to the girl beside him, holding her hand tenderly. "Especially you. To be loved by someone of your status. I am truly moved." The fangirl Meow Meow choked back sobs of pure devotion. "Oh Song Fei. Seeing your deep affection, I would gladly die this very instant with no regrets." He gazed at the woman with tear-filled eyes and replied, But suddenly, a streak of azure light tore through the heavens, screaming across the wind to embed itself directly into Song Fei's skull. The crowd below froze, eyes bulging in disbelief at the sudden turn of events before pure terror washed over the scene. Lizzie stared in horror as blood sprayed forth. Her expression stiffened, pupils constricting as fresh blood gushed from the idol's mouth. A massive hole had appeared in Song Fei's head. His body swayed, equilibrium shattered before he collapsed into the arms of the person in front of him. She was stunned by the warm droplets of blood splattered across her face. Then, as the brutal reality set in, she collapsed to the ground, screaming in sheer terror. Meow Meow turned to look at the cold corpse of her idol, whispering in a trembling voice, "Song Fei, brother. Song Fei, what is wrong?" The crowd below exploded into chaos. Song Fei is dead. The bodyguards immediately swarmed around Lizzie, shouting, "Danger! Protect the eldest! Miss, get her out of here!" She blended into the panic, running for her life, her mind racing. "Run faster, I must leave this place." Lizzie was consumed by ultimate fear, sweat mingling with her tears. I saw it clearly. When Song Fei died, a lifespan orb of light appeared on his body, but it vanished into thin air instantly. Someone definitely looted it. She rushed toward her vehicle within the protective circle of bodyguards. The thing that killed Song Fei was unmistakably a skill from the Godslayer game. Could it be? Can game skills be used in the real world? This twists the very logic of a system. Manhwa killing Song Fei, instantly using stealth to loot lifespan. Only one person is capable of this. But before Lizzie could finish her thought, another shot pierced through her skull, scattering blood everywhere. In death, Lizzie's face twisted into a grotesque mask of horror. The bodyguards stared at the cold body and gasped, "Eldest." Miss Meanwhile, Qin Feng stood amidst the chaotic crowd, his expression icy and radiating killing intent as he whispered, "Just darkness." After a long passage of time, the sky turned to the bruised purple of dusk. Breaking news flooded every channel. The superstar Song Fei had died a miserable death at Dajiang Square. Reports stated a fanatic fan had sacrificed her entire lifespan, only to die tragically beside Song Fei's corpse. Police investigations concluded Song Fei died from a supernatural force. Watching the news, Xiao Yu and Chu Ran felt their souls leave their bodies. She broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. "I still cannot believe it. Just yesterday we were at Brother Song Fei's concert full of joy, and now he is gone." Suddenly Chu Ran noticed a crucial detail. The invisible dart. That is a specific ability from the Godslayer game. Xiao Yu, are you suggesting that darkness killed Song Fei? I heard rumors that darkness killed Song Fei 3 times inside the game world, but as the words left her mouth, she could hardly believe them herself. How could abilities from a virtual game manifest in reality? Xiao Yu went silent, her mind a chaotic storm, until a terrifying realization dawned in her eyes. Darkness murdered Brother Song Fei. Correct. Darkness killed him multiple times in the game, so in reality, the only one capable of this assassination is Darkness. Invisible Dart. Isn't that an assassin class skill? It is certain. The culprit is Darkness. Brother Song Fei was slaughtered by him, and now my world has lost its only light. Amidst the grief and chaos, Xiao Yu began to calculate coldly. If Darkness knows how to bring game powers into reality, she would get close to him. Use him. Waking from her trance, she screamed at the driver. Stop the car. She had silently steeled her resolve. No matter the method, she had to become stronger. Stepping out of the vehicle, Chu Ran rushed over concerned Xiao Yu. But she gave no answer, her eyes deep and focused, lost in a stream of dark thoughts. From today onward, I have only one goal. A dangerous plan formed in her mind to slaughter Darkness. Chu Ran called out anxiously, Xiao, are you all right? You look terrifying right now. But she heard nothing, completely submerged in her world of hatred, vowing vengeance for Song Fei. Elsewhere, Qin Feng was leisurely enjoying a meal in a quiet, empty bistro. He chewed slowly, lost in thought. In this leveling manhwa reality, while players might be invincible, energy is still consumed. Hunger is a shackle that remains. Suddenly the phone beside him began to ring incessantly, followed by an urgent text message popping up on the screen. Qin Feng Fatty Hu was in a thunderous rage, claiming Qin Feng had blocked his calls and WeChat. If you do not show up, you are fired and you can kiss this month's salary goodbye. Qin Feng glanced indifferently at the sender's name, xianxia. A girl with a decent character, though too fragile and often bullied. In his past life, she was also a member of his Godslayer guild. He smirked, replying with casual disregard. Ignore him. You should stop working too. Enter the game and start developing your character immediately. She replied instantly. Qin Feng, have you joined the game already? I heard it is incredibly difficult. Many people are running out of lifespan. Qin Feng tapped out a few words. No matter your class, dump all your stats into agility at the start. Xiaoya responded right away. Okay, I heard lifespan in the game is very expensive now. Qin Feng, how about you? How much have you earned? He replied calmly. Not much, and it is almost all gone. She was shocked. Whoa, did you buy a house or a car? No wonder you blocked Fatty Ho. Hearing the nickname, Qin Feng chuckled softly. Fatty Hu. That lackey is nothing. The real trouble lies with his boss, Qian Shiji. At the mention of her name, a flood of memories crashed into his mind. Shishi, the chairwoman of the Qian Corporation. The company he worked for previously was a subsidiary of her empire. That venomous heiress. She does nothing but scout for men to devour. Rumor has it she's been seen entering hotels with half a dozen middle-aged foreigners or joyriding in sports cars with men purely for the thrill. And now her predatory gaze has fallen on me. Qin Feng's brows furrowed as the image of that woman and her scandalous reputation burned clearly in his mind. Shishi was a woman who worshipped anything foreign. In his past life, shortly after the Divine Game launched, she abandoned Great Xia for North America, leading the charge to establish the Alice Guild in the Land of Wonderland. It became one of the top 3 guilds in North America, explicitly positioning itself as a sworn enemy of Great Xia. In that previous timeline, she brought endless calamity to his homeland and his own god-slaying guild. A cold resolve hardened in his heart. He had to eliminate her before she could flee across the ocean. If she managed to reach North America, she would become a thorn in his side that was nearly impossible to remove. But if Shishi were to die here, the Alice Guild might never rise from the ashes. A ruthless thought sparked in his mind. Rumors suggested that many of the Alice Guild's founders were her past lovers. If this spider of a woman were crushed, now that web of connections would naturally dissolve. But before the plan could fully form, a jarring ringtone sliced through his thoughts. It was Xiao Yu. He picked up immediately. Hello! But the moment the line connected, Xiao Yu's voice exploded with rage. Qin Feng, you're actually still capable of answering the phone. I honestly thought you'd already died inside the game. Listen carefully if you're still breathing. I have news. I've made enough money to buy a house, so from this moment on, stay out of my life. Qin Feng replied, his voice calm and detached, like a still lake. That's good to hear. Was there anything else? Her scream nearly shattered the speaker. Don't ever bother me again. I won't come looking for you, and don't you dare try to find out where I live. Qin Feng gave a nonchalant hum. If that's all, I'm hanging up. The furious shrieking continued from the other side. You listen to me. Qin Feng, I am cutting all ties with you. Hearing this, he agreed with refreshing speed. Okay. He ended the call without a second's hesitation. Having finished his meal, Qin Feng muttered to himself, turning back to the grind. Time to continue leveling up. It won't be long now. Once someone hits level 10, the world will realize that these skills can be brought into reality. It's the classic turning point of a leveling manhwa. He cast his gaze toward the peaceful sky, a storm brewing in his eyes. When that moment comes, this tranquility will be shattered forever. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Chu Ran looked worryingly at her best friend who had just slammed the phone down. Xiao Yu, cutting ties with your brother like that. Isn't it a bit much? Maybe you should apologize. I think he was genuinely angry this time. Xiao Yu tossed her hair, her attitude dripping with arrogance. Me? Apologize to him? Impossible. I sold my very lifespan to the Chen Shi group just to get 2 million credits. Chu Ran was so shocked she lost the power of speech. Xiao Yu stared at her friend with intense seriousness. Chu Ran, I bought a safe house. We're going to live together. I'll get close to the legendary player Qin Feng soon enough. Once I have him, why would I ever need a loser like my brother? Suddenly Zhang Wei appeared, waving enthusiastically. He rushed over and draped an arm around her shoulder with practiced ease. For you, babe. The assassin class skill book you wanted. Just don't forget what you promised me. You have to spend some quality time with me. Xiao Yu forced a sweet smile. I know. Once everything is settled, I'll make sure you're satisfied. But internally she was screaming curses. You sycophant, the moment I befriend Qin Feng trash like you won't even be worth a glance. After finally shooing Zhang Wei away, she eagerly pulled up her contacts. Brother Wang, I have an assassin skill book here. It's a crowd control type. Could you please ask the great Qin Feng if he needs it? If he wants it, I'm willing to gift it to him for free. Xiao Yu couldn't hide the trembling excitement in her heart. That dog Zhang Wei was actually useful for once. To think he found such a high-tier book. This item will be the red string of fate connecting me to Qin Feng. She began to fantasize about the handsome, heroic figure she imagined Qin Feng to be. Oh, Qin Feng. I'll catch up to you soon. I'll quietly stay by your side, healing you, helping you destroy your enemies, and leveling up with you. I'll make you feel my infinite support. Xiao Yu crafted a beautiful delusion of the future. You'll slowly come to trust me, maybe even see me as your other half. Until I'm strong enough. Until you have no more value for me to exploit. A vicious malice twisted her expression. That's when I'll kill you with my own hands. I'll gouge your eyes out to avenge brother Song Fei. But then the reply finally came through, shattering her fantasy. The boss says your skill is trash. He doesn't need it. Keep it and sell it for cash. Xiao Yu stood there frozen, letting out a confused, Meanwhile, in a desolate wasteland, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He was carefully stealthing when a scream pierced the air. Watch out, dodge it. He quickly cloaked himself in shadows and moved toward the source of the noise. Damn it. That's no ordinary monster. Survival comes first. The tank of the Grey Rose squad raised his shield, desperately trying to block the razor-sharp claws of a golden centipede. He retreated while roaring, "Run, it's locked onto you." Just as the beast's claws nearly claimed his life, a squad member gritted her teeth in frustration. Damn it. From a distance, Qin Feng observed the chaos. A golden centipede, that's a level 8 gold boss. The corner of his mouth curled up, eyes gleaming with interest. How intriguing. If I remember correctly, this boss possesses level 2 anti-stealth. Qin Feng instantly realized the tactical disadvantage right in front of this beast. His invisibility was useless. The golden centipede let out a heaven-shaking roar, the sound waves vibrating through the very air. Qin Feng feigned panic, turning to flee. But from the shadows, he launched a silent, deadly strike. The attack landed with surgical precision, minus 9,126 damage, weak point struck. Qin Feng paused, analyzing the creature. The bonus effect of attacking from outside the target's vision doubles the damage. But since this monster can see through stealth, that bonus is nullified, drastically reducing my damage output. He went silent for a beat, calculating the health bar chunk he just removed from the golden centipede. However, the effects of the legendary passive Deliverance are still in play. It has already amplified the weak point damage on the centipede's head and heart by 200%. And the 9 strikes of my chain/3 are guaranteed to hit the target's weak points, dealing triple damage. That more than compensates for the lost stealth bonus. An image flashed in Qin Feng's mind. No wonder it's a legendary skill. I really still need to thank that little girl for helping me find the Temple of Faith. Grey Rose watched the battle unfold with bated breath, witnessing the peak of a leveling manhwa. Her voice trembled as she whispered, "How is his shadow damage so broken?" Just one skill wiped out 1/6 of the golden arthropod's health bar in an instant. Qin Feng didn't hesitate, immediately following up with his venomous shuriken. The projectile slammed into the beast's forehead, triggering a critical hit of 1,785 damage. He muttered coldly, This venomous shuriken is only silver rank, so the damage output is starting to fall behind. I need to advance my class to unlock higher tier hidden stats. Qin Feng landed softly near the boss to assess the situation. Suddenly, the monster roared and launched a whirlwind attack. Grey Rose screamed in panic, "Watch out!" Qin Feng's eyes widened, his body blurring as he sidestepped the strike. He instantly retaliated with a relentless combo, giving the monster zero room to breathe. Hiding behind a boulder, Grey Rose and Xiao Yu watched the spectacle, their hearts pounding in terror and awe. She gasped. What kind of god-tier agility is that? It is not just his speed. His reaction time is inhuman, as if he knows every move the boss is about to make. Exactly. In terms of raw speed, he is on par with the boss, yet he dodges every single hit. It is like he has fought this monster 1,000 times before. Meanwhile, Qin Feng noticed the two spectators, his mind racing even as his hands dealt destruction. In his past life, when he partied with Xiao Yu, she couldn't even protect herself, let alone heal him. That was why he had mastered the art of survival through sheer grit. A true warrior does not just rely on brute force. They master the dance of attack and evasion. His eyes shone with a cold, predatory light. This was the secret to his strength. Qin Feng told himself that even as a standard warrior class, he could claw his way into the top 100 global rankings. The golden arthropod shrieked in agony as black blood sprayed into the air. Seeing the boss turn to flee while clutching its wounds gave Qin Feng a rush of pure satisfaction. Compared to nightmare bosses like the Golden Ghost ship with its unavoidable attacks, this giant bug was nothing more than a training dummy. Grey Rose shouted frantic, "Oh my god, the golden boss is trying to escape." Qin Feng moved like lightning, cutting off its path. A single horizontal slash ended its life. The system announced, "You have slain the level 8 Golden Arthropod King. You have gained 6,400 experience points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 497 tradable days of lifespan." The barrage of notifications made the two observers green with envy. That is insane. A single golden boss dropped 28 evolution points and nearly 2,000 days of tradable life. But the system Manhwa rewards were not done yet. A panel materialized. Darklight Shield, Platinum rank, Assassin class skill. When active, all dodge chances convert into a damage immunity shield for 8 seconds. Cooldown is 60 seconds. Level requirement is 8. Conversion rate is 1 shield layer for every 20% dodge chance. Dodge rate returns to normal after use. Once the shield breaks or time expires, the effect ends. Qin Feng stared, stunned. He could not believe a skill book of this caliber actually dropped. With the 75% dodge rate from his epic tier Ghost Qin Feng Blur, this Darklight Shield would grant him 3 layers of absolute immunity. Once I learn this skill, most bosses won't even be able to scratch me. Without hesitation, Qin Feng commanded the system to evolve the Darklight Shield to epic rank. The system consumed 1 + 2 + 3, totaling 6 evolution points. The skill ascended from Platinum to Epic. Assassin skill immunity shield now lasts from 8 up to 14 seconds. Conversion rate improves, requiring only 10% dodge chance for each layer of immunity. He laughed maniacally. Haha, this means I can stack 7 layers of damage immunity instantly. I can finally explore high-level danger zones without fear. Qin Feng pulled out his weapon and said, "I have 22 evolution points left. Time to upgrade the damage on my venomous shuriken." The system announced the consumption of 3 + 5 + 8, totaling 16 evolution points for the venomous shuriken. Evolved from silver to jade rank. Range increased from 14 to 17 meters. Attack power boosted by 240 points. Deadly poison now deals 80% continuous damage per second, stacking on weak points for 5 seconds. He was shocked by the stat spike. Evolving the shuriken 3 times had more than doubled its damage output. Since the base cooldown is only 5 seconds, its damage consistency rivals even the Qin Feng shield slash. Qin Feng grinned. 2 assassin-type items dropped as well. Time to equip them immediately. The system displayed the graceful ring of platinum rank. Assassin jewelry. Agility +20. Movement speed +20%. Attack speed +20%. Cooldown reduction +20%. Requires level 8. Thick red leather gloves. Golden rank. Assassin defense gear. Physical defense +18. Elemental resistance +15. Vitality +12. Health points +588. Requires level 6. Qin Feng felt invincible. With these 2 items, his cooldown reduction had hit a massive 55%. The cooldown for Qin Feng shield slash dropped from 12 seconds to just 7.7. Plus, he gained 51 vitality, over 100 defense, and over 1,500 health. Not bad at all. With these stats, he could tank 3 hits from the golden boss without dying. Combined with the Darklight Shield, his survivability was now god tier. Just then, Grey Rose rushed up to him, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she heaped praise upon him. "Big boss, you are truly a legend. You made killing that boss look so easy." Her team members chimed in purely in awe. Too strong. She batted her eyelashes and asked, "Big boss, did any skills drop that I can use? I want to buy them." Qin Feng opened his inventory. "You are a mage, right? I have this golden rank skill book, Frostbone Barrage. It is an AoE skill that fires up to 10 ice spheres. One price, 800 days of lifespan." Xiao Yu scoffed from the side. 800 days. That is robbery. I saw someone selling a level 5 golden skill book for just 400 days. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, his voice calm but icy. Frostbone Barrage is a level 7 skill. The damage scaling at level 7 is 40% higher than level 5. 800 days is a bargain, take it or leave it. Grey Rose didn't hesitate for a second. "I'll take it. 800 days of lifespan." As the transaction finalized, the system chimed in. "You have sold the Frostclaw a gold-tier skill book." 800 tradable days were instantly added to his account. Her teammates waved enthusiastically, their faces beaming with respect. "See you around, boss." Qin Feng turned and vanished into the distance without a single backward glance. In this early stage, no boss in existence could threaten him now. His plan was simple: return to town, leak the news, and gather intel on silver and gold boss locations. With that network, he would have an endless supply of high-tier prey to slaughter. His growth speed in this leveling Manhwa world was about to hit maximum velocity. Just then, a message from Wang Meng flashed before his eyes. "Boss, our old priest Xiao, you begged me to contact you. She wants to give you a skill book as a gift." Qin Feng paused, a cold sneer curling his lips. "Sir. Xiao Yu wants to gift me a skill," he scoffed. "It's probably just some bronze-tier trash." He lowered his head, his mind racing. Rumors were already spreading like wildfire that Qin Feng was the one who executed Song Fei. And now she wants to offer a tribute to Qin Feng. Disgust surged through Qin Feng. "Tell her to keep her garbage," he spat. Wang Meng nodded instantly. "Got it." Inside, Qin Feng laughed darkly. Does she want to cozy up to the new power, or is she plotting revenge for her dead lover? Perhaps it was a twisted mix of both. He shot back a reply. "The boss says your skill is trash. He doesn't want it. Sell it yourself." The girl stood there stunned by the rejection. Qin Feng then messaged Wang Meng directly. "Meet me in town. I have goods for you. Bring your lifespan." Wang Meng agreed immediately. "Understood." But then Wang Meng's voice turned grave. "Boss, I have to ask. You were the one who killed Song Fei, weren't you?" The abrupt question caught him off guard for a split second. But Qin Feng didn't flinch. "That's right. I killed him." Silence hung heavy on the other end. Wang Meng had connected the dots. Qin Feng was offline exactly when Song Fei died. The motive and timing were a perfect match. If Wang Meng asked, it meant the government had already deduced the truth. Qin Feng's voice dropped to a chilling temperature. "Why are you planning to arrest me?" His mind worked furiously. In 2 hours, the first player would hit level 10, unlocking the ability to bring skills into reality. The secret couldn't be kept forever. This was the perfect opportunity. He would use this to test the Great Xia government's stance. Let's see how they handle a wildcard like him. That afternoon, an eerie silence blanketed the city. Clad in a concealing cloak, Qin Feng emerged from the shadows, approaching Wang Meng's gathering. The moment he arrived, Anyu beamed. "Boss, so you admit you took out Song Fei?" He looked her dead in the eye. "I did." To his surprise, her smile only widened. "Honestly, we ran a detailed investigation on the incident. You were our prime suspect, of course, but we also uncovered that Song Fei and Li Zi were conspiring against you. Not to mention the Daijiang company had been kidnapping players. They imprisoned and tortured people for labor, you eliminating them. Strictly speaking, that was nothing more than self-defense." Their casual acceptance rubbed Qin Feng the wrong way. It was clear they couldn't identify him IRL, so they chose to maintain the alliance. In his past life, his record with the government was spotless. But in this timeline, he had blood on his hands. The ripples of destiny were beginning to shift. He opened his system interface, his gaze intense. Let's see just how much chaos his rebirth would bring to this awakening Manhwa world forsaken by the gods. Qin Feng began pulling out high-tier loot. "Time to offload these platinum items," he muttered. "The government needs gear, and they have an endless supply of lifespan to pay for it." As the platinum artifacts materialized one by one, and Yu and her team stared in disbelief. Their eyes burned with greed and awe. My god, platinum gear. And a platinum skill book. Did the boss solo a platinum boss already? Impossible, there was no world announcement. Qin Feng waved it off casually. "Just got lucky. I found a few chests lying around." Little xiaoxu chimed in, smiling sweetly. "I saw the boss open an emerald chest with my own eyes. But calling a pile of platinum loot just luck, that's too humble." Li Zi pouted green with envy. "You call her Little Xiaoshu, but I'm stuck with Little Black." Qin Feng shrugged. "Fine, not Little Black. How about Blackie?" "Just stick to Little Black," she screamed in frustration. Wang Meng sighed deeply, shaking his head. Some people are just born different. Comparing ourselves to him is just asking for pain. Even in you couldn't hide her envy. We nearly died killing one silver boss. Meanwhile, he's cracking open platinum and emerald chests like they're nothing. Qin Feng began listing the prices with business-like coldness. Platinum Archer Skill Book. Fixed price 2,500 days. Platinum Berserker Weapon 1,500. Platinum Mage Skill 3,000. And this gold set with a gold skill attached 8,000 for the package. Plus the rest. 25 items in total. I'll knock off 10,000 days as a bulk discount. Without a moment's hesitation, An Yu nodded. Deal. Wang Meng's eyes nearly popped out of his head at her speed. Captain An, he names a price and you just pay it, no haggling at all. An Yu looked at him calmly. Haggle. This price is more than fair. Besides, I'm clearing the debt little Xiaoxiu and you owe him. The transaction was sealed instantly. As the lifespan transferred, Qin Feng smirked. Captain An, you're a true heroine. Decisive. She laughed, clearly pleased. Looking at his balance, Qin Feng's mind shifted to economics. Once tradable lifespan hits 10,000 days, the unit converts to years. 60 years. That's roughly 22,000 days. At current exchange rates, that's 400 million in cash. Even for the city government, it was a massive fortune. But compared to the power it bought them, the benefits were priceless. Qin Feng gazed at An Yu and her squad, his mind moving like a chess master. With this shipment of high-tier gear and skill books, Zhanghai City wouldn't just survive, they would evolve ahead of the curve. A stronger government meant fewer headaches for him down the road. And, perhaps, even a dominance that would shake the international stage. Just then, An Yu's expression hardened her voice, cutting through his thoughts with military precision. Big shot, listen. The Dajiang Corporation has taken players hostage. We're launching a rescue operation immediately. Do you have the guts to join the raid? He fell silent for a heartbeat, weighing her words. Was this the government's attempt to recruit him? Or were they offering him a chance to whitewash the blood of Song Fei from his hands? Qin Feng's refusal was cold and absolute. I'm not going anywhere. However, his voice dropped an octave, striking their hearts like a heavy warhammer. I will give you one piece of critical intel. The rumors are true. I used my in-game powers to slaughter those two in the real world. Here is the secret of this leveling Manhwa world. Once you hit level 10, the barrier shatters. You can burn your own lifespan to extract your game abilities into reality. He turned to leave, casting a sharp glance at An Yu. I assume a woman of your intellect understands the implications. Don't waste time. An Yu nodded slowly, the terrifying realization dawning on her. So that's the game. Dajiang Corporation isn't just kidnapping people. They're harvesting lifespan. If their agents reach level 10 and awaken their abilities in reality, our rescue mission won't just be difficult, it will be a suicide run. As long as you understand, Qin Feng replied indifferently. I'm off. And just like that, he vanished, leaving the squad staring at the empty space where a legend had just stood. An Yu snapped into commander mode. Wang Ming, change of plans. We need to split up to power level. Our 6-man squad is currently sitting at the top of the leaderboards. If we stick together, sure, we can one-shot any mob with massive damage, but the experience split is inefficient. We need to separate. Each of you will command a solo squad. It's the only way to skyrocket our overall leveling efficiency. Wang Meng nodded sharply. Understood. An Yu turned to the rest of the team. Priority 1, everyone hits level 10 immediately. And you log off now and report this intel to High Command. The soldier saluted, his voice booming. Sir, yes sir. Meanwhile, on the bustling streets of the safe zone, whispers erupted as players spotted a familiar figure. Check it out. Qin Feng is setting up a stall again. But wait, he's not selling anything this time. He's buying. Qin Feng sat calmly in the middle of the street, a sign floating before him. Buying coordinates for level 30, silver bosses and level 100 gold bosses. Suddenly, Li Jun strutted out from the crowd, a mocking sneer plastered across his face. Well, well. Look at the mighty Qin Feng still hustling with a street stall. He pointed an arrogant finger at Qin Feng. Listen up. Our young miss has a generous offer. Help her power level and she'll hand you 300 million plus shares in the Dajiang Industrial Corporation. Opportunities like this don't happen twice in a lifetime, pal. I suggest you get on your knees and accept it. A bystander in the crowd couldn't help but laugh. Hey genius, have you not logged off lately? Do you seriously not know Qin Feng is the one who butchered Song Fei and your precious young miss in the real world? Li Jun froze, his brows furrowing. What did you just say? The crowd exploded into gossip. You didn't hear the heiress of Dajiang Industries was assassinated. I saw her once. A total beauty. What a waste of a good face. Li Jun's face turned ashen as the realization hit him. The young miss brought this on herself. She wanted to kidnap Qin Feng in reality and force him into slave labor. Instead, she got insta-killed. Li Zi is actually dead. Li Jun's mind flashed back to the moment his own life fell apart. At the start, Li Zi offered 10 million for Qin Feng's help. Qin Feng rejected her cold. Li Jun had been greedy. He saw the money and ran to help her, thinking he'd score a cool 5 million commission. Instead, the moment he showed up to collect her goons, beat him senseless. The traumatic memories flooded back, waking up in a damp, dark basement, the daily beatings, the starvation, forced to play the game to farm lifespan for them, forced to scam other players. And now Li Zi was dead by Qin Feng's hand. That witch actually got what she deserved. He suddenly felt like a massive clown dancing in front of a predator. He had mocked Qin Feng for being stupid, but it turned out the only fool here was him. Chasseur. Qin Feng's voice was ice cold. You look like a beaten dog. I assume you helped that woman kidnap quite a few innocent people, didn't you? Li Jun panicked, waving his hands frantically. No way I was forced, I'm leaving. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed with killing intent. Scram, trash Qin Feng thought. Not even worth the mana. Government agents would sweep him up soon enough. Suddenly, a masked figure approached the stall. I have what you need, Silver Boss coordinates. 30-day spawn cycle. Let's make a deal. The scene shifted to another part of the city where a group strutted down the street demanding attention like royalty. The crowd buzzed. Look, that's Abyss. Rumor has it she's Shishi in real life, the heiress of the massive Chen group. Stay back. She's a psychopath who kills players just for fun. She'll hunt you down and steal your lifespan without blinking. Shishi and her entourage walked with their noses in the air. She scoffed, scanning the area with a sneer. Honest to God, this so-called system Manhwa is nothing special. Throw enough money at it and you get the best skills and gear. As long as my combat power crushes these plebs, I can just slaughter anyone with high lifespan and take it for myself. To Shishi, other players were nothing but stepping stones, cattle to be harvested. Her arrogance was suffocating. She cursed under her breath. This damn game made me miss my flight. I should be in North America right now partying with Big Dick and Mark. Her eyes darted to two trembling players nearby, her expression filled with utter disgust. Instead, I'm stuck here in the Magic City, trapped in this country. Just look at these local men. Weak, pathetic, like little bugs. She turned to her companion, fawning over him. Tony, men from your side of the world are just so much more appealing. Tony smirked, soaking up the praise. Miss Qian, you certainly have refined taste. Naturally, we are superior to these locals, especially in the ways that count. Once we log out, perhaps I can give you a private demonstration. Shishi blushed, a twisted smile forming. Oh, I'm counting on it. Suddenly a thought crossed her mind. I heard that useless trash Song Fei finally kicked the bucket. I was with him once, couldn't even last a minute. Pathetic. Her eyes lit up with a predatory gleam. Rumor has it a guy named Qin Feng killed him. Even if he is a local being, the #1 player in the world makes him tolerable. I suppose I could lower my standards to get to know him. Shisha's mind began to scheme. If Qin Feng is strong enough to kill Song Fei, surely he can kill a normal person for me without breaking a sweat. Why not use this chance to wrap him around my finger? She turned on her heel and departed, tossing a cold command over her shoulder. Gentlemen, I'm logging off to make a call. Send someone to make contact with the player known as Darkness immediately. Tony stood by the side, green with envy. 3,000 days of lifespan. That was a fortune. But Shu didn't even care about his jealous gaze. She was lost in her own twisted schemes. Darkness might not care about cash, but 3,000 days of life. No one in this system Manhwa world would turn that down. To a powerhouse like him, killing a normal person would be as simple as snapping his fingers. A truly vicious thought flashed through her mind. She laughed internally, a wicked sound. I'll never forget the look on your face when you rejected me. Soon, you'll be dead, Qin Feng. The scene shifts violently as Zhang Wei drives his blade deep into a corrupted beast. In an instant, the monster's body dissolved into data particles and energy swirled around him. Zhang Wei hunched over, gasping for air, wiping the grime from his mouth. Qin Xiaoyu. Next time you cast a buff, do not time it so poorly, all right? I almost went to meet my ancestors because of you, he shouted, frustration boiling over. Why are you being so fierce? She retorted loudly. You're not dead, are you? Seeing her anger, he immediately backpedaled. I didn't mean it like that, I just wanted to remind you. Qin Xiaoyu cut him off coldly. The system says my fatigue has hit 90%. I'm logging out to eat. Churan, let's go. Suddenly both girls vanished into particles of light, not letting Zhang Wei get another word in. He gritted his teeth, cursing silently. Damn it. She used to call me Big Brother. But after seeing Darkness just once, she treats me like trash. Just you wait. One day I'll strip you of everything, including your pride. Back in the real world on a peaceful, sun-drenched day. In a luxurious high-rise, Qin Xiaoyu woke up in her new apartment, rubbing her eyes. Clothes lay scattered on the floor. I'm starving. She looked at her phone screen, stunned. What, all the takeout places are closed. No delivery drivers are accepting orders. Has everyone gone inside the game? Suddenly memories of the past flooded back. She remembered how Qin Feng used to cook delicious meals for her every day. Back then she never had to lift a finger or think about survival. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed as she stared into the empty air, silence stretching out in the room. She slapped her own cheeks. Qin Xiaoyu, wake up. It's just a meal. Compared to freedom, this is nothing. She clenched her fist, her voice filled with forced determination. Come on, you're the best. You can do this. Without Qin Feng, your life is definitely going to be better. Meanwhile, under the scorching sun by the sea, a loud boom echoed from a dark cave. A giant crab monster charged out, but a terrifying wave of sword energy was right on its tail. Qin Feng descended like a god of war, slicing the beast in half with a single strike. As the monster fell, he exhaled calmly. In just over an hour, I've slain 4 silver-tier bosses. Not bad efficiency for a leveling manhwa grind. Every 4 silver bosses yielded 16 evolution points. Light shimmered around Qin Feng. The average profit from a silver boss is around 3,500 days of tradable lifespan. Right now, all my gear is gold tier or higher. He analyzed his stats methodically. My cooldown reduction has jumped from 55% to 75%. Qin Feng's slash used to have a 12-second cooldown. Now it's down to 6.8 seconds. My damage output has exploded. He knew there were no platinum bosses outside the safe zones yet. For now, gold equipment is the peak. The experience window popped up. If I want to get stronger, the only way is a class advancement. When I face platinum bosses later, they'll have at least level 2 stealth detection. I need to advance quickly and get my stealth skill to level 3. I'm still short by over 20,000 experience points. Only with level 3 stealth can I minimize the risks when hunting platinum tier monsters. After all, in my past life, taking down a platinum boss required a 20-man raid team working in perfect sync. He turned and walked away slowly. First, I'll head back to town and sell everything to the government buyers. Qin Feng's mind was sharp. I have to be ahead of everyone. I need to solo the first platinum boss. Twilight fell over the city as system text appeared. Tradable lifespan 105 years. A voice called out from behind. Bye-bye, boss. Next time you have gear to sell, make sure to come to us first. He ignored them, lost in thought. The shop needs 40,000 days of lifespan. I can extract quite a few things now. Suddenly a man stepped out from behind a wall. Ye Qian. Hello? You must be Darkness, right? He raised a hand. I have an assassination contract. Interested? Kill someone in the real world. Don't worry, the reward is substantial. Qin Feng tried to walk past him indifferently, but Ye Qian quickly blocked his path. Wait, don't leave yet. You just have to kill an ordinary person named Qin Feng. I'll give you the address. You managed to kill Song Fei, so this should be a walk in the park, right? Don't you want free money? Qin Feng paused for a few seconds, then asked, Kill Qin Feng. Qin Feng was genuinely curious. Did this guy provoke you that much? Ye Qian chuckled. Don't worry about that. The reward is solid. Finish the job and I'll give you 3,000 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng looked him dead in the eye, thinking, 3,000 days. Converted to real-world value, that's 50 million. Interesting. Who on earth wants to kill me? I've never met this guy in reality. He wasn't a player I knew in my past life either. It looks like he's just the messenger. The real mastermind is someone else. In my previous life, I had a vendetta with someone, but that was in the late game. Seeing his hesitation, Ye Qian smirked. What tempted? Qin Feng remained silent. To be targeted this early. It must be a grudge from before the game started. And someone who can pay this price is someone I know. Suddenly a face flashed in his mind. Shusher, Chen Shishi. Qin Feng continued to deduce the truth. Only that woman has the motive and the financial power to hire a hitman to kill Qin Feng. But with the Chen Group's resources, if they really wanted me dead, they could have done it before the game launched. He lowered his head, calculating. So, this contract definitely has a hidden agenda. It seems her true goal was simply to make contact with Qin Feng. As for eliminating Qin Feng, that was likely just a convenient side quest for her. After all, Qin Feng had rejected her invitation to party up. How amusing. I haven't even come for you yet, and you're already knocking on my door. He stared the broker down and spoke with an icy calm. Fine, I'll accept this contract. But I want 50% up front, and I call the shots on when we strike. Ye Qian blinked in surprise. Hold on. For a 50% deposit, I need to request authorization from the higher-ups. He tapped frantically on his screen before nodding back at the assassin. Agreed. We can transfer half now directly to you. Once the job is done, you'll net a total of 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. As he confirmed the transaction, Qin Feng smirked internally. Consider the deposit my interest payment. Miss Qian, just you wait. I'll be paying you a visit very soon. The broker continued. Here's the target's profile and last known location. With your skills, tracking him down should be child's play. Looking at the address, he scoffed. Xianxia impression. That's literally where I live. Qin Feng vanished into the crowd, leaving behind one final warning. Good. Tell them to be ready. Ye Qian glared at his retreating back, irritation bubbling up. What's with that arrogant attitude? You're just another dog working for Miss Qian, same as me. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Big brother, please wait. A player named xiaoxu blocked his path. I heard you're hunting boss coordinates. I have the location for a gold tier boss. Are you interested? Qin Feng's voice was cold. 100 days, she giggled, waving her hand casually. Deal. Follow me then. It's north of town, a bit of a trek, so I'll be your guide. Qin Feng frowned slightly. Which boss is it? Xiaoxu whispered the name like a curse. The plague encircled one. He fell into thoughtful silence. She must have actually seen it to know the name. She walked ahead, not looking back. Are you sure you want to solo this dungeon? Shouldn't you bring a healer? That boss deals nasty range damage. Qin Feng replied flatly, no need, just lead the way. He lowered his head, analyzing his internal database. The plague encircled one is indeed a gold tier monster. It has a toxic aura that drains health every second you stand within its range. Xiaoxu glanced back, but Qin Feng seemed unbothered. To handle this beast in a leveling Manhwa world like this, DPS is key. You have to burst it down before the poison kills you. With my current stats, a few skill rotations should suffice. Xiaoxu finally stopped in front of a looming cavern entrance. The boss is inside this cave. My squad cleared the trash mobs, but we couldn't handle the big guy. I'll take you in. They ventured into the gloom, her footsteps steady. Suddenly, Xiaoxu froze and pointed into the darkness. It's right there. Below them stood the abomination, the plague encircled one, leaking toxic green gas like a living biohazard. Qin Feng observed it calmly. Done. Sending the lifespan now. A system window popped up. Transaction successful. You have transferred 100 days of tradable lifespan. His mind raced. If I recall correctly, that poison damage counts as a hit. My Phantom Blur gives 75% evasion, which should negate most of it. Suddenly, Xiaoxu hesitated, overcome with guilt. Big brother. I have to warn you. This is actually a trap. The moment you engage the boss, a hit squad is going to jump you. I recall they even have tier 2 anti-stealth items. Qin Feng didn't even blink. It doesn't matter, but Xiaoxu couldn't stop. She paused, then confessed. They told me to pretend to stop them to gain your trust. It's a scheme to find out your real-world identity. He glanced at her, genuinely baffled. What kind of convoluted nonsense is that? She lowered her head, face flushing with shame. I was forced into this. I'm telling you the truth so you can go punish the real mastermind behind me. They're threatening me in the real world too. I want them dead. Qin Feng stared into her eyes, his gaze piercing. Who is pulling your strings? Xiaoxu didn't hide anything. It's Dongfang Xian. His in-game ID is Idle Cloud. He claims you killed him once before. Qin Feng paused. Dongfang Xian. Idle Cloud. Ah, that trash who tried to steal my ghost ship boss. The one who handed over a skill book begging for his pathetic life. Xiaoxu anxiety peaked. Big brother, if you could kill Song Fei, you can definitely kill him, right? I've betrayed them to warn you. You can't sell me out now. You have to kill Dongfang Xian or I'm finished. Qin Feng smirked. He came up with a plan this childish. I never heard his name in my past life. He probably died like fodder in the early game. Well, since I'm here to farm the boss, I might as well put down a rabid dog while I'm at it. He turned to leave, tossing words over his shoulder. Play along with their plan. Tell them to come. I'll handle the rest. Xiaoxu reached out, panicked. Wait. You're doomed. Qin Feng is walking into his grave. Dongfang Xian already sent 3 teams of 18 elites against this thing. They were wiped out in 30 seconds. The poison damage is too high. They couldn't even shave off 5% of its health bar. No matter how strong Qin Feng is, that poison mist is a death sentence. I need to figure out an escape route fast. Qin Feng didn't hesitate. Seal of Liberation activate. Crimson energy exploded from his body. Weakness magnification engaged. Decapitation effect ready. He blurred forward like a gale force wind. Qin Feng shield slash. Damage numbers erupted like fireworks. 700. 2,000. 67,000. The surrounding vegetation was sliced to ribbons. Xiaoxu jaw dropped in horror. What the hell? One combo took 2/3 of a gold boss's health. That's over 80,000 damage. Is he even human? Qin Feng stood amidst the falling debris, watching the boss crash to the ground, utterly dominated. He dashed back towards her mind, working like a computer. Base cooldown is 25 seconds. With 75% reduction, my ultimate will be ready in exactly 14.3 seconds. Wait, I shouldn't finish the boss yet. I'll let Dongfang Xian's goons get here first, just in time for my skills to reset. Suddenly a roar echoed from the tunnel entrance. Everyone get ready, charge into the cave and secure the kill. A frenzied mob charged forward, weapons drawn. Anyone who stood in their way would be slaughtered without a second thought. Qin Feng, cloaked in invisibility beside xiaoxue, analyzed the situation cold-bloodedly. So it was this guy again. Was he planning to crawl in the mud with Dongfang Xian? It seemed their plan was to use xiaoxue as a meat shield against this group. But was xiaoxue really that powerful? Could she actually hold back 10 bloodthirsty attackers all by herself? Without hesitation, she conjured a massive shield to block the impact. Qin Feng remained motionless, observing from the shadows. A gold-rank shield. No wonder they picked her for this suicide mission. With defense stats that high, practically no one in this early game phase could scratch her. Xiaoxue gripped her defensive wall tight. She must have encountered the god's blessing and cracked open a gold-rank treasure chest. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, a predator patiently waiting for the perfect kill steal. The moment the timing was perfect, he unleashed his strike, Qin Feng's shield slash. In a split second, the entire mob was obliterated. Qin Feng's eyes burned with intensity as flames erupted. Cursed flower bloom. Xiaoxue watched in trembling awe, unable to comprehend the devastation. Too terrifying. One move wiped them all out. And what were these crimson flowers blooming from the corpses? Thank the system I didn't listen to Dongfang Xian, or I would have ended up dead in a ditch like Song Fei and this trash mob. As the dust settled, Xiaoxue retracted her shield. Big brother, let's add each other as friends. If the chance arises, I'll sell you Dongfang Xian's real-world location. Qin Feng didn't hesitate, turning his gaze toward her. Agreed. Suddenly, a flush of red spread across Xiaoxue's face, her expression turning shy. Big brother, if you ever need special services, you can always find me. For you, I provide a lifetime membership for free. Qin Feng's expression remained flat as he realized, so that's her angle. No wonder she's so enthusiastic. Suddenly, Qin Feng manipulated the red aura behind her. He dashed toward a hidden plague carrier lurking nearby, his blade flashing in a lethal arc. System alert. You have slain the level 10 gold-rank plague encircled. You gained experience points. You received 7 evolution points. You plundered 555 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng landed his gaze sharp. He frowned. The lifespan drained from over a dozen people didn't even match what he got from a single boss. Matters had already reached this point. Instead of grinding peacefully in the system Manhwa world, he chose to come here and cause trouble. He was truly courting death. He looked up at Xiaoxue on the high ground, momentarily stunned. You haven't left yet. Is something wrong? Xiaoxue waved frantically. Nothing at all. I'm leaving now. Bye-bye, big brother. Once she vanished, Qin Feng summoned a giant spectral hand. His eyes went wide with pure exhilaration. Oh, it had been ages since he saw an assassin-class skill book, and one actually dropped. The system text materialized. Dark moment. Platinum rank. An assassin skill that infuses the blade with abyssal light, blinding all enemies within range. Cooldown is 60 seconds. Requirement level 10, range 20 meters. Base duration 10 seconds. The higher the target's spirit attribute, the shorter the duration. Qin Feng skimmed the description. A blind effect. This is God tier, learn it immediately. He straightened his posture, blade extended. As long as the enemy is blinded, he could trigger his double damage passive even without being in stealth mode. With this skill, it didn't matter how high a boss's anti-stealth detection was. His damage output would remain absolute. Qin Feng stared intensely at the blade in his hand, radiating pure coolness. Platinum Plague Blade. Assassin weapon. Attack power plus 216. Agility plus 42. Weakness attack coefficient plus 0.3. Requires level 10. Unique effect, active. Passive. Any attack you launch will now be infused with a lethal toxin. The poison detonates after 3 seconds, dealing 50% of the initial attack damage. He pocketed the loot and turned to leave the cave. Excellent. Another day of a full harvest. Evolution points had stacked up to 98. Very soon he could evolve the greedy hand from epic rank straight to legendary. Just 10,000 experience points left until class advancement. Time to farm some trash mobs. Destiny awaits. The small monsters outside scattered in terror, desperate to avoid becoming XP fodder for Qin Feng. Screech. They trampled over each other to escape his aura. He simply spun around his blade, singing as it sliced through the crabs and shellfish nearby. Qin Feng exhaled, feeling the surge of energy. Finally, he could advance his class. Golden tendrils of power swirled in a halo above him. His golden eyes widened, reflecting the vortex of pure energy. System notification. Your Qin Feng class has advanced current rank first order. Qin Feng listened intently as the notifications cascaded down. Class attributes increased: strength from 3 to 9. Vitality from 3 to 9. Agility from 8 to 24. Spirit from 5 to 15. He stood tall, feeling the spiritual power coursing through his veins like a river. Class Passive 1. Double the duration of invisibility. You can now use stealth skills while already in stealth. Passive 2. Stealth rank, +2. Passive 3. When attacking from a blind spot, the damage multiplier increases from double to triple. Qin Feng raised his hand, examining the power. Upon reaching first order, his base attributes had tripled across the board. Furthermore, activating stealth within stealth meant that as long as his cooldowns were managed, he could remain permanently invisible. Not only that, but the damage from unseen attacks jumped from 200% to 300%. This broken power at just the first order. No wonder this was the strongest hidden class in history. Suddenly a server-wide announcement boomed. Announcement: 7 players in Zhanghai City have reached level 10. The teleportation gate to the Forsaken Land of the Gods will open in 10 minutes. Eligible players, please prepare to depart for the Forsaken Land. He looked up at the system interface, a flicker of surprise in his heart. It was currently 8:30 in the evening. It was shocking that so many players in Zhanghai had already hit level 10. The leaderboard was filled with familiar faces, whereas in his past life, only foreign players dominated at this stage. The system screen displayed the top rankers. First place Qin Feng, second place Grey Rose, third place Yishui Black Forest, Dali Purple King Meng, fourth place Huai Yoxue Han. A sudden gust of wind swirled around Qin Feng. He prepared to log out, a thrill of excitement coursing through him. It seemed the butterfly effect from him flooding the market with high-tier gear and skill books had finally begun. Perhaps the tragic finale of my past life can finally be rewritten. I am truly looking forward to changing fate. Back in the real world, the city night was alive, skyscrapers glowing with neon lights and bustling energy. On the streets below, a police convoy was transporting captured criminals to the station. The captain stood at attention, reporting every detail of the mission with military precision. All key members of the Dajiang Industrial Syndicate have been ensnared. However, 3 high-value targets remain logged inside the game. Their physical bodies are in a phased state, making physical arrest impossible. We await your orders, sir. Su Fei, the officer in charge of this operation, nodded solemnly. Thank you for your hard work. Notify NU immediately. Tell them to force the suspects offline by any means necessary. The police captain shouted. Yes, sir. His lieutenant chimed in. It is a solid plan. Even if they hide in the starter town to avoid combat, they cannot be attacked, but their physical bodies in the real world will still suffer from starvation. Su Fei agreed. Exactly. Hunger is the ultimate weapon. They will be forced to disconnect to eat, and the moment they do, we capture them. This operation went this smoothly largely thanks to Qin Feng. He didn't just provide intel on the Dajiang Syndicate's crimes. He warned us ahead of time that abilities from the game This Awakening Manhwa reality could be extracted into the physical world. According to his intel, massive explosions have rocked multiple regions. If we had delayed even a moment, the ringleaders led by Lizzie would have reached level 10. Once they hit that threshold, they would have manifested their powers in reality. If we tried to arrest them, then the casualties would have been catastrophic. Small-scale riots have already erupted in other nations, costing thousands of lives. Our special squads only managed to reach level 10 thanks to the high-grade gear and skills Qin Feng provided. Qin Feng is a talent that Great Xia simply cannot afford to lose. We must find a way to bind him completely to our cause. The scene shifts back into the digital realm where twilight had fallen over the server. Xiaoxia was messaging Qin Feng via private chat. Big shot, I had no idea you were a grand hero ridding the people of evil. I admire you so much. Invisible to the naked eye, Qin Feng strolled through the city streets. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? If you have business, speak up. Xiaoxia teased. Don't be so humble, boss. The government has already released the official statement. Dajiang Industry and Song Fei plotted to kidnap, imprison, and murder players. Therefore, your execution of Song Fei and Lizzie was officially sanctioned by the state. Qin Feng remained silent, his mind racing. The government is whitewashing my actions. They are paving the way for a future alliance. After a few seconds, he asked the only question that mattered. Have you found Dongfang Xian's real-world location yet? Xiaoxia replied instantly. Not yet. You'll have to wait a bit longer. I'll alert you the second I have news. Qin Feng replied coldly. Understood. He walked away, dismissing the conversation. He had countless concerns, but everything else was trivial noise. The urgent priority was reaching the God-forsaken continent. Many players were already using the town's local teleporters, but no one had yet triggered the intercontinental transfer array. Qin Feng stepped forward and summoned the teleportation circle. As he warped toward the God-forsaken continent, his mind drifted, ignoring the world dissolving around him. The starter town was nothing more than a novice village. The God-forsaken continent was where the true system Manhwa gameplay began. Just as Qin Feng teleported away, a group of players spawned into the area nearby. They were confused, scanning the empty space. He's gone. Who was that just now? Don't be stupid, that had to be the legendary Qin Feng. That makes no sense. I have level 2 anti-stealth active. Why couldn't I see him? You idiot, that just proves his stealth mastery is far beyond level 2. Particles of light coalesced in the air and Qin Feng materialized at his destination. He frowned as he surveyed the landscape. It was exactly like his previous life, the desolate ruined remains of his own home, Jianghai City. Players from different regions always spawned in the ruined versions of their corresponding cities when entering the god-forsaken continent. The geography matched reality perfectly, a chilling mystery that remained unsolved. Suddenly, from a dark doorway behind him, a grotesque shadow lunged out with killing intent. Qin Feng's senses flared and he spun around instantly. An earth ghoul, long and grotesque, snapped its teeth at empty air. He dodged effortlessly, letting the beast faceplant into the dirt. Existing in his spectral ghost Qin Feng state, mere physical attacks could not touch him. He activated Qin Feng's shield slash, moving in a jagged blur of destruction, mincing the earth ghoul into oblivion. The system notification chimed, "You have slain a common earth ghoul." Just then, a massive variant of the earth ghoul emerged from the shadows. Qin Feng leaped high, evading its sweeping attack. Looking down, he instantly triggered the Blessing of Release. Combining it with Qin Feng's shield slash, he unleashed a flurry of invisible strikes. Qin Feng moved so fast he became a phantom impossible for the eye to track. The beast was decimated in seconds. Qin Feng walked away without looking back as the earth ghoul dissolved into data. There were no safe zones in this hellscape. Monsters lurked in every shadow, attacking from all directions without warning. But if one could secure a shelter within these ruins, they could establish a stronghold and dominate the region. The best strategic location in the ruins of Jianghai lay to the northwest. Qin Feng sprinted across the rooftops, wasting no time. This was the exact location where the legendary God-slaying guild had established their base in his past life. The scene shifts to a colossal statue standing amidst the devastation. Qin Feng's moved at its base as a group of survivors approached. It was none other than Lizi's team. She gasped in shock. "This is the land the gods forsook." Wang Meng looked around with skepticism. "Why does this look like the ruins of a modern city?" Lizi fell silent for a moment before replying, "Doesn't this rubble look familiar?" She pointed excitedly toward the tallest skyscraper in the distance. "Wait, isn't that the Jiangnan city tower?" Yi Shui shouted in realization. "You're right, that's our city building over there." Lizi scanned the horizon with anticipation. "Rumor has it that Qin Feng was transported here, but where is he? Where could he be?" Yi Shu giggled, poking fun at the dark-clad figure beside her. "Stop looking, little black. You know he's a master of stealth." Suddenly the earth exploded beneath them. A gluttonous earth dweller burst from the ground. He raised his shield instantly. "Watch out, monster incoming." She reacted with perfect synergy, summoning a spirit guardian with her staff. Two more beasts charged, driven by ravenous hunger. Their tails whipped and claws slashed in unison, dealing a crushing 10 points of damage on impact. Yishu poured her mana into healing spells, her voice tense. "Stay focused." These mobs hit harder than the silver boss back at the starter town. Si Chen Wuming seized the opening from the backline, drawing his bowstring taut. Binding shot. The arrows found their mark, locking the beasts in magical chains as they writhed in pain. He laughed triumphantly. "Got 'em, I put full power into that strike to wipe them out." Litsa raised her staff high, channeling a blazing inferno above her head. Prophecy art great fireball. The beasts were helpless as the ultimate spell incinerated them. As the team cheered their victory, Wang Meng kept his guard up and turned to the healer. "Little Xiaoxu, send your owl to the sky. We need eyes on the terrain." She nodded, channeling energy into her weapon. Through the white bird's eyes, the horror was revealed. The ruined city below was crawling with monsters. It was a literal sea of enemies. "The noise from our battle drew them in." Yishui reported, panic rising in her voice. "They are converging on us, and I don't see any safe zones." "What?" Captain Wang Meng roared, his face twisting in shock. "No safe zone." Si Chen Wuming froze in terror beside him. What kind of broken continent is this? It turned into a survival horror game in the blink of an eye. Lizi gripped her staff, desperate for a plan. "Can you track the Qin Feng boss? He arrived 10 minutes before us. If we find him, we find safety." The white bird circled high above. Yishu frowned as she scanned the feed. "No sign of a person. Wait to the northwest, I see lights. It's the glow of dropped items, loot from slain monsters. It has to be the Qin Feng boss's doing. His inventory must be full to leave all that rare gear behind." But suddenly the ground shook again as more gluttonous earth dwellers surfaced. Lisa screamed a warning. "Incoming! The horde is getting bigger." And Yu bolted forward, shouting back at the team. "Move. That trail of loot is a safe path cleared by the Qin Feng. Follow the light if you want to live." "Roger that." The team's fighting spirit ignited. "Maintain formation. Do not break rank. We fight and retreat simultaneously. Go." The scene shifted back to the danger. The The ravenous monsters snapped their jaws ready to tear their prey apart, but in a flash a brilliant azure light sliced through the air. The beasts were instantly minced into chunks of gore launching skyward. Qin Feng stood like a god amidst the falling carnage. Even without his ultimate buffs, his Qin Feng shield slash dealt over 30,000 damage. For any fan of a leveling manhwa, this place was an absolute paradise for farming XP. He stepped forward. He had finally reached his destination, the hidden shelter. Beneath the rubble lay a colossal underground palace. In his past life, humanity hadn't found this fortress for ages. It was massive enough to house an army. This was the largest shelter in Zhanghai City, the future headquarters of the God-slaying guild. Before it was conquered, this place was a mechanical dungeon ruled by a guardian boss. The bigger the shelter, the deadlier the protector within. Qin Feng walked in with a suffocating pressure radiating from him. In his previous timeline, it took 3 full teams and 18 elites to even scratch the surface here. Back then, every member had to be level 15 geared to the teeth just to barely survive capturing this palace. He descended the spiral staircase into the abyss. A system notification chimed. You have arrived at the shelter. A majestic ancient hall revealed itself. Time seemed to stand still here. Ancient architecture loomed surrounded by floating colorful spirits. This was the land of pure souls. Qin Feng covered his face, his golden eyes glowing with cold determination in the dark. This time I only need myself. The system blared a quest alert. Defeat the Guardian to claim this territory. The colorful spirit monsters began to wail a haunting warning of death. Instantly, the swarm locked onto Qin Feng and charged. He didn't flinch, analyzing them as he prepared to slaughter. Level 12 gold-tier elemental souls. Qin Feng activated Dark Moment. The world turned monochrome, and the monsters froze in time. The hall was consumed by the void. Qin Feng moved faster than the eye could follow his blade, weaving a tapestry of death. Qin Feng shield slash. Wherever he walked, heads rolled. In a heartbeat, the room was purged of all enemies. He sheathed his blade, his gaze calculating. When they are blinded by the darkness, my damage output multiplies. Even basic attacks are enough to one-shot these level 12 trash mobs. 15 elites wiped out in seconds. And this land of pure souls has dozens of halls and thousands of rooms. It's a massive undertaking. With this density of monsters, clearing this place should give me enough XP to evolve. He activated the Hand of Greed once more. As the last minion fell, a massive energy signature began to coalesce nearby. The Guardian was waking up. Meanwhile, space-warped elsewhere. 2 figures teleported into the ruins of Qin Feng's city. Yi Lu looked around in shock. Is this the Forsaken Continent? Ma Yan gasped, staring at the destroyed skyline. That's strange. Why does this look so familiar? He paused and the realization hit her. Wait a second. Isn't this New York City elsewhere? The game of survival continued. The teleportation light faded, dumping the group straight into a torrential downpour. This was the ruins of Mountain City. War ravaged the landscape, the air trembling with the deafening roar of explosions. This is the wreckage of London. Yi Lu gazed up in horror while Jing Yi connected the dots. Could it be our survivors teleported to the ruined versions of their own home cities? Man Nun voiced the confusion gnawing at them all. It's bizarre. Does the geography of this dungeon mirror our real-world cities perfectly? Suddenly 2 familiar silhouettes rose from the darkness looming right behind them. Yi Lu whipped around only to face a horde of hungry beasts, jaws unhinged, waiting for fresh meat. We're doomed, run helpless. They could only scream as the monsters surged forward like a tidal wave. The scene shifts to the desolate ruins of Zhanghai, where loot from slain monsters littered the ground like trash. Wang Meng peeked out from beneath the rubble, scanning the perimeter. Clear. No monsters here. Let's take a breather and recover our stamina. And Yu crawled out buzzing with excitement, unable to stop praising Qin Feng. No wonder he's called the Lord of Qin Fengs. I thought our squad was tough, but we're just trembling children hiding in the boss's shadow. Wang Meng coughed awkwardly, shooting her a warning look. Captain An, watch your phrasing. An Yu didn't bother filtering her thoughts. What is my description wrong? Lizzie stared in awe at the trail of glowing loot stretching out before them. The boss wiped this entire zone clean. Without him, that horde would have slaughtered us. But it makes me wonder, if we die in this hellscape, where do we respawn? Wang Meng's expression hardened as he turned to address An Yu on official business. Captain and the 6 of us aren't ready to explore this wasteland yet. We wait until everyone hits level 10. Then we move as a unit. That is not up for debate. Yishu continued scouting ahead, borrowing the vision of her white bird. This monster, it was diced into pieces. Wait, why is the cut interrupted here? It looks like the Lord of Qin Feng's vanished right at this spot. Look at all this loot. There's even gold tier drops. God, I really want to grab them. Wang Meng fell into deep thought before activating his basic skill. I've contacted the Qin Feng. Let's see if he still wants this trash. The scene shifts instantly, a brilliant azure sword slashed tears through the air. Qin Feng stood amidst the surging energy, letting out a long sigh. Finally, the trash mobs are history. 40 halls, 1,000 rooms, over 400 small fry slaughtered. 4 bronze bosses and 2 silver bosses down. Not only did I bag 80,000 experience points in this leveling manhwa grind, but my evolution points hit 205. Just 5 more points, and the Hand of Greed will evolve. Just then Wang Meng's voice echoed through the comms. Big boss, what's your location? We see the loot you left behind. Do you mind if we pick it up? We'll pay you the market price in lifespan points. Deal. Qin Feng received the message, calculating internally. Looks like Wang Meng's government squad finally caught up. Qin Feng fired back a signal. Affirmative, I'll contact you shortly. I have gear to offload. He quickly transmitted specific coordinates for the rendezvous. Copy that, boss. We'll wait at the ruined bunker at coordinates 89.55466.666, but while his guard was down, arcs of lightning began to crackle ominously in the air behind him. As Qin Feng turned to leave, the static charge intensified, the lightning stretching out like claws to snatch him. He leaned back. Just as predicted, the Guardian had arrived. A colossal armored spirit materialized, towering over him with a massive health bar floating above its head. The Soul Purifier. Name Pai-san. Level 15. Platinum rank. I am the Guardian of the Purified Lands. Defeat me and the domain is yours. Qin Feng didn't flinch. He stood frozen, analyzing the data. The monsters in these ruins cap out at level 15. This Soul Purifier is the apex predator of this city, the highest rank possible. If memory serves, this boss packs 750,000 health points and shifts through 3 combat phases. In my past life, its single-target lightning nuke was insane. Even with a full warrior set, I could barely tank a single hit. But things are different now. I don't need to tank its attacks if they never hit me. Qin Feng unleashed his basic art. Qin Feng Flash / a single streak of sword light cut through the air, dealing catastrophic damage. Pai-san froze. The lightning in its core flickered chaotically. In a split second, its health bar plummeted by nearly a third. Green ichor sprayed from a critical wound on its neck. Pai-san roared in retaliation. Gripping its lightning spear, it summoned a thunderstorm, raining down bolts of destruction around Qin Feng. Qin Feng weaved through the barrage with blurred speed. If even one of those bolts touches me, with my current defense, I'm dead meat. Any attack from a platinum tier boss carries a massive damage multiplier. My evasion is 75%, meaning most mobs miss, but the Soul Purifier's accuracy is boosted. It has a 50% chance to tag me. Qin Feng moved like liquid, slipping through the microscopic gaps in the lightning net. However, my agility has hit 182 points. My burst speed exceeds 40 meters per second. As long as I focus, I can dodge before the lightning even strikes. In the previous timeline, I led the guild here. We only survived by relying on the priest's shields and sheer dumb luck. His eyes suddenly flared with cold, predatory intensity. Qin Feng spun around with lethal resolve. He raised his blades, sliding forward as he activated his skill, slashing straight through Pai-san's massive frame. I won't give you a single second to breathe. He glanced at the boss's HP. The decapitation bonus from the Seal of Release, combined with Qin Feng Flash and Plague Blade. That combo just blew away 250,000 health instantly. Here it comes. Phase 2. Pai-san prepared for its next assault, summoning rolling thunderclouds that darkened the sky. The Soul Purifier enters an invincibility state, spawning lightning orbs. I have to destroy those 3 orbs immediately. If I don't, the boss goes berserk. Memories of the past flashed before his eyes. In my last life, that berserk state wiped out my entire squad. Xiao Yu lost her mind from the trauma and refused to fight. That's why I left her behind on the second run. And that's how we finally cleared it. Qin Feng didn't hesitate. With sniper-like precision, he launched a deadly poison dart. He stood his ground, gazing up at the towering Pai-san with defying eyes. The boss's health bar had dropped below 50%. Qin Feng analyzed the pattern immediately. For every orb destroyed, the Soul Purifier would take massive backlash damage. He surged forward, throwing shurikens with deadly precision. Once all 3 orbs shattered, the deadly third phase would begin. His projectiles found their mark, draining Pai-san's life force to critical levels. The creature roared in fury, its eyes widening as it locked onto Qin Feng with murderous intent. Pai-san unleashed its ultimate technique. Torrential currents of lightning swirled around it, forming a colossal circle of destruction. But Qin Feng was already standing atop the attack. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Here it comes. In Phase 3, the Soul Purifier unleashes a non-stop barrage of area of effect lightning strikes, a classic mechanic in this leveling manhwa. In his past life, the guild had to equip every member with lightning resistance gear just to survive. They needed 4 healers rotating shields constantly just to barely scrape by. But this time determination blazed in Qinfeng's eyes as he stared down at Faisan. In this life, he didn't need such complicated strategies. He leaped high into the air, his aura manifesting a golden sphere of power. Qinfeng's eyes snapped open. He looked towards the heavens, chanting the command codes while calculating his next move in the split second of freefall. The ground below was a chaotic hellscape of lightning. Liberation's grace, black light shield. If the ground is death, then death shall descend from the sky. Enveloped in a sphere of light, Qinfeng looked down at the soul purifier like a god judging a mortal. Since the lightning covered the floor, an aerial assault was the only path to victory. He activated Liberation's grace and the black light shield simultaneously. Qinfeng unleashed shield. Qinfeng slash, aiming directly for the creature's core. The massive body of the soul purifier disintegrated into particles of light. Qinfeng landed softly, the dust settling around his boots. The system window popped up instantly. You have slain the platinum tier soul purifier Faisan. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 11. Attributes. Strength, agility, intelligence, and vitality increased by 4. You have received 10 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have received 20 evolution points. You have obtained 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. Qinfeng gazed at the notifications with satisfaction. The alerts kept chiming. You are the first player in the world to slay a platinum tier boss. You have received 10 reputation points. Congratulations, you have become the owner of the soul purifier's territory. He stood motionless, calculating his assets. This wasn't just a safe zone in the game. It functioned as a massive storage warehouse. But more importantly, it was a sanctuary that could be manifested in the real world. When the game of gods finally descends, all modern weaponry in the real world will begin to decay. Qinfeng recalled the chaos. Supplemental weapons and even nuclear bombs with the highest destructive power became useless scrap metal on the very first day. Jets, tanks, and artillery might work for a month or two, but eventually they all turned into piles of rust. In the future, humanity's only way to fight would be extracting abilities from this very game. Once this shelter is materialized in reality, the magical defensive barrier can be activated. It becomes an absolute fortress that nothing can penetrate. Qinfeng fell silent, lost in deep thought as a golden light shimmered around him. He murmured to himself. In his past life, his guild Godslayer used this place as their main headquarters. They grew powerful, yes. And while there were good memories, he also witnessed too much betrayal and internal strife. People came, people went, and knives were stabbed in backs. Qinfeng's expression hardened into stone. That is why this time I will not walk that path. I will rise alone. I will develop independently until I stand at the absolute peak of this world. Meanwhile, deep in the rainy forest, night had fallen. The red leopard gripped its axe, swinging it down with ferocious force. Su Chen Wuming threw himself backward, screaming in panic. Dodge it, move. Xiao Yu saw the massive axe blade descending towards her face. She screamed for help, but it was too late. The beast sent her straight to the afterlife. At the resurrection point, Xiao Yu lay on the cold ground, listening to the cruel system voice. You have died. You lost 14 years of non-tradable lifespan. You lost 2 days of tradable lifespan. Panic washed over her face. I died again. Su Chen Wuming's eyes were bloodshot as he roared at her. Useless healer. The boss's axe is the size of a door. How could you not dodge that? Xiao Yu snapped back, furious. Who are you yelling at? You're the tank. If you can't hold aggro, don't blame me for not having evasion skills. Go to hell, he cursed back. Damn it all. It was an area of effect attack, you idiot. How am I supposed to aggro that suddenly a system notification appeared? Player High Wind Archer level 8 has left the party. Just then, Chu Ran's voice crackled in her ear. Xiao Yu. The tank ran away. The boss is targeting me now. Save me. A moment later, she was sliced in half and respawned right next to Xiao Yu. Chu Ren turned to her friend and sighed. Xiao Yu, let's just go grind small mobs to level up. We don't have much lifespan left to waste. I'm scared we might actually die for real. Xiao Yu agreed immediately. Suddenly, a massive announcement lit up the sky. Player Qinfeng from Jianghai City is the first player in the world to slay a platinum tier boss. Rewards: 10 reputation points. The players in the plaza gasped in collective shock. First kill on a platinum boss. Is he soloing again? That's insane. Barely anyone has even reached the main continent yet. Is this Qinfeng guy fighting monsters one-on-one? It's always Qinfeng. Does anyone know who he really is? Xiao Yu. And Chu Ran looked up at the sky, listening to the murmurs about the platinum rank. I haven't even seen a golden boss yet. He's too powerful. She frowned, feeling a mix of envy and frustration. Why are people so toxic? Even a silver boss is a nightmare for us. How in the world did that damn Qinfeng manage to kill a platinum boss alone? It defies all logic. Back in the darkness of the hidden room, Qinfeng emerged. Slaying the Soul Purifier pushed him to level 11. After level 10, every level up grants 4 points to all attributes, 10 free attribute points. He dumped them all into agility without hesitation. As long as his speed is high enough combined with infinite stealth, he can slaughter bosses without ever taking a hit. He looked at the golden glow before him, pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect a platinum boss to drop a staggering 20 evolution points. This meant he could evolve the Hand of Greed once more. The screen flashed. You have consumed 27 evolution points. Remaining points 15. Hand of Greed. Evolving. Epic rank upgraded to legendary assassin-type skills now have a 300 to 500% chance of granting additional loot rewards, and a 100% chance to increase the grade of the loot received. New passive effect unlocked. You have received 100 slots of greedy space for item storage. Qin Feng watched the golden light flare, praising the result. Good. Very good. Loot bonus increased to 500% plus 100 inventory slots. This is a massive harvest. The phantom image of the legendary Hand of Greed materialized. System notifications cascaded down. You have received 5 additional loot drops. You have received 100 evolution points. Remaining points 115. Qin Feng muttered as he checked the haul. 2 pieces of assassin gear and an assassin skill book. Perfect. His current level wasn't quite high enough yet, so he decided to stash the item in his inventory for now. With a casual wave of his hand, he summoned his loyal Qin Feng servant. Qin Feng barked out an order. Gather every piece of loot in this palace and pile it up right here for me. He furrowed his brow, crunching the numbers. He still had 115 evolution points remaining, perfect for pushing his non-epic skills to the next realm in this leveling manhwa. Golden light engulfed Qin Feng as the system spammed notifications. 42 points consumed. Stealth evolved 3 times to epic rank. Duration boosted from 36 to 60 seconds. And stealth attack power skyrocketed from 300 to 500. The cooldown was slashed from 22 seconds down to 15.85 seconds. Another 34 evolution points vanished from his balance. Backstab evolved twice to epic rank. The damage bonus for attacking from behind jumped from 50% to 75%. 6 points consumed. Next up, the Dark Moment skill. From Platinum to Jade, then Diamond, and finally Epic. A dark explosion that blinds everyone within range. Cooldown dropped from 60 seconds to 34.3 seconds. Range expanded from 20 to 50 meters. Base duration extended from 10 to 16 seconds. The higher the target's spirit stat, the shorter the effect lasts. 33 points well spent. The Cursed Flower Bloom evolved 3 times straight to legendary rank. Now he could plant it on a player's corpse within 60 seconds of their death. Once the cursed flower drains the nutrients, the body ceases to exist. But here is the kicker: upon the final notification, he absorbs 50% of the target's untradeable lifespan. Wait, absorbing untradeable lifespan orbs. Qin Feng froze in shock. What, I can actually farm untradeable lifespan? This was a game-breaking glitch in this system manhwa. There were plenty of high-level zones, especially berserk areas near special bosses, where life drain speed multiplied by thousands. Those zones prioritized burning untradeable lifespan. With this skill, he would essentially have infinite fuel for the future. This is a literal god-tier skill. Suddenly, xiaoxu's voice chimed in through the comms. Congrats, big boss. You just took down the first silver rank boss. Qin Feng asked suspiciously. What's going on? She chuckled. I have good news. Dongfang Xian finally logged off. Xiaoxu began to spill the tea. Rumor has it his family is throwing a banquet at the Jiangnan restaurant. They farmed a massive amount of lifespan and are importing it into the game to shift their strategy. Staring at the flames before him, Qin Feng smirked. Good work, she replied instantly. Just doing my duty, boss. You have to kill Dongfang Xian or I'm toast. Qin Feng reassured her. Don't worry, I've got this. He swiped his hand, collecting the mountain of rewards. Even after stuffing everything in his bag was still half empty. The greedy hand's 100-slot integrated backpack was a lifesaver. Time to find Wang Meng and offload the trash. Elsewhere, Yu shrieked with excitement. Look, it's Qin Feng. She sprinted over to greet the VIP. Qin Feng stopped her with a hand gesture. Same rules. I name the price, take it or leave it. 30 pieces of trash gear, bronze and normal mix. Discount price 950 days. Yu beamed, accepting immediately. Deal, boss. We actually appraised the value of the goods you sold us last time. It was worth over 1,000 days, so I'll round this payment up to an even 2,000 days. Qin Feng nodded calmly. Done. This new batch has silver, gold, and platinum gear. Total market value is 18,000 tradable days. She gasped, checking the system interface. Platinum rank. I'm still only rocking 1 gold piece. You're selling platinum gear. This is insane. Zhanghai City's growth speed just tripled thanks to you. Seriously, thank you, boss Qin Feng. Qin Feng replied coldly. No problem, just mutual benefit. Li Zi ran up confused. Why does your backpack have so many slots? Are you Doraemon or something? Qin Feng ignored the joke and gave a warning. Your inventories are probably full now, right? Friendly tip, there is a hidden staircase under the stone wall in the city ruins. There's a teleport circle down there that leads back to the starter town. Qin Feng turned to leave, adding, but the first trip back costs 500 days of lifespan. After that it's free. Weigh your options. I'm out. And Yu pointed at his retreating figure, trembling with realization. See? Look at that. I told you the boss is a regressor. How else would he know hidden info like that in this manhwa recap? Wang Meng sighed. Captain An, stop it, you're scaring me. She struck a seductive pose and pouted. Hey, do you think I have a shot at seducing Qin Feng? Her teammates stood frozen in shock, unable to process her audacity. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already vanished. The system prompted. Do you wish to consume tradable lifespan to extract abilities into reality? He tapped the screen. Sync level. Sync class evolution. A notification pinged instantly. You have consumed 27,000 days. Level sync complete. Class, sync complete. Qin Feng watched the light envelop him. Next is skill extraction. I only synced a basic version of stealth before. This time I'm maxing out stealth in the real world and extracting even more skills. The notification scrolled furiously. Consumed 1,960 days. Stealth increased to level 10. Consumed 900 days. Backstab extracted. Consumed 1,000 days. Greedy hand extracted. Shield slash. Extracted for 536 days. Phantom blur extracted for 1,699 days. Cursed flower bloom extracted for 11,313 days. Blacklight shield extracted. Sync complete. You have 7,480 tradable days remaining. Qin Feng commanded calmly, next the equipment. Immediately a new string of data appeared. Consumed 3,600 days. Extracted gold rank boots of concealment. He analyzed the system screen. The believer's necklace didn't just cut cooldowns. It allowed him to summon silver rank minions. In the real world, that was basically invincibility. He was broke again, but his real-world power now matched his in-game avatar perfectly. Qin Feng's figure faded into the shadows. He needed to farm more lifespan so he could fully sync next time he logged off. Darkness swirled around him, and a moment later, he opened his eyes sitting on his bed in the real world. Qin Feng sat in the darkness plotting his next move. Since Shishi knew his location, staying here was a death sentence. He needed the pure soul land. But the system demanded a staggering 1,300 years of life force to extract it. For now, a temporary hideout would have to suffice. His gaze shifted sharp as a blade. He raised his arm and the air rippled as he activated his skill-greedy hand. He watched with satisfaction as the room was stripped bare, every item vanishing into his inventory. A cold smirk played on his lips. This spatial looting ability was terrifyingly efficient. With his worldly possessions secured in the void, Qin Feng vaulted through the window, disappearing into the night. Perched on the ledge like a predator, he pulled out his phone to track his prey. Target acquired, Dongfang Xian. Location Jiangnan Restaurant, 15 kilometers out. Qin Feng calculated the distance against his agility stats. He leapt into the shadows. He would arrive in 10 minutes flat. His figure blurred into a phantom cutting through the wind. Meanwhile, at the brightly lit Jiangnan Restaurant, the air was thick with arrogant celebration. The integration is undeniable, a voice boomed. Skills and lifespan from the game are bleeding into our world, turning reality into a chaotic awakening manhwa scenario. This is the Dongfang family's chance to rise. Xian, you've done well establishing our power base inside the game. Dongfang Xian bowed with a practiced snake-like smile. Grandfather, I only did my duty for the clan. The Dongfang patriarch beamed, eyes twinkling with greed. He was seeing the future of his dynasty in his grandson's success. We've harvested a massive amount of tradable lifespan, the old man declared, clutching his fist. We will pour it all into equipment and skill books to power level our core members to level 10 immediately. We must seize the first mover advantage. Once we dominate the leaderboards, our influence in the real world will be absolute. With power in both realms, the Dongfang clan will become warlords. A 10,000-year dynasty is no longer a fantasy. It is our destiny. Xian's expression darkened for a split second. He glared at the patriarch's back. You senile old bat. Half your body is in the grave, yet you still cling to power and dream of immortality. Just wait. Once I capture Qin Feng and force his secrets out of him, I'll turn you into a lifespan battery for my own ascension. When I stand at the top of the ranking list, every single one of you will die. Suddenly, the patriarch's voice snapped him back. By the way, how are the preparations to neutralize that player, Qin Feng? Have you arranged the trap we discussed? Xian masked his malice with obedience. Rest assured, grandfather. I've deployed a woman he trusts to expose his identity. We'll have his head on a platter soon. The patriarch wagged a finger. Remember, catch him alive. We need to enslave Qin Feng to serve the Dongfang family. His power will become our foundation. Understood, Xian replied. Outside, Qin Feng had already silenced the guards. He listened to their delusions of grandeur, his eyes cold, to the eternal glory of the Dongfang clan. Glasses clinked inside. Qin Feng analyzed the situation. These aristocrats are armed. Modern firearms. A nuisance. My phantom shift doesn't grant total immunity yet, and I haven't extracted my defensive artifacts into reality. A lucky shot to the heart or head could still end this run. He touched his necklace. It was time to call in the cavalry. Better to be safe than dead. He summoned the loyal believer using the acolyte's necklace. Go. Slaughter them all. Leave no survivors. As a silver rank boss, the believer's defense was monstrous. Even a hail of bullets would only tickle it for a while. Inside, the celebration died instantly. The air turned frigid as the monstrosity stepped into the light. Who? What is that? Panic erupted. The believer roared, shaking the walls. Xian realized the truth first. That's a monster from God's descent. Open fire. Bullets rained down, but the beast didn't stop. It glowed with an eerie blue light, shrugging off the damage. With a sickening crunch, the believer's claws impaled the nearest guard. Xian watched in horror as his men were harvested like wheat. The patriarch was hoisted into the air by the beast. Xin, save me. But his grandson had already turned tail. Damn it all. Xian fled like a whipped dog, not daring to look back. Run. I just need to escape. If I can log back into the game, I'm safe. I just need to hit level 10. Once I extract my skills, I'll be a god in this world. No one will threaten me then. But his path was blocked. A figure bathed in blue light stood silently in the corridor. Wait. The world suddenly spun. Blood sprayed across the wallpaper. Xian stared in confusion as his vision tilted sideways. Qin Feng walked past the severed halves of Dongfang Xian's body without breaking stride. Qin Feng, Xian gurgled his last breath. Instantly, crimson Higanbana flowers erupted from the corpses. The skill, Curse of the Blossoming Flowers, activated. System alert: absorbed 27,000 days of tradable lifespan. Absorbed 482 years of untradable lifespan. Qin Feng smirked. A bountiful harvest indeed. The spectral flowers withered as quickly as they had bloomed, taking all evidence with them. The Thunderflower Curse requires no cleanup, Qin Feng mused. Body's blood and life force all erased, not a drop wasted. He checked his status. Over 2,300 years of untradable life force. Even the berserk zones won't drain me dry now. Sirens wailed in the distance. Call the police. Gunshots and screaming on the top floor. The tactical team breached the door. We have a confirmed firefight situation. Prepare for casualties. The captain kicked the door open. What the? The officer froze. The room was a mess of shattered furniture, but there wasn't a single body, not even a drop of blood. Did anyone see a suspect leave? No one had. Unseen by all, Qin Feng slipped away under the cloak of invisibility, leaving the chaos behind. Where is the Dongfang family? Did they vanish into thin air? The police were baffled, but the predator had already moved on. Qin Feng stared into the city lights. Target locked: the Chen Corporation. The headquarters moved to North America before the awakening, but the heiress Qian Shishi is still trapped in the Demon City. I need to intercept her before she flees the country. He departed immediately. The distance between Jianghai and the Demon City was nearly 300 kilometers. Traveling on foot would take 2 or 3 hours, far too inefficient. Back in his room, Qin Feng made a firm decision: he needed to find a mount, and fast. His consciousness dove back into the virtual world instantly. The familiar system voice echoed in his ears, welcoming him back to the world of God's artifact. Qin Feng stood up, calculating that the ruins still held a few silver and gold tier bosses worth farming for a quick round. Just then, a message from Anyu popped up. Big brother, I have great news. He froze in surprise. On the screen, her face was flushed with excitement as she explained. Just a moment ago, Little Black stumbled upon a hidden entrance to a tomb, but there's a gold-tier vengeful ghost guarding the gate. We couldn't beat it, she admitted. Qin Feng asked suspiciously, a tomb entrance? How exactly did she find it? And you recalled the situation vividly. We were on our way back to the starter town. To avoid the small mobs, we took a detour. We were halfway there when we realized one person was missing. She remembered the scene and added, we searched for ages before realizing Little Black had stepped into a pit and fallen right through. Since it was a special ancient tomb zone, even the team chat channel was blocked. And you continued calmly. We followed the hole down and saw a level 12 gold boss charging at us with a blade. We were lucky to escape with our lives. We're back at Shelltown now. If you want to raid the ancient tomb, I can send you the coordinates. Listening to her story, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh in admiration. That girl really is a lucky charm. Walking through city ruins, one misstep leads her to a hidden ancient tomb. It was pure blind luck. Ancient tombs were like the temples of faith or the cursed ruins, rare opportunities that appeared randomly in the wild. His voice rang out in reply. All right, send the coordinates over. Hearing this, Anyu negotiated softly. If there's any gear you don't need, remember to sell it to us, okay? Qinfeng agreed without hesitation. Homeya's deal. Internally, he chuckled, thinking, this Anyu is truly shrewd. In the next instant, he teleported to the coordinates she had sent. Qinfeng stared at the massive well before him and gasped. This huge well is the entrance. It's massive. How do you just stumble into this? That little black is truly a genius. He quickly leaped into the darkness below. As soon as Qinfeng landed, a system notification flashed before his eyes. You have entered the Tomb of Hatred. Remote communications have been blocked. He stood up and walked forward. A massive shadow sensing an intruder growled menacingly. A level 12 gold-tier vengeful ghost, radiating terrifying dark energy, locked its eyes on Qinfeng. He observed the ghost cautiously. In his past life, he had never encountered this specific boss. But judging by its form, it was definitely a physical type with high damage and a wide attack range. Qinfeng stood his ground as it charged suddenly, understanding everything. No wonder Anyu's team fled in panic. The gear and skill books he sold them wouldn't have scratched this thing. Wang Meng, a holy shield warrior, probably had around 5,000 HP. But this boss 1/ would likely drain half his health bar instantly. Watching the monster close the distance, he calculated coldly. If I take a direct hit from that, it's game over for me. Qinfeng unleashed, granting deliverance in Qinfeng's shield. Slash beams of blue light flashed, slicing through the vengeful ghost. He looked back at its severed body, analyzing the result. The boss's defense is incredibly high. Qinfeng's shield slash only dealt 80% of its usual damage. Even though he cut it down, it was pointless. It couldn't survive the next tick of damage anyway. But after being hit by granting deliverance, the vengeful ghost's feet began to ooze green blood and swelled rapidly. Qinfeng glanced back and gasped. Not good. The corpse exploded into a mist of poison enveloping him. He activated his skills, dashing out of the lethal fog just in time. Looking at the mist, he realized corpse explosion. I got careless. He hadn't dodged the initial accumulation. If he hadn't activated Phantom Blur, he would have died right there. Qinfeng watched the golden glow within the mist. In his past life, his team once killed a new boss. A member excitedly went to loot it, only for the corpse to detonate, killing him instantly. Some entire squads were wiped out by boss self-destructs. But usually that only happened with platinum bosses or higher. Who would have thought a gold boss in a tomb would have a self-destruct mechanic? This was a classic twist for a leveling Manhwa. He raised his hand and summoned the Hand of Greed. Immediately the system voice chimed. You have slain the gold-tier vengeful ghost. Received 1,000 experience. Obtained 10 days of tradable lifespan. You have slain the gold-tier vengeful ghost. Obtained 20 evolution points. Obtained skill book Dark Knight Circular Blade Platinum. You used Hand of Greed. Obtained 6,300 days of tradable lifespan. You used Hand of Greed. Obtained Platinum Armor of Resentment. Qinfeng was ecstatic with the haul. Perfect. Both the equipment and the skill are things I can actually use. The system displayed the new skill details. Dark Knight Circular Blade, Platinum Assassin Skill. Infuses dark power into the blade, dealing dark elemental damage to all enemies within 5 meters plus 500 bonus dark damage. Cooldown 10 seconds. Requirement level 11. Qinfeng tapped the screen lightly. An elemental damage skill for assassins. Since his Qinfeng class had slightly higher spirit than strength, his magical attack power was actually superior to his physical damage. The screen displayed his stats: Strength 9, Constitution 9, Agility 24, Spirit 15. First, let's evolve it to Epic Tier. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 3 evolution points. Remaining 36 points. The system sound rang out continuously, a sweet melody in this system Manhwa. Dark Knight's Circular Blade evolved from Platinum, to Jade, to Diamond, to Epic. Deals dark elemental damage to all enemies within 5 to 7 to 9 to 12 meters. Bonus damage increased from 500 to 750 to 1,000 to 1,300. Cooldown 10 seconds. Requirement level 11. He stared at the screen, making his decision. After evolution, the range increased from 5 meters to 12 meters, and the bonus damage jumped from 500 to 1,300. Qinfeng noted calmly, since it's an area of effect skill, the burst damage isn't overwhelmingly high. The total damage per hit is still lower than Qinfeng's shield slash, but for clearing out trash mobs, this is an absolute god-tier skill. He compared the two skills in his mind. Qinfeng's shield slash had a 5-meter range but was linear. Dark Knight's Circular Blade was circular, far superior for situations where he was surrounded. Qinfeng immediately equipped the armor. The system popped up a notification. Armor of Resentment Platinum. Plus 55 physical defense, plus 45. All element resistance, plus 42. Damage block plus 777 health points. Requirement, level 1. Effect resentment. After being attacked, gain 30 base attack power. He looked at the panel and muttered, the resentment effect is pretty useless for me. But the base stats defense resistance and block are incredibly high. It can easily replace the level 5 gold ghostfire armor I'm wearing now. Qinfeng strode forward, tallying his spoils. The loot from over 20 items would fetch more than 10,000 days of lifespan in the trading hall. Now, he was ready to plunge into the depths of the ancient tomb. He prayed for high-tier gear, but if the gods of this leveling manhwa world were kinda legendary, mount would be the ultimate prize. Meanwhile, on Qin Xiaoyu's side, the monster unleashed a devastating slash. Panic washed over her and Chu ran as the energy blade cleaved through them. 3 lights flashed the sign of a total party wipe and resurrection at the spawn point. Zhang Wei respawned, his face twisted in a mask of pure fury. He grabbed her by the collar, roaring, Qin Xiaoyu, you brainless vase, you only have looks and 0 intelligence. Because of you, the whole team was wiped out again. I only have 2 years of untradeable lifespan left. Zhang Wei shoved Qin Xiaoyu to the ground, his voice dripping with venom. Don't let me see you at school, or I will end you myself. He immediately logged off in disgust. Chu Ran, ever the saint, rushed over to comfort her. Qin Xiaoyu, come back to my parents' town with me. I heard there is a support group there specifically for the elderly and players who struggle with the game mechanics like us. Qin Xiaoyu's face twisted with indignation. She cursed inwardly. Zhang Wei, you trash, just you wait. How dare you raise your voice at me, a bunch of garbage players acting tough. I refuse to believe that among all the simps who chased me, not one is stronger than you losers. She stormed off, snapping, Chu, Ren, go by yourself. Back in her bedroom, Qin Xiaoyu sat up desperate. She grabbed her phone and messaged a prospect. Han Han, can you help me power level? Han Han replied with a lecherous sneer, sure. 1 level for 1 night. Let me see what the school's ice goddess is like beneath the sheets, Qin Xiaoyu raged. You ugly freak, you actually want my body, get lost. She forced a smile and texted the next target, Zhang Huayu. I actually always liked you. My brother Qin Feng stood in the way before, but I have cut ties with him. Now we can be together openly. Qin Xiaoyu stared in silence as the reply popped up. Idiot, are you trying to make me die of laughter? You even cut off your own brother, who knows how you would treat me, scram. She lowered her head and messaged another. Young Master Rui, I am all alone. Can you come over? And maybe power level me. The reply came instantly. Qin Xiaoyu. I have a platinum grade talent now. I have ascended. I can get any girl I want. Stay away from me. Desperate, she texted one last hope. Brother Little Ma, I am bored. Can you take me leveling? I am waiting at Shelltown. The response was cold as ice. Qin Xiaoyu, everyone knows you got Zhang Wei killed. Do you want to taste my new skill? I will punch you in the gut twice right now. She threw her phone, curling up in tears. Damn it. All these useless men, useless when it matters. My untradeable lifespan is down to 2.5 years. What do I do? Tears streamed down her face as she whispered one name. Qin Feng. She wiped her eyes, delusional confidence returning. Right. He would never abandon me. He always fixes everything. I just need to go find him. That night, the apartment complex remained lit. Qin Xiaoyu stood before Qin Feng's door. She calculated her move. I will just apologize a little, act soft. He will definitely forgive me. Even though I clearly did nothing wrong, why should I apologize? She raised her hand, scheming. No, I cannot think like that. Qin Xiaoyu, bowing your head is temporary. Fake it, get him to power level you, he will agree. I am the person he loves most. Her face flushed with determination. Once I level up and have enough lifespan, I will cut ties with him for good. Perfect plan. Qin Xiaoyu, you are a genius. She knocked rapidly. Qin Feng, open the door. Qin Feng, open up, stop sleeping. I am back, open the door, okay, Qin Feng. Furious, she kicked the door, screaming, I told you to open up. I am giving you face, do not refuse it. The door creaked open to reveal nothing. She muttered. Qin Feng, where are you? The bed, the table, his clothes, everything was gone. She called his phone, but the mechanical voice replied, sorry, the subscriber you are calling is powered off. Qin Xiaoyu stood frozen, whispering his name into the silence. Qin Feng. The phone repeated, sorry, the subscriber you are calling is powered off. She grit her teeth. Where did he go? Meanwhile, deep within the tomb of resentment, Qin Feng flashed through the blue light, leaving a trail of monster corpses. He stared at the coffin ahead, the end of the road. He summoned his loyal follower, his mind racing with calculations. I killed over 200 mobs and some bronze and silver bosses on the way. I am nearing level 12. Opening this coffin summons the final boss. Hopefully it is platinum rank. The follower reached out to open the lid. Suddenly Qin Feng's eyes widened. Pitch black energy erupted from within, ensnaring the summon. The black mist dragged the loyal follower into the coffin. Screams of agony echoed as the creature was consumed. A system notification popped up. Your silver rank loyal follower has been annihilated. Qinfeng analyzed the black mist swirling around him. This is the gold rank boss, the deadly poison bone spirit. Damn it. I ran into this disgusting thing. This boss had no physical form and was completely immune to physical damage. Memories of his past life flooded back. Someone had released this horror before. It spread to a nearby base, and because the civilians did not know the truth, the casualties were catastrophic. Qinfeng watched the mist warily. If it possesses a body unless a teammate exercises it, or one has a specific invincibility skill, death is certain. His body erupted with white light as he activated the Dark Knight Ringblade skill. Qinfeng spotted the true core of the monster hiding within the toxic mist. A beam of light pierced through it. The system chimed. You have slain the gold rank boss, deadly poison bone spirit. Qinfeng looked at the bisected spirit. This boss clearly has power surpassing platinum rank, yet it is rated gold. And the drop is only gold tier. He looked at the glowing yellow orb and scoffed. Lucky for me, I just learned a magic damage skill. Qinfeng summoned the Hand of Greed to grab the orb, sighing at the irony of this awakening Manhwa world. After an exhausting raid to clear out this tomb, the only spoils of war were some gold-tier trash. But then a mysterious bell materialized in his hand. A system notification flashed, rare item, acquired the mount, summoning bell. His eyes widened in shock. A mount? Seriously? Qinfeng stared at the artifact impressed. That lucky Koilin Liu really wasn't lying about her intuition. The holographic interface projected the item details Ghost Night Walk Wolf. Upon use, it summons a level 11 beast that serves as both a combat partner and a mount. Requirement, level 11. He watched as the creature manifested from the void, a spark of surprise in his eyes. So, this is the Ghost Night Walk Wolf. This was known as one of the fastest mounts a player could possibly obtain in this leveling manhwa. The attribute panel flickered into existence. Level 11. Gold rank. Strength 148. Constitution 155. Agility 191. Spirit 135. The mount shares experience points with its master to level up. Warning. If the bell is traded, the beast resets to its original state. When mounted, activating its speed boost, explodes movement velocity by a staggering 245%. Passive skill Night Walk. Under the cover of darkness, the mount enters level 1 stealth. Attacking breaks this state but deals 120 bonus damage upon the first strike. Cooldown 60 seconds before vanishing into the shadows again. Next, the skill tree unfurled. Active skill pounce. The wolf savages a single target 3 times in rapid succession, dealing 267 additional physical damage per hit. Cooldown 12 seconds. Second skill roar. It grants allies a 35-point boost to attack, physical defense, and elemental resistance, lasting for a massive 1,800 seconds. With a 10-minute cooldown, it was a game-changer. Qinfeng grinned at the beast. A mount, a battle pet, and it has stealth. Not bad. I really hit the jackpot this time. As the first rays of dawn crept over the city, he leaped onto the ghost wolf. In a blur of motion, they vanished, leaving the area far behind in the blink of an eye. Gazing at his new companion, he solidified his plan. Next target, level 15. I need to farm enough lifespan to secure this mount permanently. He also resolved to head to the demon capital upon logout to deal with Xu Shi and end that drama once and for all. The wolf carried Qinfeng effortlessly over the concrete jungle. He scanned the massive structure looming ahead, the Jianghai Arena. It was vast, with 2 subterranean levels, complex terrain, and an endless horde of monsters. It was the perfect hunting ground for a speedrun. The ghost wolf accelerated, locking onto the destination as Qinfeng prepared for a slaughter. Ignoring the beasts prowling the walls, he recognized this place for what it was: a paradise for the strong. The monsters snapped their heads toward him, startled, just as Qinfeng vaulted off his mount in midair. With an expression cold as ice, he unleashed the flash slash, descending like a god of war. Meanwhile, the next day, in another part of the city, Yu swung her blade, cleaving through a monster in her path. Seeing the golden glow of loot erupt from the corpse, her face lit up with triumph. Yes, we finally won. Nai Liang, the son of a high-ranking Zhanghai official, clapped excitedly. Captain An, that was amazing. Your damage is insane. Internally, however, he was scheming. The hidden class dragon swordsman is powerful indeed, and Yu is definitely the woman I've chosen. She sheathed her weapon, shaking her head. This gold boss was only level 8, yet it took us over 10 minutes to kill. I can't fathom how Big Brother managed to solo a platinum boss. Niling scoffed, raising a hand in dismissal. He's just a petty assassin. He probably just cheese strats bosses from the shadows. He'll never be a real power player. In his mind, his arrogance swelled. Luckily, this girl has no backing. With my status as a second-generation official, crushing her will be as easy as flipping my hand. An Yu looked up at the sky, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Is that so? But wouldn't a mediocre archer like you find it even easier to whittle down a boss? Niling gritted his teeth, trying to defend his ego. I fight with honor, I don't stoop to such underhanded tactics. His expression twisted as he slandered the protagonist of this system, Manhwa. I heard that Qin Feng has a trash character. In the real world, he's a ruthless killer. I know a hunter in the Demon Capital Police Force who's already reached Tier 3 in anti-stealth detection. Niling raised his hands, proposing a scheme. If you ask me, we should set a trap. Expose Qin Feng's real-world identity and bring him to heel. He continued, self-righteousness oozing from his voice. People like that need to be controlled by the government to be safe. Otherwise, tragedies like what happened to Song Fei and Li Zi will just keep repeating. Are we supposed to clean up his mess every time? An Yu and Wang Meng exchanged a knowing glance before bursting into laughter, leaving Nai Liang's face burning red with humiliation. Little Ma, clearly you don't understand the situation at all, do you? It's not about him begging us to clean up. It's about us stepping up to handle it for him. That is the only way to align our stance with his and secure a partnership. Flushed with rage, Nai Liang clenched his fists and shouted, "Damn it, that Qin Feng is just a rogue. If the anti-stealth level is high enough, are you saying he can't be controlled?" He practically hopped with fury, screaming, "You people with zero background dare to lecture me. Just you wait. And you watch how I ruin Qin Feng's reputation and capture him. When that happens, I'll make you kneel before me and beg for mercy." Wang Meng completely ignored the tantrum. "What did the boss drop earlier?" And Yu replied calmly, "A gold equipment for priests, a silver item, and a silver tier skill book." She gazed up at the sky, puzzled. Big Brother casually sells us gold items, even platinum ones, like they're nothing. Just how many bosses has he slaughtered? Or is his awakening talent actually treasure hunting, and he's just pulling these out of chests? Wang Meng frowned, his voice lowering. "Captain An, I know this might sound paranoid, but I'm actually a bit worried." And Yu looked at him. "About what?" He recalled the incident at the hotel. "You know about the Jiangnan Hotel massacre, right? The entire Dongfang family vanished while holding a gathering there." And Yu listened in silence. "If I told you Qin Feng was responsible, would we still cover for him? We don't know his true nature. What if he's actually a psychotic serial killer in the real world?" She turned her gaze toward the crumbling ruins of the battlefield. "I know the higher-ups are treating that case with extreme gravity. Everyone suspects Qin Feng, but there isn't a shred of evidence linking him to it." An Yu smiled, her eyes resolving into steel. "But even if Qin Feng really did wipe them out, I will still choose to cooperate with him. Even if the authorities won't clean up his mess, I'll take care of it personally." Wang Ming was startled. "But why?" She clasped her hands behind her head, relaxing. "Who wouldn't want to ride the coattails of a legend like Qin Feng?" Wang Meng gasped. Suddenly, Zichen Wuming rushed over, yelling, "Captain N, we found an area ahead that looks like an arena, but everything is dead." His voice trembled with shock. "Corpses are littering the ground. I have no idea what kind of powerhouse team could have wiped out every single monster inside." Anvu surged forward with urgent steps. "Let's check the perimeter." But as they arrived, the darkness was driven away by a sea of glowing golden orbs. Nilong stared at the mountain of loot in total disbelief. By the gods, who is this strong? To drop this many items, they must have slaughtered hundreds of mobs in a single breath. In this leveling Manhwa world, who possesses such terrifying power? She analyzed the scene and gave a definitive answer. "There is no doubt. The Qin Feng has descended upon this place. Everyone stay sharp and watch your surroundings, do not offend him." Nilong scowled, his jealousy boiling over. "On what grounds are you so sure it was Qin Feng?" Anvu replied with ice-cold logic. "Because on the ranking board he sits alone at the very peak. Our official team is ranked second, yet even we could not achieve this feat of destruction. Therefore, it can only be him." Nailuang crossed his arms and huffed. "So what if it is? If I possessed a stealth skill, I could achieve the same result. It would just take me a little longer, that is all." Ignoring his petty excuses, she stepped aside to message Qin Feng directly. "Big Brother, are you still in the area? You have cleared so many monsters. Surely you have excess equipment and skill books. Please sell them to us." Suddenly, Nailuang froze as a terrifying pressure crushed down on him. A massive shadow engulfed his vision. He looked up to see Qin Feng astride the Ghost Knight Walker Wolf. With a pathetic shriek, Nailuang collapsed to the ground in terror, and Vu's eyes sparkled like stars. "Big Brother, is that amount? Where did you find such a magnificent beast?" Qin Feng looked down from his throne and spoke calm words. "Thanks to the coordinates you provided, I retrieved it from the tomb." He turned his gaze to Lizzie. "You have my gratitude, little black." The girl scratched her head, a shy smile blooming on her face, sitting atop the Ghost Knight Walker Wolf. Qin Feng got down to business. "Let us trade. You can also collect everything on the ground. We will stick to the old rules." Anvu stood at attention. Understood. If you are not satisfied, I will not force the sale. I know Big Brother's prices are always fair. Tuthon glanced at the puddle forming beneath Nai Luong's feet. Hey, you peed yourself. Nai Luong's face turned black with humiliation and rage. That damn Qin Feng, you filthy beast. How dare you make me lose face? Just you wait. I will make you pay for this. Turning his back on the fool, Qin Feng spurred the Nightwalker wolf and shot forward like an arrow. At this moment, Qin Feng was wrapped in 3 layers of terrifying power. Qin Feng level 13, Justice Enforcer level 10, King Python level 10, Dark Forest Rat level 10. Transaction time remaining 245 years. Evolution points 255. Qin Feng felt a surge of satisfaction. Cleaning up that desolate arena was worth it. It dropped a gold tier skill book that is practically a cheat code. The gold tier skill, Silent Stealth. It activates instant concealment on the spot. As long as I do not attack or move, the invisibility is permanent. However, if I strike first, the attack carries an additional 300 damage bonus before breaking stealth. The cooldown is 120 seconds. Requirement level 13. He analyzed the potential with a grin. This skill does not just boost my stealth in the game. In this awakening Manhwa reality, if I combine it with my login invincibility, I can completely vanish from the real world as well. Without hesitation, he commanded. System evolve to epic rank. The system immediately notified him of the cost, 11 evolution points consumed. On the screen, the silent stealth skill began to mutate, breaking through its limits. Gold, platinum, jade, diamond, epic. The stealth break damage bonus skyrocketed to between 300 and 400. Qin Feng had not expected to evolve other skills so soon. But the system kept tempting him with power. Values and strength indicators flashed rapidly. You have consumed 34 evolution points. Toxic Dart has evolved to epic rank. You have consumed 200 evolution points. The skill Grace of Release has evolved to mythic rank Grace of Release. Legend. Mythic. Weak point attack efficiency increased by 200 to 300%. Weak point damage multiplier doubled. Even Qin Feng was stunned by the constant notifications typical of a system Manhwa. Mythic skills are truly broken. Aside from special bosses, every single hit I land now counts as a weak point strike. Qin Feng's gaze suddenly locked onto something. Another treasure had revealed itself. It was a necklace pulsing with an unseen and dangerous energy. The Platinum Necklace of Deceit. Assassin-type jewelry that boosts physical attack power. As he rode the Nightwalker wolf, he calculated his new stats. Counting both skills and gear, I now possess 4 layers of concealment. At this stage, no one in the world can detect me. And with this, the Cloak of Darkness. My evasion has instantly hit 83%. Cloak of Darkness Gold Tier. Constitution +5. Spirit +5. Evasion rate +32%. Requirement level 12. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the silence. Black smoke billowed out, swallowing the corner of a skyscraper. Qin Feng reined in, his beast eyes narrowing in suspicion. A massive silhouette began to materialize from the dust. It was a monstrosity clad in heavy metal armor. Its hands were replaced by chains and a gigantic, terrifying axe. Qin Feng gasped in recognition. The Steel Saintess who has the guts to summon a boss like this. Terrifying memories from this Manhwa recap of his past life flooded back. She had appeared in the ruins of Jianghai City. Over 1,000 players had united to raid her. In the end, the death toll piled up to over 400,000 respawns. An image of a sanctuary flashed in his mind. She is the guardian of the shelter, known as the Wind Sanctuary. It was the second largest shelter in the entire Jianghai ruin. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened with predatory focus. I planned to summon her after clearing the trash, but since she is already here, I will gladly accept this gift. Without wasting a second, he drove the Nightwalker wolf through the concrete jungle. Ahead, the Steel Saintess swung her colossal axe as if trying to split the world in two. One unfortunate soul was reduced to paste beneath the blade. A witness trembled, unable to form words. Too strong. It is impossible. The axe did not stop. It fell again and again, mixing blood and screams into a painting of hell. Qin Feng watched coldly. You want to raid the Steel Saintess now? Your arrogance will be your undoing. Wait a moment. In the distance, a figure riding a wind-tearing tiger charged into the fray. Qin Feng instantly recognized him. It was Chen Wuming. Memories of their rivalry surfaced. Chen Wuming. You possess the hidden class Temple Knight. In my past life, we fought for 9 years without a clear victor. A true nemesis. This man is cunning and sinister. Whenever defeat was imminent, he would pull some dirty trick to escape with his life. Back then, the lines between their territories were drawn in blood. In the previous timeline, the Steel Saintess was slain by Chen Wuming's Temple Knight Guild. That victory gave birth to the famous saying among players. The God-Slayer rules the west, the temple controls the east. Each of them controlled half of the Jianghai ruins like emperors. When the Temple Knight Guild first recruited, they offered a tyrant's contract. They promised safety, but the life tax was a staggering 50%. The majority of members were nothing more than slaves to the few elites at the top. Qin Feng's eyes turned colder than the abyss. Perfect timing, Chen Wuming. This time you will not escape. The giant axe continued its frenzied dance, tearing the very air apart. Amidst the chaos, Qin Feng materialized like a phantom in the eye of the storm. Without warning, he unleashed his ultimate technique. The Dark Knight blade erupted in a crimson flash, devouring every soul in sight as the system notifications went berserk. System alert. You have slain player Sama. You have slain player Zi Fangfang. You have slain player Little Yu. You have slain player Rotten Friend. You have slain player Li Magoya. Nameless stood frozen in horror, unable to believe his eyes. The battlefield had turned to ash in an instant. Who did this, was it? Qin Feng. We have no grudge against you. Why slaughter my people? A bone-chilling voice whispered right behind his ear. Because I don't eat beef. Instantly, Qin Feng triggered flash. Qin Feng slash. He lowered his hand with casual grace, and where the withered petals fell upon the corpses, blood-red flowers began to bloom in a grotesque garden. The curse of blooming flowers. A massive magic circle engulfed them, forcing the fallen to resurrect in a state of sheer bewilderment. Nameless roared in fury. You bastard Qin Feng, what does your diet have to do with killing us? His subordinates screamed in terror behind him. Big brother, my remaining trading time, it's dropped to 0. Nameless pointed a trembling finger at Qin Feng. This is that damn Qin Feng's skill. Hearing this, the minion's blood boiled with desperation. Guild leader, let's regroup and kill him. Maitst. From counterattack, Nameless's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. You idiots, do you have a death wish? We need to flee and farm elsewhere to recover our lost lifespan. In the corner, Little Yu stared at her trembling hands, tears streaming down her face. Qin Feng, why did you have to target me? I barely had any time left. The system's cold mechanical voice rang out. Curse of blooming flowers active. Absorbed 4 days of tradable time and 1 year of non-tradable time from player Little Yu. Qin Feng paused. Wait, Little Yu was among that mob. He crushed a crimson wisp of light in his hand, disappointed. Barely any lifespan absorbed. She must have been at a dead end, choosing to become a slave for the Templar Knights just to survive. Well, you reap what you sow. Suddenly, a massive axe cleaved through the air, hurtling straight for Qin Feng. A deafening explosion shook the ground, burying the area in a cloud of gray dust. He immediately cast vague Qin Feng flickered out of existence beneath the blade, scoffing internally. This leveling Manhwa boss, Phase 1 is pitifully easy. The steel saintess spun around in a frenzy, her eyes glowing with rage. She swung her chains wildly, axes tearing through the air, creating a vortex of destruction, but a pattern began to emerge. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened like a hawk. She's just repeating the same chain-blade combo. In a flash, he launched himself into the sky. Analyzing the battlefield in milliseconds, he executed a series of precision physical strikes before activating the granting release. Next comes the decapitation effect. The burst damage from this strike will be catastrophic. He followed up instantly with the Blade of Plague, ensuring a delayed explosion of toxic damage seconds later. Her health bar plummeted like a stone. This was the absolute dominance of a weakness-targeting strategy. A bolt of lightning bisected the steel saintess as Qin Feng roared, "Decapitation!" Crimson energy erupted, and the boss's entire upper torso blew apart in a shower of gore. She screamed in agony. He landed, glancing coolly at the carnage. But she didn't become a guardian just for this. The real nightmare begins in Phase 2. As grotesque demonic arms began to sprout from her broken form, Qin Feng analyzed the situation. Once she hits 50% health, the demon sealed within her awakens. Any damage she takes now will be reflected back at the attacker with equal force. A hazy memory surfaced, rumors of a warp gate inside that demon's stomach. Anyone swallowed gets teleported to an unknown location. Rumor says it's the bottom of a volcano, but in my past life, no one ever returned. Someone definitely confused this game's settings with another MMO. High above, Haobo watched the battle, awestruck. This Qin Feng guy is savage. Just one skill combo and he pushed the boss into Phase 2. Another player asked, trembling, "Are you sure that was Qin Feng? That's a platinum rank boss?" Haobo nodded firmly. "I watched the whole thing. The Templar Knights released this monster. Then Qin Feng appeared out of nowhere, slaughtered them all, and took half the boss's HP in a single breath. This is what a top-tier manhwa recap protagonist looks like." Whispers erupted across the rooftop as every eye remained glued to the titanic clash below. Down below, Qin Feng's gaze was ice-cold. However, the Steel Saintess has a fatal flaw in Phase 2. When she launches an attack, her damage reflection turns off for a split second. His mind raced like a supercomputer. In other words, I have to strike the exact moment she attacks to avoid killing myself with reflected damage. But there's a problem. Flash Qin Feng / Decapitation Plague Blade. My entire kit deals continuous damage. If I use them, the reflection will hit me even after my turn ends. With my current stats, my own DPS would insta-kill me. Qin Feng glanced toward the high ground, a devious plan forming in his mind. Those leeches on the roof have been watching for a while. Time to make them useful. Suddenly, a burly man shoved his way through the crowd. Out of the way, let me see what's happening. Cheers erupted immediately. Big Brother and Quan is here. Safety is number one. Haobo reported excitedly. We've been watching closely. We've memorized all the boss's attack patterns. Little Rabbit chimed in eagerly. But after losing half its health, the boss just froze. Its body is mutating. It might have a new ultimate skill. And Quan crossed his arms, his expression hardening. Was it really Qin Feng soloing this beast? He asked sharply. Yes. But the moment the boss entered Phase 2, Qin Feng vanished. Anquan frowned, calculating. Then he barked an order. Little Rabbit, use your red eyes. Scan the area and see if Qin Feng is still lurking. Roger that. Instantly, Little Rabbit morphed into a black and white bunny hopping silently down to the battlefield. In her animal form, she scurried past the Steel Saintess, sniffing for Qin Feng's scent. After a tense few minutes, she reverted to human form to report. No sign of Qin Feng. He's gone. My anti-stealth is level 3. If I can't see him, he's definitely not here. There's no way he has level 4 stealth this early in an awakening Manhwa. Anquan grinned with arrogance and leaped from the rooftop. Excellent. Little Rabbit, keep watch. If Qin Feng dares to return, warn me immediately. She hesitated for a heartbeat but quickly obeyed. Understood, boss. Boss Antoine is safe. Witnessing the scene unfolding before them, a bystander shouted in sheer panic. Does that guy have a death wish, trying to solo a platinum rank boss? A spectator nearby realized something, his voice rising in urgency. Wait a second. I think I've seen that aura before. Whispers spread like wildfire, all eyes locking onto Antone. Back in the starter village, he annihilated a gold-tier boss without taking a single scratch. It's the legendary player's safety number 1. I heard his class is Soul Martial Artist. It's like a broken ability from a leveling Manhwa. His combat role grants 100% invincibility. Rumor has it he was a god-tier gamer globally with reflexes faster than light. The Steel Saintess locked onto her prey, her eyes flashing with the blood-red glow of slaughter. She immediately swung her massive axe, a strike meant to cleave the earth. But Antoine's gaze remained as calm as a still lake. The moment the attack landed, Antone slid across the ground, narrowly evading the heaven-crushing blow. The Steel Saintess clawed at him with her skeletal hand, but he somersaulted like a bolt of lightning. Her grip pulverized the solid rock, but Antone only pressed forward and the beast chased him relentlessly. On the ramparts, the crowd watched in breathless awe. The boss is truly a legend. That role was absolute perfection. One blade, no hesitation. He's too cool. Huang Yuan nodded in approval. This safety number 1 lives up to the name. He dodges the boss's attacks with godlike precision every single time. But Yeshu frowned, sensing something wrong. Wait. Why does the boss's HP drop every time he rolls? Hearing this realization struck him. It really is some dark art I see / marks appearing on the boss's armor. Is the Soul Martial Artist class truly this broken? At that moment, Little Rabbit's eyes sparkled with admiration. Perfect evasion is just the basics, boss. Antone's true strength lies in his devastating offense. The Steel Saintess lunged, trying to crush Antoine. Rabbit's voice rang out with confidence. Whenever his roll successfully triggers evasion, his next attack ignores 50% of the enemy's defense. Antone swung his blade, a vortex of azure energy spiraling around the steel. He declared, "Take this!" The crowd gasped at the magnificent visual effects. Little Rabbit nodded. I bet that strike will deal damage in the 4 digits. He shot forward like a cerulean arrow, a smirk of arrogance plastered on his face. Every strike of his sword phased right through the Steel Saintess. He chanted his skills with rhythmic precision. Moonlight Waltz Blade, through the void. Triple Qin Feng Strike. Meteor Flash. Under the barrage of stabs, the monster's arms were severed. Blade Bloodthirst Power. Charge 1 hit, finisher. Little Rabbit applauded wildly. Look, before we knew it, the boss is down to 1/3 health. Antone turned his back to the enemy, radiating pure confidence. Gaping Moonslash. That is my way of the sword. He smiled calmly, acting as if he had just done something trivial. Suddenly the azure lights reversed and pierced through his own body. -101 reflected damage. -1,299 reflected damage. -1,299 reflected damage. The crowd screamed in horror. Bosun Toan, confusion reigned supreme. Why did Bosun Toan die? He clearly dodged every single attack. Exactly. And his skills definitely hit the boss. But the boss didn't bleed out, yet her health bar clearly dropped. What kind of sorcery is this? Qin Feng, who had been watching from the shadows, felt a mix of gratitude and mockery. Luckily, safety number 1 was there. His constant showboating forced the boss to exhaust her skill cooldowns. Recalling the battle, Qin Feng analyzed the situation. While he was dancing around, I was attacking continuously from the shadows. That's why the boss's HP dropped to 30%. His eyes turned cold. That soul martial artist dealt high burst damage, so the damage reflection instant killed him. His class is the absolute worst matchup for the Steel Saintess. He can't attack while rolling and attacking triggers reflection. What a tragic build. Suddenly the Steel Saintess let out a low growl and turned around. Watching her retreat, Qin Feng realized the danger immediately. Bad news. Her HP is critical. She's trying to return to the sanctuary church. If she makes it back, she'll regenerate her health. All our efforts will be for nothing. He glanced at the spectators on the wall. The soul martial artist's death terrified them. They won't dare to attack. But if the boss isn't aggroed, her reflection shield will fade. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with steely resolve. I have to do this the hard way. Qin Feng materialized instantly in front of the Steel Saintess, blocking her path. I won't let you return. Yishu saw him and shouted, Look, it's Qin Feng. Does that mean all the damage on the boss earlier was from Qin Feng? That's terrifying. Huang Yuan gasped. I thought safety number 1 was the carry, but he was just a clown. Qin Feng is the true powerhouse. Little Rabbit was equally shocked. It's Qin Feng, impossible. My level 3, anti-stealth, didn't even detect him. Has his stealth skill reached level 4 or higher? Meanwhile, a player named Clean Hands stared greedily at the loot from the high ground. The loot from that dead soul martial artist is still on the battlefield. I want it. Qin Feng activated his defensive art. Black light shield 10 layers. Each layer blocks 1 absolute hit. The Saintess hurled her massive axe at him. It spun through the air inches from taking his head off. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened. Now. He utilized the momentum to phase through the axe with shield Qin Feng slash. However, his black light shield dropped to 7 layers. Out of the 9 strikes from shield Qin Feng slash, the final 3 triggered her damage reflection after the attack ended. If the black light shield hadn't absorbed those 3 hits, I'd be dead meat. The Steel Saintess, stunned by the counter, paused. Then she leaped high into the air, unleashing her ultimate fury upon him. Qin Feng frantically evaded. His defenses were shattering. Black light shield, 0 layers remaining. Although he dodged the initial impact, he was trapped in a sea of flames. The damage output of this fire breath is insane. Even with 80% evasion, my 7 shield layers were stripped in a nanosecond. 1 heartbeat slower, and I would have been ash. Nearby, Clean Hands was creeping toward the fallen loot like a rat. Suddenly, a projectile smashed into the thief's skull. Blood spraying out. Qin Feng had shut down the scavenger instantly. Trying to steal my spoils of war, not in this lifetime. The system chimed with a notification. You have obtained 612 days of tradable lifespan from safety number 1. 67 years of non-tradable lifespan acquired. Item Curse of Blooming Flowers. Shijin's tradable lifespan amounted to 355 years. His untradable time was a mere 20 years. Qin Feng watched cold-bloodedly as his enemy dissolved into light. That safety-first player was certainly amusing. I spared him the flowering curse for a reason. With that much time in the bank, dying once won't bankrupt him. Suddenly, the Steel Saintess let out a blood-curdling shriek. As her claw ripped toward him, Qin Feng's mind raced. He would have to whittle her down with the black light shield and Qin Feng's slash. She unleashed a barrage of fatal strikes, but he danced through them effortlessly. It was a slow grind, but in this leveling, Manhwa caution is the key to survival. From the high ground, Little Rabbit stared in disbelief. This Qin Feng player, his power was monstrous. Just what kind of hidden ace was he holding? Huang Yuan muttered beside her, completely shaken. I wondered how Qin Feng took first place before. But now I understand the terrifying gap between us. Qin Feng made his move. Mana flared in his eyes. With one final flash step, he cut through her, leaving a lattice of vacuum slashes in his wake. The system pinged. You have slain the platinum rank Steel Saintess. 48,000 experience gained. 120 evolution points acquired. Congratulations. You have obtained the sanctuary key. The spectators gasped, their voices trembling with pure shock. He actually soloed a platinum boss. Is this the true power of the number 1 ranker? Qin Feng ignored the noise, activating his mythical skill, Greedy Hand. The loot screen hovered before him. Black Flame Gift, Bone Armor, Emerald Tier. Defense plus 95. Resistance plus 120. Damage reduction plus 77. Vitality boosted by 77. Requires level 10. This single piece of emerald gear outclassed entire defensive sets. A surge of ancient energy flooded his left eye. New skill acquired. Assassin's Intuition. Emerald tier. It reveals the outlines of stealth units to a certain degree. Anti-stealth increased by 2 levels. Requirement level 13. Qin Feng smirked. An anti-stealth counter perfect. Let's push this straight to legendary. He burned 30 points instantly, leaving 97. Emerald. Diamond. Epic. Legendary. The skill evolved. Anti-stealth range increased to level 5. A new legendary effect unlocked. Combined with the passive from the Gift of Release, his perception stat had skyrocketed to 350. Even blindfolded, he could strike an enemy's lethal spot. He scanned his remaining points. 97 left. Time for another upgrade. I'll evolve Vague Qin Feng to legendary next. 80 points vanished into the void. 17 remained. Vague Qin Feng evolved from epic to legendary. Passive evasion rate hit 85%. A successful dodge now granted immunity to all tier 5 damage. In the distance, An Yu led her squad over, shouting, "Big boss, I'm here, did anything good drop?" Qin Feng frowned. Does this girl have a dog's nose? She ignored his look, eyes sparkling with admiration. Great God, I didn't check the leaderboards earlier. You hit level 13 in a single night. That's insane power, Wang Meng added, shaking his head. We grinded till dawn and barely scratched level 11. Your speed is terrifying. And you smacked Wang Meng's head hard. Shut up, never tell a man his speed is too fast. She switched to her business smile instantly. Right, great God. Qin Feng cut to the chase. I have loot to sell. Prices are fixed. Take it or leave it. She didn't hesitate for a second. 45,000 days. I'll take the whole package. System notification transaction complete. Cash in hand, Qin Feng dropped the bomb. I have another high-value item. Do you know what a shelter is? And you blinked. A shelter. Rumor has it there are no safe zones in the Zhanghai ruins. Players have to capture shelters to build their bases. It's a fortress. It allows for infinite storage. And in a crisis, it deploys a magical barrier to block outside invasions. Qin Feng nodded. So your intel comes from the small shelter that the gold boss dropped, she confirmed. Exactly. Zhanghai officials haven't secured one yet. We only know because the Demon City government destroyed a medium-sized one. Qin Feng pulled out the golden key. The atmosphere grew heavy. Then you understand exactly what this is worth. The Cathedral Sanctuary key. Freshly looted from the boss you just saw fall. It covers 800 acres. Go discuss your budget. I'll decide if you're worthy buyers. And you and Wang Meng screamed in unison. 800 acres. Her mind raced. A larger area meant stronger defenses and a foundation that couldn't be shaken. 800 acres could house every government official in the city with private quarters. She had to have it. If I may ask, what is your price for such a fortress? Qin Feng stayed cool. Talk to your superiors first. The highest bidder wins. He had his own calculations. In his past life, a shelter like this sold for 2,000 years of lifespan. If he sold it to the government combined with his reserves, he could finally manifest his game skills and gear into the real world. Understood, An Yu said, her face serious. I'll report immediately, but big boss, I have a favor to ask. Qin Feng signaled her to continue. 7 gold-tier bosses have gathered at Dark Moon Town. It's a slaughterhouse. We'll pay 10 years of lifespan if you help us clear them. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed analytically. 7 gold bosses. The government army could wipe them out eventually. It shouldn't require an outsider. If you're coming to me, you've hit a wall. Something about them is tricky, isn't it? And you gave a thumbs up. Nothing gets past you, great God. Those bosses are nightmares. We tried picking them off one by one, but it's impossible. But who could have predicted the nightmare? The boss didn't just rise from the grave. All 7 of them resurrected with stats that skyrocketed into the red zone. My team was annihilated in a heartbeat. From her story, Qin Feng locked onto the critical keywords. Mob bosses capable of resurrection. His mind flashed back to that ominous stone tablet. Could these be puppets forged by the cursed stele within the ancient god's monument? If that's the case, this is a legendary opportunity he cannot ignore. System notification transaction complete. You receive 10 years of lifespan. Qin Feng turned to leave, accepting the request. Send the coordinates. I'm on my way. And you beamed, sending a cheerful salute. Good luck, big boss. She's a pragmatic girl, he mused. The loot from 7 gold-tier bosses fetched 45 years, yet she tossed in an extra 10 as a bonus. That's more than just polite. It's smart business. Qin Feng leaped onto the Ghost Knight Wolfman and Beast tearing through the wind. Suddenly his gaze sharpened. Below him 3 girls were ruthlessly beating a helpless victim. Xiao Yu took a brutal slap from a girl with crimson eyes and a bandaged lip. Her face was swollen, tears streaming down her cheeks, but the tormentors showed no mercy. The girl with the horned hair gritted her teeth, eyes burning with malice. Do you think I'm blind? Consider this your final warning. Stay away from the guild president, or I will personally tear you apart. High above Qin Feng watched in cold silence as the trio rained kicks upon Xiao Yu, their vicious insults echoing through the air. You cheap slut, you trash. As he watched, memories of his past life surfaced and he looked down with disdain. It seemed that even after joining the Paladin Temple, Xiao Yu was destined to be crushed by their ruthless internal politics. In his previous life, he had dealt with endless power struggles and petty schemes just like this, always cleaning up the mess for Xiao Yu. But this time, he wasn't going to be her savior. Qin Feng turned his back on the brutality, opening a dimensional gate with a dark chuckle in his heart. Take your time enjoying this hell. The bullies were too lost in their bloodlust to notice the spatial fluctuation nearby. Agonized screams pierced the air. Stop, please, it hurts. I'm going to die. Die, you little vixen. Let's see how you seduce men with a face like that. He stepped into the gate, his mind focused on a secret known only to a regressor. Beneath the colossal wall in the center of the Jianghai ruins lay a hidden chamber, a shortcut back to the novice village. This was classified information, a secret mechanism almost no one discovered. Standing before the ancient formation, Qin Feng calculated the cost. Teleportation in this world was never free. The first jump cost 500 days of life. The second 1,000. The third would demand 2,000 days. Every translation consumed one's very lifespan, the cost doubling each time. But in this leveling Manhwa reality, the investment was worth it. Over time, the starter village would evolve, mobs would ascend to boss rank, and legendary artifacts would surface. Qin Feng made his choice instantly. The ancient Godstone stele was waiting. A treasure of that caliber was an opportunity he refused to miss. Suddenly, a system prompt flashed before his eyes. Do you wish to teleport to the god-forsaken land Dark Moon Town? The name struck him as odd. Dark Moon Town. Isn't that a high-level area that only appears in the late game? Why haven't I heard of it existing now in my past life? Teleport. The system accepted his command. As the notification faded, Qin Feng vanished. Consumed 500 days of lifespan. Teleportation in progress. He materialized in the new zone, scanning his surroundings while walking. To his surprise, the streets were bustling with activity. But something was wrong. Why was the population almost entirely comprised of the elderly? Ahead, a drama unfolded. An old woman groaned theatrically. Finally back in the safe zone. My poor heart. The young man supporting her frowned, cutting straight to business. Grandma, remember our agreement. We boosted you to level 3 as promised. His teammate chimed in. During the power leveling, you obtained 72 days of lifespan. You just need to trade that amount to us as agreed. The old woman threw off his hand, her face twisting into a scowl. What, you want money? Aren't you a charity organization meant to help us level up? The young men tried to reason with her calmly. Grandma, we aren't asking for money. When we formed the party, we agreed. The lifespan dropped by the monsters we killed goes to us. That was the deal from the start. You just need to hand over that portion. But she was shameless, spitting back at them with venom. I don't know anything about some agreement. Young people extorting an old woman like me? You have no shame. Still, the two players held back their temper, trying to explain the logic of the system. Manhwa. Ma'am, you're being unreasonable. We leveled you for free. The lifespan drops are our payment. Unless you solo drops are shared. That is how the system works. But she escalated, pushing them away aggressively. Don't touch me. I'll call for help. You punks, are you from the Dream Sand River Guild? You're all liars. She was screaming at the top of her lungs when suddenly a hand grabbed her collar. Before the boosters could react, the old hag was hurled violently to the ground. She hit the dirt hard, stunned. Qin Feng descended like the Grim Reaper, a blade flashing in his hand as he pinned her down. The killing intent was suffocating. Blood splattered from the impact, and the two young men stood frozen in shock. What the deed was done in an instant. Qin Feng stood up, wiping his blade. Her lifespan drops are on the ground. Pick them up yourselves. The green-haired youth gaped. xianxia 666 hardcore. The other stammered, terrified yet awed. Excuse me, may I ask which high-level expert just saved us? But Qin Feng only muttered, just a passing whim. As they scrambled to collect the 72 days of lifespan, thanking him profusely, Qin Feng walked away annoyed. Shh. Can't kill inside the safe zone. How inconvenient. Thank you, boss. Behind him, the realization hit Qin Feng. Dream Sand River Guild. So this is where they originated. He recalled the lore. Since its inception, the Dream Sand River Guild was dedicated to public welfare, helping the elderly survive in these god-forsaken lands. Later, they would be backed by the government. In terms of raw numbers, Dream Sand River would become the largest guild in all of xianxia. Qin Feng's expression softened slightly. In this chaotic apocalypse, the world needed more people like them. Night fell, casting eerie shadows over the forest. A monster struggled, bound tight by magical vines. Chu Ran shouted, her voice tense. Now, Mom, use your skill. Got it, lightning strike. A bolt of electricity crashed down, paralyzing the beast. Chu Ran's father roared, lunging forward with his blade. With a clean strike, he cleaved the monster in two. As the corpse dissolved into data, he grinned. Success, Chu Ran beamed at them. Mom, Dad, you guys were amazing. Her mother smiled warmly. See, if we just learn from others, even we can hunt small mobs. As they packed up, the father's expression turned thoughtful. By the way, Ran, your friend, Xiao Yu, did she really join the Paladin Temple? I heard their membership dues are extortionate. Chu Ran nodded, her face falling. Yeah, that's true. I tried to convince her to join Dreamsand River with us. She recounted her plea. I told her it's a charity guild. There are people like us there, not pro gamers, just folks helping each other. They even have guides. But she wouldn't listen. Her mother sighed. Well, she hit level 10, so the Paladin Temple recruiters took her away. Her father scoffed, shaking his head. Taking her at level 10, they just see her as a tool to be exploited. I heard their contracts last 3 years. Once you sign, you're basically a slave. If you don't have the talent, it's better to stay safe, grind small mobs, and slowly earn lifespan and experience. He nodded in agreement with his wife. Exactly. Look at us. We just pick off the weak ones. If a boss shows up, we run and call for help. It's a good life. Chu Ren remained silent for a long moment, before whispering, a shadow crossing her face. But Xiao Yu is different. She awakened a hidden class. In this world, she's destined to be stronger than us. Out of nowhere, a storm of arrows blackened the sky. Chu Ran's father took a critical hit to his vital point, his HP bar plummeting instantly. Seeing her father turned into a human pincushion, she let out a soul-crushing scream. Dad! Her mother, paralyzed with horror, covered her mouth and cried out, Honey! The shooter was none other than Black Dragon. He sneered with arrogant pride, Witness my damage output. One skill is all it takes to delete trash like him. His lackey scoffed, backing him up. Stop whining, Dreamsand River is full of weaklings. Nothing but trash mobs populate this area. Another thug chimed in, Exactly. Anyone with real skill wouldn't waste time power leveling these useless old geezers. Looking down from his high perch like a tyrant, Black Dragon commanded, Hand over all your tradable lifespan now. Chu Ran clutched her shirt in terror. The government forbids PK in the wilderness zones. You're not afraid of a wanted status, Black Dragon spat on the ground. To hell with the government. Do you have any idea who I am? Cut the chatter, I'm giving you 3 seconds. Desperate, Chu Ran turned to her mother. Mom, I'll hold them off. Quickly use the guild channel to call for backup. The villain grinned maliciously, signaling his men. Got a death wish? Fine. Kill the old ones, keep the girl for later. The 2 thugs leaped down, closing in on her with malicious intent. But in a flash, Qin Feng's mount slammed into them with the force of a freight train. Chu Ran stood, frozen eyes wide in disbelief. Black Dragon didn't even have time to process the threat. He opened his mouth to speak, but a blade of pure shadow severed his head instantly. His final word hung in the air. What? Qin Feng stood like a god of war, casually inspecting Black Dragon's severed head, which still wore a look of abject terror. Meanwhile, back at the safe zone, Black Dragon's crew revived, but they instantly collapsed, groaning in agony. Damn it, why did I lose so much lifespan? One cried out in panic. My tradable lifespan. It's all gone, mine too. Is this the penalty for being in a player kill state? No, even with a red name, the penalty shouldn't drain us dry like this. He staggered up, trying to comfort himself. If I stay like this, I'll die of old age. I need to grind some low-level mobs to recover my lifespan fast. Suddenly, a golden light erupted, pinning all 3 to the ground with overwhelming pressure. Figures stepped from the light. Black Dragon. Burnt Rice. Chicken Flying Buffalo. Freeze. You 3 have been slaughtering players across the region. The game of cat and mouse is finally over. The newcomers spoke with icy authority. We are government hunters. Provide your real-world identification immediately. You are under arrest in accordance with the law. Resist, and we will drain every second of lifespan you have left. Meanwhile, back at the wilderness, ethereal spider lilies floated around Black Dragon's corpse, the mark of the Grim Reaper. Chu Ran turned to her savior, eyes shining with gratitude. Thank you, Lord of Qin Feng. If you hadn't shown up, my mother and I would have met a terrible end. Qin Feng observed her, impressed. Chu Ran isn't bad. Kind-hearted and brave. She was the polar opposite of the treacherous Xiao Yu. It was a mystery how 2 such different souls ever became best friends. Well, it's a blessing they've gone their separate ways. Without a word, he dissolved into particles of light, leaving the pair stunned. Her mother stared at the golden orb left behind. Where did he go? Is that... Did your father drop his lifespan? Composing herself, the mother asked softly. Daughter, why did that powerful hunter vanish so suddenly? Churen remained in a daze. I never expected the world's #1 ranker, the Lord of Qinfeng, to be so benevolent. The scene shifts to a gloomier location, heavy with dread. A raid member grumbled. Didn't Captain An say Qinfeng would be here minutes ago? It's been half an hour. What is this guy playing at? The leader turned to his team. Do you think Qinfeng can actually clear these bosses? I doubt it. They have an infinite revival mechanic. Infinite resurrection. Does he really dare to challenge that? Unnoticed by them, Qinfeng had already slipped past. He was busy calculating the effects of the ancient Godstone tablet to optimize his gear. If I get lucky with the enchantments in this leveling manhwa, this could even evolve my class characteristics. Rumor had it that the 7th-ranked global player once sacrificed 7 stone tablets during battle to summon a phantom of the ancient god. To take down a legendary tier boss, one must deal with the mob mechanics created by the stone tablets. They possess unique deadly abilities. Some are invisible, with perfect stealth, slaughtering passers-by who never even see the blade coming. Others are merely decoys for a summoner hiding in the shadows. This creates a loop where killing the wrong target leads to infinite resurrection. Worse, every time they revive, their berserk stats stack, making them stronger. According to government intel, killing them one by one is suicide. They just bounce back enraged and more powerful. But what if I wipe them all out at the exact same second? Qinfeng narrowed his eyes. That is a theory worth testing. Qinfeng raised his hand, equipping the believer's necklace to summon a loyal minion for a test run. The creature lunged its razor-sharp claws, raking against the giant bosses, but the damage numbers were pathetic. Suddenly a boss whipped its head around, eyes glowing with eldritch horror. In a heartbeat, a cloud of sentient black smoke engulfed the minion. The smoke devoured it, spitting out only a severed head and torso. Qinfeng remained calm, but alert. Level 10. No damage reflection, but their stats are double that of a standard gold tier boss. Time to end this. He activated the Dark Knight Ring, unleashing a crimson wave of energy that instantly enveloped the mob of monsters. Tsaoi. Die. With a single thought, invisible blades decapitated the entire group. But there was no loot. Instead, the corpses writhed and fused together, morphing into a singular, grotesque abomination. The new entity was a nightmare made flesh, covered in unblinking eyes, and dominated by a mouth that defied all laws of biology. Qinfeng shifted into a combat stance. So the simultaneous kill was the key trigger. Now begins the next phase. He scanned the glowing symbols etched into the creature's flesh. Deciphering the ancient god runes, the name revealed itself: Utos, the ancient god of disaster. He dodged a massive strike, eyes locking onto the text. I need to target the runes in the specific syntax order. All those resources spent raiding ruins and studying the lore of the ancient gods were finally paying off. Qinfeng became a blur of motion. Slash, he destroyed the rune on its arm. Strike, the symbol on the wrist shattered next. He drove his blade into the final rune on its chest. Utos roared, spewing a fountain of black blood. The giant form collapsed, reverting to its original state, but now it was broken, tattered, and ready to die. Abruptly, ominous coffins materialized, forming a cage around him just as the entity awakened. But something was wrong. Its form began to liquefy. The fragments of the ancient god Utos didn't hold together. They scattered into the void. Qinfeng watched the spectacle with cold, calculating eyes. Ancient runes on the coffins began to levitate, resonating with each fragment of the monster. Looks like I still need to slaughter these mobs near their respective coffins, he mused. I've seen the ancient god's tablet before. This must be the final phase of the boss fight. The horde turned their bloodlust toward him in unison. Yet Qinfeng's smirk didn't waver. He was the hunter here. Come and get it! Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the forest, sending flocks of birds into a panicked frenzy. The group waiting outside froze, clueless to the slaughter inside. Was that an earthquake? One stammered. Or has the valley boss finally gone berserk? We need to check it out. They scoffed, masking their fear with arrogance. Where is that damn Qinfeng guy? He's late. Honestly, even the Qinfeng couldn't solo a boss this terrifying. He probably tucked his tail and ran. Suddenly a member pointed a trembling finger ahead. Look. Before them lay nothing but ruins and empty, silent coffins. The boss was gone. Confusion washed over the trio. Did the ground split open? Was it really an earthquake that killed the boss? Just as they tried to rationalize the impossible, a notification from Manhwa pinged on their devices. Retreat immediately. The Qinfeng has already cleared the dungeon. The two froze, statues of disbelief. What? Their minds raced, struggling to accept reality. Just a moment ago, we doubted he could even scratch these 7 bosses. And now, it's been barely 10 minutes. Terror crept into their voices. We didn't even sense his presence. He was like a ghost. The cursed tablet of the Calamity God, one whispered. Now I understand why the higher-ups are so obsessed with this guy. Meanwhile, Qin Feng held the ancient stone tablet, a satisfied grin on his face. Not a bad haul for a leveling manhwa protagonist, he thought. Level increased to 14. 7 bosses plus the Hand of Greed. That's 294 evolution points in the bank. But the real prize is this ancient god's tablet. With its complex mechanics, the government guilds would take at least a month to decipher this. I'm light years ahead. And they'd suffer catastrophic casualties trying. He glanced at the system window popping up. The tablet pulsed with the ominous cursing power of the ancient calamity god. Active skill Udos. Effect: imbue a curse onto any piece of equipment. The curse grants a random, powerful attribute boost based on the gear and class. Qin Feng analyzed. But usually power comes at a price. A negative attribute is guaranteed. Qin Feng summoned his gear without hesitation. Apply it to the Black Flame Ritual Bone Armor. This emerald-tier equipment already shredded enemy defenses by 35%. A surge of dark chaotic energy engulfed him. Ding, you have applied Utos's curse to the Black Flame Armor. The gamble paid off with an attribute boost. Positive attribute. Black Flame stack limit increased to 15. Negative attribute: base equipment stats reduced by 31%. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. The stack limit hit 15. That's insane for a system manhwa build. With this I can reduce a boss's defense and resistance into the negatives. True damage is king. Compared to that, a 30% stat drop is a joke. He raised his hand, hungry for more power. Next up, skill evolution. Let's push Flash Qin Feng Slash to the legendary rank and see what monstrosity creates. Consumed 27 evolution points. The skill transformed. Flash Qin Feng Slash legendary -30 to 40 meters and enter instant stealth. Stealth lasts 15 seconds. Deals 9 rapid slashes to all enemies in the path. Cooldown reduced to a mere 8.8 seconds. Speed is power. Path width expanded to 6 meters. Damage skyrocketed. But here's the kicker. New effect. Each successful hit grants a shield equal to 100% of max HP. It stacks up to 9 times and lasts 60 seconds. Qin Feng calculated the odds. If I land all 9 hits, my effective HP increases 10-fold. I just became a tank assassin. My margin for error is basically infinite now. Perfect. 5 more hours of grinding and I'll hit level 15. Then it's off to the Magic City. Meanwhile, back in the safe zone, the reality was harsh. A group of women was relentlessly kicking Xiao Yu. You vixen, you little homewrecker, die. The beating didn't stop. These high society ladies were absolutely ruthless. Finally, they stopped panting heavily. Ugh, I'm exhausted. My back hurts from kicking her so much. Consider this a lesson, trash. Filthy slut. They spat on her before walking away, leaving Xiao Yu trembling in the dirt, bruised and broken. She struggled to sit up, tears streaming down her face. But instead of reflecting, she blamed him. This is all Qin Feng's fault. Did he really cut me off? Doesn't he know girls mean the opposite of what they say? Thank God I signed that contract with the Temple Knights. My survival is guaranteed for 3 years. Sure, I lost half my lifespan, but I still have time left. I'll grow stronger than Chu Yan ever could. She raised her staff eyes, manic with desperation. Holy light therapy, she screamed. Just wait. Once I awaken, everyone who looked down on me will pay. Holy light therapy consumes all mana to fully heal the target. Qin Feng, you just wait. You crazy women, just wait. She unleashed the spell. But whoosh, it missed her entirely. Mana drained, she collapsed face first into the mud. I missed again. Why? Far away in the desolate ruins of the Magic City, a different kind of violence was brewing. A team was desperately fighting a boss in the wreckage. The tank raised his shield just in time. But they were oblivious to the 3 predators watching from the shadows. The thief sneered, her voice dripping with disdain. Great Xia men are so pathetic. 18 people for one boss. Are they that afraid of dying? The man beside her chuckled, a cruel glint in his eye. Now, my dear. Don't be rude. They're working hard to farm that loot. For us. She smirked. You're such a gentleman. But internally she raged. Weak Xia pigs. Hurry up and drop the boss already. Our cleanup crew is waiting. Down in the pit, the unsuspecting mage shouted, Hold on, one last strike and it's over. Squelch, a spear tip exploded through his throat before he could cast. Tony rested the bloody weapon on his shoulder, grinning. Good work. Thanks for the gift, you weaklings. Panic erupted. Damn it, it's the Black Spades group. The notorious bandit guild, Great Xia traders colluding with foreigners to slaughter their own kind. But despair turned to fury. Don't back down, a leader roared. There's only 3 of them, kill the traitors. Charge. Cece stared down at them with eyes full of venomous arrogance, sneering. You trash actually dare to resist. I will torture every last one of you before sending you to hell. Pigs of Great Xi, prepare to meet your maker. The man beside her wasted no time launching a devastating attack that tore a massive hole in the ground, the thunderous impact shaking the earth itself. She charged forward with twin blades in hand, a blur of death. In a heartbeat, her cold steel had already claimed the lives of everyone present. Cece laughed with contempt. Men of Great Xia are truly useless trash. It seems the government has leaked our info, but what difference does it make? The entirety of Great Xia is nothing more than a landfill of garbage waiting to burn. These people are just casual players. How could they possibly compare to us? We are the chosen ones backed by powerful forces operating from the shadows. Even though my true identity remains a secret for the sake of safety, we should leave Great Xia soon and head to North America. Once there, we can establish a guild dedicated to hunting down these Great Xia pigs. The two men beside her immediately praised the plan, asking what the guild would be named. She leaned back, a wicked glint in her eyes, and whispered, "We shall call it Alice." Cece lay back on the ground, stretching her limbs. That's enough for today. Time to log out and party. Surrounded by her muscular admirers, she declared, "To celebrate the founding of the Alice Guild, let's make tonight unforgettable." Back in the safe zone, and Yu raised his hand, calling out to the protagonist. "Great God, the price for the shelter has been reported. Can we discuss the terms?" Qin Feng responded with his usual icy calm. "How much?" And Yu replied, 1,500 was too low. I told them a mere 1,500 was an insult to you, so I argued and secured 2,000 years of lifespan for you. Deal. Let's make the trade at the Ruin Center. Internally, Qin Feng assessed the man. That cunning fox. Was he trying to suppress the price before, or is he just playing good cop now? Dust swirled through the desolate ruins as a fully armed squad appeared on the horizon. And Yu smiled sheepishly. "Qin Feng, my friend, please don't take offense. I'm carrying too much lifespan, and the higher-ups were worried, so they sent a military escort." Qin Feng didn't care in the slightest. "It matters not. The government still has no idea of my true power. These soldiers only know a few basic moves." Suddenly, a blue holographic interface flashed before his eyes. "Transaction successful. You have lost the hidden sanctuary key. You have received 2,000 years of tradable lifespan." Qin Feng turned to leave, simply saying, "Let's go." The soldiers behind him whispered in disbelief. 2,000 years for just one item. What do you know that shelter can hold hundreds, maybe thousands of people? Except for Qin Feng, no one else would be generous enough to give that up. Voiture, safe travels, Qin Feng. As Qin Feng walked away, he mused, "A news delivery is timely. I now have enough resources to prepare my weapons and head toward the Demon City. System alert. You have consumed 71.2 years of lifespan. Level up. You are now level 15. You have consumed 161.75 years to extract the mythical grade skill granting release." Qin Feng scanned the data flowing through his mind. Aside from his unextracted gear, his level and skills were now perfectly synchronized. This was the true power of a leveling Manhwa protagonist coming to life. My strength in the real world is now almost equal to my avatar in the game. Warning, hunger levels have reached 90%. Despite the power coursing through him, he rubbed his stomach nonchalantly. "It's been too long since I ate. I need to log off and fuel this body." The scene shifts to a dimly lit hotel. Qin Feng sat alone, his silence making the air heavy. A thug blind to the aura of death sitting before him nudged his partner. "Boss, the kid is awake." He slammed a metal pipe into his palm threateningly. "Hey, brat, hand over all your lifespan, or else you'll end up just like the corpses rotting in the other rooms. The apocalypse is great, isn't it? We can kill whoever we want." Beside them lay the motionless body of a woman. Qin Feng's eyes went cold as he stared at the trash before him. "What are you looking at? Hand it over. Why are you just standing there like an idiot?" One of the lackeys spat on the floor. "Boss, I really want to just chop him up. Damn it, the kid is scared stupid. Whatever, just kill him." "With pleasure." In a split second, a crimson aura flashed before they could even blink. A thunderous boom echoed as the skill ring of Eternal Night detonated. The entire building began to crumble into dust. Later, Qin Feng slurped noodles as if nothing had happened. "The more power I extract into reality, the more energy my body consumes. Regular food barely scratches the itch anymore. After I slaughter that traitor Cece and her Alice Guild, I need to find a way to obtain the Book of the World Tree." He tossed the empty bowl aside and leaped onto the back of his Nightwolf mount. "But Cece is cunning. She's harder to track than a ghost. Wait, didn't I accept a quest to kill Qin Feng earlier? I can use that bounty as bait to lure her out. She won't be able to resist. But first, I'll head to the Demon City and grab a snack on the way." The scene shifts to the decadent Demon City. Cece, face flushed with pleasure, cooed, "Baby, you guys are so amazing." "I can barely walk," she giggled, clinging to the man beside her. "Fighting alongside everyone, then sleeping sweetly and entering the game. This life is absolute paradise. My dear, your skills are unmatched. So freaking amazing, you are so hot." Suddenly a notification chimed on her device. Miss Cece Qinfeng just sent a message. He says Qinfeng is dead. He wants to meet in the real-world Demon City to hand over Qinfeng's head and collect the rest of the payment. Cece narrowed her eyes. Meeting Qinfeng in reality is dangerous. Tell him no. Just have him send a photo. He says he doesn't use phones. He's afraid the government is tracking him. Is that so? Does that mean Qinfeng is also an enemy of the state? They have been hunting us heavily lately? If I can drag Qinfeng into the Alice Guild, those great Xia swine won't stand a chance. Coordinates 67228331. Tell Qinfeng I demand an in-game meeting first. I'll orchestrate a little drama to see where his true loyalties lie. Then she messaged her secret lover. Darling Heaven Walker, are you there? I miss you. I need a favor. The rewards will be unimaginable. On the other side, he activated silent concealment with a sneer. A meeting inside a system manhwa interesting. Shishai was indeed a fox. Her passive skill, silent concealment, granted permanent invisibility while stationary. The coordinates pointed to the Evil Spirit Academy nearby. Qinfeng dove straight into the virtual world. Let's see what kind of game you're playing. Demon City Ruins, Evil Spirit Academy. He stood atop the roof, a predator watching his prey. Ace of Spades. The government has pinned down your location. The Black Spade Group is finished. Surrender now, or face lethal force. Shija placed a hand over her heart, her voice dripping with mockery. Heaven Walker, tell those lonely great Xia men to listen close. The Black Spade Group is dead. We are now the Alice Guild. Without hesitation, she began to strip, catching the government agents completely off guard with her audacity. Our Alice Guild specializes in hunting down the men of Great Xia. They feigned righteous anger while blushing furiously. Damn you, Ace of Spades, the Great Xia government will punish this shameless behavior. She caressed herself, taunting them. Come here, you little piggies. Like what you see, play your part well, and tonight I'll be even naughtier. Qinfeng watched with dead eyes from above. Is that him? Q Hounan, codename Heaven Walker. An infamous traitor who had been feeding intel to the Alice Guild for years. It wasn't until the 7th year of this awakening manhwa timeline that he slipped up and was executed. But right now, he was still playing the hero. Stubborn witch, today marks your end. Their performance wasn't half bad. Interesting. So Shushi and Chu Haonan had been in bed together from the start. This entire charade was a test of his allegiance. If I defend Shushi, I become an enemy of the state. But ignoring her means losing the chance to meet the Ace of Spades in the real world. A cold smile touched Qinfeng's lips as he plunged from the roof. Fine. I'll show you my sincerity. -42. 357 critical damage, Dark Knight Return Blade. You have slain player Heaven Walker. You have slain player Cloud Knight Rain. You have slain player Fish Fly Fish. You have slain player I Am Justice. You have slain player Charge Warrior. The massacre left Shishir frozen in shock. What just happened? Qinfeng walked forward calmly. Greetings, Ace of Spades. I am Qinfeng. Shusha gazed at him, her heart fluttering despite herself. He's handsome. I've always had a weakness for power. She grit her teeth. Pity he's just another great Xia pig. Why must the strong ones always be from this wretched country? You don't deserve such power. Her minions whispered in terror. Over 40,000 damage. Is this the power of the world's #1 ranker? One stepped forward. Mr. Qinfeng, good to see you. Xiu. Bro. In a flash, their heads were severed from their shoulders, damage numbers floating in the bloody mist. Qinfeng shook off his blade. I don't speak your language, so I'll assume you were insulting me. Shisha waved her hands frantically. No. They weren't insulting you. They were just saying hello. My apologies then. But to avoid future accidents, speak Great Xia's language in my presence. Qinfeng sheathed his weapon. Now shall we trade? First put your clothes back on. As she adjusted her dress, she asked about Qinfeng's head bounty. This Qinfeng guy is a freak. But God, that turns me on. I have the item, but it can't be brought into the virtual world. If you want to see it, you'll have to meet me in reality. Shija opened the system interface. I've seen your power with my own eyes. A man of your strength wouldn't need to lie. System notification. You have received 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. In this leveling, manhwa time was currency. Pleasure doing business. Wait, you have power, I have wealth. Why not form a long-term partnership? I have a new assassination target. Come to my place tonight if you're interested. Whatever you desire, I can provide. Qinfeng didn't flinch. Target bounty. Shushu's voice dropped to a purr. Let's discuss the details in person. The reward will be far greater than today's. Magic City Port. I'll be waiting. Qinfeng narrowed his eyes as he logged off. A home at the port must be a private yacht. Silence returned to the ruins once the monsters departed. Finally, the government agents respawned, gasping for air. Haonan cursed aloud. Damn that Qinfeng, I knew he was a traitor. But internally he was grinning. Success. Xu Shi has taken the bait. My reward is secured. He barked orders at his team. Those idiots in Zhanghai City are obsessed with Qinfeng. Make them answer for this mess. Qingyue, take the team to recover your lost lifespan. We move out again soon. Qingyue frowned, her mind racing. Did Qinfeng really align himself with the Ace of Spades? If that's true, then even if it costs me my life, I must find a way to destroy him. But the gap in our strength is an abyss. I died before I even saw his silhouette. Night fell over the Magic City port. As predicted, Qinfeng arrived at the luxury yacht. I am Qinfeng. Tell the Ace of Spades I'm here. The guards bowed low. Mr. Qinfeng, the mistress has been expecting you. Right this way. Qinfeng is on board. Set sail. They led him deep into the vessel as the yacht drifted into the dark open waters. Inside the VIP cabin, Xu Shi waited in a crimson dress that hugged every curve, swirling a glass of wine. Brother Qinfeng, we finally meet face to face. You're just as mysterious in the real world. Qinfeng cut through the charm. Spit it out. Who is the target? She pouted, inching closer. So cold. No room for a little romance? With a view this breathtaking and a woman this beautiful. Why ruin the mood with business? You're smashing brighter. Let's drink to a night of passion first. Qinfeng knew exactly what she was playing at, yet he drained the glass in one gulp. Xu Shi beamed. That's a good boy. She pushed him onto the sofa, wrapping herself around his arm like a serpent. How are you feeling, Qinfeng? That wine contained a special family recipe. One sip and you become my obedient puppet. Xu Shi laughed, victory in her eyes. I knew it. Even the legendary Qinfeng is just a man in the end. So, is he strong? She looked at the hooded figure approaching them with a seductive, predatory gaze. Don't rush. Just relax and enjoy the moment. When we both reach the peak of pleasure, I'll lift your hood and admire your face. I bet you're incredibly handsome, but for now, keep the mystery alive. Moans filled the room. Oh my god, does Great Xia actually have such a majestic man? No wonder you're called Qinfeng. Heavens, why are you so hot? This is the power of Qinfeng. It's huge, I can feel it, but it's getting a little too hot. Come on. I'm ready. Let it out. Qinfeng, give it to me. So. Now, just as Cece reached the peak of her excitement, the atmosphere shifted instantly. The shadowy figure dissolved into roaring flames. She screamed, "Too hot! This isn't a man! It's fire!" Yet, against all odds, Cece survived the blast. She coughed, eyes wide with shock. What? Qinfeng looked at her, mildly impressed. A crystal necklace. I didn't expect you to have such a high-tier artifact. That trinket just saved your miserable life. Common gold-tier jewelry that creates a shield to nullify maximum damage. How lucky. As the smoke cleared, Cece finally saw the face of her attacker clearly. Her blood ran cold. Qinfeng, why are you here? You were supposed to be killed by Qinfeng. He dropped the facade and revealed his true identity, his voice cold as ice. The reason was simple. He was the darkness itself. Terror seized her as she stammered, You're Qinfeng. Then who is he? The realization hit her like a truck. The man she thought she knew was just a happy, obedient puppet created by his skills, a decoy to drink the poisoned wine in his place. Knowing she was doomed, Xi instantly slammed her forehead to the floor. Boss. Qin. No, wait. Daddy Qin. Please forgive your daughter. I was wrong. I was so wrong. Take my entire lifespan. Take it all. I'll be your slave for eternity, ready to serve you whenever you desire. Qinfeng looked down at her with zero emotion and asked, Where are the 5 foreigners who were with you? Xi looked up, her face twisted into a pathetic, fawning smile. Daddy, if I tell you, will you spare my life? Snap. Before she could blink, her head was twisted 180 degrees backward. Qinfeng sighed, disappointed. Guess they aren't here, he muttered, deciding to eliminate the trash immediately. The system Manhwa interface chimed in his mind. Received 659 years of tradable lifespan. Qinfeng thought I wanted to catch them all in one net, but whatever. First, let's use Xishi's phone to tip off the government. The night sky was an abyss of ink, the vast ocean stretching out in a terrifying silent calm. Suddenly a rescue boat tore through the waves, responding to a high-priority alarm. A serial murder had occurred on the yacht, and among the dead was the precious heiress of the Qin group. According to the caller, the killer's techniques mirrored the legendary Qinfeng from the game. Authorities effectively confirmed it was the protagonist of this awakening Manhwa saga. The investigation team arrived at the scene with sirens blaring. Haonan, receiving the news, was consumed by a blazing fury. This Qinfeng had completely disregarded the laws of heaven and earth. My beloved Xi. Haonan grit his teeth. Slaughtering people so casually, this is a direct challenge to the nation's authority. He is courting death. Killing intent radiated from him. Once I board that ship, I'll use my divine investigation skill on the corpse. The moment I pinpoint Qin Feng's location, we open fire. Do not hesitate to obliterate the target. I swear, I will avenge you. The forensic team quickly reported. Preliminary scan shows the cause of death was a cervical fracture. We found unidentified DNA in her mouth and traces of severe burns. Hyonan roared, his blood boiling. That bastard Qin Feng, not only did he kill her, but he humiliated her corpse. He activated his ultimate tracking ability, using the deceased's lingering will. Heaven's justice, Q Hyonan swears to bring you down. But the moment the skill activated, his pupils dilated in sheer terror. Hyonan screamed to his squad. Watch out, Qin Feng is right here, 6 o'clock open fee. Before he could finish, a projectile tore through the air. Glass shattered explosively, mixed with a spray of crimson. Hyonan collapsed to the deck, dead instantly. His team screamed in horror. Captain Chu! The squad instantly deployed a collective energy barrier. Qing Yue stepped forward, her eyes burning with righteous anger. Qin Feng, you just murdered a federal investigator. Do you intend to declare war on the government? Qin Feng's voice floated down, calm and unbothered. Relax. I killed Hyonan because he was a rat. He's been selling government intelligence to the Chen group for years. He was a mole trading secrets for benefits. The proof is right there in his phone. Feel free to verify it yourselves. A moment later, an officer shouted, Captain Lin, we found encrypted logs. There really is a communication history between Captain Chu and the Chen group. Wait. Shishi was the villain in the game. Qing Yue immediately ordered, hand me the phone. The officer turned beet red, trying to hide the screen. Wait, Captain. You shouldn't see what's in the gallery. What are you hiding? Is there something I can't see? Qing Yue snatched the phone, only to freeze. The screen was filled with extremely compromising photos of Hyonan and Shishi. Her face flushed. What on earth is this filth I told you? Qing Yue took a deep breath, realizing the gravity of the situation. Every word Qin Feng said was the absolute truth. So when Qin Feng killed us in the game, it was just a performance to fool Shishi. He waited until he gained her trust, tracked her down in reality, and executed her. Then he called the police himself to lure Hyonan out and eliminate the traitor. In the blink of an eye, he solved 2 massive problems for the government. A shiver ran down her spine. This man, his intellect is terrifying. Seeing Qing Yue staring at the phone for too long, her teammates grew concerned. Captain, why are you looking so closely? But she ignored them, lost in her tactical analysis. Thank God he isn't an enemy of the state. If he were, the consequences would be catastrophic. I just fired shots at him earlier. If he holds a grudge, I'm finished. I cannot allow his relationship with the government to sour. Qing Yue made a split-second decision. She shouted into the darkness. Qin Feng, thank you for your assistance. I apologize for the hostility and the shots fired earlier. Without hesitation, she aimed her gun at her own leg and pulled the trigger. Bang. Her teammates screamed. Captain Lin. Gritting her teeth through the pain, she looked up. Qin Feng, I hope you will continue to cooperate with the government in the future. Her team rushed to support her. Captain, was that necessary? Qing Yue gasped. We don't know Qin Feng's temperament. Caution is the only way to survive. High above, Qin Feng looked down through the light rain. Lin Qing Yue, she destroyed her own leg just to appease me, ruthless. No wonder she becomes the supreme commander of the human army in the future. The scene shifts to the game world, a ruined cityscape. Inside a dungeon, Qin Xiaoyu's party was being relentlessly hammered by a headless monster. Chen Wumingitian shouted, Qin Xiaoyu, support me now. She yelled back, on it. But her clumsy movements only fueled his rage. What the hell are you doing? You useless trash! Her healing skill missed completely, landing on a monster in the distance. Instantly, a beam of energy sliced through them. Both Qin Xiaoyu and Chen Wumingitian were obliterated and respawned at the checkpoint. Qin Xiaoyu stomped her foot, whining. We died again, but there was no one around. It has to be Qin Feng. Why does he keep targeting me? Does he know I want revenge for Brother Songfei? Chen Wumingitian slapped her across the head. You idiot! Qin Feng doesn't have time to waste on a nobody like you. That was the platinum boss Hala, the headless knight. Did you not read the system notification? You aggroed him with your misplaced heal. If the guildmaster pairs me with you again, I'll delete my account. Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared. Oh no. Hala is here. Panic erupted. We're doomed. The boss chased us all the way to the spawn point. Run for your lives. The scene cuts to the luxurious mansion of the Dongfang clan. Crash. An expensive fruit platter shattered against the wall. A woman stood there trembling with apoplectic rage. Useless. That was the perfect chance to kill Qin Feng, and the government just let him walk away. She turned her fury on the man kneeling before her. You've been a sleeper agent in the government for years. Why were you so incompetent at the most critical moment? I don't want to hear your excuses. He slaughtered the entire Dongfang lineage. The blood of our clan will not be spilled in vain. I don't care what forbidden arts you use. Qin Feng must pay for this blood debt with blood. Your father already fell to his blade. Why do you hesitate? The young master broke his silence. Mother, I have a strategy to extinguish the Qin Feng, she asked. Nathan, what is it the Divine Realm game requires players to be of age? You cannot enter yet. A chilling glint sharpened the boy's gaze. I may be barred from the system, but my mind is my weapon. That Qin Feng. He revels in slaughter, doesn't he? We send fodder to provoke him. Lure him to father's fireworks factory where the trap is already set. The moment the Qin Feng strikes, we detonate everything. 1 billion sparks will become his funeral pyre, broadcasting his demise to the entire world. And even if we fail, the Qin Feng cannot touch us here. A sinister smile bloomed on her face. My education was not wasted on you. She turned back to the phone. Did you hear that your son has more spine than that useless old man? The voice on the other end agreed. Fine. But this must remain buried. The government still hopes to recruit the Qin Feng to their side. My brothers would never approve. She ended the call abruptly. Leave the logistics to me. She then turned to Nathan. So, did that filth refuse to hand over her lifespan? Nathan feigned shyness. Apologies, mother. I lost control. I accidentally beat her to death. Meanwhile, inside the system Manhwa world of the Divine Realm, deep within the Mono City ruins, Yuna's party was in a desperate clash. Panic erupted. Did you see that they just dropped dead? Someone screamed. Invisible insta-kills. It has to be the Qin Feng. Invisible blades sliced through the air. Agonized screams echoed. Run! The Qin Feng has gone insane. He's slaughtering everyone. Yet Qin stood calmly amidst the chaos. He surveyed the area. Not bad. This location is perfect for extracting a shelter. The system chimed. Do you wish to consume 1,315 years of lifespan to manifest the pure soul sanctuary into reality? It demanded a coordinate. Warning. All structures in the target area will be erased. Proceed. Qin didn't hesitate. Confirm. A massive magic circle illuminated beneath his feet. Extraction complete. The waters parted, revealing a majestic fortress rising from the depths. Time to claim the Book of Revelation. A notification pinged from Warren. Boss reports say you're massacring players, but your status was offline, so I knew it wasn't you. I dug deeper. It's not a player. It's a platinum rank boss on a rampage. It's the headless assassin Hela. Her stealth is god tier. She's invisible. Boss, can you intervene? The death toll was skyrocketing. Anton gritted his teeth. What kind of broken mechanic is this? My anti-stealth is level 3, yet I see nothing. Still salty about being outshined by the Qin Feng previously, he muttered to Bunny, I can't track it. If I could just see it, I could tank it solo. Even the Qin Feng would be helpless against this. She hissed back. Keep your voice down. Do you want to draw its aggro? Let's move to high ground for a better van. Suddenly a banana peel rocketed toward them. Anton dodged with reflexes born of fear. Who the hell throws fruit in a dungeon? But his teammates weren't so lucky. The headless horror Hela materialized. Bunny Howard. Anton landed, adrenaline pumping. He glared at the abomination. Damn you! He activated his taunt. Come and get some. The entity surged forward, blade raised for execution. Anton's heart stopped. Crap, I dodged too early. He rolled like a madman, barely evading the strikes. Dizzy and desperate, he taunted. Missed again, can't you aim? But his stamina was hitting 0. Hela's form blurred and vanished into the ether. Where did she go? The world spun around him. Stealth strike. Hela reappeared directly above him, a flash of steel, and Anton was deleted from existence. Suddenly the sky cracked with power. Qin descended like a meteor. One devastating kick shattered her stealth and obliterated her HP bar instantly. He stood over the remains. So you are Hela. Moments earlier, Yuna was being roasted by her squad in a typical leveling Manhwa scene. You used the wrong skill and aggroed the platinum boss. It followed your signal right to our respawn point. Yuna trembled, tears streaming down her face. I didn't mean to. The team sneered. Guildmaster, my party refuses to carry this trash. We're done with her. Dying without a clue. Pathetic. Guildmaster Vane silenced them. Shut up before you lure the boss back. Yuna combat is clearly not your talent. From now on, you are a scout. Find a gold rank shelter, and I will grant you 3 years of lifespan. Locate a platinum shelter, and I'll give you 10. He scoffed internally. I thought a hidden class would be a jackpot, but she's useless. I'll provide a daily stipend of 1 day's lifespan. Can't have you dying of poverty. System. You have received 2 days of lifespan. Her tradable lifespan sat at a pitiful 2 days and 13 hours. Yuna bowed, voice shaking. Thank you, Guildmaster. The mob ground their teeth in jealousy. Damn it, she's getting a free ride, just an excuse to see the Guildmaster every day. What a schemer. That little vixen. Maybe we should play dumb too. Good idea. Suddenly a cold voice cut through the noise. You are Hela. The boss's corpse disintegrated into particles. Qin stepped out of the dust, shocking the crowd. Guildmaster Vane's eyes widened in disbelief. A shockwave blasted the warrior standing next to him. The very air began to tremble and warp. The guild turned their gaze to Yuna. Without a word, Vane delivered a brutal kick, sending her flying. Qin, still engaging the remnants of the boss, spotted a familiar silhouette launched into the air. At that exact moment, Hela split. Multiple clones materialized around the helpless girl. The crowd gasped. Impossible! There are 4 of them now. It wasn't just 4 clones, but 5. The final shadow clone had been lurking in the darkness, ready to strike. No wonder the killing intent felt like it was coming from everywhere. Little Yu, who had just been kicked away, looked up with teary eyes. She mistook the encroaching darkness for her salvation. "It's the Qinfeng, I'm saved," she screamed. "Lord Qinfeng, big brother, save me please." But mercy was not on the menu today. Qinfeng unleashed his Qinfeng shield slash without hesitation. The Hala monsters tried to swarm Little Yu, but they were instantly shredded by his area of effect attack. The system notifications flooded his vision. Qinfeng had successfully exterminated the monster and all its clones. Unfortunately, Little Yu was considered collateral damage in this leveling manhwa. "Tsk," he muttered. What rotten luck. Qinfeng's greedy hand reached out for the loot. Not only did he harvest 1,520 days of lifespan from the boss, but a massive amount of lifespan orbs scattered across the ground. This boss hadn't even digested the lifespan it stole from other players yet. Suddenly, Anyu and her group rushed over, causing a commotion. "Look at all that loot. If the big boss doesn't need it, sell it to us." Qinfeng sighed internally. "These guys are like roaches. They're everywhere." He spoke calmly. "You guys came at the right time. I know a place with even better treasure. If the price is right, I can take you there." The group agreed instantly, blinded by greed. Qinfeng nodded. "Wang Meng, you and the guys follow me. And you stay behind." Her face dropped. "Wait, why, that's not fair." Qinfeng explained bluntly. "Trust me, that place is strictly a no-fly zone for women." And Yu stomped her foot, pouting. "Why are you discriminating against me, big boss?" "I was even planning to seduce you, but it turns out you only like men." Qinfeng bonked her on the head to shut her up before turning to the guys. "Listen up. There's a divine fist tower outside the north gate of the city ruins. Clearing it grants insane rewards, but there's a catch. The NPC inside is a massive misogynist who hates women. If there's even one female in the party, the difficulty spikes by 10 times. And Yu was furious, clenching her fists. "That trash NPC. Just wait until I level up in this awakening manhwa world. I'll kill him myself." She turned to her companion. "Little Black, let's go over the mountain and slaughter some monsters to vent my rage." She waved goodbye. "See you later, big boss." The Qinfeng sent a party invite. "All right, you guys follow me." The men were buzzing with excitement. It was their first time partying up with a legend. "I'm so nervous, my palms are sweating." This is a golden opportunity to learn from a pro player's mechanics, but confusion soon set in. Wait, the big boss looks like he's walking slowly? So why is he moving faster than our full sprint? How am I supposed to learn anything at this speed? His agility stat must be broken. Meanwhile, Qinfeng was checking his inventory. Over 20 items had dropped, including 2 perfect for an assassin build. The system displayed the item details. Pale Jade Bone Dagger. An assassin-type weapon that increases movement speed and grants a passive evasion chance. Qinfeng analyzed the stats. The attack power is nearly 80% higher than my disease blade. Plus, it has armor penetration strength and agility bonuses. Not bad at all. The system presented the next item. Qinfeng Blade. A platinum tier skill book. It deals damage and dispels 1 random buff from the target. Qinfeng critiqued it instantly. The dark elemental damage on a single target is trash. But that dispel effect, that's gold. He triggered his talent immediately. Evolved to legendary. The system rapidly upgraded the Qinfeng blade. Qinfeng's eyes widened in surprise. If I hit a weak point, it refunds the 3-second cooldown. He did the math instantly. That means the effective cooldown for me is only 0.78 seconds. It's basically an infinite spam skill. Suddenly he sensed something was wrong and turned around. The space behind him was empty. Where did Wang Meng and the others go? 2 kilometers back, the team was lying on the ground, gasping for air. Si Chen Wuming wheezed, clutching his chest. "Qinfeng moves too fast. Who can keep up with that?" The other members groaned. "Captain, I can't feel my legs." Wang Meng tried to rally the troops. "Get up, we can't give up now." The group dragged themselves to the tower entrance. Qinfeng looked up at the looming structure. This is the place. Once we enter an NPC will give us a challenge. But listen carefully. This NPC is a scammer. The stronger we look, the higher he jacks up the prices of his goods. So, I'm going to suppress my power to 1%. You guys just need to take down a gold tier boss. He turned around to give a pep talk only to see the team looking like zombies. Wang Meng panted, trying to look reliable. Don't worry. Huff. Mission guaranteed. Qin Feng nodded and took the lead. If we pass the trial, the shop opens up. I won't let you down. Just remember one thing. Only communicate in the party channel. Don't let the NPC hear our strategy. Qin Feng pushed open the massive tower gates. Above them, a mysterious figure in a hood awaited. Welcome visitors from the blue planet. The descent of the game abandoned by God must have you feeling anxious. This is the Divine Fist Tower. Pass my trial, and you earn the right to trade with me. Tell me when you are ready. Si Chen Wuming was shocked. This system Manhwa actually has interactive NPCs, but his gamer anxiety kicked in immediately. Wait, big bro, what are the raid mechanics for this boss? Qin Feng replied calmly. Just listen to my command. It's simple. But this teammate was a detail-obsessed player. Can you be more specific? How long is the fight duration? How many phases does the boss have? What are the skill rotations? Is it a mechanic check or a DPS check? Does it have movement skills? Is there a wipe mechanic or an instant kill move? Is there an enrage timer? Does it target the healer? Where are the hitboxes? He asked so many questions that Wang Meng had to whisper, "Big bro, ignore him. We call him steady old dog." He lost 2 teammates to a glitch once, and now he has PTSD about raid mechanics. He's overly cautious about everything. Qin Feng ignored the chatter and turned to the NPC. We're ready. Start it. The cautious teammate panicked. Wait, I haven't finished my risk assessment, the NPC chuckled darkly. Let the enjoyment begin. A dimensional rift tore open in front of them. The boss emerged. A level 20 obsidian skullcracker puppet, rank gold. The team gasped in horror. Level 20. We're barely level 11. Qin Feng barked an order. Don't panic, Wang Meng, take the aggro. Wang Meng shouted, on it. He activated his shield bash to suppress the monster. The obsidian puppet roared in anger and thrashed wildly. Wang Meng was sent flying, crashing into Qin Feng. The boss shouted, focus on the fight, not me. Archer used Starshine shot swordsman triple slash. The team scrambled to follow orders. Yes, sir. A rain of arrows flew toward the beast while the swordsman leaped for a shoulder strike. The obsidian puppet bellowed, unleashing a terrifying aura. It smashed the floor, sending debris everywhere. Qin Feng noticed the shift in the monster's energy. He shouted, the boss has gone berserk, back off, I'll handle it. Avoid the black oil on the ground. The underlings barely rolled out of the way of the AoE attack. That was too close. Qin Feng leaped into the air, his hand glowing with dark energy. Qin Feng blade. He struck the weak point, instantly dealing 4,500 damage and dispelling the berserk buff. The team cheered clueless. Did Big Bro unequip his gear? That damage is way too low for someone of his status. He's such a good actor, he's intentionally nerfing himself. That NPC is definitely going to think Big Bro is a total noob. Si Chen Wuming pulled back, his bowstring eyes filled with questions. The stronger the player, the pricier the loot boss. How in the world do you possess such insider information? Qin Feng's expression remained cool as ice. This system Manhwa world of the Forsaken God holds many secrets buried in the ruins. You must ask yourself, are you just grinding, or are you truly hunting for knowledge? His words silenced the squad instantly. Suddenly the beast roared, a sphere of golden energy condensing in its maw like a miniature sun ready to explode. Qin Feng's command cut through the air. Focus. The boss is about to unleash a clockwise fire breath. Dodge the black oil on the ground, or you'll be incinerated in 3 seconds flat. Chaos erupted as the rookies scrambled. Old Dog panicked and ran the wrong way. Qin Feng didn't blink. Too late to dodge. Wang Meng activate invincibility and block that hit for him. Hearing the order, the tank charged forward, shield raised high. Qin Feng nodded, calculating the next move. Perfect. Once the flames die down, hit it with your strongest ultimates. Unleash everything you've got. The team didn't hesitate, their morale igniting like wildfire. They combined their powers, and within moments, the monstrous beast was shattered into pieces. A system notification chimed. The level 20 obsidian skullcracker was defeated. Qin Feng analyzed the data. The real danger begins when its health drops below 70% and it enters berserk mode. But if you dispel the frenzy, it's no tougher than a silver tier boss. Just then, a mysterious figure emerged from the shadows. Players of the Blue Star, congratulations, the voice echoed. You are the first intrepid souls to survive my trials. Now trade your lifespan to obtain the sacred tree books from me. A name finally appeared above the hooded figure. Old Dog squinted. This NPC is named Wickley. Wait, look at his hand. The guy has 6 fingers. The moment those words left his lips, the star on the NPC's hood flared with blinding light. A shockwave blasted Old Dog away, erasing him from the spot. Wang Meng stared in horror. He just vanished. Old Dog, Wang Meng cried out. Why did the NPC attack him? Qin Feng remained calm, his voice steady. Old Dog is just too impatient. Relax. NPCs and players cannot attack each other unless a player violates a specific taboo set by the system. This NPC's taboo involves his extra finger. Never mention it and you live. Wang Meng looked at Wickley with fear. Boss, can you defeat a monster like him? Qin Feng rubbed his chin, calculating the odds. Not right now. In reality, these NPCs are powerful entities from another dimension blessed with divinity. They are bound by eternal rules to harvest lifespan from players. Wickley's voice dripped with impatience. Choose the sacred book you desire, pay with your life force, and then get lost. Wang Meng trembled. What kind of madness is this? We can burn our lifespan to manifest real-world survival resources. Food, water supplies. With these sacred books, no matter what apocalypse strikes the real world, our survival is guaranteed. That is why he is the Qin Feng boss. Following him always leads to legendary loot. Si Chen Wuming cheered. Qin Feng scoffed. Nonsense. Have I ever let you down? He scrolled through the shop. Wait, a mechanical made grimoire. I'm definitely buying that one. Qin Feng began his transaction. Notification. You have spent 9,000 days of tradable lifespan. You have received the sacred book of Jianghai City. Total, acquired 9 books. Qin Feng smirked. These 9 books secure my daily needs. He narrowed his eyes. But there is also a glory achievement in this Tower of God. I must claim it for myself. Qin Feng turned his gaze back to the NPC. I want to challenge the maximum difficulty, alone. Wickley looked down at him with disdain. You based on that sloppy performance, you couldn't even handle the first floor. And yet you seek the ultimate hell mode. The challenge piqued Qin Feng's interest. Tell me about this max difficulty, Wickley explained coldly. There are 5 tiers. The highest is tier 5. The boss is a gold tier obsidian skullcracker, but its attack, health, defense, and cooldown reduction are all buffed by 500%. Wang Meng's jaw dropped. 500%. We were sweating bullets just dodging the normal skills. Can the boss actually survive that? With 5 times the health and defense, how long would it take to kill one single mistake during that marathon? Would mean instant death. The NPC issued a grim warning. If you die during the challenge, your remaining lifespan belongs to me. Are you absolutely certain, mortal? Qin Feng didn't hesitate for a second. Absolutely. Wickley shrugged. If you wish to gift me your life, I will gladly accept it. Blue Star players are arrogant fools. You are courting death. Instantly, the monster spawned a golden obsidian puppet radiating 500% intensity. Qin Feng drew his weapon, his gamer instincts taking over. Wickley can buff summon stats. 500% isn't even his limit. In my past life, when I killed this guy, he had buffed his summons to 2000%. He smirked. Perfect timing to test out this new weapon. Qin Feng blurred into motion, tossing a toxic shuriken. Boom. The gift of the black flame activated, stripping the target's elemental resistance by 7%. He triggered the special effect of the bone blade. Speed boosted by 100% for 5 seconds. He became a phantom, effortlessly weaving through the puppet's attacks. Qin Feng materialized directly above the monster's head. He drove his blade into its skull, refreshing the speed buff. 100% boost again. He vanished into thin air. Si Chen Wuming's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Is he invisible again? How is his stealth cooldown so short? Wang Meng shook his head in awe. That's not stealth. The boss is just moving so fast our eyes can't track him. It's pure speed. Qin Feng utilized Deliverance. The next attack would trigger a guaranteed throat slash effect. He chained it into Qin Feng's shield. Slash, the black flame eroded the enemy's defense by 64%. He was satisfied. This creates the ultimate leveling Manhwa experience. The benefits from the Ancient God's stone slab are insane. Without those extra layers on the black flame, my Qin Feng shield slash would cap out at 18,000 damage. Si Chen Wuming couldn't even see Qin Feng's shadow anymore. This is the first time I've seen the boss go all out. That looks like Qin Feng shield slash, but the version I know only has 3 strikes. Wang Meng couldn't close his mouth. In a split second, he shaved off 1/3 of the boss's health. What kind of god-tier skill is that? High above, Wickley watched in disbelief. This divine game just launched on Blue Star. How can a human possess such overwhelming power? What kind of monstrous talent is this? Qin Feng's eyes blazed with a predatory light as he unleashed the finishing blow, a lethal strike to the throat, guaranteeing 200% critical damage. The puppet spewed blood, unable to withstand the overwhelming force as execution effects stacked rapidly above its head. By the time he landed, the system was vibrating violently with notifications. Congratulations. You have conquered the 5th floor of the Fist God Tower on Hell mode. You have received 5 reputation points. All achievements unlocked. Combined with clearing the previous 4 floors, you have received an additional 1 + 2 + 3 reputation points. Congratulations on the world's first solo clear of the Fist God Tower. You have received a massive bounty of 5 + 10 + 15 + 20 + 25 reputation points. Player Qin Feng has conquered the highest difficulty of the first Divine Power Tower. This is a special global announcement. The players outside erupted into chaos. The Fist God Tower. What is this insanity? It feels like we are living inside a leveling manhwa right now. My city is just ruins. I have never seen a tower-shaped building before. Good heavens, has the Qin Feng walked one step ahead of us again. Inside, Wickley was stomping his feet in a blind rage. Damn it all, you are a fraud, a cheater. You Blue Star humans are too cunning. If I had known, I would have charged you 10,000, no 100,000 years of lifespan per book. A blinding light erupted from his body, forcing them away. Get out. All of you get lost. Scram. Don't let me ever see your wretched faces again. The subordinates covered their eyes in panic. What is this NPC doing? We are finished. He is about to unleash an ultimate move. Wickley summoned a 4-pointed star formation shining with such intensity that no mortal could gaze upon it. As the space dissolved around them, Wang Meng jolted awake, frantically looking around. He gasped in shock. We are outside the Fist God Tower. We aren't dead. We were just forcibly teleported out. Qin Feng gave him a deadpan look. I told you not to worry. An NPC cannot attack players without cause. We got the loot, so let's disperse. I need to log off and get some food. Wang Meng and his companion hurriedly bowed. Thank you, Big Boss, for broadening our horizons. If there is ever a chance like this again, please, you must call on us. Qin Feng didn't mind the flattery. Sure. They waved goodbye respectfully. See you later. Boss Qin Feng returned to the real world and checked his notifications. Extracted 9 divine tomes. Consumed 90 days of tradable lifespan. Without hesitation, he spent 106 years of lifespan to purchase luxury furniture, daily necessities, food, and an omnipotent android maid. A sweet-looking beast girl materialized. Master, it is our first meeting. I can help you handle all household affairs. If you have any needs whatsoever, just tell me, and I will be there to serve you immediately. Qin Feng lay back comfortably on the sofa. Do a full clean of the house and then cook me a gourmet meal. She immediately dashed to mop the floor, understood, commencing total cleaning protocol. Meanwhile, in the real-world city of Zhanghai, a figure lay on the ground covered by a white cloth. Nai Liang read the report. This is the 3rd female corpse found this week. Just like the previous 2 bodies, their limbs were sawed off and their eyes gouged out. The killer is undoubtedly the same person. Su Fei asked coldly. Did the investigator class find any clues? He shook his head with regret. The killer knows the investigator mechanics too well. The moment he left the safe house happened to be outside the effective time range of the investigator skill. He ordered his subordinate to ask Yu how long until the search team could enter. We cannot delay any longer. This monster must be caught. The subordinate responded, Yes, sir. Suddenly, Nai Liang hesitated. Sir, Su Fei noticed something. What is it? Did you discover something else? He put on a righteous facade. Could this be the work of Qin Feng? He compared Qin Feng's online and offline times, and they match perfectly with the victim's times of death. Su Fei rubbed his chin, unconvinced. You are basing this solely on timestamps. That is hardly enough to prove anything. Nai Liang spoke urgently. But I think we can start investigating from this angle. Rumors are already spreading that Qin Feng is the killer and that the government is covering up his tyranny. Su Fei raised a hand to cut him off. Enough, little ma. I know Qin Feng made you lose face in front of Yu last time, but do not bring personal vendettas into police work. I will assign the tech department to support you 24/7 to solve this case and bring justice to the dead. Saying that, he ignored him, but behind his back, Nai Liang's face twisted, grinding his teeth as he forced out a yes, sir. The next day, in the Brave Soul game within the ruins of the Demon City, Qin Feng appeared atop a high-rise building. He muttered to himself, the Evil Spirit Academy. This academy is a platinum-rank shelter. Although no longer hidden, the strength of its barrier is rumored to be the strongest in all of xianxia. The system chimed. Consumed 2.74 years of tradable lifespan to create a guild. Qin Feng smiled. Satisfied with securing this shelter, and registered it under his guild's name. This way, I have a secure base within the Demon City ruins. Shelters can also facilitate teleportation between each other. In the future, traveling between this Demon City and Zhanghai will be much more convenient. He walked through the grand hall and stepped onto the vast corridor. Qin Feng frowned, deep in thought. Strange. I've walked to the deepest part of the 3rd floor, yet I haven't seen a single monster. Someone has been here, and it's a group with considerable strength. Suddenly a loud laugh echoed. You have nowhere left to run. It was a group of 3 men bullying a lone girl. No. No, please don't come any closer. They cornered her at the edge of the abyss. Don't worry, sweetheart. We won't kill you immediately. Madame Dongfang said we must bring you to her alive so her son can show you some affection. Tell us your real-world location right now, or we will kill you until your lifespan hits 0. And by the way, self-destructing is useless. The members of our Asura Hall Guild are already camping your spawn point. One of the 3 laughed maliciously. How about this? Let's make a trade. In the game you killed Madame Dongfang twice, costing her a lot of lifespan, right? I calculate at least 30 years. Hand over 30 years of lifespan to us, play with us for a few rounds, and we might just let you go. How about it? She teared up, trembling timidly. Play. How do you want to play? The leader smirked and dropped his pants right in front of her. Shamelessly pointing down, he sneered. Obviously we're playing with this. She choked back a sob, struggling with the decision before finally feigning submission. Then you must promise, after we play you have to let me go. They laughed vulgarly. Of course, hurry up, start with me first. The trap was set and the others played right into it. Now, it was her turn. The girl sat close to the gang leader, her expression shifting in a heartbeat. The innocent look vanished, replaced by a gaze sharp as a dagger. She lunged, a poisoned shuriken ready in her hand. But the enemy wasn't an amateur. One of the thugs reacted with lightning speed, pinning her down with a paralyzing shock strike. Blood sprayed from her lips as the impact crushed her lungs. The goon sneered. This little kitten isn't being honest, is she? She was forced to look up as the leader squatted before her. He licked his lips with disgusting lust. I'll give you one last chance, girl. Open wide. But instead of begging, she smiled. A cold reaper's smile. See you in hell. Slash. A streak of white silk sliced through the air, decapitating the boss in an instant. The thug on top of her froze. What the chains? Before he could react, the silk coiled around his neck like a viper. Crunch, with a single tug, his body was torn asunder. Watching from the shadows, Qin Feng analyzed the scene. That weapon. It was her class specialty. The girl rose from the carnage, crushing the ground beneath her heel as she stared coldly at the dropped life orbs. Die, you filth, she hissed. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, confirming his suspicions. That technique? It was definitely the legendary Netherworld blade. Rage radiated from her as she grit her teeth. Just you wait, Dongfang Yue. Your head is next. That skill, the Netherworld blade, allowed her to move like a shadow. It was the only unique hidden class within the assassin system. In his past life, Qin Feng remembered her well. She was a top-tier warrior ranked 10th globally. However, her vendetta against the powerful Chu clan of the demon capital had doomed her identity in the real world. She had fought like a demon, slaughtering thousands of enemies during the siege before finally succumbing to sheer exhaustion. A tragic end to a supreme warrior. Back then, even Qin Feng's guild had mourned the fall of such a talent. To think he would meet her here in this timeline, he stepped out of the shadows. Giling. But wait, who was Dongfang Yue? Hadn't Qin Feng already wiped out the Dongfang family? Hearing her name, Giling snapped. She charged instantly. Hi, another rat working for her, she snarled. Qin Feng raised his hands. Hold on, I'm not... She didn't care. Her blades danced with lethal intent. Save your breath for the afterlife. The Netherworld blade swirled around him, a storm of steel. Yet Qin Feng stood motionless, calm, as a stagnant lake, letting the deadly ribbons dance around him. The silk cocooned him tight, but it was just an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind Giling. Fine then. If you want to dance, let's play. Shock flashed in Giling's eyes. She backflipped away, instantly activating her Qin Feng dive technique. Poof. She vanished from sight, wary of this terrifying opponent. Qin Feng's smirked eyes lighting up with amusement. Oh, a stealth battle. This was the perfect chance to show the difference in power in this leveling Manhwa. He vanished into the void, a superior stealth. Cold sweat ran down Giling's spine. She strained her eyes. Nothing. Her Netherworld blade had level 4 anti-stealth, yet she couldn't sense him at all. Where was he? Wait. Could this be the infamous Qin Feng? The thought barely crossed her mind when a voice whispered right into her ear. Hi. Looking for me? Gasp. She slashed blindly in panic to protect herself. Her mind raced. Damn it, I have level 4 stealth. How can he see me so clearly? Desperate, she decided to unleash her ultimate move. Soul-seeking demon. The blade screamed through the air, alive with malicious energy. But Qin Feng, he didn't even flinch. As the deadly weapon grazed him, he merely raised an eyebrow. Ho, auto-targeting. He analyzed the blade's trajectory instantly. So it locks onto the soul, does it? Even if Giling couldn't see him, her weapon could. Once the soul-seeking demon locked on, there was no escape. The blade hunted him like a predator. Qinfeng sprinted, actually impressed. Interesting, he thought. A tracking skill that ignores stealth mechanics. That's quite a rare find for an awakening Manhwa class. He suddenly banked hard, circling back around Giling. The blade chased him relentlessly, but that was exactly what he wanted. As he danced around her, the tracking weapon couldn't turn fast enough. It coiled tight around its own master. The skill was powerful, but the user lacked control. Giling found herself bound by her own ultimate attack. Qinfeng grabbed the wire and hoisted her into the air. Now Giling, can you listen to me? His voice was calm. I am Qinfeng. I have zero interest in serving Dongfang Yue. If I wanted you dead, your head would already be rolling on the floor. Giling struggled in midair before finally relenting. Okay, I believe you. Just let me down. Qinfeng cut to the chase. I have a question. This Dongfang Yue, is she from the Dongfang clan of Jianghai City? Giling nodded furiously, spilling everything she knew. Yes. But she married into the powerful Chu clan years ago. She barely visits her old family, so the relationship is distant. Qinfeng's eyes narrowed. I see. He had missed one. So the fish slipped through the net when I slaughtered her kin. Giling's jaw dropped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Wait. You were the one who wiped out the Dongfang family. Her shock turned to pure joy. That's amazing. Then we're on the same side. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? Put me down. Let's team up. Thud. He dropped her unceremoniously to the ground. We can discuss alliances later, Qinfeng said coldly. First, tell me. Why the blood feud? Why do you want to kill Dongfang Yue so badly? The atmosphere grew heavy. Giling clenched her fists, her face twisting with pure hatred. It's for my father. Before this system Manhwa world descended, that witch drove drunk. She slammed into my father's car. Her knuckles turned white. She killed him. But she was still walking free. The Chu clan found a scapegoat. They buried the truth. My father. He gathered evidence to put her away. Tears began to stream down her face, mixing with the grime of battle. The next day, they fished his body out of the river. The authorities called it suicide due to stress. They said he jumped. They called him crazy. I went to her house screaming for justice. The Chu family bodyguards beat me until I was half dead. I was desperate. I wanted to end it all, until the awakening happened. Now I have only one purpose: to hunt her down and kill her. But in this game, you have to drain a target's life orbs completely to kill them permanently. Since she revived, she's been hiring hunters to track me down. And you saw what happened just now. Giling looked up, tears streaming down her face. Qinfeng, I beg you, please help me kill Dongfang Yue. Her plea was heartbreaking, filled with raw pain. But Qinfeng's expression didn't change. I refuse. Giling froze, then begged with even more intensity. Please, big brother Qinfeng, I can't do it alone. I'm begging you. His voice was cold, decisive. I said I refuse. She panicked immediately, trying to make a deal. Don't worry, I'm not asking for charity. What do you want? Anything you want, I'll be your servant, your slave. I'll give you all my lifespan, my legendary equipment, my skills. Just help me get my revenge. Tears of absolute despair spilled from her eyes. If you help me slaughter Dongfang Yue, I don't care about my dignity. I will willingly become your slave for eternity. He was taken aback by the depths she would sink to for revenge. But Qinfeng's gaze remained cold as he refused. No, I cannot take that life for you. A blood feud like this can only be ended by your own hands. He emphasized with the weight of a mentor. I will pave the path, but whether you can walk it depends entirely on your own karma and resolve. Her voice trembled with raw emotion. Help me, but how? Qinfeng made his move, extending a lifeline. Join my guild, become one of my people, and I will grant you the power to exact your vengeance. A holographic screen materialized before her eyes. Qinfeng invites you to join the guild, Qinfeng. Giling stared at the glowing blue text. It was a one-man army. Only his name was listed inside. But she didn't hesitate. She made her choice. System Giling has joined the guild. On Qinfeng's side, the status updated instantly. You have accepted Giling's friend request. He guided her like a system tutorial. It seems you've made your resolve clear. Now there is only one task remaining: your class advancement. He explained the intricacies of the awakening process, but left the core mystery for her to solve. How you trigger the evolution. That is a clue you must find within yourself. Once you have succeeded, come find me. Giling listened in silence, absorbing every word. Then Qinfeng dropped a heavy ultimatum before turning to leave. If you cannot even accomplish this much, then bury your dreams of revenge right now. Yet despite his harsh words, he believed in her. He knew the potential of the Yellow Springs blade was limitless. She just needed a nudge to unlock her legendary future. When she fully awakens, she might actually be useful to me. With that thought, he vanished, returning to the deepest abyss of the Evil Spirit Academy. Hovering in the air was a nightmare made flesh, the level 15 platinum rank boss, mutant witch Stana. Qinfeng raised an eyebrow. So, this is the guardian of the academy. He didn't waste a breath. He launched forward with Dark Knight Round Blade dealing a staggering 26,348 critical damage. But Qinfeng knew the mechanics in Phase 1, only one head is active and it possesses physical immunity. Physical attacks are useless here. I'm forced to rely on lower damage elemental skills to chip her down. However, a smirk played on his lips. With the white bone blade boosting my speed and the cooldown reset from critical hits, I'm about to turn into a human Gatling gun. Qinfeng blades flew from his hands in a blur of motion. His attack speed was godlike, hammering the witch's weak points relentlessly as her health bar melted away like snow in a furnace. He had already calculated the next phase. Phase 2 incoming. All three heads will awaken in a blind rage. As predicted, the boss shrieked and leaped aside. She unleashed a chaotic storm of energy upon the environment, but Qinfeng was faster. As beams of destruction shot from the three heads, he weaved through the barrage with the grace of a phantom. He didn't just dodge, he countered. Between every breath he landed hits draining the witch's life force steadily. You're at death's door. Qinfeng decided to end the show. This disco dance ends now. Boom, the witch's position erupted in flames. System. You have slain mutant witch Stana. Experience gained 50,000. Item obtained Platinum Evil Spirit Academy. Hideout key. A new notification flashed the moment he had been waiting for in this leveling Manhwa. Condition met, class advancement available. He selected Evolve immediately. A cascade of golden text filled his vision. Your class Qinfeng has advanced from Tier 1 to Tier 2. Class attributes increase strength from 9 to 27. Constitution from 9 to 27. Agility from 24 to 72. Spirit from 15 to 45. Level 15. Non-tradable lifespan. 4,515 years and 233 days. Tradable lifespan, 566.2 years. Strength, 129 to 147. Constitution, 184 to 202. Agility, 268 to 316. Spirit, 101 to 131. HP, 2,608. Physical damage, 535. Cooldown reduction, 85%. Damage resistance, 77. Physical defense, 330. Physical damage reduction, 24.8%. Lightning resistance, 458. Lightning damage reduction, 31.4%. Dark resistance, 304. Dark damage reduction, 23.3%. Ice resistance, 278. Ice damage reduction, 21.7%. Fire resistance, 278. Fire damage reduction, 21.7%. New class passive acquired Stealth Assault. Attacking while in stealth mode will no longer break stealth. Attacks that normally break concealment remain effective. Qinfeng gripped the golden key, feeling the surge of power. My attribute growth has tripled, and attacking without losing invisibility. The Tier 2 Qinfeng class is a fundamental transformation of my very existence. Meanwhile, a few minutes prior outside the academy, Guiling stood her ground against the approaching mob. You trash still dare to show your faces, the enemies sneered, revealing their greed. We didn't know you possessed the chain blade before. We were too careless. This time I brought the entire Asura Hall guild just to catch you. Where will you run now? One thug charged forward, weapon raised. I won't go easy on you like last time, girl. He swung a heavy blade with Earth Smash. Guiling triggered Qinfeng dive, vanishing into the black mist. But they were ready. They tossed a flashbang grenade right at her. The intense light blinded her. Before she could recover, a boot slammed viciously into her waist, pinning her to the dirt. Stupid woman, Daddy is going to teach you a lesson you won't forget. Desperate, a vial materialized in Guiling's palm. Don't you dare touch me! But before she could crush it, the green vial was snatched from her hand. A thug examined the item. Self-destruct poison. You'd rather lose half your lifespan and respawn than play with us. Hang Wu. The leader laughed with sadistic amusement. This woman has quite the fierce personality, doesn't she? He pinned Guiling down his weight, crushing her. But I like them feisty. His disgusting tongue slid across her cheek. Guiling gritted her teeth, tears of humiliation threatening to fall. Suddenly, a system alert rang out. The Platinum Rank Hideout Evil Spirit Academy has been claimed by Guild Qinfeng. Defensive barrier activated. All non-Qinfeng members are designated as intruders. Instantaneously, judgment descended. A bolt of lightning tore through the air, blasting the thugs into oblivion. Purge initiated. When the dust settled, only ash remained. Purge complete. Guiling stared wide-eyed and trembling. The academy. It was a secret hideout all along. and now it belongs to our guild. That means, in just those few minutes, Qin Feng killed the Guardian and seized the key. Back inside, item stats floated before Qin Feng. Item Mutant Witch's Jade Ring, Class All. All attributes, plus 22. Cooldown reduction 30%. Requirement level 14. Unique effect skill range increased by 25%. Area of effect damage increased by 10%. Beside it lay a skill book platinum rank skill Toxic Trap. Class Assassin or Hunter. Effect deploys a trap with stealth level 5. When triggered, the enemy suffers 500 base damage, plus poison element damage. Additional effect movement speed reduced by 50% for 5 seconds. Inflicts continuous poison damage at 100% per second. Maximum traps. 3. Cooldown 10 seconds. Duration 3,600 seconds. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. 2 drops that fit the assassin class perfectly. A fruitful harvest for this system Manhwa adventure. This ring is absolutely god tier. With pure Qin Feng Slash and Dark Knight Fireblade both being area of effect skills, my grinding speed just hit a whole new level. I haven't forgotten the essentials. With 363 evolution points in the bank, it is time to ascend the backstab skill. From epic straight to the realm of legendary. In this system, Manhwa efficiency is king. System update. 340 points consumed. Backstab evolved to legendary grade. Check out this passive effect. When launching an attack from the target's rear, damage output explodes by 75 to 100%. But here's the real game changer, the legendary special effect. While in stealth, every single attack is calculated as a backstab. For a permanent stealth class like mine, this is broken. With consistent critical damage and the safety of the evolution class's permanent invisibility, my damage per second and survival rates just skyrocketed. Suddenly a call came in from Delisi, her voice bubbling with excitement. Big boss, I found another ancient ruin. You gotta come see this. Where? I asked. She replied, on the rocks near the temple entrance in the Zhanghai city ruins. The murals there, they look exactly like the ones in the starter town. I frowned, confused. Why haven't you guys cleared it yet? With your current gear, a platinum boss should be a walk in the park for your team. Delisi sighed, sounding helpless. We wanted to. But while we were clearing the trash mobs, a teleportation orb appeared out of nowhere. When we touched it, nothing happened. The inscription says only the destined one can enter. So boss, do you know anyone with enough fate points? I understood the situation immediately. All right, wait for me there. Oh, and get your lifespan currency ready. I found some new gear to sell you guys. I cut the connection. Having teleportation points in both the tomb and Zhanghai ruins was going to make traversing this world significantly easier. Delisi added a quick note. The officials in Zhanghai are low on lifespan funds, so you might want to sell that gear to the tomb officials instead. The scene shifted to the desolate outskirts of the Zhanghai ruins. Under a gloomy orange sky, Delisi stood alone in the wasteland. I materialized right behind her like a ghost. So where is this ruin? She jumped screaming in terror. Big boss, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I smirked. I did it on purpose, but lied smoothly. My bad. I'll be louder next time. She led me to a cliff's edge, pointing down. The entrance is hidden under that overhang. I raised an eyebrow. How in the world did you find that? She scratched her head. Well, it's a long story. She glanced at the sheep standing nearby. I have this mount, right, this little sheep. I was playing around with it when a silver rank boss suddenly ambushed us. It scared the life out of us. In the panic, I slipped and fell right off the cliff. Luckily, I got snagged by a tree growing out of the rock face. That is when I spotted the cave entrance. She guided me to the mouth of the cavern. It's right here. Watch your step, boss. One slip, and it's game over. After I respawned, I grabbed Captain Anne and Uncle Wang Meng to come back and explore. I landed gracefully beside her. You really have a knack for finding secrets in the weirdest places. She laughed awkwardly. Boss, your movement technique is amazing. Brother Wang Meng tried to jump down like that, slipped and rolled to his death. We stepped into the darkness. Delisi gave her report. There is a maze ahead. We already cleared the monsters and mapped the entire route. Good, I warned. But try to avoid dying if you can. If your lifespan drops too low, things get dangerous. No respawns if you hit 0. She nodded obediently. Understood. I know about the skill that drains lifespan. If our timer gets too low, we could get instantly absorbed. But don't worry, we have a way to farm non-tradable lifespan. I paused, surprised. You guys have a stable farming method already. She grinned. We lure monsters that have absorbed non-tradable lifespan into a trap we dug in the city ruins. After killing them, we store the dropped lifespan. Whenever we run low, we just go withdraw some. I realized immediately what she was doing. That is actually a brilliant strategy. I admitted. Delisi beamed. And you came up with it, I thought to myself. In my past life, she was the one who invented this tactic. Seems history repeats itself. She pointed to the end of the chamber. The teleportation orb is right there. Delisi reached out to touch the swirling energy. System message. You are not the destined one. The mechanism remained dormant, she sighed. See, I told you. No destiny for me. Boss, you try it. We think this temple is connected to the one in the starter town. It has to be you. I stepped forward, raising my hand. My palm made contact with the core of the sphere. Instantly, the orb erupted with blinding radiance. The flash was so intense, Delisi had to shield her eyes. When the light faded, she blinked at the empty space. The big boss and the orb were gone. I knew it. The boss really is the chosen one. Meanwhile, I heard a voice in my head. System. You have entered the Ice-Tide Cave. Long-range communications blocked. I activated my stealth skill Ice-Tide Qinfeng. A new notification popped up. Mission protect the Ice-Tide Crystal. My eyes narrowed. The Ice-Tide Crystal. If I remember correctly, if this thing takes even a single hit, it triggers a catastrophic ice-tide explosion. I walked toward the floating blue crystal. So that's the gimmick. Monsters will spawn from those caves and rush the crystal. If they succeed, it's not just mission failure, it is certain death. A cold object materialized in my hand. Dying doesn't scare me, but if I fail this mission, I can never return here. The rewards would be lost forever. I made a decision. Time to go all in on defense. In this high-stakes leveling, Manhwa resource management is everything. System-consuming evolution points. 17 points remaining. Evolving poison trap. Rank up platinum. Emerald. Diamond. Epic. The stats flooded my vision. Stealth level increased to 8. Affect enemies. Triggering the trap take 1,200 damage plus poison element. Movement speed slowed for 8 seconds. Continuous poison damage applied. Debuff 50% slow. 100% poison damage per second. Max traps 9. Duration 3,600 seconds. My ring glowed with ominous blue energy. Item effect Witch's Ring activated. Skill range increased by 25%. I surveyed my work. The enhanced trap was massive, covering the entire width of the tunnel. Nothing was getting past this choke point without melting. Deep within the cavern, crimson eyes pierced the gloom. They were here. A frenzied horde of monsters surged from the shadows, only to crash against an invisible wall of energy. Vines erupted from the earth, acting as judge and executioner. One by one, the beasts were strangled into submission, their struggles futile against nature's wrath. Their health bars plummeted amidst agonized shrieks. Qinfeng calculated his next move with cold precision. As long as he remained in stealth, every strike counted as a backstab. In this system, Manhwa, that meant instant death. Athena's protection. Interesting. Suddenly a sharp whistle cut through the air, an arrow aimed straight for him. Qinfeng's senses flared. He instantly manifested a barrier, shattering the projectile before it could touch the ice crystal behind him. With a cold snort, his gaze locked onto the culprit. It was a monster wielding a bow and arrow. Qinfeng raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. So they even have ranged units now. Meanwhile, outside the ruins of the Devil's City, a squad reported back to Dongfang Yue. Her voice dripped with ice. Are you telling me your guild gave up hunting the spirit ghost just because she's with the Qinfeng guild? The messenger didn't flinch. That's right. This job is beyond us. Find someone else. Her expression darkened into a sneer. You dare refuse me? Are you implying the threat from this Qinfeng is greater than the wrath of the Dongfang family? Lowly commoner, don't forget I hold all your real-world data. I could snuff you out effortlessly. Dongfang Yue's brows furrowed, but before she could finish, a fist slammed squarely into her face. The impact sent blood spraying as she toppled backward. The man drew his blade eyes burning with pent-up rage. You bitch, I've tolerated you for too long. I might fear the Qinfeng, but did you think I couldn't kill you? Calling us commoners, do you think your status protects you here? Curse after curse rained down with his blade. System notification, Phoenix of the Nine Heavens has been slain. Back in reality, Dongfang Yue screamed in fury. Rebellion. This is a rebellion. Sitting on her bed in the Dongfang estate, she cursed vividly. Those peasants from the Shura Hall. They actually dared to kill me, Dongfang Yue. Husband, send people to capture them immediately. The man on the phone sounded perplexed. The Shura Hall, did you hire them to catch the spirit ghost? Yue confirmed through gritted teeth. Yes, the spirit ghost and Qinfeng have joined forces. That's why those cowards quit, they fear Qinfeng's retaliation. Her husband's voice turned cold. Don't worry. We'll deal with those peasants after we eliminate Qinfeng. I've already mobilized the Black Dragon Hall in the Devil City to pressure Qinfeng. The plan is in motion. Soon I will avenge our family's honor. Yue's eyes narrowed with venom. Qin Feng and those peasants, she swore a blood oath to the empty room. Just you wait. I will wipe every single one of you off the face of the earth. Back in the dungeon, Qin Feng delivered a fatal strike to the archer monster's skull. Watching it crumble, he scoffed. Ranged attacks, is that the best you've got? When my Qin Feng blade hits a weak point, the cooldown resets. I can slaughter them one by one all day. System Notification Protection Mission. Successful. Please claim your reward. Qin Feng blinked. It's over already. The crystal before him shattered with a crisp crack, dissolving into light to reveal a shimmering chest. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. An epic rank treasure chest. Last time an epic chest gave him liberation. He couldn't wait to see what fate had in store now. As the lid creaked open, brilliant light flooded the cavern. But it wasn't an item. A silhouette began to materialize within the glow. Qin Feng started a sense of familiarity washing over him. He remembered her, the NPC from the previous epic chest event. She was chanting in an archaic tongue. Qin Feng recognized it as the language of the old gods. You have passed the 2 trials, she intoned. You are the chosen one. Qin Feng frowned, puzzled. He couldn't understand the words, yet the meaning resonated directly in his mind. Was this the effect of the Eye of Judgment? She continued. The ancient god has perished. You are the inheritor of the authority of judgment. Suddenly her form blazed with blinding radiance. From the light, her limbs and flowing white hair solidified into reality. She drifted close to Qin Feng. I am Assassin. I shall accompany you and witness your ascension to become the true god of judgment. Assassin presented a small bell. Please accept this gift I have prepared for you. The system interface flickered to life. Summoning Bell of Assassin. A bell crafted by the Judgment Envoy Assassin, imbued with the power of law. You may use this once at levels 25, 35, and 50 to summon Envoy Assassin. Each summons grants the opportunity to challenge a special relic. Complete all 3 trials, and Assassin will permanently reside in your shelter, providing skill ascension functions. Qin Feng accepted it, nodding. So that's how it works. The previous shrine was level 5, and this one is 15. Yet Dali Chi stumbled upon both. Her luck stat must be absolutely broken. Assassin spoke softly. Please select a skill. You have 1 free opportunity to ascend a skill at your current level. Qin Feng rubbed his chin. Skill ascension, huh? There were 2 metrics for skill power in this game. Quality and required level. Qin Feng knew skill quality was usually fixed, but with his infinite evolution talent, he could forcibly upgrade the quality of anything. Even the most basic stealth could be evolved into a mythic tier ability if he desired. The required level, however, dictated who could learn it and determined the skill's raw power output. A level 5 stealth versus a level 50 stealth. The difference in numbers between level 5 and 50 was astronomical. High-quality ancient skills were already rare treasures. Finding something that was both high-level and high-quality was nearly impossible. But in the future, none of this would matter. I can simply burn my lifespan to boost the skill level later. His mind was made up. I choose to ascend Liberation to the highest possible grade. Assassin knelt, kissing his hand with reverence. As you wish. System alert, mythic skill. Liberation upgraded from level 10 to 16. Weak point attack effect enhanced. Damage increased to between 300 and 410%. Weak point multiplier doubled. Active use inflicts throat cut, dealing massive bleed damage for 3 seconds. Cooldown 6.97 seconds. Her time was up. I look forward to our next meeting, Master. A portal swirled open his exit ticket. But just as he turned, Qin Feng noticed a faint glow lingering behind the empty chest. Wait. There's something else hidden inside. System update complete. Congratulations. You have unlocked the legendary equivalent exchange protocol, a game-changing mechanic in the system Manhwa. Assassin leg guards obtained. Physical defense 198. Elemental resistance 198. Damage resistance 198. Damage reduction 19.8%. Level requirement 15. Special attribute charm resistance 19.8. The art of equivalent exchange allows you to sacrifice 1 piece of equipment or skill book of epic grade or lower to randomly receive a class-specific item of the same tier. Cooldown time is exactly 1 hour. Qin Feng stared at the manual in his hands, his eyes widening in shock. Equivalent exchange for gear. This was an absolute jackpot. He had a stockpile of emerald-tier equipment and skill books back home. Now every single one of them could be converted into high-tier assassin gear. With a surge of excitement, he stepped into the teleportation gate. This raid was a massive success, and he owed Delisi a serious thank you. When Qin Feng emerged from the portal, he found Delisi waiting there, yawning with boredom. He immediately asked, "Don't tell me you stood here waiting for an entire hour instead of grinding levels." Her eyes lit up as she shouted, "Big boss, you're finally back. I thought I should stand guard just in case someone tried to ambush you, big boss." Qin Feng handed a magic tome to Delisi and smiled. "Thanks for the cover. Take this skill book as a gift. It just happened to drop inside the ruins." She accepted it with glee, her jaw dropping when she saw the stats. Platinum tier level 13 magic shield. "Thank you so much, big boss. With this skill, my survival rate just skyrocketed." Transaction complete. She hopped onto her donkey and waved goodbye. "See you later, boss." As Qin Feng faded from the game world to grab some food for his empty stomach, the scene shifted to the ruins of Jianghai City. Inside the Silver Tier Temple Knights Guild hideout, Nameless announced with fervor, "Brothers and sisters of the guild, let us carve this great day into our memories. The Temple Knights finally have a place to call home." He looked around with satisfaction. "Although this house isn't massive, it is a magnificent beginning. With this sanctuary, we no longer have to fear wandering bosses spawning out of nowhere to slaughter us." Nameless emphasized, his voice echoing, "With this base, we finally have a safe haven to rest our weary bones. But for all of this, we must thank one person, Xiao Yu." The entire guild turned to look at the girl standing shyly in the back. Nameless introduced her. She was the one who discovered this location. "Let's give her a thunderous round of applause and welcome her to the stage." The crowd chanted her name in unison, their voices filling the room. "Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu." Under the spotlight, she stepped forward to speak. "First, I want to thank my teacher for his tireless guidance and wisdom. Next, I want to thank my friends who supported me through my darkest times. And strangely enough, I also want to thank the people who hated me. Their mockery and insults were the fuel that pushed me to become stronger." As she spoke, the guild members smiled warmly while tears welled up in her eyes. "Finally, I want to thank my parents. It's actually good that they passed away, because if they were here to see the elite Xiao Yu standing before you now, they would be incredibly proud." Xiao Yu wiped away her tears, sobbing openly. "Was it really necessary to thank that many people?" Nameless gently prompted her. "Xiao Yu, tell everyone. How did you overcome the odds and obstacles to find this hidden sanctuary?" She composed herself and began. "It started with a dream." Memories flooded her mind. "In my dream, a powerful warrior guided me to capture this hideout. It was vague, yet terrifyingly real. I ran here just to test my luck, never expecting to actually find it." A ripple of laughter spread through the crowd. A dream. This girl had quite the imagination, like a character in a leveling manhwa. Was she serious? Nameless chuckled, trying to maintain order. "Thank you, Xiao Yu, for that wonderful speech. So did you have any dreams last night?" Xiao Yu nodded eagerly. "I did. I dreamed of a massive sanctuary filled with people. It was magnificent. I'm certain it was a platinum tier hideout." The crowd burst into louder laughter. She really was just a dreamer. "Looks like we're moving to a mansion soon." Nameless praised her. "What a truly fantastic dream. Here, this is the reward you deserve." The system notification chimed. "You have received 1 year of tradable lifespan." She thanked the captain happily. Nameless draped his arm around Xiao Yu's shoulder and declared, "I hope everyone can learn from Xiao Yu. Learn from her dedication to the greater good. As long as we work together, our guild will stand firm through these chaotic times and continue to rise." He dismissed them with a wave. "All right, dismissed. Level up if you need to, explore if you want. And Xiao Yu, keep searching for that next shelter. Do your best. We're all counting on you." Xiao Yu replied with a warm heart. "Understood, guild leader." Later, deep within the desolate ruins of Jianghai City, Xiao Yu stood alone amidst the rubble. She looked around, confused. "I followed the feeling from my dream. It should be right here, so why can't I find it?" In the distance, 3 figures were stealthily stalking Xiao Yu, whispering among themselves. After the meeting, she came straight here. She's definitely looking for something. One speculated, "Do you think she's actually hunting for that platinum hideout she raved about?" Another cut him off. "Look, she's entering that building. Let's tail her." Xiao Yu stepped into the dark corridor, muttering to herself, "This is terrifying. It's just like the dream, but something feels off. Why do I feel like eyes are burning holes into my back?" She tried to psyche herself up. "Come on, Xiao Yu. You can do this. You are a hidden class life priest. Nothing here can hurt you." Suddenly, a grotesque face materialized right in front of her, and she screamed in pure terror. The sheer horror of the creature caused her to faint on the spot. But the monster ignored her, turning its gaze toward the trio hiding at the entrance, radiating a killing intent, found only in a dark awakening manhwa. "What the hell is that thing? It's disgusting! Get it!" One of the stalkers charged, but the monster's tentacle instantly ensnared him, shoving itself down his throat. In seconds, the man was drained dry, his skin turning a ghastly gray. The system displayed his lifespan, hitting 0. The remaining 2 scrambled in a panic. "Run, that monster drains your life force!" Meanwhile, Xiao Yu began to stir, waking up just as a blood-curdling scream echoed in her ears. "No, stop. She shot up in a panic, looking toward the source of the noise. There, the monster was draining the remaining two stalkers simultaneously. Terrified, Xiaoyu crawled backward until she slipped into a dark pit. She tumbled down, landing hard on the ground below. Xiaoyu groaned, struggling to sit up. That hurt. Wait, where is this? Before her eyes lay a sanctuary exactly like the one in her visions. Xiaoyu gasped in awe. This is the entrance from my dream. I finally found it. The platinum tier hideout is real. I have to tell the guild leader immediately. Her fingers flew across the screen. Guildmaster, I found it. The location of the platinum-grade hidden sanctuary. Chen Wuming's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Stay right there. I'm mobilizing the elite squad immediately. Accept the party invite so I can track your coordinates. Qin Xiaoyu tapped her screen. Understood. I'll hold the position until you arrive. Ding system notification. You have joined the party. Suddenly, a chilling rattle echoed from the shadows, freezing the blood in her veins. A grotesque monster's head hovered before her, causing Qin Xiaoyu to tremble in sheer terror. She forced herself to snap out of it, determination flickering in her eyes. Gripping her staff tightly, she began to mutter a mantra like a desperate prayer. Fear is not an option. Qin Xiaoyu, you can handle this. You represent the elite. You will crush this beast. She repeated the words, trying to believe them. I can do this. You are no longer the weakling of the past. Magical energy surged around her as she embraced her identity. I am the wielder of the noble hidden class, the life priestess. Toxic vines strike. Deadly tendrils shot forth, constricting the beast in a suffocating embrace. The monster's health bar began to plummet rapidly. A cruel smile twisted her lips. Perfect. The corrosion is eating it alive. Seizing the momentum, she unleashed her ultimate skill, a dense cloud of putrefying poison mist. As the beast disappeared into the smog, she gloated internally. This isn't just poison. It's a necrosis toxin far more lethal than anything in a standard leveling manhwa. But the victory was short-lived. The toxic cloud expanded rapidly, filling the room. Panic seized her as she clamped her hands over her nose. Oh no. This is a sealed chamber. The gas has nowhere to go. Her lungs burned as oxygen failed her. I can't hold my breath any longer. Desperate, she clutched her staff. Wait. I'm a life priestess. I have the purification arts. Purification. A gentle light enveloped the monster. The beast looked utterly confused, wondering why its prey was suddenly healing it. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyu collapsed, succumbing to her own lethal toxin. System notification player. Qin Xiaoyu has perished due to extreme stupidity. Chen Wuming, noticing her status, messaged frantically. Qin Xiaoyu, what is your status? Why did you respawn at the settlement? She quickly typed a lie to save face. Guildmaster, a terrifying guardian beast was inside. It one-shot me. His eyes narrowed. A guardian beast? Chen Wuming, who was already clearing the area, asked. Was it the silver-rank soul-sucking hag? Impossible. That mob is slow, but if it catches you, it drains your entire lifespan permanently. You should be dead. A realization hit him. Qin Xiaoyu, you didn't let it catch you. I found the only loophole Sir I knew capture meant permanent death, so I tactically committed suicide to force a respawn. The guildmaster was stunned. My God, Qin Xiaoyu, you are an absolute genius. Beaming with unearned pride, she ran toward the group. Thank you for the praise, guildmaster. I'm rejoining the squad now. Internally, she sneered. Those 3 losers tailing me must have died in that room too. That is the price you pay for crossing Qin Xiaoyu. Moments later, they stood before the ancient structure. Behold, guildmaster. Behind this gate lies the platinum shelter. Chen Wuming grinned greedily. Excellent work. Once we claim this, your reward will be legendary. Thank you, sir. Chen Wuming turned to his lieutenant. Big Head, secure the perimeter. I want this area swept clean of any other players. No witnesses. The brute pounded his chest. Rest assured, guildmaster, I'll crush anyone who approaches. Even if that top ranker Qin Feng shows up, he won't stand a chance. Chen Wuming raised his weapon, his voice booming. Listen up, slay the guardian inside, and this manhwa recap-worthy shelter belongs to us. Charge. The guild members roared, rushing forward with bloodlust. Fort. Victory to the Holy Knights. They swarmed the entrance, but the heavy door refused to budge. Tension began to build in the rear lines. What's the hold-up? Smash it down. A flustered lackey turned back, sweating. Report. The stone gate. It's impervious to physical entry. Chen Wuming stroked his chin, analyzing the mechanics. In this system, manhwa, every shelter has a guardian entity. Wait. His eyes lit up. The gate itself is the guardian. A warrior stepped up, swinging a massive axe. Out of my way. Clang, a damage number floated up -320. The guild cheered. Look, a damage counter. The gate really is a monster. We just have to deplete its HP. Chen Wuming laughed maniacally. A stationary target. This platinum shelter is practically a gift, boys. Turn that rock into dust. Spells and steel rained down, engulfing the gate in chaotic explosions. System alert player Qin Feng. Your territory. The spirit cleansing land is under siege. Gate durability, 99.3%. Structure is sustaining continuous minor damage. Magical barrier integrity, 100%. Standard teleportation is restricted during combat. Would you like to initiate emergency war warp? Daily limit 1 of 1. Qin Feng's brow furrowed. Someone located the entrance to my secret base already. He didn't hesitate. Initiate warp. Judging by the damage logs, it would take those fools a year to scratch the paint. He summoned his mount. Let's ride closer and see which idiots have a death wish. As he approached the perimeter of the spirit cleansing land, he pulled the reins tight. Below, a pack of armed men was hunting down a lone female player. Stop right there. Another step and you're dead meat. A thug cut off her escape route, grinning maliciously. Nowhere left to run, girlie. Wham! His mace slammed into her side, sending her ragdolling across the terrain. Before she could recover, a golden light flashed. Skill activated divine shackles. Swords of light impaled her limbs, pinning her to the earth. The leader scoffed. We told you this zone is under Holy Knight Guild jurisdiction. You dare trespass. Xiaoya grit her teeth through the pain. I was just passing through. I didn't touch anything. Ugh, liar. You're just looking for an excuse to PK me. From the shadows, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Wait, that's Duong Xiaoya. He recognized his kind-hearted co-worker, the only one who had warned him about the impending apocalypse in this awakening Manhwa. His gaze turned icy as he assessed the Holy Knights. The thug laughed, kicking dirt at her. Listen here. If I say you trespassed, then you are guilty. Might makes right in this world. I see. So, these are the trash attacking my shelter. The two goons leered at the helpless girl. Standard procedure, bro. I get the first turn, you get seconds. Schwing. A single blade of darkness sliced through the air. Before they could blink, two heads slid cleanly off their necks. Qin Feng stepped out of the void, an aura of absolute death surrounding him. Xiaoya gasped, staring at the masked figure. Is that the top ranker Qin Feng? She squinted, her heart racing. No. Those eyes. They feel so familiar. Qin Feng didn't speak. He simply snapped his fingers. Snap. Skill, Curse of the Blooming Flowers. Instantly, blood-red spider lilies erupted from the corpses, their roots burrowing deep to feast on the remaining life force. A crimson mist swirled around him, amplifying his terrifying presence. Xiaoya's voice trembled. Qin Feng, it is you, isn't it? But the figure offered no answer, dissolving into the shadows as if he were never there. She stared blankly at the empty space. He's gone. Her mind raced, trying to connect the dots. That was definitely the player known as Qin Feng. But why did he have Qin Feng's gaze? She shook her head, dismissing the thought. Impossible. It's just a coincidence. I saw Qin Xiaoyu join the Holy Knights earlier. If Qin Feng really was the legendary Qin Feng, he would never let his own sister become a guild slave. Moments later, outside the soul-cleansing shelter, Wu Ming and his entire crew were already on their knees, welcoming him like a god descending from the heavens. All hail the Lord of Darkness. May your reign last for eternity and unite the entire underworld. He violently kicked a minion to shift the blame. You idiots! How dare you rob people on his road? I deserve death 1,000 times over. It's my fault for not disciplining them properly. Thank you, Lord Qin Feng, for teaching these fools a lesson on my behalf. He thumped his chest, swearing loyalty. Ever since you saved us from that headless boss, General Hera, everyone in our guild has become your die-hard fan, my lord. We strictly follow the Qin Feng's core values of positive energy. We strive to be the most wholesome guild in this system. Manhwa, saying no to all things evil and dirty. That's right, O Qin Feng. I love you. Please fly slowly so we can follow you forever. Then, with a fawning smile, Wu Ming crept closer. But what brings the great boss here today? Qin Feng replied calmly. Nothing much. I just heard you guys were raiding a shelter. Wu Ming froze. Yes. But how did the Great Lord know about that? Did the Great Lord also have his eyes on this place? Suddenly, flames danced in Qin Feng's eyes, terrified aura exploding outward. That shelter belongs to me. Wu Ming turned into stone. He had kicked the iron plate. His minions screamed in unison. What? Cold sweat drenched the guild leader. That can't be right, my lord. Rumor has it your base is in the demon capital. A player can only own one shelter, right? A minion whispered, Boss, if he made a guild, the guild can own a second one. A sense of doom washed over him. What? Qin Feng nodded, his voice devoid of warmth. Exactly. That is the case. Both the demon capital and Jianghai city shelters are mine. The realization hit them like a truck. They were invading the Qin Feng's home. The sky had officially collapsed. Xiao Yu, the culprit, burst into tears. This is Qin Feng's turf, impossible. In my visions, Qin Feng never appeared here. Wu Ming clasped his hands, begging for his life. Great Lord, we truly didn't know this was your territory. How can we fix this? How do we compensate you? Qin Feng stated cold-heartedly. You wrecked my gate. Repairs aren't cheap. Give me 500 years of lifespan, and we'll call it even. Guild leader. 500 years. The number hit Wu Ming like a sledgehammer to the chest. His eyes rolled back and he stiffened, fainting straight onto the dirt. A lackey stepped up, playing along with the drama. Big boss, look, our leader has already passed out from shock. Can you give us a discount? Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. Do you have any idea how much raw materials cost to fix that gate? The minion blurted, no clue. Then shut your trap. Wu Ming was pinched awake. He gasped, 500 years. What sins did I commit in a past life? He grabbed the girl's collar and dragged her forward, screaming, This is all your fault. Xiao Yu, you want to destroy me. You want to annihilate the entire Temple Knights Guild. Xiao Yu lowered her eyes, acting heartbroken. You're right. It's my fault. I dragged everyone into this. Then she looked up bravely. I'll take responsibility, brother Qin Feng. Punish me however you want. I'll be your cow, your horse, your slave for life. Every year of lifespan I earn will be yours until the debt is paid. Staring at Qin Feng's back, Xiao Yu continued her performance, hoping to seduce the powerful leveling Manhwa protagonist. You can beat me, scold me, or even abuse me as long as it pleases you. Just please, spare the guild. The guild members were moved to tears by her acting. Wu Ming choked up Xiao Yu. Qin Feng cut through the drama with a voice like glacial ice. Chen Wu Ming, Wu Ming. The leader trembled. You know my real name. Qin Feng looked at him with eyes full of death. Do you think she is worth 500 years? Terrified by the killing intent radiating from him, Wu Ming punched Xiao Yu, flying. Get lost, you useless trash. He finally understood. You led us into this mess and now you act noble. You're just trying to sacrifice yourself. Obviously, you're just trying to suck up to the boss and become his personal servant. You think a good thing like that would fall to you. Keep dreaming. Xiao Yu played dead in the corner, cursing her failed plan to seduce the Qin Feng. Wu Ming knelt again. Great Lord, we're a small guild. We really can't cough up 500 years. Please, show some mercy. We'll agree to anything else within our power. Qin Feng sighed. Fine. I won't make it impossible for you. 100 years. For the rest, summon every player in your guild currently in red name slaughter status. 1 head equals 1 year deducted. Killing a murderer clears one's own PK status. It's the perfect opportunity to clean my record. Wu Ming's face lit up with joy. That's brilliant. We have over 2,000 members. Here is the 100 years up front. Ding Yu received 100 years of lifespan. He shouted to his men, Wait right there. I'll call them, gather every murderer and bring them here immediately. Don't keep the Great Lord waiting. The system interface showed that repairing the shelter would cost 7 days of lifespan. Qin Feng decided to fix it right then and there. System alert, repairing the shelter requires 7 days of lifespan. Confirm. Qin Feng tapped yes without hesitation. Ding, 7 days deducted. Shelter fully restored. Notification. Your killer level has dropped from 4 to 3. Wu Ming clapped like a seal. Great killing. Beautiful killing. Those scumbags broke the guild rules anyway. It's an honor for them to be taught a final lesson by big brother Qin Feng. Qin Feng suddenly dropped a bombshell. From now on, this shelter is under your guild's protection. Wu Ming blanked out. Huh. Qin Feng's voice dripped with menace. Consider it a warning. You all better behave. Guard this place in shifts. If you let anyone attack my turf again, I'm coming for your head. Wu Ming saluted loudly. Guaranteed to complete the mission, boss. But inside he was screaming. Damn Qin Feng, he wants to tie us down here as free security forever. Suddenly a barrage of red warnings flashed. Alert your shelter, Evil Spirit Academy is under attack. Defensive barrier at 99.8%. Sustaining damage. Do you wish to use war teleport uses remaining today? 11? Qin Feng frowned. Again, it's never ending. Now the Evil Spirit Academy. Qin Feng selected use teleport. He prepared to leave. Everyone knew that Academy was his territory. Let's see who has the guts to provoke the Qin Feng. Wu Ming watched him vanish and shouted, Qin Feng has teleported. Let's go pack up and head home, boys. A subordinate trembled, voicing his doubt. Did Lord Qin Feng really command us to stand guard here? He pointed at the woman, absolute certainty in his voice. There is no mistake. Miss Xiao Yu is in charge of this defense line. She blinked, stunned. Me? The order was confirmed cold and clear. Yes, you. Haven't you been dreaming of a chance like this? Then stand your ground and fulfill your desire. Do not take a single step back. If anything stirs, report it immediately. Xiao Yu could only nod, accepting the heavy burden of his trust. Abandon your post, and I will drain every second of your lifespan. Meanwhile, in the desolate ruins of Demon City, at the Evil Spirit Academy, a mob was unleashing chaos upon the sanctuary. Pour everything you have into it, brothers. Blast this gate open for me. High above, two figures watched the assault with amusement. Impressive. The barrier durability is still at 51.7%. Do these fools have a death wish to dare provoke the legendary Qin Feng? One observer scoffed. Judging by their gear, they look like foreign players. But that guild tag? That is the Demon City Black Dragon Hall. The man they spoke of, Qin Feng, had already arrived. He frowned, searching his memories. The Black Dragon Hall. I recall no vendetta with this low-level trash. Why are they targeting me? Below the raid, leader roared like a beast. Come on. Unleash a full-power strike. Channel all your energy to me. Form the sphere of darkness. He charged forward, fueled by the borrowed mana. Black flame, demon dragon break. A blinding radiance exploded. The devastating force slammed into the gate. The shockwave rippled outward, knocking players off balance. Finally, a spider web of cracks appeared on the barrier. The system flashed a warning: barrier durability minus 13%. Their greed flared. Just one more hit and it shatters. 100 years of lifespan will be ours. This is the easiest bounty ever. Qin Feng observed their frenzy from the shadows. Pawns. Someone is pulling their strings. The only enemy I have left alive with this grudge is Dongfang Yue. Suddenly a bone-chilling roar ripped through the air behind them. They froze in terror. A colossal dragon ascended from the abyss. A dragon. The dragon's roar unleashed a sonic boom, disorienting their senses. The leader stood paralyzed, his mind blank. Trembling minions pointed towards the heavens. Look above us! What is that hellish light? A massive fireball plummeted toward them. Is that a skill? A meteor strike? No. The shape is too strange for a meteor. As the celestial fire crashed down, heat waves scorched the earth. The flames engulfed them. Yet strangely, they remained unharmed. One player patted his chest, disbelief in his eyes. I'm not dead. That meteor only dealt 3,000 damage. I expected a one-hit kill. Investing in health points was the right choice after all. But his celebration was cut short. A blade flashed. His head was severed from his shoulders in an instant. The head rolled across the dusty ground. His body collapsed backward with a thud. Amidst the smoke, panic set in. The leader is down, but who attacked? We didn't see anyone. A female player whispered, trembling. Could it be Qin Feng? But I see no one. Her companions warned her grimly. Do not use normal logic to judge a monster like Qin Feng. He might possess permanent invisibility. They were right to fear. Qin Feng was standing right before them, cloaked in stealth. He recognized the newcomers, the Heavenly Vault Guild. His gaze locked onto the girl with the unique hidden class. The Soul Painter. It was Zhang Jinhuan, known in the gaming world as 10 Miles of Green Mountains. Qin Feng analyzed the residual mana in the air. So that's why those skills looked so familiar. The dragon and the meteor. They were mere paintings brought to life. Unlike mages who chant spells, the Soul Painter mimics summoning and magic through art. To cast a skill, she simply needs to draw it. The higher the quality of the art, the more devastating the power. It is a class designed to shatter defenses. In guild wars and sieges, she is a tactical nuke. But she has a fatal flaw. In a one-on-one duel, a sneak attack spells her doom. Zhang Jinhuan spoke into the empty air. I wish to negotiate. Is Lord Qin Feng present? Qin Feng's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. Speak. Her companion gasped. He is actually here. She composed herself. I have a request. I need to enter your shelter to retrieve an item. It is critical for my class advancement quest. Rest assured I will pay a heavy price for this favor. Qin Feng smiled internally. So that explains it. In my past life, the Heavenly Vault Guild controlled the Evil Spirit Academy. She must have discovered this shelter during her class awakening. Too bad for her. I claimed it first this time. The Guildmaster of Heavenly Vault is known as Old Man Zhang, formerly the head of the Demon City Merchant Association. After retiring, he became a gaming streamer. 73 years old, streaming with his granddaughter. They are internet sensations with genuine skill. They have even dominated several esports tournaments. Since Zhang Jinhuan lost her father at a young age, Old Man Zhang dotes on her heavily. He even dived into this dangerous world just to protect her. After the world transformed into a cruel system Manhwa reality, Old Man Zhang established the Heavenly Vault Guild. Using this academy as a base, they rose to become a top 10 power in Great Xia. Qin Feng's face flushed slightly. Why do I know so much well? I was a huge fan of their stream in my past life. He cleared his throat, regaining his composure. Very well. Come in and speak. The massive gates of the shelter groaned open. Zhang Jinhuan stepped into the darkness, bowing before Qin Feng. My class is the Soul Painter. The catalyst I need for my evolution is hidden within this evil spirit academy. We heard rumors, Lord Qin Feng, that you sold a shelter to the Jianghai government for 2,000 years of lifespan. Her eyes lit up with hope. Since my class desperately needs the resources here, I wish to purchase the Evil Spirit Academy from you. Will you consider my offer? Qin Feng calculated silently. To amass thousands of years of lifespan in such a short time, as expected of the wealthy old man Zhang, he shook his head. I apologize. The Evil Spirit Academy is not for sale. However, I can grant you guest authority. You may freely access the ground floor. She hesitated, then pivoted. Then, a lease. 500 years of lifespan for 3 years of access to the first floor. Is that acceptable? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. I already granted her access to solve her quest, yet she insists on a lease, and she is offering 500 years. The Heavenly Vault Guild has ulterior motives. They want to buy a connection with me. She bowed lower. To show our sincerity, we offer one more condition. If you agree to this deal, the Black Dragon Hall, the trash that dared to attack your sanctuary, we will handle them for you. We can wipe the slate clean for you. Qin Feng declared, his voice cutting through the tension. But make no mistake, this is a declaration of war against the guild. Don't you need to ask Elder Chang first? Jin Xuan gasped, eyes widening. Wait, you know my grandfather. Don't worry, that old man listens to whatever I say. Besides, a bug like this guild. Qin Feng smirked coldly. Just needs to be crushed. He nodded approvingly. You're ruthless for your age. I like it. Sign here. She cheered. You got it. System alert, contract sealed. Reward, 500 years of lifespan. He tossed a casual command. The first floor is yours to play with. And don't sweat the barrier damage. The magic matrix below will patch itself up automatically. Jin Xuan beamed, dashing off with renewed energy. Understood. We won't disturb the boss then. Her sudden cuteness caught him off guard, a slight blush tinting Qin Feng's cheeks. She was even more dynamic in person than on her stream. Time for the real work. He opened his system inventory. In this Manhwa recap, power was everything, and he had spent days grinding his equivalent exchange skill for this moment. Cooldown reset. Let's roll. Energy surged from Qin Feng's palm. The law of equivalent exchange activated. Sacrifice one item, gain another of equal tier. System update, training intellect lost. Acquired Crimson Starblade. Rank Jade. Class Assassin Finisher. A blood condensed strike for close quarters combat. Bonus 4,800 blood element attack. The lower the target's HP, the higher the burst. Up to 200% bonus damage on enemies below 30% health. Lifesteal set at 200% with overheal converting to shields. Qin Feng's brow twitched. A finisher move. He knew this mechanic well. In any system, Manhwa a limit break accumulated power during the fight to unleash hell. Once the gauge was full, absolute devastation could be unleashed. A true ultimate skill capable of flipping a losing battle in a single heartbeat. Crimson Starblade, he muttered. Single target nuke. A Jade tier skill granting stats higher than my Epic tier abilities. This is broken. System consumed evolution points, remaining 555. The skill evolved Jade to Diamond, to Epic, to Legendary. Blood element attack skyrocketed from 4,800 to 9,000. Lifesteal jumped to a staggering 600%. Overheal became a blood elemental shield. With the right buffs, he grinned, I could hit over 100,000 damage. Still enough points for a mythic upgrade. System 500 evolution points consumed, remaining 55. Deep Qin Feng evolved from Legendary to Mythic passive stealth level +3. Max stealth level boosted. Legendary effect. Breaking stealth now grants 2 to 300 bonus attacks. Mythic trait unlocked lifespan consumption during stealth reduced by 90%. A massive jackpot. 90% reduction perfect. Now he could roam the frenzy zone without bleeding time. Current level 17. Finally! This was the peak leveling Manhwa feeling. I can equip the Jade set I farmed. Sharp Eye Patch, Jade rank, Assassin class, Constitution and Spirit +20, Anti-Stealth level 2, critical rate adjusted to 88%, requires level 17. Unique effect, Sharp Gaze. Activating this boosts crit rate by 133% for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Item 2, Fragile White Gloves, Jade rank. Physical defense 75. All elemental resistance 60. Strength 25, agility 20. Special effect sacrifice 12%. HP to boost attack power by 30%. Item 3, Jade Stealth Boots. All stats plus 18. Movement speed up. Stealth level 2. Active Vanish. Removes collision. Lasts 3 seconds. Cooldown 60. Item 4, Damp Jade Ring. All stats plus 15. Water resistance 88. Bonus 179 water attack. Geared to the teeth. Qinfeng marveled at his stats. Aside from the shin guards, I'm rocking a full jade set now. Qinfeng reviewed his loadout. The ultimate unstealthed Qinfeng set. Head sharp eye patch. Weapon pale bone blade. Right hand damp ring. Chest black flame armor. Gloves fragile white. Legs equivalent exchange pants. Feet jade stealth boots. He toggled his avatar. Low-level gear looks trash. He sighed, switching back to his Qinfeng class skin. Much better. Time to hunt the next shelter. Meanwhile, in the real world outside the demon capital, the sky bled a gloomy orange as a luxury car pulled up to the headquarters. 2 guards whispered. "How many did we get this time?" "4, the other replied. "That's it. Not many people are willing to sell their lifespans these days." A voice barked from the car. "We're here. Get out." Junji stepped out, looking around. "So, this is the buyer's place. Rich people really know how to live." "Wait here," a guard ordered. "I'll inform Lady Dongfang." Another thug grumbled. "You won't even let us inside." Junji laughed. "Looking down on us poor folk." Junfeng checked his watch. "Hurry up, I have a match to catch." "Idiots," the guard thought. "You'll find out soon enough." Fang Yue stepped out, eyes cold. "You're the sellers. Convert your lifespan to light orbs and drop them. Now." Scarface scoffed. "You joking, lady? We haven't seen the cash yet." Her expression darkened. "I won't repeat myself. Convert your life to orbs and drop them or die where you stand." Behind her, soldiers raised their rifles. Junji smirked, danger dancing in his eyes. "Whoa there! Are you trying to rob robbers, lady?" As soon as the words left his lips, he moved to wipe out her minions instantly. Fang Yu stood shielding Nantian. The enemy Junji held a hidden class insect master. Capturing just one bug meant leveling up, and he could even buff them with gear. He launched a parasitic insect, grinning like he'd found a fat sheep for slaughter. Junji barked his order with greedy eyes. "Boys, strip that beautiful madam clean, leave nothing behind." The guards opened fire, but a platinum-grade skill, Gilded Fortress, deflected every bullet. The guards raged. "Damn it, our rounds can't pierce his barrier." Scarface dropped from the sky like a meteor, unleashing a golden peak earth smash. The guards desperately poured fire onto the target to suppress him. Junfeng moved with godlike speed. He pointed his fingertips and boom! A torrent of firepower erupted, instantly wiping out the opposition. A hidden class gunner. His very hands were weapons, every finger loading a different caliber. Suddenly, a blur of motion rushed toward the guards. A guard shouted for reinforcements, claiming an awakener breached the gate. But Guiling was already there, closing the distance with bloodlust in her eyes. "Die, Fang Yue." Wham! A brutal kick slammed straight into Guiling's face, stopping her assassination attempt dead in its tracks. She went flying backward like a ragdoll. The kicker was Chen Wuming Yi. He stood by Fang Yue, calm as ever. "Careful, madam. These are awakeners with stealth skills. I'll capture them alive. I need eternal slaves to harvest lifespan for my son. They're strong. But I'd say the capture success rate is only 50%. Scarface panicked, shouting, "Look, they have an awakener too." Chen Wuming Yi stepped forward, scanning them with a predator's gaze. One-hit kill skills and anti-ballistic gear. You're a bandit crew targeting the wealthy, aren't you? You've pulled off quite a few heists. Excellent. I hope you've farmed enough stats, gear, and skills. Otherwise, this fight won't be stimulating enough. He stood alone against the entire pack. Yet fear was completely absent from Chen Wuming Yi's eyes. Arrogant brat, Junji's insect ambushed from behind. The battle has started, go to hell. Chen Wuming Yi dodged the venom strike with supersonic reflexes, then dipped low. As the stinger drove down, he flipped, clamping the insect between his legs in midair. The bandits gasped. He caught it. Tch, impossible. My insect flies at 200 kilometers per hour. But Chen Wuming Yi was already executing a high-level martial maneuver. He twisted, forcing the bug's stinger into its own body. Junji never saw that coming. Chen Wuming Yi spread his legs, and the insect dropped stone dead. He landed softly, walking forward with terrifying casualness. I set up a sensory barrier long ago. Not a single movement escapes my notice. This man held the unique hidden class origin of plague. It was the kind of overpowered ability you'd see in a top-tier leveling manhwa, spreading disease through the transcendent human method of consumption and training. Murderous aura flared around Chen Wuming Yi. My turn. He vanished, blinking instantly in front of Scarface. The thug gasped. So fast! Scarface raised his iron wall shield, roaring, "Try me!" But his confidence shattered, replaced by sheer terror. Energy rippled from the shield, but Chen Wuming was already airborne. He chambered his leg and brought his heel down like a hammer, aiming straight for the skull. Scarface stumbled, balance gone. Junjai screamed, "He's coming! Shoot him!" Junfeng unleashed a barrage. "Don't you dare come closer! Bullets rained down, but he weaved through them effortlessly. Junfeng sneered, "Idiot! Jumping against a gunner is just suicide. Nowhere to run, Dai." But Chen Wuming just spun gracefully in mid-air, defying physics. He activated resonant scream, sonic waves blasted forward, shattering Junfeng's tactical goggles into dust. The gunner collapsed instantly. Chen Wuming scoffed, "Killed by a mere sonic vibration. Your extraction level is pathetic." Seeing his squad wiped out, Junji trembled in horror. He turned to flee, but Chen Wuming grabbed him by the skull. Junji dropped to his knees. "Mercy, big brother, spare me." "Relax, I won't kill you. 2 dead, 2 alive. That meets the 50% quota I promised the madam. By the way, where's your invisible friend? He should be unconscious by now." Junji blinked, confused. "Invisible? We don't have a stealth user. You killed my brothers already." Then it hit him. "Wait, are you talking about that short guy who got off the bus with us? We don't know him. We just happened to travel together to sell lifespan." Meanwhile, at the Magic Tower ruins in the suburbs, Qin Feng had just teleported in. Qin Feng scanned the scene, surprised. "No gatekeeper mobs. Someone's definitely beaten me to it." He activated stealth and slipped through the gate, gazing up at the towering bookshelves inside. The leaning Magic Tower, a massive library rigged with traps, a 3-dimensional labyrinth. Deep inside, a terrifying monster lay sealed. Legend says she was a princess corrupted by an evil white dragon. Qin Feng checked the looted surroundings. Cleaned out. These raiders must be deep in by now. "I remember the warp mechanism to the top floor is right here." He pulled a specific book from the shelf. Found it. "The Postpartum Care for Sows. Pulling this triggers the teleport magic." Flash Qin Feng warped instantly. He arrived to chaos. A raid party stood frozen in fear before the boss, the manifestation of despair. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. "They're already at the Guardian. That's a lot of people. But look at them getting tossed around. Trash gear. High mortality rate. How did they even survive this long?" Qin Feng analyzed the battlefield. He spotted a familiar face. Huifen was shouting orders amidst the carnage. "Rear guard, push up. Don't fear death. Just respawn and run back." Qin Feng realized, so this mob is from Fei Heavy Industries. He knew them well, a massive industrial conglomerate based in Demon City. When the God's Forsaken game first descended upon reality, a classic catastrophe in any system, Manhwa Guild leader Huang Huifen didn't hesitate. She liquidated her corporation's assets for lifespan points, forging the Fei Heavy Industries Guild from the ashes of the old world. Her class was the Illusionist, and her signature ability was the game-changing teleportation gate. She could establish an entry point at coordinates A, then traverse to point B to anchor the exit. Instantly, a spatial bridge would tear through reality, connecting the two. As long as the gate remained undamaged, it offered a strategic miracle. By placing the exit near the boss and the entrance near the respawn point, fallen warriors could revive and rush back into the fray within seconds. It was the only way to reclaim the lifespan they had lost in death. With this ability, their guild's tactics became unpredictable and bizarre. In my past life, this very strategy propelled them to become one of the top 20 powerhouses in the Great Xia region. However, against the Despair Princess, a level 18 platinum rank boss, their clever tricks were utterly useless. This monster's absorption rate was terrifying, 100 times that of ordinary beasts. Every player she slaughtered didn't just die. Their accumulated lifespan was instantly devoured to fuel her own power. If this battle dragged on, she wouldn't just heal. She was on the verge of evolving into a Jade rank boss, restoring her HP to maximum. Total annihilation was inevitable. The massive amount of lifespan burned in this tug-of-war would bankrupt and destroy Fei Heavy Industries forever. Suddenly, Qin Feng stepped out of the shadows. "Guild leader Huang, transfer 1,000 years of lifespan to me, and I will handle this boss for you. Furthermore, all assassin-type loot belongs to me." Huifen's eyes widened in recognition. You are Qin Feng." "That's right," he confirmed, his voice cold. "Now, take some sincere advice. You cannot defeat this creature. If you aren't willing to meet my price, then retreat immediately while you still have lives to save." A young man pointed a finger aggressively at Qin Feng's face. "Hey, who the hell do you think you are, saying we can't win? You open your mouth and demand 1,000 years. Are you so poor? You've gone insane. Get lost." "Shh! Ziking, stop being rude," Huifen shouted, but it was too late. Qin Feng's hand had already clamped shut around the boy's mouth like a vice. With a casual toss, he hurled the boy straight toward the active teleportation gate. A system alert screamed. Huifen watched in horror as the upper half of Ziking's body vanished into the portal, but the transport didn't complete. "My son," She turned her fury on the protagonist. Qin Feng. Even if he was rude, teaching him a lesson was enough. Why did you destroy my teleportation gate? Qin Feng remained icy calm. You'll understand soon enough. Just remember, for 1,000 years, I can save you. Before they could react, he vanished into thin air, leaving the guild members stunned. They have no idea, Qin Feng thought. The boss is about to evolve. If I hadn't shattered that gate, every single one of those rookies would have rushed to their deaths. Snap. He snapped his fingers, the sound crisp in the tense air. Summoning his spirit wolf, he dove from the tower, wind rushing past his ears. The destruction of Fike Industries is trivial, he mused. But losing out on 1,000 years of lifespan. Now that is a tragedy. He landed gracefully on the streets below. Looking back, he confirmed his suspicions. The remaining players were nothing but fodder, their final years fueling the boss's ascension. A pillar of light erupted, the sign of evolution perfect. Once she hits Jade rank, the loot from killing her will be legendary. Suddenly a message from Giling popped up. Senior, I've located Dongfang Yue. She's hiding in a manor beyond Burning Chant Mountain. But there's a powerful class holder guarding her. I barely escaped with my life, Qin Feng replied instantly. Meet me at the Drybone Cemetery. We need to talk. Understood. Qin Feng smiled internally. The demon capital is massive, yet she found her target. This girl Giling really has potential. Moments later, amidst the silent graves, he confronted her. Speak. What are this guardian's abilities? Giling recounted every terrified detail. He's a melee fighter with monstrous speed and strength. But his main weapon is toxic gas. He releases a 10-meter radius of smog that completely nullified my stealth. Toxic gas. Qin Feng's eyes lit up with recognition. I see. He holds the unique hidden class source of plague. That 10 meters is his absolute domain. Within that plague aura, he can sense any movement. It is the natural predator of an assassin's invisibility. The virus enhances his physique and grants him regenerative powers, Qin Feng explained. Giling trembled. I've heard rumors that a high-level source of plague is immortal and indestructible. Immortal. Despair washed over her. Does that mean he has no weakness? Will I never be able to take my revenge? No, Qin Feng corrected sharply. The plague strengthens the flesh, but amplifies carnal desires and corrodes the mind. His psyche is crumbling. A weak mental defense is the fatal flaw of the source of plague. He looked at her intensely. Your class, the Yellow Springs Blade. When it reaches the second awakening, it can evolve into a terrifying new form. The Yellow Springs Xianxia. Green fire seemed to flicker in Giling's eyes. You must break through to the second stage immediately, Qin Feng commanded. That is the only way. Giling gasped, realization dawning on her. I understand. But senior, how do you know the secrets of my class so well? Qin Feng's expression was unreadable. Because of the gods forsaken. The system is vast and profound, he lectured. Ask yourself, when you were leveling up, did you truly explore every possibility? Focus on your cultivation. Keep your feet on the ground. True power is accumulated one step at a time. Giling absorbed his wisdom. His strength comes from this relentless dedication to reality, she thought with admiration. Qin Feng leaped onto a towering tombstone overlooking the desolate graveyard. This Drybone Cemetery is the perfect hunting ground for your ascension. The undead here respawn instantly. Slaughtering them will not only grant XP but evolve your unique weapon into the Yellow Springs chains. His voice darkened. But the risk is death. Every ghoul here is an elite rank monster. Their HP defense and attack power are triple that of ordinary beasts. He jumped down, drawing his weapon. However, with the right technique, he moved like a blur, demonstrating a lethal sequence. If you strike their weak points with precision, they will crumble like dust. Giling's cheeks flushed with excitement as she watched his display. So strong. He is truly a monster. Qin Feng placed a heavy hand on her shoulder. Risk your life. Bet everything you have. Only by dancing on the edge of death can you claim your vengeance. Leaving her with those heavy words, he walked away. As his back faded into the mist, Giling felt a strange shiver. Was it my imagination? For a split second, when he spoke of revenge, his eyes held a darkness far deeper than mine. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of the desolate Zhanghai city, Delisi leaned heavily against her sheep mount, letting out a deep sigh. I am absolutely exhausted. She studied the map in her hands, her stomach growling in protest. This zone was completely uncharted territory. I guess I just have to push on a little longer. Suddenly, a ripe, juicy fruit dropped right at her feet. She picked it up, eyes wide with curiosity. What is this, some kind of fruit? It was a vibrant red, resembling a massive dark plum. Without a second thought, Delisi took a big bite. Sweetness exploded in her mouth, bringing a wave of pure joy. So delicious. Then a mechanical chime rang out. System notification. Experience points increased by 50. Delisi gasped, her eyes lighting up like she'd discovered a new world. What kind of divine fruit is this? It actually grants EXP. This was the holy grail of any leveling manhwa. She looked up and saw a trail of them leading further in. There's more over there. Throwing caution to the wind, Delisi began picking them up and eating them one by one. The notifications flashed continuously. Experience points plus 50. She smacked her lips in delight. This is too good to be true. What exactly are these things? Just then Anyu's voice crackled over the comms. Little Black, where are you? Get to the filthy coast immediately. Delisi blinked. Huh, Sister Anyu. The urgent reply came through. What's wrong? Ma Nailiang has been captured by the boss. That idiot is carrying over 500 years of lifespan on him. We need to rescue him now. Delisi checked her map. I'm actually near the corrupt coast right now. Anyu commanded, Is that so? Wait there, we're incoming. Delisi simply resumed her unfinished business, happily munching on the mysterious fruits. Ma Nailiang is such a moron. If we weren't related, nobody would ever team up with that guy. She paused to take another bite. But I have to admit, these plums are incredibly tasty. Before she knew it, the trail of fruit had led her into strange territory. A gloomy, ominous coastline stretched out before her, occupied by a massive monster. This was the corrupt coast. Grotesque mouths opened and closed all over the monster's body, its back turned toward her. Delisi crouched in the shadows, not daring to make a sound. The air here was heavy with rot. What kind of boss is that fat abomination? She squinted and spotted a familiar figure lying unconscious next to it. Wait a minute. Isn't that Ma Nailiang? Delisi realized the gravity of the situation. This was the Jade rank boss Anyu had warned her about, the spirit devourer Andrejin. A terrifying creature with a specific countdown, 10 hours, 52 minutes, and 44 seconds remaining. At that moment, the beast stuffed another monster into its maw, chewing loudly. Delisi covered her mouth in horror. That boss, it's actually eating other monsters. Its massive hand began kneading the flesh of the victim it had just consumed. The spirit devourer molded the fresh red meat like dough. The sight made bile rise in Delisi's throat. He's literally making meatballs out of monsters with his bare hands, and Yu's voice came from behind. Little Black, we're here. Have you located Ma Nailiang and the boss? Delisi whispered back, sharing her disgust. That boss is revolting. It seems to use other monsters as food. Is that really a Jade rank entity? Strange that it hasn't attacked any players yet? And Yu cautioned her, observe for now. Do not act rashly. We cannot handle a Jade rank boss on our own. We still need to wait for reinforcements. The monster sat there, its entire body trembling. Delisi tilted her head. What exactly is it doing? That posture. It's incredibly suspicious, watching the round objects dropping from the creature. Yu analyzed. Is it pooping? Those are huge. Delisi felt a sudden, horrifying sense of déjà vu. That shape is so weird. Wait, no. Slowly, the two teammates turned to look at the fruit Delisi was eating, and Yu gasped. That black pear! Delisi spat out everything in her mouth, screaming in pure psychological damage. No, what have I been eating? Her scream nearly gave her teammates a heart attack. Hey, keep it down! Calm yourself! Little Black! But it was too late. The boss heard the noise and slowly turned its massive head. Terror seized them. We're done for, the boss has been alerted. Instantly it activated the charm of the gluttony ancient god, and Yu's face went pale. Oh crap. The boss unleashed a roar that wasn't a sound but a hunger. Psionic waves slammed into them, deafening and disorienting. And Yu and the others' eyes turned bloodshot as they screamed, I'm so hungry. Delisi watched in shock. Sore som dechum. What's wrong with everyone? They began sprinting toward the boss's meat cauldron, diving in to frantically devour the vile substance inside. Ma Nailiang ate like a man possessed. I'm starving to death! His body ballooned, instantly expanding into morbid obesity within seconds. And Yu was also stuffing her face uncontrollably. Hiding on the ridge, Delisi trembled in fear. Oh my god, they've gone insane. They're eating themselves into obesity weird. Why am I seemingly unaffected? The boss's hand descended toward Ma Nailiang, pinching him like a snack to lift him toward its gaping maw. The poor guy was dropped straight into the boss's mouth, swallowed whole in an instant. Delisi panicked. This is bad. The boss eats the fattest one first. I need backup, but this was already the elite squad. She had no choice but to call that man. She dialed Qin Feng. Qin Feng, Lord save us. His voice was calm on the other end. Little Black. What's the situation? Delisi hurriedly explained. We've encountered a Jade rank boss called the Spirit Devourer, Andrejin. Sister Anne and Captain Wang Ming are about to be eaten. Qin Feng's thoughts raced. The Spirit Devourer. Isn't that the bloodline monster I've been searching for? This little black really is my lucky star. Qinfeng replied instantly. Send me the coordinates. I'm on my way. He warped toward her location with godlike speed. Aside from the magic leaning tower, I've already secured the keys to the 3 platinum-rank shelters. This is perfect timing to handle the bloodline monster. The Despair Princess is also nearly done with her evolution. Seeing Qinfeng descend from the sky, Delisi let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. Big boss, you're finally here. Do you need the boss's location? She pointed frantically. It's right ahead. Sister Anne and Wang Meng have already been consumed. You have to save them. Seeing the boss assume that familiar squatting posture, Delisi gagged. I think it's pooping again. A round sphere encapsulating Ma Niliang's body shot out from the creature's rear. Delisi's face turned green. It just pooped out, Ma Niliang. Does that mean Sister Anne and the others will also be? Qinfeng interrupted with the cold, hard facts. Spirit Devourer Androgyne is a minion of the gluttony ancient god. It devours all living things indiscriminately. It emits a charm that forces players into a state of gluttony. The more they eat, the fatter they get. Then it consumes the fattened players to digest their remaining lifespan. There's only one way to remain immune to the ancient god's charm. You have to eat its excrement. Although it's disgusting, I've heard the taste isn't half bad. Little black, you didn't fall into the gluttonous state. Could it be that you already... Delisi covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Don't say it. I don't want to talk about the past. Just stop. Broken and weeping, she begged. Big boss, please, just save them already. Qinfeng flew toward the sphere containing Ma Niliang. He touched the meat sack and tossed it aside. The boss froze, stunned by this sudden interference. Qinfeng then telekinetically controlled the Ma Niliang ball, smashing it violently into the boss's stomach. The impact was devastating. The boss struck in its gut, gagged, and began to retch. The people it had swallowed were purged from its system in a torrent of fluids. Qinfeng didn't let up, slamming the boss into the ground. He activated his ultimate skill, granting deliverance. Following up instantly, Qinfeng's shield slashes erupted, shaving away the boss's health bar in massive chunks. Qinfeng was just getting started. The execution gauge is full. It is time to end this. With a surge of crimson energy, his blade crashed down like divine judgment upon the boss. The system announced to the entire world, Player Darkness of Great Xia is the first to slay the Jade tier boss. Fame increased by 30 points. Delisi stared in disbelief, shouting, "Oh my god, damage exceeding 1 million. This power level was simply too berserk for a standard manhwa recap." Other players instantly saw the world announcement. Player Darkness of Great Xia has secured the first kill on the Jade boss. Fame increased by 30 points. The global chat exploded in chaos. It's over. Great Xia has darkness. Their future rise is inevitable. Who said darkness is from Great Xia? We just investigated. The ancestors of darkness are clearly from our great kingdom of Korea. Meanwhile, Qinfeng received his own private notifications. Congratulations. You have received 50,000 experience points. Congratulations, you obtained 60 evolution points. Current balance is 336. Congratulations, you obtained 300 evolution points. Current balance is 696. Equipment drop rate multiplied by 5. Skill drop rate multiplied by 6. Congratulations. You have obtained the spirit-swallowing bloodline. Do you wish to activate it? He pondered silently. Bloodlines are a unique mechanic in this god-forsaken game. Only by slaying specific nightmare creatures can one obtain such a rare drop. If you find a bloodline compatible with your class, your combat power can skyrocket to legendary levels. Qinfeng commanded the system to activate it immediately. System notification: spirit-swallowing bloodline active. Strength attribute reformatted. Each point of strength now converts to 1 to 3 points of physical attack. Constitution reformatted. Each point now grants 10 to 50 health and 1 to 5 physical defense. Agility reformatted. Agility effects increased by 32%. Movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed have all been buffed. Spirit reformatted. Each point of spirit now converts to 1 to 3 points of elemental attack and elemental resistance. The spirit-swallowing skill card displayed its data. You can absorb any skill and receive additional attribute scaling based on its quality. Additionally, your appetite increases by 200% and you gain a passive 15 points of universal magic resistance. Next was the active skill Abyssal Maw. It conjures a blood-red mouth to devour incoming projectiles. Recover health based on the number of enemy projectiles consumed. Cooldown is 67.9 seconds. The Devour skill also grants additional attribute corrections. Qinfeng analyzed the data internally. Attribute correction refers to the scaling power gained from a single stat point. For example, 1 point of strength might now yield 3 points of attack. Luckily, this boss dropped a bronze tier poison blade skill. Useless for combat, but perfect for testing. Let's give this a try. System notification. You have used Spirit Swallowing on the bronze poison blade skill. Your strength attributes are being updated. Each point of strength now converts to 3.3 physical attack. Qin Feng was surprised. A bronze skill only gave a 0.3 increase. That seems a bit low. Wait a minute. The swallowed skill became a passive, which means it can still be evolved. System update. Consumed 242 evolution points. Bronze Poison Blade has evolved into the legendary Toxic Edge. Your strength attributes are being updated. Each point of strength now converts to 3 to 5 points of physical attack. His theory was confirmed. In this leveling Manhwa world, he had broken the logic. If I keep devouring skills into the late game, my scaling will be hundreds of times higher than any other player. I really am invincible now. Wang Meng gasped for air, bowing his head. Big boss, thank you for saving our lives. And Yu was still shaking. If not for you, we would have been complete goners. Delisi rushed over and hugged her chubby frame. It's okay, Sister Anne. Even if you gain weight, you're still beautiful. It's an undefined kind of beauty. She pushed him aside to address the main issue. Big boss, regarding the payment. The Jianghai government currently has no funds available. About the reward? Qin Feng cut her off coolly. Don't worry about it. Just help me find some assassin-class skill books later. Before the sentence even finished, he vanished. All right, I'm counting on you all. I'm off. And Yu's voice trembled. The mission counts as complete. Let's head back. She added a stern warning. No one speaks a word about what happened here today. Do you hear me? Delisi nodded vigorously. Yes, ma'am. Meanwhile, at the Leaning Magic Tower, back at the moment, Qin Feng jumped. The Despair Princess was still casting her chaotic magic. Hui Fen shouted orders. Hold the line. The boss only has 1/3 of her HP left. Xiaokui, activate the Tree of Life. She obeyed instantly. Roger Xiaokui chanted the incantation, and the Tree of Life began healing all allies within range. The teleport gate was destroyed by darkness earlier. Try not to die, everyone. Pour everything you have into this. We're about to win. Healing energy washed over them, revitalizing their spirits. Attacks rained down on the Despair Princess with renewed hope. Hui Fen grinned. Thank God for Xiaokui's life priest class, or we never would have cracked this dungeon. Suddenly, a massive tentacle lashed out, instantly smashing the tank player into pixelated oblivion. The Despair Princess absorbed the death energy and resurrected. Her eyes began to glow with an ominous otherworldly light. Hui Fen's party didn't expect the enemy to be this tenacious. A blinding light erupted from the princess's body. The top of the tower nearly shattered from the explosive force. The players inside were engulfed by a heatwave, their bodies incinerated to ash in seconds. From the flames, a strange egg formed, supported by a grotesque nest of roots. System analysis: Egg of Despair. Level 30. Jade tier. HP 1000 out of 1000. Located in the silver rank refuge of Feike Industry. Back at the spawn point graveyard, a player shouted in shock. Damn it, what happened? Why is everyone dead? Did we get the boss? Hui Fen reported grimly. Not yet. We beat her down to the last drop of blood, but she suddenly fully healed and turned into an egg. Then she unleashed a massive AoE nuke that wiped us all out. The guild leader was stunned. She recovered full HP. HP only recovers when a boss evolves. Could it be? The image of Qin Feng and his warning flashed through her mind. Hui Fen gasped. Did darkness predict this classic awakening Manhwa twist? That's why he knew our human wave tactic would fail. If a platinum boss evolves, it becomes Jade tier. That is something our guild cannot possibly defeat. Is darkness really our only hope? Meanwhile, Qin Feng was already standing before the strange object. He looked puzzled. A Jade tier boss. The Egg of Despair. How strange. Usually a Jade evolution comes with a massive form change, doesn't it? This egg looks completely passive. Is it incubating something even stronger? He hurled a hidden dagger at the shell to test its reaction. A single thrust pierced the shell, damage 28,765 exploded out. Yet the health bar barely flickered. It was as if he hadn't touched it at all. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed in caution. 10 million HP. That was even higher than an epic grade boss. This despair egg was too bizarre. He absolutely couldn't allow it to finish hatching. He unleashed another barrage of attacks. Its vitality was absurdly thick, but taking it down would be simple. It lacked anti-stealth detection, meaning to this monster he was completely invisible. All he needed to do was chain his skills endlessly and unleash his ultimate power. The Scarlet Blade flashed. The damage spiked massively, dealing 108,767. A second Scarlet Blade slashed out and a fissure finally spiderwebbed across the shell. Countless blades rained down like a storm of destruction. Seeing the egg completely shattered, Qin Feng stepped forward into the dust. No matter how bottomless its health pool was, its death was only a matter of time. But suddenly, his footsteps halted. His gaze locked onto something amidst the debris, unable to look away. Lying unconscious on the cold ground was a young woman. The system tag read, Princess of Despair, Level 1, HP, 10 out of 10. Qin Feng was stunned. A human girl. Was this the true form of the terrifying despair boss? Could the legends be true? The story of the princess cursed by the white dragon. She only had 10 health points left. Did that mean he had to slaughter this defenseless girl to clear the boss? He activated his Qin Feng sight to confirm her fragility. 10 out of 10. While Qin Feng hesitated, struggling with the moral dilemma. The sky suddenly darkened as turbulent clouds gathered above. Qin Feng watched in shock as a massive claw tore through the darkness. It was a dragon. The system window popped up. The cursed white dragon Athos, Level 100, mythical grade. The entire heavens turned blood red as lightning crackled violently across the dragon's scales. He instantly raised his guard. A mythical grade entity. Why would a boss of that caliber appear here? So the legend of the white dragon cursing the princess was reality after all. This was the true hidden boss of the dungeon. The unconscious body of the princess began to levitate. He watched intently as an invisible force pulled her slowly toward the colossal white dragon. Thump, thump. Qin Feng could vaguely hear a heartbeat resonating in the air. The princess opened her eyes, and a wave of pure energy rippled out from her. Suspended in the sky, the dragon and the girl stared deeply into each other's souls. Suddenly, the princess embraced the massive dragon head. Slowly, her physical form began to dissolve into particles of light, leaving behind only a crimson heart beating frantically within a spectral chest. The princess's lower body had already vanished, and now even the majestic head of the white dragon was fading away into nothingness. Until their HP hit 0, their forms consumed by spiritual fire. Staring at the solitary heart floating in the void, Qin Feng was bewildered. They disappeared. What on earth just happened? The system notification chimed as the heart drifted toward him. You have prevented the resurrection of the ancient deep-sea god Lexus. Obtained item, the cursed heart. The cursed heart. Frozen. In the moment the curse took hold, it beats eternally, until the destined time arrives. Usage consumed to become a kin of Lexus. Devour lifespans endlessly to welcome the master's descent. Or destroy it. If destroyed, the sealed time will return to the river of history, and you will receive a mythical grade reward. Qin Feng understood the choice immediately. Use it or break it. Using it might grant him an incredibly powerful awakening skill. But judging by the ominous description, this was essentially a parasitic curse. It was likely that Lexus would eventually possess his body. There was no need to take such a stupid risk. He would destroy it. The moment his hand crushed the heart, a blinding light erupted. Qin Feng froze as the brilliance overwhelmed his vision. It felt as if his entire existence was being swallowed by that piercing white radiance. When Qin Feng opened his eyes, a silhouette in the distance caught his attention. What's going on? Was I teleported to a different zone? No, this is still the Leaning Magic Tower. But my body... why does it feel so strange? Had he triggered a memory echo before he could make sense of the situation? A girl came running toward him, her face beaming with joy. Eights! It was the Princess of Despair within her own memories. She looked at the man beside him. Do you really have to go so far away today? The man Eights turned around with a gentle smile. Princess, I'm afraid so. I apologize. The enemy has summoned a kraken to siege the harbor. As the guardian of the kingdom, I must go and provide reinforcements immediately. She pouted, refusing to listen. Liar. You promised to teach me the art of wind riding today. Eights chuckled softly. Don't be angry. It's still early morning. I promise I'll teach you the moment I return. But the princess wasn't buying it. Do you take me for a 9-year-old child? I'm 10. You know. Father said even at full gallop it takes 7 days and nights to reach the coast. How could you possibly return within a single day? She pointed an accusing finger. Father always lies to me. And now even you've started lying to me too. None of you men are any good. It's always lies, deception, and broken promises. It's always been this way. Eight sighed and descended to the ground. All right, that's enough. Where did you even learn words like that? He handed a shimmering object to the princess. Here, take this. It is the scale of the covenant. Under its witness, whichever side breaks the agreement shall lose their wings and never fly again. The princess's face flushed red. No, I'm giving it back. I don't want Ates to lose his wings. He patted her head gently. Don't worry. I never break my promises. Besides, don't underestimate my wind riding technique. Whoosh! Enormous wings unfurled from Eitz's back, casting a massive shadow. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. No matter how many times she saw Eitz transform, his majestic form was simply breathtaking. Wait for me. We'll have dinner together when I get back. Until then, let my 3 shadow clones keep you company. As Atiz shot into the sky, the princess waved frantically. Safe travels! She clenched her fists. All right, if Eitz is working that hard, I can't fall behind either. Qinfeng guards, follow me. I'm going to gather the best ingredients. Eitz is going to have a feast tonight. Qinfeng watched the scene unfold. So these two are the Princess of Despair and the White Dragon. This tragic backstory was far more detailed than what you'd find in a standard leveling manhwa. It seems I've entered the timeline sealed within the cursed heart. Unaware of his presence, the princess was busily foraging for mushrooms in the forest. She worked the shadow guards to the bone, from gathering fungi to hunting rabbits. She didn't stop there, moving on to fishing with endless energy. Until finally the golden hues of twilight draped over the castle. She looked at the feast on the table and let out a long breath. Phew. I'm exhausted. Qin Feng, observing as a spectator, was speechless, looking at the dishes. Cockatrice horn stew with poison mushrooms, lava-steamed rocks, volcanic pizza, cold fin soup, and magma-fried eggshells. These are all Eitz's favorites. I hope he gets back soon. The princess waited and waited until her head finally nodded off on the table. An old butler Luin gently shook her. Princess Highness, please wake up. It is very late. You should rest in your chambers. She rubbed her eyes groggily. I fell asleep. What time is it? The evening prayer has long passed, Luin replied softly. The next bell toll will mark midnight. She bolted upright, panic flooding her eyes. What? It's that late. Where is Ates? Has he still not returned? Scholar Luin delivered the grim news from the front lines, his voice trembling. The war zone was a catastrophe. There was a high probability that General Ates would not be returning this time. The princess slammed her hands on the table, rejecting the reality. Eitz is the kingdom's shield. To him, enemies are just prey waiting to be slaughtered like cattle. Luin lowered his head in sorrow. Intelligence reports that the enemy sacrificed tens of thousands of lives to summon a calamity. A monster beyond comprehension. It emerged from the abyss, a titan the size of a fortress, covered in thousands of writhing tentacles and eyes. Mere mortals lose their minds just by gazing upon it. Even a warrior of Eitz's caliber faces a deathmatch against such a beast. Fear gripped the princess's heart. No. Eitz. He... Suddenly a sharp crack echoed, freezing her soul. The princess stared at the life scale in her palm. It had shattered. Panic exploded in her veins as she dragged Luin away. If Eitz doesn't return before midnight, he'll lose his wings forever. Scholar Luin. Take me to my father immediately. As a former Dragon Knight, he must know how to reverse the pact. She dragged the poor scholar as if she were flying. Wait. My waist. Have mercy on my old bones, Luin cried. The princess gasped. Forgive me, scholar, but if he loses his wings, our world ends tonight. She threw open the door and froze. A familiar silhouette stood there, calm as ever. What's the rush? You look like you've seen a ghost. The princess's eyes went wide. Eitz. She launched herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Thank the gods, you're back, you're safe. Eitz smiled gently, patting her head. Of course I returned. We made a promise, didn't we? She sniffled. They said the front lines were hell. I thought you were gone. Luin stepped forward, composing himself. General, surely the battle was intense. Eitz shrugged it off. It was a bit troublesome, took some effort. But I handled it. The army can clean up the leftovers. Truly, the kingdom's guardian. Luin marveled with respect. Eitz turned toward the table. I'm starving. Did Her Highness prepare this feast herself? Naturally, though. It's gone cold, she murmured, wiping her tears. He sat down and dug in enthusiastically. No problem at all. It's delicious. The shark fin is rich, the mushrooms are savory, and this jelly is perfectly crisp. She sat beside him, fussing. Slow down, you'll choke if you eat like that. The next day at the Leaning Tower, Eitz announced, all right, today, we start wind control training. But the princess could barely keep her eyes open, yawning widely. He leaned down, concerned. What's wrong, Sleepy? She huffed, indignant. Nonsense, I spent the entire day cooking for you yesterday, that's why. Then let's train tomorrow, Atez suggested. The princess immediately clung to his leg. No. I want to experience the wind arts today. I have a better idea. Eitz, transform into your true form and take me flying. He hesitated, looking away. The king strictly forbade me from taking you on such dangerous joyrides. The princess pouted, guilt tripping him instantly. It's clearly your fault for being late yesterday. I worked so hard on that meal, and this is how you repay my devotion. Ungrateful dragon, heartless wretch, she cursed. Damn it, fine. He crumbled under the pressure. Just this once, but if the king finds out I'm dead meat, keep your mouth shut. Ates closed his eyes, unleashing his aura. Ancient energy surged, channeling straight toward his wings. In a blinding flash, he transformed into a majestic white dragon. The princess's eyes sparkled with awe as she hugged his massive snout. Hold on tight, his telepathic voice warned. Magic lifted her gently, depositing her safely onto his back. Secure, prepare for ascension. The princess screamed in delight. Let's go! Powerful wings shattered the air as they launched into the sky. He banked through the clouds, gliding over the endless forests below. Below, Scholar Lwin spotted the silhouette against the moon. The princess lay back against the warm, shimmering scales of the white dragon. She gazed down at the kingdom illuminated by the night. So, this is the world through your eyes? Ates asked. Beautiful, isn't it? She whispered, beyond beautiful. A bell tolled in the silent night, signaling the hour. Her voice turned soft. You will protect this place forever, won't you, Ates? Until my last breath, your highness. She drifted to sleep on his back. Later, he carried her to bed, tucked her in, and silently slipped out the door. The king emerged from the shadows, waiting. You kept me waiting, Ates. You're wounded, aren't you? That monster, it was no ordinary beast. I survived. Ates grunted, the facade dropping. I just need time to recover. As for that octopus, my dragon fire reduced it to ash. The king's expression darkened. The Mar Empire is conducting dark rituals. That beast was just a test run for a terrifying awakening system they are developing. I sense a wave of destruction coming that will engulf the continent. We must prepare. Even a dragon of your lineage isn't safe, Ates. As you command, your majesty. Late that night, Ates returned to the tower. He stripped off his armor, and fresh blood splattered onto the floor instantly. He choked, coughing violently. A pool of crimson expanded beneath him as his body trembled. On his chest, a sinister red stigma glowed. He touched it, watching the corruption spread through his veins like poison. The curse was consuming him. 5 years later, the nightmare arrived. Monsters slammed against the city walls, a siege straight out of a brutal leveling manhwa scene. Enemy attack. It's a monster wave. The screams of civilians tore through the air. Run for your lives, they're everywhere. A titan raised its foot above 2 paralyzed children. Its hand scooped them up. They looked like fragile dolls in the grasp of a demon. From the high balcony, the king and Adas watched their world burn. Mariga has gone insane, the king whispered, watching the slaughter. They intend to drag the whole world into the grave with them. Footsteps pounded behind them. Ates! The princess came running, breathless. Smoke rose from the city ruins. She grabbed his arm, frantic. Their army is full of unnatural beasts. Our soldiers are being massacred. Why aren't you fighting? The kingdom needs its guardian. Ates turned slowly, his face unreadable. Princess, I was just coming to find you. The magic tower is secure. You must stay there. Do not leave no matter what. She stared at him, confused. Okay, I'll stay, but go push them back. Ates, use your power. He shook his head. No, highness, my place is here guarding you. She pulled back, horrified. What you are the kingdom's shield. Your sole duty is to shield this realm. The imperial capital teeters on the brink of annihilation, its people and soldiers drowning in a sea of blood. You must awaken your true form, become the dragon, and incinerate every foe into ash. I only need the shelter of your shadow, just as you have always guarded me from the darkness. Isn't that enough? Ates stood unmoving, his back a towering mountain, while an aura of suffocating darkness radiated from him. His voice cut through the air, disturbingly calm. 5 years ago, we uncovered a dark truth. The Mariga Empire was conducting a forbidden secret ritual. They called it the God-forsaken rite. Its mechanism was brutally simple: sacrifice one's own lifespan to summon an eldritch entity. The greater the years sacrificed, the more terrifying the monstrosity birthed from the void. Though this ritual is ancient, it remained a relic of the past. After all, who would be foolish enough to trade their precious life force just to command a grotesque abomination? Yet for the Mariga Empire, this curse became their only hope. Isolated on the inland sea archipelagos, they were encircled by predatory superpowers hungry for their land. Their soil was blessed with abundant resources, but the true prize was a magical flora teeming with arcane energy, the blood flower. This botanical miracle blooms only on Mariga soil, releasing mana that drastically extends mortality. Because of it, the average citizen of Mariga walks this earth for 700 years. Thus, a vortex of war spun for millennia, with Mariga at the eye of the storm, spreading chaos across the entire continent, like a dark manhwa recap of history. Desperate to end the endless cycle of power struggles, Mariga dispatched their most transcended warriors as envoys to foreign lands. They forged blood pacts, forcing these envoys to serve the weaker kingdoms in the conflict. With the envoys' godlike power, the tides of war turned instantly. Mariga believed this strategy would enforce a stalemate, finally ushering in an era of peace. However, they severely underestimated the depth of human malice. The overwhelming power of the envoys only proved one thing to the nations. The Mariga race itself was the greatest threat to the continent. In the shadows, the kingdoms formed a secret alliance with a single genocidal goal: the total eradication of Mariga. Curses, plagues, internal discord, and brainwashing were unleashed. Wave after wave of catastrophe devastated the empire. Even the once loyal envoys were twisted into puppets serving the very enemies they were meant to pacify. The relentless rape of the land caused the blood flowers to wither and die. Without the flowers, the geopolitical balance crumbled, and Mariga lost its last shred of value to the world. Those withering petals were the final snowflake that triggered the avalanche. The Mariga Empire now faced the most savage, all-out offensive in human history. Their homeland was reduced to rubble, their people butchered like cattle. To prevent their resources from fueling their enemies, they made a grim choice. Even if it meant total annihilation, they would not let the greed of others win. This despair is the root of the apocalypse we face now. In the encroaching darkness, the dying Marigans grasped at the final straw of survival. Abandoned by their gods, their bodies withered into dry husks. Ates continued, his voice grim. It wasn't just a ritual, it was a curse. Every single citizen of Mariga has been marked. As their lifespans drain away, a seed of monstrosity takes root within their flesh, germinating in the void of their souls. Countless abominations are tearing through their hosts' bodies to emerge. Their sole directive is absolute: the extinction of humanity. Ates's voice trembled slightly. And that is why, Your Highness. Her eyes went wide with shock. When he turned to face her, grotesque red tumors had begun to rupture across his noble features. Ates whispered, I can no longer ascend as a dragon. I am destined to become a monster. Panic seized the princess. Ates, why is this happening to you? He replied heavily. The true nature of the Mariga is a secret kept by the elite. To the world we are known by a more legendary name, the Dragon Clan. As for the envoys, humanity simply calls them the guardians of the kingdom. She stood frozen, trying to process the revelation. Ates declared, an unstoppable wave of darkness has already swallowed the continent. Princess, the apocalypse is upon us. My only remaining desire is to shield you. Far below them, civilians were being crushed without mercy by the awakening beasts. Boulders rained down, crushing the helpless into paste. The behemoths slammed the earth, turning the capital into a hellscape of fire and ash. It truly looked like the end of days. Lind cried out in terror. Your Majesty, the monster count is rising. The capital has fallen. Will you not order a retreat? The king shook his head. There is nowhere left to run. The magic tower is the heart of our mana grid. If it falls, our mages lose their power, and humanity loses its last defense against these beasts. With a face carved from granite, the king descended into the fray. With a roar, he swung his massive greatsword, cleaving a monstrosity in two with a single earth-shattering strike. The battle took its toll. The king leaned heavily on his blade, his breath coming in ragged, desperate gasps. His mind drifted. How time flies. I remember when we first met. We looked the same age, didn't we? Yet in truth you were already walking this earth for nearly 100 years. For your kind, 100 years is merely the dawn of adulthood. We spent those years shoulder to shoulder, bleeding together, drinking together, sharing our deepest secrets. A blade of light surged toward the king. He smiled bitterly. But as I withered with age, you remained eternally frozen in your youth. You could never comprehend the heavy burdens and impossible choices I faced after taking the crown. We were two sides of a coin. You could not understand humanity, and humanity could never truly understand you. The king stood alone amidst the ruins, the inferno raging around him. I remember the day she was born, wrapped in swaddling clothes. The look in your eyes. I had never seen such gentleness. When I saw you hold her, I finally understood. Suddenly a colossal beast stepped forward, the ground quaking under its weight. It gathered energy, a storm of destruction brewing in its maw. The shockwave battered the king. A torrent of pure destructive energy erupted from the beast, a blinding light that swallowed him whole. In his final moment, the king whispered, I was truly wrong. A cataclysmic explosion tore through the castle, the sound echoing into eternity. From the high tower, the princess watched the devastation. Ates knew the truth immediately. The capital is lost. They will be coming for us next. The sky darkened as a swarm of winged horrors descended. He roared, incoming hostiles. The beast slammed into the invisible shield surrounding the spire. The princess cried out, the magic tower's barrier is active. It's nearly impenetrable. Just then, Lewin limped forward, leaning heavily on his staff. Princess, she gasped. Scholar Lewin. Blood soaked the old scholar's robes. General Ates. I come by the king's final decree to evacuate Her Highness. The princess's voice broke. My God, Lewin. Your wounds. Eights nodded grimly. Understood. I will use my wind arts to launch you both to the rendezvous point. Is the contact in place? The princess panicked. Wait, hold on. What is happening? Luin replied. Everything was set for the escape. Then the advisor dropped the heavy news. Your Highness. The Emperor has fallen. She froze, her world shattering. What? Luin revealed the cold truth. This had been the plan all along. With the capital lost to the abyss, we must flee to the neighboring lands. But the princess's eyes darted around in panic. What about General Otis? Is he not coming with us? Eights shook his head, his voice heavy with resignation. There is nowhere left for me to go. Those nightmare creatures, they are my kin. We share the same cursed blood of the Morega. I am a beacon for destruction. Wherever I go, humanity will hunt me down. He sat upon the high tower, the sacred graveyard where knights fell and dragons slept. My fate is tied to this place. I will stand guard until my life force burns to ash. His words struck her like a physical blow, rooting her to the spot. Refusing to accept this tragic ending, she soared into the air. Hovering before him, she declared, Then let me become your Dragon Knight. Eights. Do not forget my heritage. This is my home too. We will protect it together. Do not underestimate me. My wind control arts have reached the peak of perfection. Let us form the blood pact right now. Eights looked up at the brave girl defying destiny. Gently he placed a shimmering dragon scale into her trembling hand. He sighed, a faint smile breaking his resolve. I can never win against you. Very well. By the ancient laws, hold the covenant scale tight. It seemed so simple. With this, our souls are bound for eternity. But Eights finished the sentence with a cruel twist. And for eternity, we shall never meet again. The princess gasped, sensing the shift in the air. What? Suddenly Luin dragged her back. Eights took a combat stance, his aura flaring. Scholar Luin, I entrust her safety to you. She struggled, screaming his name in desperation. Monsieur, Atsimbusit, he turned his back. Go, a princess has no place beside a monster. Your future lies with humanity, not with a beast like me. But in that split second, slam. A hand pierced her chest from behind. Luin's fingers wrapped around her beating heart. Horror froze Aidis's soul. Time itself seemed to stop. The old scholar's face contorted, veins, bulging eyes glowing a demonic crimson. General Eights, the curse isn't limited to your kind. His body erupted into grotesque, writhing tentacles. The monster squeezed her heart, mocking them with a twisted grin. Ah, such a fresh vessel. Such abundant life force to harvest. Tell me, Eights, does watching your beloved die satisfy the debt of the flames that burned me? A maniacal laugh echoed through the void. Ha ha ha! White Dragon Eights, does this pain equal my suffering? Without hesitation, he crushed the heart. Crimson blood sprayed through his fingers like a macabre fountain. In a flash, 3 afterimages of Eights tore through the air. His Qinfeng kill technique slashed forward, severing the monster's tentacles into ribbons. The creature screeched, but the entity known as Citus merely scoffed at the desperate assault. Useless struggle. A shadow clone caught the falling princess. She tried to whisper his name, but the light faded from her tear-filled eyes. Citus sneered, Arrogant white dragon. The life force you humans sacrifice is barely a drop in the ocean needed to summon my true form. This vessel is merely one of thousands. My seeds have already been scattered to the winds. They are parasitic nightmares devouring life from the shadows. When the time is right, they will burst forth just like they did from this old man. Your entire race will mutate into avenging beasts, sweeping the world in chaos. And you are already sinking deep into the abyss of the curse. You knew this, didn't you? Sooner or later, your precious princess was destined for a tragic end. You were powerless. Perhaps you would have become the monster that killed her yourself. You loathe your weakness, and you hate the humans who caused this even more. Hatred, regret, grief, rage, despair. Your heart is overflowing with delicious darkness. Such intense, beautiful emotions. But what if I told you? I could rewrite this tragedy. The monster leaned in. I hear your heart pounding like a war drum. I am Citus, the dominator of the old world, an omnipotent god. I can purge the monsters, save your kingdom, and even resurrect your beloved princess, so you need never be parted again. All of this can be yours. I only ask for one small trade, like a twist in a manhwa recap. Give me your heart. That is the price. Eights sat in silence. Choose die here and be devoured, or let her rise as your true dragon knight. You two could become eternal guardians of this realm. This body is crumbling. My patience is wearing thin. You are out of time, white dragon. The figure on the ground began to blur. In the silence, the shadow holding the princess watched as Eights made his choice. The dragon heart was offered up. Citus grinned in triumph. My dear white dragon, you chose wisely. I shall grant your heart the supreme blessing. It will beat for eternity. A beam of pure energy shot from the heart into the princess's chest. The one you love shall inherit this power, awakening as a god. Though you have lost your heart, you will not perish or turn into a beast. You shall ascend as a guardian dragon, remaining by her side forever. Blinding light erupted from the tower, piercing the heavens. Eitz's form twisted and grew, unleashing a roar that shook the very foundations of the earth. Huge wings blotted out the night sky. Dragon breath rained down like divine judgment, turning the city below into an inescapable sea of flames. The inferno consumed every alley and street. Sidus watched with glee. Yes. With my power you have the strength to purge this entire kingdom of filth. The dragon's fire did not discriminate, incinerating the infected humans below. The flames roared higher, refusing to die down. Yes. Look at all that lifespan flowing in. Sidus cheered as lightning crackled around the tower. The princess's lifeless body floated up, and Sidus began the merger. Grotesque tentacles erupted from her lower half as the entity took hold. It is all mine, absolute control. A pity my current state is too weak to possess a mighty dragon directly. This human vessel will have to suffice for now. No matter. As long as I manipulate that white dragon, harvesting souls is child's play. But then Sidus paused. Wait. The kingdom is ash. Why is the beast still lingering in the sky? Hovering directly in front of her possessed eyes were two shimmering white dragon scales. He realized this was the scale of eternal vows. A pact to never see the princess again, sworn to guard the kingdom's tower forever. This was the oath the white dragon swore before sealing their contract. Only now did Sidus understand the truth. That dragon had foreseen his every plan, choosing to imprison himself within this leaning magic tower to seal his own fate. That damned white dragon. He would rather become an undying corpse than be a pawn in my game. Fine, then I will transform this tower into my lair and harvest the lifespan of every fool who dares enter. Sidus vowed that one day he would fully resurrect and dominate the world once more. Stars shifted, oceans turned to dust, and countless eras drifted by in the silence of time. Xinfeng returned to reality, staring at the leaning tower with a storm of emotions brewing in his chest. Was that vision merely the background lore for this system Manhwa world? No. That feeling was far too visceral. It wasn't just code. It felt like the true history of how these monsters came to be, echoing with ancient sorrow. He watched in awe as dark energy swirled before his eyes. System alert. Congratulations. You have obtained a mythical grade skill, Qin Feng of Slaughter. Creates 3 shadow clones lasting 7 seconds. These clones replicate the original body's skills and deal 100% damage. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. These pitch-black shadows were born from the white dragon's will. Sustaining them requires immense mental power, fueled by the desire to protect what matters most. For 15 years, the white dragon never once abandoned them. Searching his memories, Qinfeng recognized this immediately. It was the signature ability of the white dragon Eights. With this skill alone, my damage output quadruples in an instant. Is this really just a mythical skill? Its power is absolutely terrifying. System update incoming. Congratulations. You received the key to the Magic Leaning Tower shelter. You gained 50,000 experience points. Level up. You are now level 19. You received 360 evolution points. Congratulations. You obtained 7 pieces of equipment. You obtained 3 skill books. You obtained the key to the Skull City Ruins Gate. You obtained the level 20 Skull City Ruins map. Qinfeng opened the interface with curiosity. Skull City. Is this a hidden expansion area? I've never heard of this place before. Where is it located? Seeing a red circle on the map, Qinfeng frowned. It was an isolated island in the inland sea. Could this location have once been part of the Mariga Empire's territory? He deduced it must have a deep connection to Maria the White Dragon's homeland. That place is guaranteed to hide ancient secrets and legendary treasures. The entry requirement is level 20, and I am already 19. I will be ready soon. But first, business calls. I need to liquidate this key. Meanwhile, at the fakey heavy industry encampment near the man-faced tree, subordinates were panicking around President Hui Fen. President, what are our orders? There is no way we can defeat a Jade-tier boss. Someone suggested, should we contact Qinfeng and ask him to intervene? She was out of options. Desperation forced her hand. I will contact our connections in Shanghai City immediately. Rumor has it they have a good relationship with Qinfeng. I will ask them to send a message. Suddenly a voice cut through the air. President Huang, no need for such complications. We can trade directly. Ziking jumped back in shock. Qinfeng, when the hell did you get in here? Why are you sneaking around like a ghost? Qinfeng stepped out of stealth, his presence commanding. Relax. If I had any malicious intent, you would all be corpses by now. Just a friendly tip, the shelter's barrier is open. Anyone can stroll in as easily as I did. Hui Fen narrowed her eyes. Qinfeng, you mentioned a trade. What exactly are you offering? He produced the key, the metal glinting in the dim light. The ownership rights to the magic Leaning Tower shelter, of course. Well, is President Huang interested? Ziking gasped. What, the shelter key? Qin Feng actually soloed a jade tier boss. Disbelief rippled through the crowd. Impossible. But Hui Fen didn't hesitate. I want it, absolutely. Name your price. Qin Feng stated calmly. As I mentioned before, 1,000 years of lifespan. She nodded instantly. Deal. Thank you. But Ziking exploded. Qin Feng, you shameless scumbag. You planned this from the start. He pointed a trembling finger at Qin Feng's face. First you attack me, then you destroy the teleportation gate to cripple our combat power, leading to our entire team getting wiped out. And now, you act like a saint, selling it back to us for 1,000 years. I have never met anyone as despicable as you in my entire life. Her voice turned icy, seeing her son's foolishness. Huang Ziking, stand down. But he played the righteous hero. Mom, we cannot let Qin Feng scam us like this. That key rightfully belongs to us. The guild paid a bloody price for this raid. We cannot just let it slip away. Qin Feng let out a bored, "Oh," and asked, "So what do you propose?" Ziking smirked. Hand over the key and pay us 1,800 years of lifespan as compensation. Do that, and we will drop the matter. Qin Feng chuckled darkly. President Huang, you really raised a genius son? His expression hardened. Fine. Let's follow his suggestion then. The price is now 1,800 years. I won't accept a day less. Ziking gloated, oblivious to the danger. See, Mom, you have to treat trash like him with force. Wait, what did you just say? Hui Fen's face went pitch black. Qin Feng shrugged. I came here with sincerity to do business, but since I was insulted, the price adjusted. 1,800 years. Take it or leave it. Without a word, Hui Fen turned and slapped her son so hard he spat blood. You... Before he could speak, she barked orders. Little Kui, drag Huang Ziking away to the leveling zones. He is not allowed to return until I say so. The aides grabbed him immediately. Yes, Aunt Huang. Ziking struggled, confused and angry. Wait, I wasn't finished. Why did you hit me? Hui Fen turned to Qin Feng, bowing her head in shame. Qin Feng, I apologize. I failed to educate my son properly. I hope you can overlook this joke. About the price. Surely we can negotiate. Qin Feng remained cold. 1,800 years. Do I need to repeat myself? She sighed, accepting defeat. 1,800 years is fair. Rumor has it you sold shelters in Zhanghai for 2,000. However, our guild suffered catastrophic losses today. Can we pay in installments? Qin Feng nodded. Acceptable. Pay 1,000 years now. I will collect the remaining 800 in 10 days. Hui Fen bowed. Thank you. I agree. System alert. You have transferred the key to the magic Leaning Tower shelter. You have received 1,000 years of tradable lifespan. The transaction was complete. Qin Feng turned away. Pleasure doing business. As he vanished into the shadows, he mused, FICA heavy industry still has potential. If they develop this platinum-grade shelter well, they could become a key pillar of strength for Great Xia. Hui Fen turned to her remaining troops, her voice resolute. Listen up. From this moment on, FICA Heavy Industry will establish this platinum-grade magic Leaning Tower as our main base of operations. The guild announced a mandatory 50% lifetime tax until all debts are cleared. It sounds steep, but it is a necessary sacrifice for our future glory. I expect everyone to push past their limits for this. The members nodded in agreement. Guildmaster, we stand united as one heart. Meanwhile, Xiaokui tried to reason with Ziqing. Don't blame her, you were truly in the wrong today. But he snapped back, stubborn as a mule. Get lost, don't bother me. That damned Qin Feng, he muttered, grinding his teeth. I'll make him pay soon enough. Suddenly a scout on the front line shouted, Watch out, incoming! A massive silver-rank human-faced spider emperor blocked their path. Combat mode. Healer, get over here now. Xiaokui responded instantly. I'm coming. The team braced themselves. Stay sharp. The boss uses poison focus on detoxification buffs. She nodded confidently. Don't worry, I've got this. But Ziqing had other plans. He turned and sprinted in the opposite direction, abandoning his team. He scoffed as he ran. Bunch of idiots digging their own graves. Just looking at Xiaokui makes me sick. I don't know what my mother is thinking trying to set us up. This whole guild is filled with rats leveling at a snail's pace. They don't understand the brutal rules of this leveling Manhwa world. You have to seize every opportunity to survive. That is the only true justice. That Qin Feng guy. He must be using underhanded methods like this to surpass everyone else. He pulled out a dark vase swirling with mysterious purple mist. Do they really think I'm a fool that I'd challenge the Qin Feng without an ace up my sleeve? This is a treasure I pulled from an emerald tier chest. The item description shimmered the abyssal vase. Reach in, and you might just pull out a god-tier skill. Cooldown time 48 hours. The Abyssal Puppet Curse. An epic tier spell capable of transforming a corpse into a puppet under your absolute control. The puppet keeps all the powers it had in life. Ziqing clutched the eye-shaped artifact, trembling with excitement. This skill, it's more than enough. I just need one chance to kill the Qinfeng and slave him with this, and I'll be invincible. But he ignored the ominous warning etched on the vase. The abyss holds infinite power. But remember, when you stare into the abyss stares back at you. Meanwhile, in the desolate dry-bone graveyard of the Demon City ruins, Guiling's attacks rained down on the undead. Finally, the last skeleton crumbled into dust. 5,608 damage. The system chimed. Your weapon has evolved from silver to gold rank. Experience points sufficient for class advancement. Do you wish to advance? Guiling exhaled relief washing over her. Finally, enough experience. She didn't hesitate, shouting with determination. Advance. A torrent of power exploded outward. Crimson light pierced the sky as magical energy surged to the heavens, looking like the climax of an awakening manhwa. The notification flashed gold rank Yellow Springs chain. Exclusive weapon of the Yellow Springs blade. It can shapeshift at will. Effect underworld suppression strips 2 layers of armor. Passive stealth increased by 2. Unlocked Eye of the Yellow Springs and Touch of the Yellow Springs. The Eye is a mental attack trapping foes in illusions. The higher the spirit, the longer it lasts. The Touch of the Yellow Springs tracks enemies by scent. It has a 50% chance to deal double critical damage. It works on classes lower than her level and inflicts the pale fire burning effect. Guiling felt the surge, higher damage, faster speed, and mental attacks that countered the Plague King's disease source. Dongfang Yue. This time I will end you. For my parents, she sent a quick message. Teacher, I've reached the 2nd tier. I will repay your kindness later. Qinfeng knew instantly what this meant. Looks like Guiling succeeded. That girl was relentless. Seeing her go offline immediately, he knew she was heading straight for revenge against Dongfang Yue. He searched his memories. In his past life, she succeeded in the kill, but her soft heart was her downfall. She spared a pet dog. That small mistake allowed a beast tamer to track her true identity. Enemies swarmed her from all sides, hunting her down like an animal. The siege lasted for days, costing the government countless elites. In the end, the legendary assassin Guiling died from sheer exhaustion. Her death weakened the government, plunging the Demon City into months of chaos. She had infinite potential, but she was too young, her mind too unstable, her methods too messy. Qinfeng made a decision. I have to protect her. He logged off immediately. He had to ensure history didn't repeat itself. Back in reality, outside the Dongfeng Manor in the Demon City, guards yawned at their posts. When is this shift over? I need to go down the mountain and find some girls. They shared a lecherous grin. To be honest, I think Madame Dongfeng still has it. She's got that mature charm. I've been thinking the same thing. One dreamed aloud. Once we level up, we'll kill the Plague King and keep Dongfang Yue for ourselves. Wait, his partner interrupted, pointing ahead. Look. Through the thick mist, a familiar silhouette emerged. Dongfang Yue sat there waiting, wearing a dress that left little to the imagination. The guards gasped. Madame, why are you here? And dressed like that? Her voice was dripping with honey. I can't stand that weak, useless husband of mine anymore. I need a real man to fill the void. Can you two help me? They were practically drooling. Madame, are you serious? They shoved each other aside. Me first. No, get out of my way, I'm first. Idiots, she purred. Why not both? As they rushed in, a blade flashed. Heads rolled. The image of Dongfang Yue dissolved into mist. It was Guiling's illusion all along. With the trash taken out, she vanished into the shadows. Moments later, she arrived at a zone thick with toxic gas. But Chen Wuming Yi was already waiting, lounging comfortably. He opened one eye. A little rat has scurried in. Even though she was in stealth landing silently, Guiling froze. She sensed danger. Suddenly, Chen Wuming Yi launched himself from above. He grabbed her in an instant. A blast of pressurized gas exploded from his rear, propelling him downward like a rocket. The momentum slammed them into the ground. This manor has a barrier, he sneered, pinning her down. My ammonia gas fills the air. I can feel anyone who moves through it. I wondered who it was. His hand tightened around her throat. Turns out it's the little clown who ran away last time. You've gotten stronger. He taunted, the toxic fog swirling around them. Maybe if you had a few more years to grow, you might have actually been a worthy opponent. The thrill was absolutely intoxicating. I want to end you right here. No, I must have patience. I need you to level up just a little bit more. But my bloodlust is boiling over. The man was losing his mind. Damn it, to kill, or not to kill, kill, or spare. Suddenly, the sickening sound of bone snapping echoed. Guiling's head tilted at an unnatural angle. Shen Wuming realized his mistake. He had crushed her too hard. Terror gripped him. No! What have I done? Damn it, you useless fool! Suddenly, 3 razor-sharp claws ripped through Chen Wuming from behind, causing him to cough up blood. The real Guiling stood behind him, driving her claws through his chest. He froze in shock. What the? Thought I was dead, she sneered. Yellow Spring's Eye, you were trapped in my illusion long ago. Die, you fool. Chen Wuming stammered in disbelief. So an illusion since when? Her eyes glowed with a crimson demonic light. The moment you looked into my eyes, your fate was already sealed. The realization hit him hard. It was when he grabbed her neck. Chen Wuming collapsed to the ground, accepting his defeat. I lost. You are a worthy opponent. Meanwhile, in the room upstairs, Fang Yue threw the window open and screamed. What is all that racket outside? Can't a woman get some sleep? Do you want me to execute every single one of you? She glared down at Chen Wuming's corpse. He was the only one left standing down there. Fang Yue screamed in sudden terror. We're done for, an intruder. Guards, get here now. The guards scrambled to protect the mistress of the East and search for the assassin. Nantian rubbed his eyes, sitting up in bed. Mom, what's happening? She replied. Enemies have found us again. Nantian, stay here and don't run off. I'll call your father. Nantian smiled reassuringly. Don't be scared, Mom. I'm 18 now, and I'm an awakened class holder. I'll protect you. Fang Yu hugged her son, moved to tears. My sweet son, I'm so touched. If only your trash father was half as elite as you are, life would be perfect. Suddenly, with a sharp click, the door swung open on its own. She spun around, eyes wide with vigilance. Who's there? Nantian hid under the covers in fear as a bodyguard's corpse toppled into the room. Bodies littered the hallway outside. Fang Yue gasped. The guards are dead. How is this possible? Is it a shadow user? Did he find out our plan? A voice from the shadows asked coolly. What plan? Guiling stepped into the light. Fang Yue demanded, Who are you? We have no quarrel, so why attack us? Guiling laughed darkly. No quarrel, Dong Fang Yue, don't you recognize me? She pulled the hood from her head. Open your eyes and look closely. Who am I really? Fang Yue went pale with shock. It's you. That damn brat, you're still alive. A blade pierced through her chest instantly. Guiling's voice was heavy with gloom. Die, you devil. You killed my parents. Now I'll make your son watch you die. Dong Fang Yue pleaded, blood spilling from her lips. I surrender. I have just one request. Please don't hurt my son. Guiling hoisted her up, scoffing. Ridiculous. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Fang Yue gasped. This is a grudge between us. My son is innocent. Guiling roared. Shut up. Did you think about mercy when you slaughtered my parents? Die. With a burst of energy, the woman's body was obliterated, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. The gruesome sight terrified Nantian. Guiling huffed a wave of relief washing over her. With her vengeance complete, she glanced at the child trembling in the corner. Seeing her gaze, the boy shrank back under the blanket. She turned and walked away, her footsteps fading into the silence of the room. Guiling had shown mercy and spared the child. But behind her, Nantian let out a chilling, triumphant laugh. The boy spoke. I was getting sick of her constant control anyway. I should really thank you. Hey, big sister. Wang Tai gets to eat fresh girl meat today. Guiling froze. 3 looming shadows appeared ahead of her. She spun around to see what was happening. The corpses were dancing like puppets on strings, and Nantian was the puppeteer pulling them. I want to play with her for a while. It turned out the boy held a unique hidden class, the Necromancer Shaman. The Necromancer Shaman lacks physical strength, but possesses immense innate mental power to control the dead. Once enhanced, these corpses regain the full combat abilities they had in life. Guiling was overwhelmed instantly. She groaned as a heavy blow sent her flying backward. She crashed to the ground, coughing up blood. The puppets swarmed toward her. One even fired a gun. Just as Guiling accepted that her life was over, the puppets suddenly collapsed around her. The pain she was bracing for never came. Guiling looked up confused while the monsters were lying motionless. A voice cut through the air. Let me give you a piece of advice. It was Qin Feng holding Nantian's severed head in his hand. Mercy to your enemy is cruelty to yourself. And the dog Wang Chai was crushed under his foot. She stared at the newcomer in shock. Who are you? It was Qin Feng who had taught Guiling a hard lesson. Guiling, never show a shred of pity to your enemies. She recognized the voice immediately. Master, thank you. He cast a spell. Forbidden art. Blooming flowers. Red spider lilies carpeted the room. Guiling broke down sobbing. Mom, Dad, I finally avenged you. Qin Feng approached her. Your great vendetta is over. Do you have any plans for what comes next? I don't know, she whispered. Maybe I'll just die and reunite with my parents. Qin Feng understood. When revenge ends, only emptiness remains. You chose a path of no return, so you must have been prepared for the end. If you seek eternal silence, I won't stop you. However, there is one thing you should know. This divine game holds infinite possibilities and secrets within this system, Manhwa world, including a way to resurrect the dead. As long as a person keeps moving forward, they will encounter infinite possibilities. If revenge was your only goal, then ignore my words. But if you still have the will to move forward, then stand up and follow me. The choice is yours. His words ignited a spark within Guiling. She pushed herself up from the floor and ran after Qin Feng's retreating figure, back in the real world's demon city at the Pure Soul Sanctuary. Guiling looked around in awe. Teacher, where is this? Qin Feng replied. This is my hideout in reality, the Pure Soul Land. The gates opened to reveal a luxurious mansion. You will live here from now on. It was breathtakingly grand. A maid stepped forward to greet them. Welcome home, master. Guiling gasped. You even have a maid. He ordered dinner to be prepared for two. She was created from the God's Fist Book. Guiling blinked in surprise. The God's Fist Book. The maid bowed. Understood, master. Qin Feng explained the true value of the Divine Fist Tome. It wasn't just a book, but a legendary artifact capable of forging essential items. Late tonight, he promised, I will take you to challenge the Divine Fist Tower in the demon capital. Clutching the tome tightly, she bowed with deep respect. Thank you, master. Meanwhile, back in reality, at the Chu family manor, mere moments after Qin Feng and Ghost Spirit vanished, Chu Kunshan, the military advisor of the demon capital and husband of Dongfang Yue, stormed onto the scene. Panic twisted his face as he barked at his bodyguards. Hurry up, search everywhere. I won't let a single hair on my wife or son's head be harmed. His mind raced with paranoia. Yue called for help in the dead of night. Who would dare attack us? Could it be? The Qin Feng, cold sweat dripped down his back. Did he discover our plan at the fireworks factory impossible? The guards scoured every inch of the floor and the bedroom, searching for the slightest clue. A guard stepped forward to report, trembling. Sir, there are signs of a violent struggle in the manor, but we cannot find a single person. Kunshan grabbed him by the collar. What? He roared. Where are my wife and son not found? What about the guards and servants? None of them. The bodyguard stammered, report. No one is here. Not even a corpse. No bodies. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, it's exactly like the massacre at the Dongfang estate. Living without a trace, dead without a body. The horrifying truth crushed him. Yeah, Nantian. I'm afraid they are already gone. Tears streamed down his face as he screamed, It was the Qin Feng. He slaughtered my family. Issue a citywide warrant. Bring me the Qin Feng's head. Xingyue, who had accompanied the team, narrowed her eyes. What makes you so certain it was the Qin Feng? Because the method is identical, Kunshan cried out. He wiped out my wife's entire lineage at the Dongfang house, and now he's come for mine. The Dongfang case was never conclusively linked to the Qin Feng, she countered coldly. And now that your family has vanished, there is even less evidence connecting him to this crime. Her voice dropped to an icy whisper. Unless you know something we don't. Perhaps your family crossed the Qin Feng, and this is retribution. Kunshan's expression darkened amidst his tears. Watch your tongue, woman. Qingyue, are you questioning the military advisor of the demon capital? She stood her ground. I don't need to threaten you, Advisor Chu. Advisor Chu, Qingyue announced. The Sky Guild recently captured members of the Black Dragon Guild and handed them over to the authorities. Under interrogation, they confessed. You ordered the assault on the Qin Feng's hideout. They admitted you planned to lure him to the fireworks factory and detonate it to kill him. We originally planned to catch your men red-handed at the factory, but with Dongfang Yue missing, we suspect she fled to avoid prosecution. She flashed her badge. Advisor Chu, you are under arrest for abuse of power and conspiracy to commit terrorism. You're coming with us. As the cuffs clicked shut, Kunshan screamed, What do you think you're doing? Qingyue, you have some nerve. You collude with those trash guilds and dare to arrest a government official like me. Government or not, I stand with justice, she replied calmly. He struggled against the officers. Let me go, she sighed. Advisor Chu, save yourself the dignity and cooperate. If you are truly innocent, you can file a complaint later. Right now, we are taking you to the demon capital prison for interrogation. Inside those walls, time flows 100 times faster, draining your lifespan. You better prepare yourself. Kunshan cursed vilely as they shoved him into the transport vehicle. Damn you. You can't do this to me. I'll report this to the top brass. But high above on a branch, a predator named Tony had locked onto his prey. Found him. That noisy man is our target, isn't he? His partner confirmed, that's the one. Demon Capital Advisor Chu Kunshan. Let's move. Below, the convoy sped through the night headlights, cutting through the darkness like blades. Inside the car, Kunshan spat, "Qingyue, I will ruin you for this. You can't just throw me in a cell." She didn't flinch. "This arrest comes from the highest authority. Save your breath and stop screaming." He fell silent. Suddenly, tires screeched as the vehicle slammed on the brakes. A blinding light tore through the night. It smashed into the windshield, sending the car spinning off the road and crashing into the ditch. Xingyue groaned from the impact. "Damn it! What happened?" A subordinate screamed. "We're trapped. I can't move." Terror seized her as she heard a heavy thud on the roof. Something had landed. The roof was ripped open. Kunshan, unconscious and limp, was hoisted out by his collar. Tony grinned. "Too easy. Mission accomplished." From the other car, officers shouted, "Drop the hostage, hands in the air or we shoot." Tony laughed, mocking them. These government dogs don't know who they're dealing with. Guns were raised. A dark-faced brute stepped forward, swinging a massive hammer. With a roar, he unleashed a meteor fire strike, crushing the police vehicle. Instantly, flames erupted in a hellish inferno. Agonized screams pierced the air as the fire devoured the car's interior. Tony whistled. "Damn, that's some serious firepower." The bald man behind him nodded. Lord Thedo didn't lie. Zhong Hao stepped out of the blaze looking euphoric. "Ecstasy. There is nothing like killing dogs of the Xia government. This enhancement is incredible. Lord Thedo's card boosted my stats by 5 times. Even at level 10, I wield the power of a level 50 awakened." He shook his head. "Pity their lifespans are so pathetic. Even combining all of them, it doesn't add up to 100 years. Tony scoffed. "They're just bugs. Once we finish the mission, Lord Thedo will grant us 1,000 years of life. Let's go." With Lord Thedo's power, killing the Qinfeng and avenging xianxia is only a matter of time. Unseen, Qingyue watched from the wreckage of her car. Suddenly, the woman in their squad halted. "Wait." The bald man looked back. "What is it?" A chilling, killing intent radiated from her. "I sense a rat. Someone is still alive in that car." Qingyue's blood ran cold. Before she could move, a massive fireball launched toward her hiding spot. Boom! The vehicle exploded, scattering debris everywhere. Meijing smiled cruelly. "Not a single dog survives." She turned to her team. "You guys still thinking about that xianxia girl? I'm actually getting jealous. Is my figure not curvy enough for you?" The men quickly flattered her. "Lady Meijing, you are lovely. But Lady xianxia, she was an old friend who gave us a lot of pleasure. According to Eastern tradition, we must honor her memory by avenging her and sending her killers to hell to meet her." Thick black smoke billowed into the sky, carrying the scent of burnt flesh. But amidst the chaos, Qingyue had miraculously slipped away, trembling behind a tree, realizing this was the brutal reality of a leveling Manhwa world. She had unlocked a hidden class, the Ghost Hunter. Along with it came a passive skill that screams survival, killing, intent perception. At the very moment of death, it triggers an automatic evasion. Having escaped death this time, the skill went on a cooldown of 100 hours. These assassins were the filth left behind by the Alice Guild. A man named Thedo sent them to kidnap Su Kunshan. Their squad was wiped out, but I need to report this immediately. Meanwhile, Qinfeng's party had arrived at the ruins of the demon capital, standing before the Tower of Divine Fist. He introduced the Guardian NPC, a tragic figure known simply as Mother. Her true name was Queen Virginia of the Broken Page. Before she became a mere system guardian, she watched her 2 children get slaughtered right before her eyes. The trauma shattered her mind, locking her in a permanent delusion where she believed her children were still alive. If a normal player challenged her, she would issue an impossible quest to find her son and daughter. But in this leveling, Manhwa knowledge is the ultimate weapon. The only way to exploit this NPC is a specific strategy. A young man and woman must form a party to challenge her. Virginia will see them as her late children, Eisen and Anna. The difficulty of the battle plummets and the loot tier skyrockets. So the rule is simple: walk in there and call her mom. That is why she is the mother. Qinfeng urged Ghost Spirit forward. "Let's go. You handle the emotional reunion. I'll handle the rest." Virginia had been waiting in the darkness for a long time. She spoke, her voice trembling. "My children, you've finally returned. You came back for the Divine Fist tome, didn't you?" Ghost Spirit didn't miss a beat. "Yes, Mom." Tears welled up in her eyes, a perfect performance. "Mom, I missed you so much." Virginia replied softly, "I missed you too. My child, although I want to give it to you directly, the rules of the tower bind me. You must complete the challenge." Her stats flashed before them. Queen Virginia, level 20 Emerald rank. She beckoned them. "Come, defeat my avatar. Mom is rooting for you." Ghost Spirit stared at the massive NPC manifestation. "It's huge. System alert, Mother's blessing received. All attributes boosted by 20%. Qinfeng didn't hesitate. Qinfeng's erupted from his form, the Qinfeng Slaughter Strike. He launched straight at Virginia's avatar. Shield. Qin Feng / damage numbers cascaded like a waterfall. -123. -512. System update avatar of Queen Virginia destroyed. Challenge successful. Ghost spirit stood frozen. Did he just use 3 shadows? That was an instant kill. The quadruple. Qin Feng's slaughter radiated a terrifying dark aura. She stammered. Insta-killed. 3 avatars at once. Master, what kind of god-tier skill was that? That was insane. Virginia approached them, eyes full of love. Izan Anna, look how much you've grown. You are strong and brave now. She handed the books to the girl. Especially my little Anna. You've become a fine young woman. Here, take these 9 books of divine bestowal. Take them all. Ghost Spirit hugged the NPC caught in the emotion. Thank you, Mom. Virginia whispered. Little Anna. Mom loves you. Qin Feng thought to himself, Virginia gives everything to her children, without hesitation. Because of this, players constantly exploit her, letting her trade her own lifespan for the divine books, until she eventually dies. Virginia turned to him. Isun, what do you desire? Qin Feng answered calmly. I want the communication bracelet divine book. She agreed immediately. Done. Wait a moment. Virginia began condensing her own life force. I don't have the book on hand, so I will forge it with my own time. The bracelet floated to him. Here, son. System alert. You received the communication bracelet. You have sacrificed 150 days of your lifespan to save hers. Item is tradable. Virginia smiled, a touch of sadness in her eyes. Son, you didn't need to give me your lifespan. Qin Feng remained firm. Take it, Mom. It's a gift from your son. We have to go now. Virginia watched their backs as they walked away, calling out one last time. Stay safe. My son, protect little Anna. Don't let her leave your side. Ghost Spirit felt a warmth spreading in her chest at those words. Master represents the big brother figure perfectly. She ran after Qin Feng. Master. Should I call you Master or Big Brother from now on? Big Brother sounds nice, doesn't it? Suddenly the air grew heavy. A suffocating killing intent radiated from Qin Feng. Call me whatever you want. Anything but Big Brother. She flinched. Okay. But inside she wondered. Why such a harsh rejection? What dark past is he hiding behind those eyes? Just then Qin Feng received a message from An Yu. Big Shot, are you there? He replied. An Yu? What's wrong? She hesitated. Is it convenient for you to show me your friends list? He frowned. Why do you need that? An Yu dropped the bomb. A serial killer has appeared in Shanghai City. 7 people are dead, and the rumors say the twisted killer is you. Qin Feng scoffed. What kind of nonsense is that? She continued. The investigation shows the victims die exactly when you log out and stop dying when you log in. The killer knows government protocols perfectly. That's why they suspect you. But we know you. You'd never do something so low. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as he realized the truth. So someone is framing me. And the only person who can see my exact online status must be someone on my friends list. Qin Feng analyzed the situation cold logic. Correct. Besides your team, my list only has the guild master of the Holy Night Temple, Wu De Hui Huang, and the wilderness player, White Milk Xiaoxu. In the demon capital, there is Old Man Zhang of the Firmament Guild, and his granddaughter, 10 Miles Green Mountain, who is also a member of my guild. And Yu agreed. All right, I'll send people to investigate them. He asked, where were the bodies found? She replied, scattered across Shanghai City. Big Shot. Are you planning to investigate this yourself? Hearing his confirmation, An Yu cheered. That's great. If the Big Shot handles it, the killer is done for in minutes. I've sent you the files. Sorry to trouble you, boss. Qin Feng turned to Ghost Spirit. Ghost Spirit, log out. I have a quest for you. She stood at attention. Understood, Master. Back in reality, he handed her an item. This is the communication bracelet. It bridges the game and reality. And take my Ghost Wolf mount. Ride it to Shanghai City and find this serial killer. She hesitated. You're giving me the mount, but Master, I don't know how to investigate crimes. Qin Feng's gaze hardened. Someone is setting a trap for me. They staged these murders to match my offline schedule. Go hunt them down. I scanned my friends list, but it was filled with mediocrity. My online patterns were definitely being monitored by Wang Meng's dogs. A rat was hiding in their ranks. Her unique skill, the Netherworld Touch, allowed her to track targets by their very spiritual signature. That makes you the perfect hunter for this mission. The dossier is in your hands. Utilize your abilities wisely, and the task is as good as done. Ghost Spirit bowed, eyes burning with resolve. Understood, Master. I will drag the mastermind out of the shadows. Internalizing his faith in her, she vowed never to let him down. Meanwhile, back in the gritty reality of the demon capital, Tony escorted Kun Shan into a secluded hotel. Lord Theodore, the package has been delivered. The old man smirked. Excellent work, Tony. Kun Shan's voice trembled. Theodore? The diplomat? He turned, a sophisticated smile playing on his lips. My dear Chu, it seems you haven't forgotten our delightful chat at the embassy banquet. I couldn't stand seeing a talent like you rot, so I pulled some strings. Cold sweat drenched Kun Shan's back. It really was him. The legendary Theodore. If I'm not mistaken, everyone here is a fugitive connected to xianxia. Tell me, are you hunting the vigilante Qin Feng or the great Xia government? Theodore shrugged casually. Is there really a difference? We all know the officials, and that vigilante Qin Feng are bedfellows. Kun Shan gritted his teeth. My family was butchered. Yet instead of hunting Qin Feng, they target a military strategist like me. You didn't save me for charity. Speak. What do you want? The cards guided me to you, he revealed mystically. Fate whispers that you hold the key to finding what I seek. Mr. Chu, reveal your class. Kun Shan realized the game was up. I am the sole holder of a hidden support class. The Feng Shui Master. First skill, Yin-Yang Harmony. When activated, it twists the emotions of my enemies. Passively, it amplifies damage against spectral entities. Second skill, Leyline Perception. I can locate treasures, monsters, and read the geomantic omen of any location. A legendary hidden class, yet useless for combat. A black and white diagram manifested at his fingertips. Yin-Yang Harmony. Activated. Tony suddenly snarled at his ally. You moron, didn't you hear Lord Theodore? He's useful. The other thug snapped back. Tony, say one more word and I'll end you. If it weren't for Chen Shishi, you'd be dead already. I've had enough of your trash. Their eyes glowed with crimson madness as reason evaporated. Die. I gave you face, now eat my fist. Kun Shan explained calmly. This is the power of my skill. They will tear each other apart until death. However, it fails against anyone 5 levels above me. Theodore clapped slowly. Magnificent. Truly magnificent, Mr. Chu. He drew a glowing card. That is quite enough violence for now. We fight the system, not each other. The Moon God Purification card materialized, hovering like a celestial judgment above the brawling madmen. Holy light bathed the room, instantly washing away the negative status effects. The 2 thugs froze fists mid-air. Mei Jing gasped. Mr. Chu, your skills are terrifying. Both are heavily injured. Theodore turned to the woman. Miss Mei Jing, patch them up if you would. Understood, Lord Theodore. The old man commanded. Rest tonight. We move once they recover. Kun Shan stood frozen. My yin-yang harmony isn't easily broken by standard purification. Just what kind of monster is this guy? Theodore's voice broke his trance. So, Mr. Chu. Theodore held up another card. Welcome to the team. I hold the unique hidden class Fortune Teller. I draw destiny itself, to buff, purify, or teleport. This wasn't just a standard manhwa recap, this was a gathering of monsters. Meanwhile, in Zhonghai City, Ghost Spirit arrived on her spectral netherwolf, scanning the area. Her fingers grazed a lingering wisp of red energy. Got you. This is the killer's aura. She locked onto the trail of crimson motes. That way. Kicking the wolf into motion, she commanded, Ride Netherwolf, we hunt. Back in the real world at Qinfeng's old apartment, a knock echoed. Xiao Yu opened the door, eyes lighting up. Ran, you're here. She glanced at the white-haired man beside Chu Ran. Is this the buyer? Wow, you work fast. I only mentioned selling the house yesterday. Chu Ran shook her head. Not exactly, Xiao Yu. This is a fortune teller I hired. I want him to locate your missing brother. Rentu stepped forward politely. Greetings. I am the diviner Rentu. Xiao Yu blinked, confused. Divination for my brother, why? I have to move out in 2 days, Chu Ran explained, her voice heavy. I can't leave you here all alone. Xiao Yu grabbed her shoulders. Move, where are you going so suddenly? The Zhonghai government unearthed a platinum-rank hidden zone, the holy sanctuary near the stadium, Chu Ran admitted. They invited the Dream Sand River Guild to join the raid and I have to go. She gestured to the man. Master Ren's predictions are legendary. He will find Qin Feng. Qin Feng has always been reliable. If we ask him, he will protect you. Xiao Yu's expression darkened. Ran, I appreciate it, but I don't need him. 19 years of sibling bond meant nothing to him. If he says he doesn't need me, then fine. Finding him won't change a thing. I'm guarding the dungeon entrance for Qin Feng now. I see him often. Eventually, Qin Feng will see my worth and let me join his guild of Qin Fengs. Meiyaif. Shuikyo. Chu Ran sighed. Qin Feng is a stranger, Xiao Yu. I'd feel safer if your own brother was watching over you. Just give it a try. I have packing to finish, so I must go. Just then, Ren Tu stepped in. Miss Qin, do you have any of your brother's belongings? I need a medium for the spell. Xiao Yu crossed her arms. I told you, I don't want him found. Ren Tu ignored her, stepping past her into the apartment. Miss Chu mentioned you lived together for years. This space must be saturated with his aura. That is enough. Xiao Yu chased after him, furious. Who said you could come in, get out? Miss Chin, I sense a strong destiny between us, he said, smoothly cutting her off. So this reading is on the house. He drew a card. Prepare to witness the truth. Satisfaction is the ultimate goal, but disappointment isn't fatal either. A spiritual omen card materialized before her eyes. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss of the ocean, a silent figure lay dormant in the crushing darkness. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in confusion. What does this mean? Ren Tu declared with cold mockery. My deepest regrets, Miss Chin. Your brother was incinerated to ash, his corpse lost to the deep sea. Her heart stopped. What did you say? Was someone talking about him? Qin Feng suddenly sneezed. His maid rushed over. Master, please be careful of the cold. Back at the scene. Xiao Yu trembled, unable to process the devastating news. Damn you, Qin Feng, you just died like that. Her internal monologue screamed in frustration. You useless trash. You were supposed to wait until I became strong so I could trample you beneath my feet and force you to beg for forgiveness. Ren Tu offered a polite yet hollow condolence. Miss Chin, I share your grief. Then his tone shifted. I heard you have a connection to Qin Feng, and coincidentally, my divination has revealed his location nearby. Would you like to accompany me? Hope flared in her eyes. Really? He nodded with a sly grin. Naturally. As long as you agree to teleport with me, this card will take us there immediately. Your brother may be dead, but if you claim Qin Feng as your new protector, well, that would be a cause for celebration. Xiao Yu stepped into the teleportation gate without hesitation. Fine. That bastard Qin Feng got off easy dying so early. It doesn't matter. Qin Feng knows how faithfully I guarded his door. He will definitely protect me. The light faded, and they materialized in a dingy storage room. Xiao Yu looked around, bewildered. Where is Qin Feng? Ren Tu casually threw on a coat. That is the question I should be asking you. Before she could react, a brutal fist slammed into her gut. He grabbed her leg, hoisting her upside down like a slaughtered animal. Spill everything you know about Qin Feng. Every single detail. Xiao Yu gasped in agony. I don't know him. Ren Tu rained punches onto her stomach. Still lying. Didn't you claim you guarded his gate? Didn't you say you met him often? Seeing her go limp, he scoffed in disappointment. Passed out already. Has she really not extracted a single ability from the game? How pathetic. Ren Tu dragged her unconscious body across the floor, dialing his contact. The prey is secured. When do we strike? It's been 2 days since I've killed. My blade is getting thirsty. The voice on the other end warned, play with her all you want, but do not kill her without my direct order. Ren Tu frowned. Can't kill her, what a bore. Ren Tu twirled a dagger in his hand. Fine. I'll take my time breaking her then. Meanwhile, his handler stared intensely at his phone. Qin Feng hasn't logged off in 48 hours. If in-game stats translate to reality, the metabolic cost is enormous. There is no way Qin Feng can survive this long without logging off to eat. The only explanation is that An Yu is suppressing the intel. Have they realized someone is setting a trap for Qin Feng? Damn it, in this leveling Manhwa world, speed is everything. I need to accelerate the plan. A subordinate approached. Captain. Manai Liang ignored him, seething with malice. Qin Feng, if the entire populace believes you are a psychotic serial killer, how will you handle the pressure? Soon, public outrage will explode. Society will descend into chaos. Even if the authorities don't want to touch you, they'll have no choice but to hunt you down. Elsewhere, Guiling halted in her tracks. A smile touched her lips as she locked onto the trail. I've finally caught up to that blood-red aura. Found you. Guiling peered down at a specific room where the aura converged. Activating her stealth skill, she vanished from sight and leaped into the abyss. She moved silently through the desolate corridor. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a doorway. Yes, that feels incredible. Guiling froze, her eyes widening in horror at the scene before her. Xiao Yu was suspended upside down, her legs severed at the knees. Ren Tu stood below, tongue out, catching the dripping blood with twisted ecstasy. It's been so long since I've had this much fun. A system window flashed before Xiao Yu's fading eyes. Request failed. Player is in combat state. Cannot enter the game. She had been abandoned by the system Manhwa gods. She struggled against her bindings, but the merciless notification only blinked again. Tears streamed down her face. Why I only wanted to sell a room. Why is this happening to me? I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. In the depths of despair, she screamed into the void. Someone, anyone, please save me. A familiar face flashed in her mind. If Qin Feng were here, he would save me. Fresh tears fell. That bastard! Why did you have to die? You were supposed to protect me. Suddenly a brilliant green light enveloped Xiao Yu. Giling watched from the shadows, stunned. A high-level healing spell. Is someone else here to save her? Rentu stepped forward, a sick grin on his face. Beautiful little sister, allow me to reintroduce myself. My game ID is Rentu the Butcher. My class is a priest. It was him. He had cast the healing spell. Don't worry, darling. I won't let you die that easily. His expression twisted into pure madness. Torturing prey to the brink of death, healing them, and doing it all over again. That is the ultimate pleasure. That is exactly why I chose the path of the priest. Rentu raised his blade. Now, my dear, I think I'll slice off your chest next. Xiao Yu's eyes rolled back as she fainted from sheer terror. He chuckled, passed out from fear. How boring. This girl is too fragile. Just then, a blade tore through the air. Countless yellow springs, phantom blades, erupted from the shadows, coiling around Rentu like vipers, and hoisting him into the air. Giling stepped into the light, her aura chilling. Why do you kill innocent people? Her eyes narrowed. And why are you trying to frame Qin Feng? He attempted to cast a healing spell, but the bindings tightened, crushing his concentration. Giling lunged her fist, smashing into his throat, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. She grabbed him, voice dripping with menace. Tell me everything you know, or I'll show you exactly what it feels like to have your leg sawed off. Terror filled his eyes. Okay, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Meanwhile, inside the awakening Manhwa game world at the ruins of Jianghai City, Dalizi and the team had gathered. An Yu broke the silence. Since we stopped reporting Qin Feng's login times, the serial killings have completely stopped. The fact that Qin Feng continues to log in and out proves someone is orchestrating a frame-up. Dalizi nodded firmly. I told you. The big boss could never be a perverted serial killer. When the boss kills, he doesn't leave a trace, not even ash. Why would he leave bodies behind to be found? An Yu sighed. We know he's innocent, but the public doesn't. Once the rumors spread, mass panic is inevitable. That chaos is the true objective of the real culprit. At that point, to quell the unrest, the government will have no choice but to authorize the elimination of Qin Feng. Dalizi tilted her head skeptically. But can the government actually defeat him? An Yu offered a grim smile. Absolutely not. If it comes to war, the government forces will suffer catastrophic losses, and in that weakened state, foreign nations will seize the opportunity to invade. Great Xia would face total annihilation. Wang Meng slammed his hand on the table, declaring that they must clear Qin Feng's name immediately. The traitor trying to frame him was definitely hiding within the Zhanghai city government. An Yu fell into deep thought. Considering the city administration's past conflicts with Qin Feng, only one suspicious name came to mind. Meanwhile, Ma Nailiang was losing his temper as he waited for updates. Why hasn't there been any notification that Qin Feng logged off yet? It has been 2 whole days. That bloodthirsty maniac should have lost patience and killed the prey by now. Damn it, didn't you and her team figure it out? And you, is your heart truly filled only with that Qin Feng character? If I do not eliminate him, I will never have a chance to claim you for myself. For your sake, I did not hesitate to make an enemy of the entire Great Xia nation. Suddenly his phone buzzed, and Nailiang's eyes widened. A message had finally arrived. Had Qin Feng finally gone offline? The text message read cold and clear. The prey has escaped. I demand 3 years of your lifespan to extract a tracking skill. Come to this location and pay the price. Nailiang cursed under his breath. Damn it, you cannot even handle such a simple task. If this plan gets exposed, I am finished. I have no choice but to handle this personally. Nailiang used a teleportation item to reach Rentu's hideout. He strutted to the main gate and shouted, I am here. What are you doing? How could you let the target slip away? Nailiang fell silent, frozen by the scene before him. 2 people were strung up high, including his accomplice, Rentu. He gasped in shock, asking what was happening when suddenly a blade slashed from the darkness, and wires wrapped around his body, rendering him immobile. In an instant, Nailiang was hoisted into the air alongside the others. Rentu screamed out, You are the one who wanted to harm my master, aren't you? Nailiang spat back, Master, you piece of trash, let me down. Do you have any idea who I am? Giling stepped forward from the shadows, stating she knew exactly who he was. The killer told her he is Ma Nailiang, son of Ma Gang, the mayor of Zhanghai City. You ordered the killer to commit murder, planning to dump the bodies the moment Qin Feng logged off to frame him for the crime. Turning to the killer, she announced that since he kept his promise to lure out the mastermind, she would reward him with a special opportunity to enjoy himself. She commanded Rentu to kill Ma Nailiang using his favorite method. The killer grinned with twisted excitement, thanking the young miss, while Nailiang screamed, Damn you, killer. Stop this madness right now. Rentu rushed forward with manic glee, clutching his knife. He apologized sarcastically to Boss Ma, claiming he was forced to do it. But just as the blade reached Nieliang's face, it froze in midair. A high-tier card activated, loosening the wires binding Nieliang. Ren Tu was kicked backward violently, and a roaring pillar of flame erupted directly in front of Guiling. Two glowing orbs hovered before Ren Tu while a card symbolizing agility flashed on Nieliang's forehead. He sneered. "Did you really think I would come here without any preparations? So you little brat, you are Qin Feng's disciple. This is the power of the sun. God boosting my attributes based on my class for 3 minutes. He declared he would start his slaughter with her. I will wipe out Qin Feng and every single one of his lackeys." Waves of energy surged toward Guiling as he screamed for her to die, launching a barrage of rapid-fire attacks. She activated her hidden Qin Feng skill, dashing backward to evade the onslaught. Nieliang held his bow, looking around in panic as she vanished. He realized this enemy was an assassin class just like Qin Feng. Suddenly, wires snaked around his body from behind. A blade pierced through his arm, making Nieliang shriek in agony. Guiling's voice was ice-cold as she stated that weaklings like him deserved to die. She noted that the powerful skill card he used definitely did not belong to him. She demanded to know who was backing him. Nieliang broke down sobbing, begging her not to kill him and promising to tell her everything. He spilled the truth, confessing it was a group of foreigners and Qianxia. They had sought him out, asking for his help to assassinate Qin Feng together. She asked if the card was also provided by them. He confirmed it, adding that they assured him a major figure was supporting them from the shadows, so he had nothing to worry about. Guiling pressed on, asking for the identity of this major figure. Nieliang pleaded that he honestly did not know who the other person was. He cried out in pain, begging for mercy and promising his father would reward her. Guiling remained silent, continuing to gather her energy. As the thorny vines pierced his flesh, he howled, reminding her that his father was the mayor and could give her anything she wanted. She simply found his noise incredibly annoying. Guiling remembered her lesson well. Master had said never to show mercy to an enemy. She glanced at Xiao Yu, the girl whose legs were gone, noting her tragic state. She decided to alert the authorities to save the girl, but whether the victim lived or died would be up to fate. Shortly after, officials from Shanghai City arrived at the scene following an anonymous tip. The police rushed toward Xiao Yu, shouting for medics to arrive immediately. An officer examined the bodies, confirming 2 fatalities. One was Ma Nieliang from their own agency. The other was unidentified, while the injured girl was unconscious but stable. A subordinate shouted from the back. "Captain, someone left information here. There is a note written on the wall." The message stated that this twisted serial murder case was committed by 2 individuals conspiring together, and they intended to pin the crimes on Qin Feng. The evidence was located in their phones, and the girl was a witness. A good deed done without leaving a name. The captain was shocked to find a recording on the phone confirming Ma Nieliang had colluded with Ren Tu to frame an innocent man. Furthermore, the evidence revealed an insider had been privately notifying Ma Nieliang about exactly when Qin Feng was online or offline. Orders were given to arrest the mole immediately. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was enjoying his dinner when his phone buzzed. He received a message from An Yu calling him Big Boss and sharing good news. She reported a major breakthrough in the perverted serial killer case. Qin Feng feigned surprise, asking if they had already found the culprit. She replied that they had tentatively identified Ma Nieliang and a man named Ren Tu. He questioned the phrase tentatively identified, and Yu clarified that it was because both suspects were already dead. However, they found irrefutable evidence and the surviving victim. She explained that there was a 99% probability these 2 were the killers, but the girl had lost both legs and suffered immense torture. She was currently in a coma at the hospital. To be safe, they needed to wait for her to wake up and give a statement before officially closing the case. Yin Feng realized Guiling had executed the mission perfectly. And Yu added that since this incident caused him trouble, she wanted to apologize. To make amends, she offered him a piece of intelligence. She described a strange phenomenon that had appeared at the starter village in Shanghai City. 5 flying monsters were lurking in the sky, constantly hunting players. Even more strange was that when one was killed, the number did not decrease. There were always 5 of them. This situation mirrored the event with the 7 bosses in Dark Moontown. She was certain this was a sign of a super rare treasure spawning. She urged him to go handle it. Qin Feng smirked. This was a classic trope in a leveling manhwa, signaling the appearance of another ancient godstone tablet. He praised her for the excellent intel. Qin Feng analyzed the situation. Based on an Yu's description, the stone tablet was definitely high up in the sky. Players would need flight capabilities in the later stages of the game, which meant he needed to acquire a flying mount immediately. He recalled the key to Skull City he had obtained from the Leaning Tower of Magic. It was a relic of the Marega Empire, the ancient lost domain of the dragon race. If the legends were true, a magnificent flying mount was waiting for him within those ruins. Qin Feng triggered his teleportation skill. Entry required level 20 and he was currently stuck at 19. Just one more level to go. It was time to hunt. He materialized on the desolate coast outside Skull City, the waves crashing against the shore like a mournful dirge. Suddenly, a commotion caught his attention. In the distance, a squad was locked in a desperate struggle against a monster. A colossal insectoid beast unleashed a terrifying aura. Qingyue stared in shock at the strange bubbles surrounding them. What on earth is this skill? Her teammate smirked, stepping forward. Watch closely. He was activating the unique hidden class ability Spirit Walker. It was a top-tier support skill capable of shifting himself and his entire team into an ethereal spirit form. In this state, they couldn't launch any attacks, but they were completely immune to damage. Physical objects passed right through them. The monster's devastating energy wave crashed harmlessly against their phantom forms. Release the form and strike now, he commanded. Bro lighted up. An archer drew his bowstring taut, aiming for the beast's head. But from the shadows, Qin Feng watched with cold calculation. His eyes narrowed. He recognized that man. In his past life, Zuma and his crew had plotted a catastrophic betrayal against the Magic City government. That treachery had crippled the authorities, plunging the city into 3 months of anarchy. Indirectly, it led to the slaughter of over 100,000 innocent civilians. Qingyue screamed a warning. Careful! The boss's HP is critical. It's entering phase 2. Ominous bubbles began to bubble up from beneath the creature. They weren't bubbles. They were eggs. A swarm of hatchlings erupted. A tank struggled to hold his shield. Damn it! How did it summon an entire army? Zuma used spirit transition on the hatchlings now, Qingyue shouted. If the rest of us focus the boss, we can still win this. Zuma, hurry up. What the hell are you waiting for? The insect swarm turned their ravenous gaze toward her. Qingyue fired desperate arrows, cursing under her breath. Shit! There's too many of them. Our defense is collapsing. She screamed, Zuma, stop daydreaming. But it was too late. A hatchling lunged, pinning her down. Qingyue shrieked in agony, cold sweat drenching her face as the mandibles opened. Suddenly, a flash of steel, razor-sharp sword lights dissected the creature instantly. A storm of shield shadows danced through the air, annihilating the entire swarm in a single breath. Qingyue collapsed, gasping for air. But Qin Feng didn't stop. He launched himself at the boss, his Dark Knight ring blade spinning like a crimson tornado of death. System alert. You have slain the Emerald Vine Mantis Shrimp Jade rank. Experience gained 15,000. Congratulations. You received 55 evolution points. Lifespan acquired 9.175 years. Loot 13 equipment items, 6 skill books, tradable. Cowering in the back, Zuma trembled in recognition. That aura. Qin Feng, why is he here? In a blink, the Reaper stood before him. Cold steel flashed. One strike. Zuma's head flew from his shoulders before he could even blink. System update. You have executed player Zuma. Qingyue stared bewildered. Qin Feng. Thank you for saving us. But why did you slaughter our teammate? Qin Feng's voice was ice. Midnight rain. Tell me, why does an official Magic City squad have a foreigner in its ranks? She stammered. He was hired, help his class was essential for raiding this boss. We never imagined he would lose focus at such a critical moment. Qin Feng scoffed. He didn't lose focus. Haven't you heard the old saying, those not of my kin are sure to have a different heart? Qingyue looked confused. You're saying he sabotaged us on purpose. But what would he gain? That Qin Feng sheathed his blade is for your government to uncover. Go report it to the Magic City High Command. Listen closely. If you encounter a boss you can't handle, contact me directly. My price is simple. I take all assassin-class equipment and tradable lifespan. Everything else belongs to you. It's the same contract I have with the Zhanghai government. The team's eyes lit up. Wait, seriously. Only platinum rank bosses or higher, he clarified. And I get first rights to the corpse. Qingyue nodded vigorously. Deal. I'm messaging the Pioneer team right now. Priority announcement to all Pioneer squads. If you spot a platinum boss, report coordinates immediately. Qin Feng has agreed to assist fee assassin gear and lifespan only. Correction. He also claims corpse looting rights. The chat channel exploded with relief. Thank God we don't have to die today. Has spring finally come to the Magic City? Another hunter wept with joy. We were on the brink of wiping. Finally we can gear up like the Zhanghai squads. Notifications flooded in. I have a platinum boss here. Coordinates attached, hurry. I'm engaging a Jade rank Qin Feng. Please come here first, we're getting slaughtered. Qingyue looked at her map. Great one. The coordinates are piling up. Several are nearby. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. That fast. It made sense. Zhanghai was stable thanks to his help. But this world, typical of a brutal leveling Manhwa, was cruel, and the Magic City was still burning in the fires of chaos. The situation is critical. Send me the location. I'm moving out. Understood, sending data now." The surviving members waved frantically as he vanished. "Thank you, Great One. Good hunting." Meanwhile, in another sector, a massive beast scanned the area. 2 hunters crouched in the brush, whispering nervously. Captain Lin said Qin Feng is en route to our position. "For real? I've never seen him in person. Do you think he's handsome?" Stop being a fangirl. No one knows what he looks like." She pouted. "I'm not fangirling, I'm just scientifically curious. They say he solos jade bosses like they're trash mobs. Do you think this platinum beast can survive even 2 hits? The guy shook his head. "No way. Platinum bosses are monsters. With those stats, I'd say at least 10 hits. Suddenly a thunderous boom shook the earth. A blade of light crashed down from the heavens. "System alert. You have slain the long-haired Minotaur Platinum rank. Experience gained 72,000. Congratulations. Evolution points plus 20. Tradable lifespan 5.175 years. Item acquired Platinum skill book. Assassin's smoke bomb." Qin Feng didn't even pause. "All right, Minotaur down. Next target, East Sector." Target eliminated. As quickly as he arrived, he dissolved into the wind. The 3 hunters stood frozen, staring at the empty spot where a terrifying beast stood seconds ago. Wait. What just happened? Where did the boss go? Is he dead? Qin Feng must have been here. Instant kill with a single strike, then vanished into thin air. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of his silhouette. That high ranker really has principles. He didn't touch anything that wasn't assassin class gear. Now he's moved to a treacherous cliffside zone. A chaotic battle raged. An entire squad was blasted away by the explosion. Facing a berserk, greatsword boss, a member screamed, "Damn it, I told you not to let them get close." Someone realized the terrifying truth. The aggro range of an emerald rank boss is double that of a platinum rank monster. As the magma-infused blade descended, despair washed over him. "I'm finished." But at that critical moment, a blinding sword slash intercepted the attack. He stared in shock as the boss crumbled into pieces. Quadruple Qin Feng slash dark silhouettes materialized from the void. System notification. You have slain Lu the traitor, first son of the Emerald Nobility. You gained 160,000 experience points. Congratulations. You received 60 evolution points. You received 10.35 years of tradable lifespan. You obtained the Emerald rank assassin skill, Qin Feng Meld. The bystanders were paralyzed with shock. 4 shadows, and each deals 310,000 damage. Am I dreaming? Are we even playing the same game as Qin Feng? One player realized the harsh reality. The gap between me and those shadows. It's like the difference between a mortal and a god. From now on, Qin Feng is my deity. System update. Congratulations, you reached level 20, Qin Feng smirked. Farming bosses really speeds up leveling. System, the ancient calamity forbidden spellstone is fully charged. He looked forward to it with anticipation. Time to insert the runes. Let's see what god-tier loot drops this time. System consumed 321 evolution points. Remaining balance 252. The platinum rank Qin Feng Meld evolved into mythic rank. This assassin skill grants the user and party level 5 stealth. Plus, 20% damage immunity in low light conditions. Stealth level increased to 10 with infinite duration. Qin Feng grinned. A perfect replacement for latent Qin Feng. He activated the skill, Qin Feng Meld. My stealth rating can hit level 21. Even diamond rank bosses won't detect me. System consumed 251 evolution points. Remaining 1. Platinum rank smoke bomb evolved to legend rank. This assassin skill releases a smoke screen blinding enemies and dealing minor dark element damage. He chuckled at the orb in his hand. A trash skill evolved just to be consumed. System alert bloodline. Spirit Devourer activated. You used Spirit Devour on legend rank smoke bomb. Your spirit stats have shifted. Spirit conversion rate increased from 3 to 5. All elemental resistance increased from 5 to 7. Elemental attack rose from 1,373 to 1,895. Resistance surged to 2,145. Elemental damage reduction increased to 68.2%. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Now I can safely enter the Skull City ruins. But a new problem arose. How do I get across? There were no boats, no transport devices in sight. Just the ocean, where hundreds of blood-red eyes stared up at him from the abyss. He knew the sea was teeming with monsters. He had no water-walking ability, and no mount in this god-forsaken game. Fighting underwater without prep is suicide. Qin Feng opened his map for a closer look. He pointed to a specific spot. Wait, why is there a locked door on the coastline? Logically, there should be caves around here. Qin Feng decided to investigate. I need to see this for myself. A massive gate loomed before him. This is the place. System. The gate is locked. Do you wish to use the Skull City key? Qin Feng was surprised. So the key is meant for this location. System. You used the Skull City key. As the heavy door creaked open, curiosity struck him. How does a door on this shore connect to the ruins across the sea? He stepped into the dark corridor, only to find the path blocked. Qin Feng paused, analyzing the situation. He looked in a specific direction and realization hit him. Ah, so that's how it works. I get it now. His figure blended perfectly with the gloom. Far ahead, a deep tunnel emitted ominous energy. He stepped out of the passage, moving forward. In the distance, a castle atop the mountain was being bombarded by thunder and lightning. System. You have arrived at the Mariga Empire, Skull City ruins. This is a berserk zone. In this terrifying leveling manhwa environment, your lifespan drains 100 times faster than normal. Qin Feng admired the architecture. What an exquisite design. A tunnel beneath the ocean connecting the shores. He recalled a memory from his past life. A madman once claimed there was a secret undersea passage, but no one believed him back then. Everyone said he was confusing it with another game called Jin. Hard to believe that lunatic was actually telling the truth. Qin Feng dispelled his stealth and approached. Suddenly, a colossal skeleton lying on the ground sprang into action. Qin Feng locked eyes with the creature. Target identified, guardian of Skull City ruins. 1000-blade Morven, rank diamond. He analyzed the foe. Upper body of a human, lower body of a monstrosity. Those festering wounds, they're identical to White Dragon 8's. This was likely a citizen of Mariga corrupted by the curse of Citus. Judging by the upper body scars, she endured inhumane torture while alive. Sharp bone spikes launched toward him. He dashed instantly to evade. Qin Feng landed, then immediately launched himself into the air. Skill activation, Granting Salvation. Granting Salvation primes the next throat-slash attack to deal massive bonus damage for 3 seconds. He unleashed Qin Feng Kill Formation, sending countless Qin Feng slashes flying toward the boss. The boss's HP bar plummeted below 50%. System. Qin Feng slash cooldown reset. Granting Salvation cooldown reset. The skill turned his aura a blazing crimson. A web of swordlight enveloped the enemy. Four-cornered execution. With a final strike, Qin Feng sliced the monster clean in two. System. You have slain the guardian of the ruins. 1000-blade Morven Emerald rank. You gained 180,000 experience points. Congratulations, received 60 evolution points. Obtained 10.235 years of tradable lifespan. Loot drop, 16 items acquired. System notification. You have obtained 4 skill books. His voice dropped to a somber whisper. Rest well, Morven. A final expression of serenity washed over her face as her soul found release. Dark clouds choked the sky as heaven's thunder roared in judgment. Qin Feng thrust his hand forward, unleashing a devastating Qin Feng Blade Phantom. The boss didn't stand a chance against his overwhelming might. The blue window flashed. You have slain the cursed Mori. 180,000 experience points secured. Congratulations, you have received 60 evolution points, and a prize beyond value 10 years of tradable lifespan. The spoils kept coming: 15 pieces of equipment and 3 rare skill books. But Qin Feng noticed something disturbing about the corpses here. Their upper bodies remained human while their lower halves were twisted into grotesque monstrosities. Even worse, the system identified them all with human names. The scattered skeletons nearby were warped beyond recognition, a testament to their suffering. It clearly resembled a dragon's skull, yet mutated eyes and horns erupted from the bone in a chaotic mess. This entire skull ruin felt less like a dungeon and more like a biochemical testing ground. Desperate to win the war, the people of Mariga had summoned Citus. But that ancient god of the deep betrayed them, casting a devastating curse upon the city. The curse twisted their bodies, transforming the entire population into mind-numbing beasts. I can feel it in the air. The closer I get to the skull's center, the heavier the curse becomes. His thoughts were cut short by a terrifying presence rushing toward him. With a deafening boom, a massive figure crashed to the earth, blocking his path. The system identified the threat: Marin Commander of the Royal Forbidden Guard. Level 25, Platinum rank. Qin Feng frowned in confusion. Why is a Platinum rank boss so weak in a place like this? The boss wasted no time raising a massive arm to crush him into dust. Qin Feng blurred backward, dodging the strike with ease. He instantly retaliated, firing his Qin Feng blade to shred the opponent. The boss's health bar plummeted from the critical hit. But suddenly a mysterious force slammed into Qin Feng from out of nowhere. His body shuddered under the impact as his health dropped dangerously low. As Qin Feng fell to one knee, the boss was already rising to its feet. Finally, he realized the terrifying mechanic at play here. His mind raced, analyzing the situation. Damage reflection. Its health pool is 10 times larger than a standard platinum boss. And that passive ability is a nightmare for any leveling manhwa protagonist. Based on the data, it's a 100% damage reflection attribute. If I hadn't activated the dark light shield, that last hit would have been my grave. His eyes narrowed in focus. I can't be careless. This place is a death trap. Qin Feng soared into the air, escaping the boss's immediate range. He stacked his dark light shield to the 10th layer for maximum defense. Then he unleashed the Qin Feng blade once more. The damage numbers flew up 2,284 multiplied by 10. Qin Feng formulated a strategy. Use low damage skills to build up the execute meter, then block the reflection with the shield. He waited with the patience of a hunter until the execute threshold was reached. Now, he triggered the ultimate skill, granting release. The crimson blade slashed forward in a blood-red arc. The boss took a massive 45,000 damage hit. But instantly the same devastation reflected back onto Qin Feng. He took 45,000 damage in return. The impact shattered his outer defenses, cracking the shield. But he just smirked. Reflection means nothing. His crimson blade possessed a 600% lifesteal attribute. The attack granted him a recovery shield worth 2.7 million points. That 45,000 reflection damage. It was nothing more than a mosquito bite. System notification. You have slain Marin, the Platinum rank commander. 250,000 experience points gained. Congratulations. You have received 85 evolution points. You have looted 14.265 years of tradable lifespan. 13 equipment items and 6 skill books added to inventory. But with the commander's death, the entire Skull City woke up. Qin Feng froze as the atmosphere shifted. What the hell? The mournful sound of a monster's war horn echoed through the ruins. Countless monsters responded to the call, swarming toward his location like a tide of death. The ground trembled violently under the footsteps of a colossal beast. System alert. You have triggered a monster tide. Mission objective updated. Annihilate every single monster to unlock the path forward. Surrounded by a sea of enemies, Qin Feng didn't flinch. A monster tide. A savage grin spread across his face. This is exactly what I wanted. The monsters hesitated, confused by his confidence. Too late. He unleashed the Dark Knight ring blade. The shadows danced and sliced, decapitating the horde in seconds. Kill count times 32. System notification. Monster tide eliminated. The pathway to the core of the Skull City ruins is now unlocked. Reward, 500 experience points, and 1 year of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng scowled at the screen. That's it, stingy system. It meant that even as monsters, the citizens were still having their lifespans drained away. Suddenly, floating orbs of light gathered before him. They fused together, creating a dazzling ribbon of energy. The light stretched across the abyss, connecting the peaks. A glowing bridge manifested, paving the way for Qin Feng. He realized these lights were the purified souls of the monsters he had just freed. As he stepped forward, the warm glow enveloped his entire being. System alert. You have received a special buff, the blessing of the Skull City citizens. The cursed souls thank you for their liberation. Combat within Skull City now has a chance to trigger the power of the dragon. Qin Feng stepped onto the bridge, his eyes gleaming. Dragon power. Now that sounds interesting. The source of the curse lay deep within the city, and the dead were begging him to break it. He reached the end of the bridge, standing at the precipice of a massive crater. Qin Feng looked down into the dark abyss of the opposing mountain. Hundreds of blood-red eyes stared back at him from the shadows. Without hesitation, he leapt into the void, his coat snapping in the wind. System warning. You have entered the cursed monument of Skull City. Lifespan drain accelerated by 1,000 times. Qin Feng landed with a heavy splash. The ground was a grotesque swamp of boiling crimson liquid smelling of iron and death. From the pulsating mass of cells, a terrifying creature emerged. It glared at the intruder with ancient hatred. This was a killet. Its mouth opened, spewing a string of incomprehensible ancient words. Qin Feng parsed the ancient tongue. Morven. Why is this thing screaming that name like a madman? The name Morven echoed again. Achillet's face was a twisted nightmare of flesh and bone. The system window popped up with the enemy's stats. Achillet, the last guardian of the castle city, level 20 emerald rank. Qin Feng instantly melted into the shadows to hide. But the boss's massive hand reached out, tracking him perfectly. Boom! A massive fist smashed into Qin Feng's location, sending red sludge flying. He activated Ghost. Qin Feng bewildered. Strange. My stealth is level 21. How can he see me? Achillet shrieked the name Morven again, his voice filled with madness. As the monster's hands clapped together in a crushing blow, Qin Feng barely dodged backward in time. He fixated on that specific point, chanting Morven's name in the tongue of the ancient gods. A dark theory formed in Qin Feng's mind. Could it be had this monster slain Morven and devoured her lifespan? If Achilles could track that stolen vitality, then there was no hiding. The protagonist felt a flicker of hesitation. those jagged spikes covering the enemy. They were identical to the armor of the Royal Guard captain back at the capital. Did this bastard possess the reflect damage passive ability too? Qinfeng unleashed a Qinfeng clone. The blade bit into Achilles, dealing 3,840 damage. But his own health bar dropped by the exact same amount. The answer was clear. Achilles roared, unleashing his awakening aura. Suddenly, grotesque eggs, bristling with thorns, erupted from the ground around him. Qinfeng calculated quickly. Those eggs definitely carried the reflection curse. If they hatched, he would be swarmed by elite-tier mobs. When one of Achilles' eggs took 3,184 damage, Qinfeng suffered the exact same recoil. He estimated it would take 3 Qinfeng clones to break just one egg. That meant sacrificing 3 layers of his black light shield. Even with his cooldowns reduced by the system, the black light shield still took 2 full seconds to regenerate a single layer. There was no safe way to clear them now. He had no choice but to wait for them to hatch, but his ultimate skill was fully charged. A crimson blade of fury crashed down like a judgment from the heavens. Achilles took 45,000 damage. Cracks spiderwebbed across Qinfeng's protective barrier. The eggs burst open, the spikes growing massive. From within, cursed jade dragons, level 20 elite monsters, crawled out. Qinfeng landed amidst the chaos. Right where the brood had just emerged, he unleashed the Dark Knight Ringblade. Their health bars plummeted in unison. The system notification chimed, "You have slain, cursed young dragon, ×9. Qinfeng smirked, his voice calm amidst the slaughter. With the blood shield active, your reflection damage is nothing but a joke. Spheres of light coalesced before him, taking shape. A voice boomed, dripping with malice. Outsider. A new boss monster materialized, declaring its will. Do not dream of destroying my kin. It was the blood curse Achilles. Azure Scale. Level 20. Jade rank. The Azure Scale boss launched itself from the shadows, aiming to end the main character's life in a single breath. In this do-or-die moment, Qinfeng's eyes glowed with a chilling blue light. He unleashed the Qinfeng Slash, a web of thousands of blades, but the boss had activated immunity ×9. His physical attacks dealt 0 damage. Qinfeng's eyes widened in shock. What immunity? A colossal fist filled his vision. The impact launched Qinfeng high into the air, dealing 28,769 damage. He slammed hard into the cavern wall. The boss's gloomy voice echoed through the chamber. As long as blood and soul remain, the skull city of Guxiang shall never fall. Qinfeng grit his teeth. In this god-tier game, only monsters above epic rank should possess intelligence and speech. This guy was clearly just Jade rank. How did he have self-awareness? The monster unleashed the Skull City Palm. It wasn't just magic. It was the souls of the residents, too. The demonic dragon cannon descended with overwhelming energy. The boss roared, "I am their shield." Qinfeng scrambled to escape the kill zone. He triggered a Qinfeng blade counterattack, but the boss's immunity held firm. Qinfeng cursed under his breath. Damn it. How do I shatter that immunity shield? The boss raised a grotesque arm wreathed in red tentacles. They wove together, forming a prison of flesh and blood. A giant skeletal cage trapped him. The system sounded a grim alarm. Warning. Lifespan decreasing. 1 year. 2 years. 3 years. Qinfeng snarled. Shit, he is draining my actual lifespan. This was the power of Citus, an unblockable, unavoidable curse. At this rate, he would die of old age in seconds. Suddenly, the system pinged dragon power activated. Detected skill Qinfeng of Slaughter from the Guardian Dragon 8s. Buff received 8 is Fire of Destruction. Upon using Qinfeng of Slaughter, all attacks are now imbued with the Fire of Destruction effect. This legendary flame ignores all defense and immunity, directly incinerating the target's soul and dealing 100% bonus damage. Gold fire ignited in Qinfeng's eyes. This was the true might of a dragon. He triggered the dragon skill Qinfeng of Slaughter Reflection. This time the Qinfeng shield slash carried the wrath of a god. The blades were cloaked in chaotic thermal energy. The fire of destruction wrapped around the boss. Damage notifications flooded the screen. As the holy fire consumed him, the monster screamed. No, I cannot die, Citus. Grant me strength, I must preserve the dragon race. Qinfeng stood tall, the avatar of 80s. What you did wasn't protection. It was madness. You trapped everyone in an eternal curse simply because you summoned Citus. Feel the fire of destruction, and pay for your sins. The Dragon Fury. Crimson Blade crashed down on the burning beast. The damage number was astronomical. -467,850. System notification. You have slain the final guardian of Skull City. You have gained 100,000 experience points. Congratulations. You have received 120 evolution points. You have recovered 39.85 years of tradable lifespan. Bonus. 60 evolution points acquired, another 39.85 years of lifespan added. You have obtained the diamond rank item Bone Spike. The dragon power has faded. Qin Feng stared at the log in disbelief. This boss gave 1,000,000 experience points. That meant he was draining resources from every monster in the city. Yet he only had 39.85 years of lifespan left. Strange, very strange. Sadus must have harvested his longevity long ago. The log updated you use dragon power to slay the evil, unlocking hidden rewards. Qin Feng gasped. Hidden rewards. This manhwa recap moment is legendary. New notifications flashed. You obtained the Withered Bone Rune. You obtained the Epic Mount Spirit Beast Pill. Item description: Withered Bone Rune. A key to the god of Withered Bone's tomb. Collect 3 to enter the ruins. Qin Feng stashed the rune. Just 2 more and he could raid a divine ruin. But he was more excited about the mount. Let's see what a free epic tier mount looks like. The beast materialized. It was Osrius, King of Predators, level 20 epic rank. Soulbound. Untradeable. A former guardian of Skull City. A combat-ready flying mount capable of wind magic and skull manipulation. And it could summon bone dragon whelps. Osrius glanced around with intelligent eyes. Human. Did you wipe out Skull City? Did you kill Alice? Qin Feng nodded. That is right, he asked. Do you know what happened here? The beast replied. I was an ancient guardian, dead for many years. But when the war with Marega raged across the continents, necromancy dragged me back to fight. Marega was losing the war. Desperate to save his city, Alice, the lord of Skull City, made the foolish mistake of summoning Sidus. To summon the ancient terror Sidus, the price was absolute, the life of one's most beloved. Originally, Alice intended to sacrifice his own daughter Morven to the abyss, but at the precipice of destiny, hesitation struck his heart. He spared Morven, choosing instead to damn the entire population of Skull City, including himself, as the sacrificial offering. The curse fell upon Skull City like a shroud of night. Every soul was granted immense unholy power, but the cost was their humanity, twisting them into grotesque monsters. They successfully repelled their invaders, yes, but their minds rotted away. As the only human left in a city of nightmares, Morven could not escape the encroaching darkness forever. The citizens, now mindless beasts, viewed her with profound hatred. They treated her not as a survivor, but as a toy to be broken, torturing her with savage cruelty, until she too finally succumbed to the monster within. Osiris's voice rumbled with ancient gratitude. For this, I thank you, human. You have granted release to these tormented souls, and ended a tragedy that spanned centuries. The bone dragon lowered its massive head. Furthermore, I sense a familiar aura upon you. I am willing to follow you for eternity. Please tell me your name. Qin Feng looked into the soul fire of the beast. Call me Qin Feng. Osiris bowed low, his bones creaking in reverence. Qin Feng, I submit to you. From this moment forth, you are my master. Qin Feng analyzed his new prize. An epic tier mount. But the stats on this bone dragon were peculiar. A typical level 20 epic boss should have millions of HP, yet Osiris only had 100,000. It likely had to do with the method of his return. This wasn't a natural birth. It was a forced resurrection through necromancy arts found in this system Manhwa. The dragon had died ages ago, its true power dissipating into the sands of time. It was summoned back into a skeletal frame that barely held a fraction of its former glory. Its combat skills, Bone Shield and Bone Spike, were mediocre at best. However, the 12 Jade Bone Wings summon, now that was promising. It was finally time to take the battle to the skies. Because its body was composed entirely of hollow magical bone, it was impossibly light. This granted it a flight speed of 360%. In this game, that was the pinnacle of velocity. Moving at 450 meters per second, it easily shattered the sound barrier. Combat power might be lacking, but for a leveling Manhwa protagonist, speed was the ultimate utility. Supersonic travel was exactly what he needed. Suddenly, a system notification flashed before his eyes. Conditions met for class advancement. Qin Feng grinned. Advancement already? He hadn't expected the Skull Ruins to drop a massive 1,000,000 experience points. This was a jackpot. The moment he selected Advance, his eyes blazed with golden light. Dark energy erupted around him, spiraling into a violent tornado of shadows. A crimson light pierced the gloom. Within the swirling darkness, his eyes burned like embers, and a blood-red orb materialized above his head, pulsating with power. The system prompt rang out. Qin Feng class advanced from Tier 2 to Tier 3. His stats skyrocketed, strength and constitution doubled to 54. Agility soared to 144, and spirit hit 90. A new passive skill unlocked Qin Feng Arc. If he took damage or status effects while invisible, the impact and the breaking of his stealth would be delayed by exactly 1 second. It sounded minor, but to a master it was god tier. It meant that for one crucial second he could unleash hell without revealing his position. Before his invisibility shattered, he could heal Steel Life or activate shields to completely negate the incoming damage within that 1-second window. He could even use a cleanse to wipe away negative status effects before they actually took hold. It was a cheat code for survival. Qin Feng's confidence surged. With Qin Feng arc, as long as his reflexes were sharp enough, he was effectively invincible while prowling in the dark. Based on his memories of the future, no one who picked the Qin Feng class in his past life ever survived the third advancement trial. The difficulty was brutal, but with Qin Feng arc, the survival rate whether in the game or in reality increased drastically. This was the defining moment of an awakening manhwa legend. 1 second might seem short to a novice, but at high levels where battles are decided in microseconds, it was an eternity. In the late game, chaining multiple skills in a single second was as easy as breathing. But the rewards didn't stop there. A weapon materialized and Qin Feng's eyes widened, a diamond-tier artifact. He inspected the item: withered bone spine, grade diamond, type assassin's dagger. The stats were beautiful. Physical and elemental attack plus 255. Strength and spirit up by 40. 30% armor penetration and 30% resistance ignore. Required level 20. The unique passive was terrifying. On hit, it shredded the target's physical defense and elemental resistance by another 30%. Even against diamond-tier bosses, this debuff was devastating. He gripped the withered bone spine. Armor penetration and resistance shred. I'm equipping this immediately. His combat power had just taken a massive leap forward. Osiris sensed his master's readiness and took flight. Qin Feng stood calmly atop the dragon's skull, activating his stealth skill, merge into darkness. Instantly, both he and the massive dragon vanished from sight. As they soared, the dragon asked, "This stealth, it is level 21. Your mastery exceeds even my own. How is this possible?" Qin Feng smiled mysteriously. "Stick with me and you'll see miracles every day. Now enough talk. Show me what supersonic speed feels like." Osiris obeyed, spreading its massive skeletal wings. With a thunderous boom, they launched upward, tearing through the air. The dragon's body became a blur, ascending with terrifying momentum. Within seconds, they pierced the clouds. The wind screamed past Qin Feng's ears, but he felt only exhilaration. This speed, it was true freedom. Osiris moved like a phantom across the sky, blasting past the ancient castle on the mountain peak. Qin Feng checked his mental map. Time to hunt that sky monster you mentioned and grab the second ancient stone tablet. The plan hit the demon capital ruins, then warped to Lucky Town for the tablet. Previously, the trip from the demon capital to Skull City took hours. Below them, a party led by Ziqing was in the middle of a desperate raid boss fight. Little Kui raised her staff. Holy Fireball. She stood beside Gu Yu, launching spells at the boss, while the tank charged forward, shield raised high, trying to hold the line. Suddenly, a shockwave blasted over them from the sky. It was Osiris moving so fast he was invisible. Ziqing was nearly knocked off his feet by the wind pressure. Little Kui. What just happened? Another teammate collapsed, dazed by the sonic boom. Was that a hurricane? Wait. The boss? It stumbled into my sword and died. High above, Qin Feng was lost in thought, completely unaware he had just accidentally killed a boss for someone else. With Osiris, the return trip is only 10 minutes. He arrived at the warp point where a couple was having a very public meltdown. The man pleaded, clutching her hand. "Baby, listen, I only slept with him once. And even when I was with him, I was thinking of you the whole time. Can you ever forgive me?" she pleaded, eyes shimmering with tears. "Then promise me. Cut him off forever." As their lips moved to seal the pact of betrayal, "I promise. You are my everything. And I love you." But suddenly Osiris tore through the sky like a meteor, shattering their romantic moment. The star-crossed lovers were blasted into unconsciousness, face-planting into the dirt. Qin Feng touched down, a frown creasing his brow as he sensed the collision. "Did I just hit something?" he muttered, dusting himself off. "Whatever, not my problem." With a thought, he triggered his teleportation skill. A staircase materialized before him. The interface flashed, "You have consumed 5.45 years of life. Welcome to Lucky Town." Chich. The price doubles every time I return to this newbie zone of a system manhwa. Even with 2,000 years in his reserve, Qin Feng was a miser with his lifespan. Paying over 5 years was daylight robbery. He wouldn't return unless destiny demanded it. Cloaking himself in invisibility, he scanned the area. Government officials swarmed the place. In this timeline, the authorities were heavily invested in the starter towns. They're actually power leveling the rookies, he mused, helping them grind levels and preventing player killing. How benevolent. Walking through the streets, memories of his past life surfaced. Originally, it took months for the military to secure the starter village. My cooperation must have accelerated the timeline, he realized. Even these elderly players are surviving thanks to the new leveling manhwa protocols. Two elders were flirting by the roadside when a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. "Help! Save me!" A winged beast had snatched a victim from the ground. "Someone help!" the victim shrieked. A female agent rushed forward, eyes blazing. "Hang on!" She opened her grimoire, chanting a spell of protection. Divine energy erupted, forming a golden barrier around the victim. Xianxia roared, "Take this, you filth!" He leaped high, his blade descending like a guillotine. Qingshen followed up, launching a sphere of holy fire. The beast, battered by the dual assault, shrieked and scrambled to flee into the sky. "Damn it!" It escaped again. Xianxia cursed, spitting on the ground. The girl sighed. Killing it is pointless anyway. It just respawns. But Xianxia was seething with frustration. Watching from the shadows, Qinfeng analyzed the scene. 5 gold-tier demonic beasts. Their combat power is trash. Any government squad could crush them. The problem is their flight mechanics. Without aerial capabilities, the ground troops are helpless. Xianxia checked on the rescued woman. "Ma'am, are you injured?" The old woman's face twisted into a scowl. "Useless," she screamed, her voice dripping with venom. "You're all useless trash. You call this protecting the elderly? You couldn't even finish it off. I'm reporting you to your superiors." Another elder, Feng Xiaoying, joined the tirade. "Please calm down," Qingshan pleaded. "The notification said the Qinfeng is coming." Xianxia grit his teeth. "Ma'am, watch your tone." "What tone?" Feng Xiaoying screeched. "What Qinfeng where I don't see anyone?" The crowd began to murmur in agreement. "Exactly. We've been waiting forever. Not even a silhouette. These so-called big shots are too busy to save us commoners. If he's so strong, shouldn't he be serving the people I'm waiting for my son to help me farm lifespan? This is a waste of my precious time." Qingshan tried to play peacemaker. "Please be patient. If the Qinfeng said he's coming, he will be here. If you can't wait, please retreat to the safe zone." "Ignore them," Xianxia growled. "Let's go." But the mob surrounded them. "Oh no, you don't. You haven't killed the monsters yet and you want to run. We pay taxes for you to kill bugs and you can't even do that. A bunch of losers. You aren't leaving until you explain yourselves." Xianxia snapped. "We power leveled you to level 3 for free. What more do you greedy vampires want?" The crowd jeered. "Level 3. That's nothing. What, you want to hit an old man?" A geezer named Wang Ba deliberately shoulder-checked Xianxia. He threw himself to the ground, wailing like a banshee. "Police brutality. The government is beating the elderly. My heart. I'm dying." Xianxia stepped back, horrified. "I didn't touch him. Come on then, kill us if you dare. Our old lives aren't worth anything anyway." The mob chanted, closing in like zombies. "The government bullies the weak, stay back everyone. If they have the guts, let them beat me to death right here." Qingshan trembled with rage. Her hand lashed out, slapping a provocateur. The impact sent him flying past the fake victim, his body shattering into golden data particles. The crowd went feral. "Murder. The government is killing people. Fight them. We have nothing to lose." No, someone pushed me," Qingshan cried out. Xianxia raised his shield against the tide of bodies. "Damn it, these people are insane. Just defend. They can't break my guard." Spit and garbage rained down on them. Feng Xiaoying pointed a crooked finger, screaming obscenities as the mob pelted the heroes with filth. High above, Qinfeng watched the circus. Standing atop Osiris, still cloaked in invisibility, his eyes glowed with a terrifying golden light. Osiris unleashed his dragon aura. A shockwave of pure pressure slammed into the mob like a physical hammer. The entire crowd was blasted away from the defensive barrier, tumbling like ragdolls. Feng Xiaoying flew face first into a tree trunk. Xianxia, safe inside his shield, looked up in awe. There, in the eye of the storm, Osiris descended. The sky darkened as the swarm of insect monsters buzzed toward Qinfeng. The agents watched in silence as the aerial battle began. Osiris moved with godlike speed, intercepting the beasts that were being buffed by a mysterious card. Qinfeng's eyes flashed violet, cold, and merciless. His blade danced, and the insect swarm was instantly diced into thousands of pieces. Rain turned red as monster parts fell from the heavens. Below, Qingshan and Xianxia could only stare, their mouths agape at the display of absolute power. The toxic mob, having respawned, gathered again. Feng Xiaoying shrieked, "Who killed us? I'm 80 years old. You dare hit an elder? You owe us compensation for the lifespan we lost dying," Wang Ba yelled. Xianxia facepalmed. "These people. There is no cure for stupidity." Suddenly, the massive corpse of the boss monster plummeted from the sky. Crush. A stone tablet shaped like a key smashed directly onto a complainer's head, instantly logging him out again. Osiris touched down, his skeletal wings folding. "Master, I merely slaughtered 5 boss-tier beasts. Why is the ground littered with so much loot?" Nearby, Feng Xiaoying sprawled in the dirt, screeching. How dare you dump trash on me from above? Is there no justice left in this world?" She pointed a trembling finger at the young man. Hey, are you deaf? I've eaten more salt in my life than you've eaten rice, you brat. Jin Feng offered no reply. Enraged by his silence, Feng Xiaoying lunged forward to grab the floating monolith. I'm talking to you! Zap. A violent surge of lightning blasted her, sending her ragdoll body flying into the air. Glowing loot orbs rained from the sky like meteor showers. Qin Feng calmly gripped the monolith and turned to his servant. Osiris, summon the legion. As you command. Osiris bowed. Instantly the heavens darkened as countless skeletal dragons materialized. Qingshan gasped, her eyes wide. So many dragons. Just what is the Qin Feng planning? Feng Xiaoying, freshly revived by the system, immediately started wailing. So, you're the Qin Feng, you look like a talentless hack. Where are the authorities? Wah, the Qin Feng is in cahoots with the government to kill us and steal our wealth, she screamed. I had 1,000 years of lifespan on me and he stole it. Shan Yi stepped forward, annoyed. Who do you think you're fooling? How could an old woman like you possess 1,000 years? Feng Xiaoying shot back. What do you know? My son gave it to me. You're just covering for this criminal. You definitely want a cut of the profits. Feng Xiaoying turned to the crowd, playing the victim card perfectly. Everyone help me get my 1,000 years back. I'll give you each 1 year as a reward. We can't let the government and this Qin Feng bully us seniors. The rest of the toxic elderly mob rallied behind her. That's right. Well said, Qin Feng, return her lifespan. The mob turned their aggression toward Shan Yi. Thief. Pay it back. Thief. Shan Yi felt a vein pop in his forehead. Damn it. I really want to arrest this entire nursing home. Qingshan realized something. These old coots are smart. They're staying inside the safe zone so we can't kill them. The mob continued to chant safe behind the barrier. Return the lifespan. Return the lifespan. Suddenly one old man went silent as a skeletal dragon snatched him up. The entire group was hoisted into the sky, their screams echoing. What is this, wyverns? Where did these monsters come from? Panic set in as they dangled mid-air. Help! Let me go! The dragon holding Feng Xiaoying simply opened its claws, letting her freefall. The other seniors suffered the same fate, screaming as they plummeted. Who said you could drop us? Don't let go. I didn't say drop me now. Qin Feng walked over to the stunned onlookers. The safe zone prevents players from taking damage, he said coldly. But it does not suspend the laws of physics. He continued, my bone dragons will garrison this town. Any troublemakers will be forcibly removed. He glanced at the falling mob. Save them, lock them up, or let them hit the pavement. It makes no difference to me. Handle it however you see fit. The boss in the sky has been dealt with. I'm leaving. Shan Yi looked at the glowing loot orbs scattering the ground. But boss Qin Feng, aren't you going to collect the spoils of war? Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Consider it a gift. He vanished into the darkness. The legendary Qin Feng really is as generous as the rumors say, Shan Yi muttered, eyeing the gold-tier equipment. So much treasure. He glanced at the girl beside him. Qing Shan, grab what you can. He paused, seeing her expression. What are you doing? Qing Shan sighed dreamily. I feel like I've lost my heart. It flew away with the Qin Feng. Bonk. Shan Yi chucked a loot orb straight at her face. Qing Shan snapped out of her trance. Ouch. That hurt. What was that for? Shan Yi scolded her. Stop simping. Do you think a god-tier figure like him would look at a small fry like you, a toad lusting after swan meat? She grabbed the orb and threw it back. Who are you calling a toad? You're the toad. Shan Yi didn't bother arguing. Fine, fine. I'm a male toad, you're a female toad. Happy. Qing Shan's face flushed red, her arm freezing mid-throw. She stammered. Wait. Are you secretly confessing your love to me? Shan Yi cut her off instantly. Stop. Absolutely not. That's disgusting. Don't be narcissistic. Qing Shan blinked. Really? Meanwhile, in the harsh reality of Zhanghai City Hospital, a heart monitor beeped rhythmically. Xiao Yu slowly opened her eyes. Ye Chao stood by the bed, her expression professional, yet grim. Miss Qin, we know losing your legs is traumatic. We are deeply sorry. However, your treatment has cost a total of 50 years of lifespan. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in horror. That much, Ye Chao nodded. The government subsidized 10 years. You still owe 40 years. Xiao Yu panicked. I don't have that kind of time. But I have 2 apartments, can I mortgage them to you? Ye Chao shook her head. We already appraised your real estate. Total value 3 days of lifespan. Xiao Yu froze. 3 days, I sold 200 days of tradable time to buy those. I spent millions. I still have 50,000 in cash. Take that. Ye Chao sighed. I apologize, Miss Qin. But in this new era, cash is nothing but waste paper. In this awakening Manhwa reality, all transactions are now conducted using lifespan as the only valid currency. Xiaoyu trembled. But I don't have enough tradable lifespan. Ye Chao checked her clipboard. You have a 3-day grace period to gather the funds. If the medical debt isn't settled by then, we will cease treatment. You'll be transferred to the government logistics division to work off your debt. There are various roles available: monster hunting material, gathering, cooking, or reconstruction labor. It requires 15-hour shifts daily, but the work is simple and relatively safe. Xiaoyu clutched her face, tears streaming down. But I'm a cripple. How can I do hard labor? Yesao offered a sliver of hope. Although you are disabled in reality, your avatar in the game remains intact. Your stats may suffer slightly, but with future advancements in medical technology, even your real legs could be restored one day. Xiaoyu shook her head violently. No, I won't do it. I won't be a blue-collar worker. I refuse to be around those filthy commoners. It's disgusting. She unraveled completely. I've already lost everything. Why are you treating me like this? None of this is my fault. The two officials stood silently waiting for her tantrum to subside. Lucia finally spoke up. Miss Qin, do you have any family or friends? You can ask them to act as a guarantor. If they qualify, we can approve a loan for the 40 years. The interest is only 3 points. That way you just need to repay the loan without being forced into the logistics corps. Xiaoyu's mind flashed to Qin Feng and his sister Chu Ran. Qin Feng is dead, but Chu Ran, would she vouch for me? Xiaoyu curled into a ball, sobbing uncontrollably. She buried her face in her knees. I don't know. No one would help me. Suddenly the door was kicked open with a violent crash. A familiar voice boomed from the hallway. Qin Xiaoyu, I'm here to save you. The sudden voice made all three of them jump and spin around. There stood Chen Wuming, bathed in light like a descending deity. Was this the salvation she had prayed for? Qin Xiaoyu, give me your phone. She looked at him with trembling hesitation. Are you the guildmaster? He smirked with practiced charm. That's right. It's me. Oh, Qin Xiaoyu, hearing about your tragic misfortune truly broke my heart. Chen Wuming tapped rapidly on his screen. A system notification chimed. 100 years of tradable lifespan had been transferred. Her eyes widened in disbelief. 100 years, you're giving me this much. Thank you. Thank you so much. The guildmaster sat on the edge of the bed, his hand resting possessively on her shoulder. Qin Xiaoyu, no need for thanks. If it's not enough, I can always give you more. She stared at the screen, stunned. It really was 100 years. But then her eyes caught the fine print. Wait. 30% annual interest. What does this mean? He smiled, a predator hiding his fangs. That 30% is just points. Consider it insurance for my help. Qin Xiaoyu, just focus on healing. We need you back on your feet. The Paladin Temple Guild will always be your strongest shield. We are your family now. Tears welled up in her eyes, her heart overflowing with gratitude for this devil in disguise. Yes. Thank you, Guildmaster. Chen Wuming stood to leave. Rest well. I have business to attend to, but remember one thing. No matter how long it takes, we will be waiting for your return. From start to finish, his minion's camera never stopped rolling. Qin Xiaoyu broke down, sobbing with gratitude for their generosity. Once outside, his expression instantly turned cold. Did you get it all? The underling smirked. Of course, boss. Chen Wuming barked his orders. Good. Edit it for maximum emotional impact and upload it immediately. We need to milk this story for everything it's worth. The more pitiful Qin Xiaoyu looks, the better. Frame it so that no one else would help her, only our guild stepped up to save her. The lackey bowed. Understood. The edited video played a heartwarming voiceover. 100 years. You're giving me so much, thank you, Guildmaster. If it's not enough, you'll really help me again. Chen Wuming calculated every angle. That Qin Xiaoyu caused us massive losses, using her tragedy as propaganda to recruit new fodder. That is the only way to squeeze value out of a piece of trash. The underling laughed. President Chen Wuming, you are truly brilliant. Let's move. He checked the time. The appointment with Qin Feng was imminent. He logged into the chaotic world of this leveling Manhwa reality, the divine realm. But upon spawning in the xianxia ruins, something was wrong. The global chat was exploding with curses directed at Qin Feng. He laughed, gloating at the misfortune. Looks like that guy offended the whole server. He's got enemies everywhere. Qin Feng, you piece of filth, if you weren't 10 times stronger than me, I'd kill you myself. Suddenly a cold voice cut through the air. Qin Feng appeared from the void. Chen Wuming, are the sacrificial lambs ready? Chen Wuming instantly dropped to his knees, groveling like a servant. Ready. They've been ready for ages. I've been waiting for you, big brother Qin Feng. He pointed toward a ruined toilet nearby. Look, they're right there. You appeared so silently you didn't even make a sound. Big brother, please sit. Qin Feng dismissed him coldly. No need. Bring the targets here. Chen Wuming dragged out a group of bound captives. Big brother, do whatever you want with them. Qin Feng gave a curt grunt of acknowledgement. Darkness erupted from his body. In a flash of black aura, the captives were instantly sliced into ribbons of gore. The system interface flashed. PK value decreased. His murder count dropped by 2 layers. Qin Feng announced, "Our debt is settled. I'm leaving." Chen Wuming scrambled to stop him. "Wait, big brother. I have intel for you." He hastily pulled up a holographic forum post. "Big brother, did you offend someone powerful?" The headline screamed in bold red text, "The elderly lady of the 7th hall attacked by Qin Feng." He continued nervously, "There are threads everywhere slandering you. They say you scammed money, seduced women, slaughtered innocents, and even colluded with the government." Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. He recognized that woman in the picture. Wasn't that the delusional old hag from the lucky town? He scrolled through the toxicity filling the screen. His gaze shifted to a related news article about Qin Xiaoyu, a poor girl who lost her legs to a serial killer now supported by the Paladin Temple. Qin Feng paused. Qin Xiaoyu. So she was the one Giling saved that day. The world really is small. To think fate would align like this. Qin Feng turned his cape swirling as he walked away. "I know enough." Chen Wuming waved enthusiastically. "Take care. Walk slowly. Big brother, come play again soon." As he walked, Qin Feng sent a mental message to Giling. "Find out who is spreading rumors about me online. Kill them." For a being of his level, handling this personally was beneath him. Across the city, Giling received the order, and her face twisted in fury. "What? Someone dares to slander my master, absolute scum. I'm on my way." In the real world, Zhanghai City. Giling stood atop a building, her aura flaring. "This is unforgivable. Spreading lies about the master." She stared at the ridiculous news report. "Accusing him of having designs on an old woman that is physically revolting. I'll remember this insult, old hag. Just you wait." With a sonic boom, she vanished, tearing through the streets to hunt down the source. "I am coming to deliver your punishment personally." She sprinted through the urban jungle, her speed defying the laws of physics. Meanwhile, in front of Feng Xiaoying's apartment, a violent banging echoed against the door. A man screamed from the hallway. "Feng Xiaoying, get your ass out here. Your damn dog pushed my son down the stairs. He's paralyzed because of you. Don't you dare hide in there." Silence followed. Enraged, he pounded on the door until the frame shook. "Open up, I know you're inside. Come out. You owe me an explanation." The door swung open and Xiaoying screeched back. "Are you done barking yet? Madagan, did I give you too much face? You always use that X-ray vision of yours to peep on me while I'm showering. I should call the police and have you arrested, you pervert. Your son is just clumsy and stupid. He fell on his own, and now you want to blame my innocent dog. Do you have any proof?" Ma Dagan held up his phone, trembling with rage. "I have it all on video. Here is the surveillance footage. The evidence is irrefutable." Before he could play it, Xiaoying kicked the phone out of his hand, sending it smashing against the wall. She sneered. "Evidence? What evidence? Show me the proof now." Ma Dagan ground his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. "Feng Xiaoying, I didn't come here to debate logic with you today. I've already locked onto you with my eagle eye. I can hit you with toxic smoke at any moment. If you keep acting this unreasonable, I will hunt you to the ends of the earth. There will be no escape." Xiaoying covered herself dramatically, feigning victimhood. A no-name actor from a village soap opera thinks he's special. "Come on then. If you have the guts, kill me right now." Ma Dagan's eyes glowed. "You refused the toast only to drink the forfeit. Fine, I'll grant your death wish. System notification, target locked. Perspective shared. All skills released for automatic pursuit." Xiaoying realized he was serious and started shrieking. "How rude, Ma Dagan. I knew you had dirty thoughts about me. You pervert. You just want to peep on me." Suddenly, Ma Dagan froze. The blue glow in his eyes faded into a dull, lifeless gray. System alert, skill activation failed. "What is this?" Madagan stumbled back in shock. "Why can't I use my abilities?" A sinister laugh echoed as his confusion mounted. Feng Xiaoying sneered, her face twisted with arrogance. "What's the matter, Madagan? Where is that cocky attitude now? Your skills are useless here. Did you really think I came unprepared? Is it a glitch? Am I stupid?" Madagan cursed, staring at his trembling hands. "Damn it, why won't my mana respond?" Beside him, his wife Xiao Shui grabbed his arm, terror in her eyes. "Madagan, what's happening to us? Time for the big reveal." Xiaoying cackled. A figure stepped out from the shadows behind her. "My son isn't just anybody. He awakened the hidden class forbidden magic warlock. This entire area is under his dominance now. It's an absolute anti-magic field," the young man stated coldly, stepping into the light. "Nobody uses skills here but me." He glanced at his mother with bored eyes. "Mom, Why is it so noisy out here? She immediately played the victim card. It's that bully Ma Doggin from next door. He threatened your poor mother. The son and the dog in his arms both looked at Ma Doggin with utter disdain. Is that so? We can't have that. In a blur of motion, a hand clamped around Ma Doggin's throat. Bam! A heavy punch slammed into his gut, sending a spray of fresh blood flying from his mouth. Xiaoxu screamed as her husband collapsed. Ma Doggin, hold on. Xiaoxu rushed forward, hands glowing faintly. I'll heal you, recovery art. Recovery. Her face went pale. Damn it, the system won't let me cast anything. Ma Doggin, she cried out. Feng Yu looked down at them like bugs. You trash-tier players really thought you could mess with my family, know your place. He grabbed Xiaoxu by the neck, lifting her effortlessly into the air. Listen closely, Feng Yu declared. I don't beat women, so drag your loser husband out of my sight and never come back. Xiaoxu burst into tears of frustration. How can you be so cruel? You're the ones in the wrong. Why should we leave? You're the ones who need to take responsibility for this. Responsibility. His eyes narrowed. I'm taking responsibility for my mother and my family's honor. He dropped her roughly to the ground, his aura shifting. You people are hopeless. He raised a fist to strike. Don't you get it? The strong eat the weak, that is the law. Xiaoxu flinched, covering her face and waiting for the pain. Suddenly, a whip-like cord lashed out from the darkness, wrapping around her waist and yanking her to safety. Feng Yu's punch smashed into the concrete wall, pulverizing the brick. He glanced sideways, annoyed. Another rat joining the party. Geeling stepped forward, her voice icy. You freaks made me run all over town looking for you. Who the hell are you? Feng Yu demanded. You don't qualify to know my name, Geiling retorted. But I know exactly what kind of filth you are. Xiaoxu scrambled up, bowing repeatedly. Thank you for saving me. Geiling ignored her, glaring at the enemy. Spreading rumors and slandering the Qinfeng, I'm here to make you pay. Feng Yu blinked. Wait, are you the Qinfeng? Shoying quickly interjected. Don't be scared, son. That's not the Qinfeng. The Qinfeng is a hulking monster, not some little girl. Feng Yu sighed in relief. Good point. Even if the Qinfeng comes, so what, I'm level 16, I dumped every stat point into strength and vitality. Inside my anti-magic domain, I'm basically a god of physical combat. Geiling's aura exploded, purple energy crackling around her. You absolute moron. Let me show you just how stupid you really are. Feng Yu dropped into a defensive stance, smirking. In this domain, I am invincible. But then he noticed Geiling's eyes glowing with a terrifying, demonic purple light. Frog in a well, she scoffed. Whoosh, she vanished. Her speed was blinding, slipping past his guard before he could even blink. So fast, he gasped. Bam! A kick landed squarely on his chest. High agility. Is she an assassin class? Feng Yu gritted his teeth, spinning around to counter. Geiling was already there, launching a vicious uppercut. He barely managed to lean back, the wind of her fist grazing his chin. But that was just the opener. A barrage of strikes rained down on him. Left, right, center, Feng Yu was forced onto the back foot, struggling to keep up with her phantom-like movements. After taking a few solid hits, Feng Yu's tanky build paid off. He analyzed her pattern. Gotcha. He predicted her next strike and caught her fist in his palm, locking her in place. Plenty of speed, but zero power. Without skills to boost your damage, you're just tickling me. He grinned savagely, pulling back his free arm. Let me show you real force. Crack, one heavy punch sent Geiling flying back like a ragdoll. Feng Yu flexed his muscles as she hit the ground. How's that taste? The despair of absolute stat difference. Shoying pumped her fist in the air. That's my boy, teach her a lesson she'll never forget. Seeing her struggle to rise, Feng Yu called out, Hey, don't die yet. You work for the Qinfeng and you're an assassin type. You clearly have a connection to him. I need answers. He stalked toward her. That player Qinfeng camped my mother in the game and killed her repeatedly. I'm going to find him and delete him from existence. He grabbed Geiling by the collar, lifting her up to face him. You have 10 seconds. Tell me everything about the Qinfeng or I'll snap your arm like a twig. Geiling just chuckled, a dark mocking sound. Hey, you truly are an idiot. She looked him dead in the eye. Why don't you check your own status window? Feng Yu frowned, glancing at his interface. His eyes bulged in horror. Hosfuardi poison. Since when? Geiling smirked. You clearly haven't read enough Manhwa recap guides or played enough games. You think you're invincible. Your barrier prevents casting new skills. It doesn't cancel skills that were already active before entering. I activated Venom Enchantment before I even stepped in here. Every single time I punched you, I applied a stack of deadly neurotoxin. You're currently sitting on 10 stacks of lethal poison. The pain hit him all at once. Gah, Mom, save me! It burns! Feng Yu collapsed, writhing in agony. Shoying screamed. Son, what's happening? What do I do? Geeling looked down at the dying boy with zero sympathy. It's over. I did my research on you clowns. Feng Xiaoying, a useless level 3 mage who relies on age and seniority to bully people, and her son, a hidden class warlock born from a priest lineage. You were too arrogant to play support, so you went full strength build and ignored your class identity. You only leveled up offensive curses like silence and life drain to grief other players, a classic toxic build found in any leveling manhwa. Xiaoying panicked, flailing her arms. My son, wake up. Geiling watched the life fade from his eyes. If he had learned just one basic priest skill like Purify, he could have cleansed the poison. His arrogance killed him. Shoying snapped her face, twisting into a mask of pure hate. She grabbed her phone. You wretched animal! You killed my son. I'm calling the government. I'll have you executed for murder. Smack, a foot flew into the frame, kicking the phone out of her hand and sending it smashing into the wall. Ma Dogen stood there, eyes burning with fury. Your son is dead, and his barrier is gone. Ma Dogen growled, cracking his knuckles. His health was fully restored. Xiao Xue stepped up beside him. Feng Xiaoying, it's your turn. The old hag scrambled backwards, screaming like a banshee. Stay back, help murder. They're killing me. But her lies wouldn't save her this time. Thud. A boot to the mouth silenced her screaming. Ma Dogen kicked her flat onto the pavement. Don't worry, I'll call the police eventually. But first, I need to work off some stress. Xiao Xu smiled, a dark, vindictive glint in her eyes. Go ahead, Ma Dogen. Beat her until you're satisfied. I'll keep healing her so she doesn't die too quickly. Ma Dogen instantly triggered his transformation, his muscles swelling into a titan-like form. He grinned. All right, Xiao Xu, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. He unleashed his ultimate move. Venomous Berserker. It was a double-edged sword that skyrocketed his stats in this leveling manhwa, even as the toxicity began to corrode his own body. Ma Dogen unleashed a devastating barrage of punches, his fists becoming a blur of destruction. Fueled by Xiao Xu's cheers, his adrenaline spiked, making every strike heavier and faster than the last. He roared, I can still recover from this, but look at you, Shoying, you're beaten to a pulp. After venting his fury on her, Ma Dogen finally deactivated his skill, returning to his normal human form. He leaned against his knees, gasping for air. Hey, that felt incredible. He glanced over, concerned. But Xiao Xue, are you sure she's actually still alive after that beatdown? Xiaoying had been forced into a spectral soul state, a mercy granted by Xiao Xue's intervention. Xiao Xu nodded calmly. She survives. At the critical second, I activated the Archangel's heart to preserve her existence. Ma Dogen grinned with satisfaction. Good. Call the association officials to come clean this up. He turned to express his gratitude. Seriously, thank you for today. If you hadn't stepped in to help, but his words hung in the empty air. Geiling had already vanished. Ma Dogen blinked, stunned. Huh. Where did our benefactor go? Xiao Xu shrugged helplessly. I have no idea. She must have slipped away using a stealth skill. The scene shifts to the city's skyline where a silhouette leaps effortlessly between skyscrapers. It was Geeling. She tapped her comms device to report to Qin Feng. Master, the mission is complete. Qin Feng's voice came through surprised. That fast, excellent work. Geeling giggled with delight, basking in the praise. Hey, thank you, Master. Meanwhile, over 300 kilometers away in the desolate urban ruins, a party trekked through a scorching wasteland. Tho broke the silence, doubtful. Mr. Chu, are you sure we're in the right place? This feels like a dead end. The man grumbled, wiping sweat from his brow. This hellscape is saturated with toxic miasma. Just standing here drains our HP continuously. How could any life form survive here? The heat from the surrounding lava was suffocating. Kunshan cut in, his voice steady. My earth vein perception skill never lies. We're close. There is a cavern up ahead, and the treasure we seek lies within. The party pushed forward through the heat until Kunshan suddenly stopped, eyes narrowing. We've arrived. It's right beneath our feet. Tho turned to his support. Juma, listen closely. If the situation goes south, instantly activate Spirit Walker. We need that invincibility buff. Juma nodded sharply. Understood, Sir Tho. Steeling themselves, the group descended into the cavern's depths. Scorching heat waves rolled up from the abyss. Kunshan pointed urgently into the darkness. Quickly, look over there. Tho's eyes widened in ecstasy. That's it. Before them, surrounded by a lake of molten lava, a crimson flower bloomed with ominous energy. We finally found it. The nightmare hellflower. A sinister grin spread across his face. With this in our possession, the darkness is doomed to fall.